Welcome one and all to another exciting day here of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Asia Pacific region. My name is Derek Brown. I am joined by Gia, who I believe might be muted at the moment over our communication. I just saw out the corner of my eye. But outside of that, we are excited to jump into another exciting day here of Hearthstone action. A lot of very jubilant, excited verbs to be thrown around. Couldn't be you, right? Of week 6.
Yeah. Okay, I was muted and
VMix as well. Right, there we go.
Oof, all right.
The classic caster special. You know what? Let's take a
I
reset
thought
and
it
look at the
cancels
standings.
out, you know? It's like double negatives. But yes, let's look at the standings and quickly move away from our camera because I bet I'm blushing really hard right now. Division A, Glory, of course, still undefeated, and he will be playing today versus Alutemu. That's the match that I'm really, really excited to see. But, you know, it is already week 6, so there's just 1 week left, the round robin, before we head into the playoffs.
And it is some heartbreaking Hearthstone happening at the moment, Gio. We saw from Frosty going down to his 4th loss yesterday in Division B, giving us a little wave, I think partly to say goodbye from this series, but I think in a large way what he believed was that that was his exit from Grandmasters. Not guaranteed, of course. There's still 3 more matches for him to play, as everyone is going to play a total of 7 matches, everyone else in their group once. But overall, we are starting to see who is likely not to be staying with us in Grandmasters for another year.
Yes, Samuel Tsao also in a lot of danger, and he'll be playing in our last match of the day. But it's not all bad news because top 4 of Division B still have a shot to make it to playoffs. 2 spots there in particular. And Blitzchung, having taken his first loss yesterday to Tyler, still looks in a pretty good spot. But ultimately, Tyler looks like he is king over in Division B.
Yeah, looking very, very strong. The most one-sided match I think I've seen in a very long time up against Blitzchung yesterday. But aside from Division B, very, very excited to see some of the Division A matches. Can Glory keep up his perfect winning streak? And to see what other matches we have, let's take a look at the schedule for today to see what is coming up. Like you said, we're going to see Samuel Tsao later on today up against Frosty. That is the decider match, I think, for who ends up right down at the bottom, given that the first tiebreaker as well is head-to-head. But we're starting the day off a little bit more optimistically, I suppose, with some Division A matches. Flurry, Surrender, Glory, Alutemu. 2 matches there with South Korea versus South Korea, and then Japan versus Japan. Always exciting to see how the players go up against each other when they don't have the liberty of practicing together.
Indeed. Chonsu Kin is another very crucial one because they have been fighting it out in the bottom of Division A. Now Surrender has fallen to that danger zone in Division A as well after having taken a loss to Chonsu yesterday, and whoever is in the bottom 2 spots there at the end of round robin will be playing in the relegation bracket to see who will be that unlucky 3rd spot. And Staz and Shaxi also pretty likely candidates to be in that relegation bracket as they've been hovering around the middle of Division B.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bottom half at all of Division B. 7th and 8th automatically relegated out. 5th and 6th have a chance to be relegated out as well, to be one of the 3 people overall who are out of Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's going to be some scary stuff, but there is a lot more to take into account than just the pressure of Hearthstone Grandmasters and potentially going out of the system. It's also the card changes that we have this week with the recent nerfs and a couple of buffs as well, actually, Gia. Some of the weaker classes in Hearthstone.
Indeed, we have 1 Paladin buff, gaining a 1 mana, 1/3 class minion, puts it in with the royalty of Hearthstone classes. But still, it's not quite enough to have Libram Paladin be actually brought to GM. Maybe there's still some changes to the deck that can be made in the future weeks, and I hope we get to see more of that. Along with Shaman, of course, with their control package and some of their tools buffed a little bit, but still nowhere in sight. Maybe these 2 decks simply need more time. It won't take a whole new expansion, though.
And then the slightly more impactfulness, Crimson Sigil Runner down to a 1/1 instead of a 2/1 has had a big impact on the shift of Demon Hunter. A lot of players have started cutting it. Scavenger's Ingenuity, not so much. Players are still generally just jamming that in whatever version of Hunter they are playing. And then for the last one, set of nerfs with Warrior being the main one here, as well, of course, as the Scrap Imp there for Zoo has just completely gutted the deck here.
Yes, Zoo going from over 50% bring rate in APAC is now brought by no one at all because the impact of the 1 less health is too huge in a meta full of removal and AoEs, especially from Priest. Blackjack Stunner, not a huge nerf, but we can already see certain impact so far. It's still a very strong tempo tool, but in matchups where you are looking to bounce, say, Alexstrasza to make it unplayable, now you just make it cost 1 more.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nerf, but still does have an impact. We're seeing some players shift away from Rogue, some go to Highlander instead. But we can take a look at what the overall bring rates of all the archetypes are for this week, with the real story, Gia, being, okay, Warrior, Demon Hunter, we expect that to be very high. But what I didn't expect to be even with Demon Hunter is all but 1 players bringing Spell Druid.
It is incredible just how much faith Asia Pacific has in this class, and it is Tyler alone not bringing this deck. Spelldrew has had above average performance in APAC compared to the other regions, so we'll give it that. And I do think that among all of the different builds of Spelldruid, APAC has been ahead of the curve with the very streamlined version, not including the Kael'thas package anymore. But its performance yesterday was poor, so I'm not sure in the end whether this is actually a good bring. It's also worth noting that Rogue was not super high represented this week, so finding a target in that as Druid did not really work out for the people bringing the class.
Yeah, overall for Druid, I just think that the honeymoon period might be over for the players in Asia Pacific. They can't get away anymore with just high rolling every single game, because as you obviously bring more and more players bringing the Druid, it's going to get closer to its actual win rate, which I think we're starting to see more and more players are missing the power cards, whether they mulligan for them or not. But another deck, as we can see there, that is fairly high representation is Highlander Hunter at the moment. This is a popular bring across all the regions, not just Asia Pacific, and I think with good reason. It is just a very solid all-round deck. And as you can see here, against the likes of Tempo Hunter, Demon Hunter, and all of the rogues, those are fairly popular decks against which it has a very respectable win rate.
Right. It surprises me to see that Hunter is in the green versus Demon Hunter, because I expect that to be one of its worst matchups. But we were seeing something similar from Knights of Druid yesterday, which actually had a higher than 50% win rate versus Demon Hunter. I expect that these numbers would equalize a little bit more to what we're seeing from ladder stats as our sample size grows. But ultimately, I think that Hunter is a very good bring, even though it's sub 50% in APAC overall. Throughout all the regions, it's a 54% bring rate for good reason. What's surprising is that it is this low against Pain Warrior, whereas I expected that this might be one of the few decks that could actually stand up to Pain Warrior a little bit.
Yeah, you always think something can stand up to the Warrior deck, but it finds a way somehow against all the odds. But one of the other things that I really wanted to take a look at that you may have realized is missing somewhat from the Asia Pacific decks is Priest, a deck that with the nerfs to Demon Hunter and Zoo from last week, we may have expected to see a lot more of Priest, which we have seen in the other regions, but not so here in Asia Pacic, Gia. Only 2 players have brought it.
Indeed, Alutemu, who we are going to see today, and so we have his deck feature now. And there was also Frosty yesterday. He did manage to get a very convincing win with it against Warrior, so maybe this is the deck that can stick to Warrior, and it's being brought for other good reasons as well, because the power level just seems to have finally broken the glass ceiling after deck has been stewing in the background for several weeks now, being brought here and there. This is the week where Priest can finally get to shine, maybe more so in other regions, because it is just 2 people bringing it here in APAC.
Yeah, while I am not the biggest Priest fan, it has been known, I'm glad that the basic set rework has had the desired effect, because traditionally with Priest, with the base set being so weak, it would basically just rely on one set printing a bunch of really busted cards in order to be playable, like the Mean Streets of Gadgets and Priest expansion, which was just absolutely absurd. Whereas now, Thought Steal, Shadow Madness, Shadow Word Death, all these basic cards are just really good. They're just powerful enough to make it into a top-tier deck. And I, for one, am very excited to see Alutemu work his magic with the Galapagos Priest. He's one of the players I think that is most suited to adapting to these weird scenarios that the ludicrous amount of card generation that Priest can put you in.
Yeah, I'm also particularly excited to see Alutemu pilot it, because you might be wondering, wait, Alutemu is bringing a deck and Glory aren't bringing it, because the Japanese practice group tends to have very similar lineups week to week, and that's because Alutemu is actually facing his countryman Glory later on today. I'm very excited to see that matchup in particular. Top of the table in Division A, Japanese dominance, that is bread and butter for APAC these days.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait. So we are going to go away to a short break. Before we bring you the first match of the day, we're going to see if Surrender can start to turn around his pretty dire losing streak here in the round robin, or whether Flurry can solidify himself as one of the top South Korean players in Division A, taking down the former king of APAC in Surrender. We'll be right back after this.
Useless spec? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보? A useless fact I know is a day is 18,600 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 뭐 아는 거 있어요.
밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. This is the second day of week 6 here in Asia Pacific, and it's the start of a brand new day, so you're joining us just in time here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel, to which you should subscribe if you are enjoying the action here. And for the first match of the day, Gia, as I was saying, we are getting a good look at Surrender and Flurry, two of the most, if not the most, popular South Korean players here in Hearthstone Grandmasters, with Flurry being more well known as a very popular Cloud9 streamer, and Surrender, I think, a little bit more so as a competitor in recent years. But they've both shown that they've got what it takes to hold their own here in Grandmasters.
Yeah, I'm going to rebut that by saying Surrender's got a huge stream as well. Maybe not primarily known
Fair
as a
enough.
streamer, but he is very, very popular indeed. And with the classes so far, we've got through Mirror all of the decks, the same archetypes, and now it really will just come down to the text that these players are including. Of course, I expect to see the mutual warrior bans at first, but then it seems
You
that
expect
Flurry's,
wrong.
yeah, it seems that Surrender's gone for something a little different.
Yeah, let's take a look at what is going on here, because this is unprecedented territory, Gia. An identical lineup, but not an identical ban for both of these players. I'm trying to figure out if there's any different archetypes within the classes, but from what I can see, it's just identical here. Surrender with the Demon Hunter, the Highlander Hunter, and the Druid. He, of course, well, Flurry didn't want to see his warrior, I think, as is the expected way to go about things. But what is Surrender thinking here by getting rid of the Demon Hunter instead?
I am trying to work it out, because sometimes when you already know what your opponent is going to ban, that can affect what ban you end up bringing. It's like you have non-blind information going into it, and I think expecting a warrior ban is very, very reasonable. But even so, I'm not sure what Surrender is going for by banning off Demon Hunter and leaving up Flurry's warrior instead, because I feel that the still has better win rates across the rest of the remaining decks. It could be that Surrender feels that Hunter has an especially good shot against warrior compared to Demon Hunter.
That seems to be a lot of the reasoning behind players' lineups, especially as if you look at the other decks that he has there, the Druid, I feel like, is weak against both the Demon Hunter and the Warrior. Maybe not equally, but I think comparably. It generally loses to both of those two archetypes, even if our small sample size here in GM back it up quite yet. The main thing really is just that I think that Warrior has a fantastic matchup against Demon Hunter. So if he runs into that specific matchup, Surrender is in a very, very bad situation.
I would agree as well. But we are going to start off with a favorable for Surrender, Demon Hunter versus Druid. And that is more looking like Druid hands of week 6 and not week 5, Derek. It seemed like the high rolls for Druid all happened last week, and now it has been a severe drought of fungal fortune.
Yeah, and this is definitely not what you're looking for. Traditionally, I think I would have said, this hand's not so bad. You've got a crystal power. You can maybe even curve out with the power of the wild. But really, from what we've seen in Apex so far, in terms of Druid here, I couldn't agree. Players have been going so proactive. Name of the game right from the start.
Yeah, just doesn't quite get there. It's all about having that early play or being able to ramp up quickly into Mount Seller that can get them the win. And Flurry is really going to need something to follow up his removals, because Surrender is starting off super strong. Double 1-drops curving into Umberwing, and then the Satyr over here. My goodness.
There's some pretty difficult lines to work through now for Flurry here. We could see the maximum removal plan potentially with Crystal Power, Innovate Hero Power, and then Hero Power. We could see Draw, here to try and find the Overgrowth or the Glowfly Swarm, or minion development, as Flurry ends up on in the end, to try and contest the board that way.
Yeah, that was the option I was least expecting. I would have maybe initially preferred to see minion development plus crystal power so that the eagle isn't dead immediately on board to this blazing battle mage. But maybe Flurry is thinking that with the coin double 1-drops, Surrender is signifying the Umber Wing, at which point he's probably not going to hero power and take down the eagle without using a minion.
And it worked out exactly like that for Flurry. He ended up in a surprisingly good position. I was just, I think, anticipating the card draw as well, but that's something we've seen more and more in response to Demon Hunter, is that even if they can remove your minions relatively efficiently, developing against them is still very powerful.
Indeed. Flurry's turn 3 is very straightforward, just more removal. All of the mana works out perfectly. And he conveyed into approximately 4 Glowflies next turn. Not terrible, but Surrender start is not slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah, we may have to see a deviation if removal comes off the top just to kill off the Satyr Overseer. But with that, this is a Glowfly turn.
It really is. Overflow is not great for Flurry. He is using his piece of ramp right now, doesn't have any overgrowth in hand to curve into that. So his best shot is to hope that this board gets there. The saving grace for him, perhaps, is that this is the turn before Warglaives to clean up everything for free for Surrender, but the development never stops.
And I think that's a great point you bring up about the Warglaives here, because this is the turn where they are likely to be safe. It would have to be exactly Altruist plus Twin Slice on the Outcast card in order to get the job done against this, which you're not playing around at all. Because the other alternate line for Flurry, which looked decent, to be fair, if not especially powerful, was to make a minion this turn, Glowfly on 5, and then bait Overflow on 6 for a slightly longer term plan. But this just allows him to dictate the trades a little bit more heavily, which I'm a big fan of.
Indeed. Suffers on the long term, but you really don't have the luxury to be thinking about that against Demon Hunter with a start this powerful. So Flurry is hoping that the top of his deck will provide.
I really like as well, from Surrender, holding back on the Twin Slice and instead trading in the 1-1 there. I think that gives him the potential for a stronger Altruist. And also, it just wasn't really needed here. The 1-1 was very happy to trade in there, I think, because of the upside of that.
Yes, he was just deciding about where this last 2-2 goes because he's scared of buffs, which would allow Flurry to get value trades. Oh man.
Well,
one piece of ramp here for Flurry could have been huge.
This isn't that bad. Flurry can go Power of the Wild for buff and then take out most of this board. By taking value trades. Alternatively, he could just trade into both of the Satyr Overseers and lose both his minions, and instead, go with this line.
Yeah, I like this better. I think he could afford to draw here, Bog Beam down. Removing the Overseer seems top priority.
Yeah.
The turn 6 is looking like not very much for Flurry, but as long as he can weather the storm until the overflow, he'll be fine. The problem with buffing and value trading down is that they just died to hero power, and hero power redevelops 2/2s for Surrender. So I think it's counterintuitive to be taking value trades but leaving up the Overseers. Ooh, the Roar for removal here, saving the Bog Beam for a bigger swing overflow. I can support this 100%.
Yeah, I like this a lot. A niche but powerful use of Savage Roar whenever you can find it. Because now the name of the game for Flurry is just survive till overflow, and he's not that far off. If he can find something respectable to do on the following turn, he should be just fine.
And Innervate are the best ones. Wild Growth is a turn too late. Imagine if he had this instead of the Savage Roar last turn. Could have been a huge difference. But if you're Flurry, you take those. The problem, having set Flurry back by a whole turn, is that if he draws Mount Seller off the top here, suddenly he wishes he would have held on to the Bog Beam.
I think I can definitely just agree with going for the removal here. You need the turn to play Overflow. Even if you've got the Mount Seller, you'd probably still just go with the Overflow.
Damage is starting to dry up a little bit for Surrender, but he's got more cycle. Oh, none of the glaive bounds or metamorphosis that he was looking for.
So obviously, the only thing that this hand is saying at the moment is Altruist.
Correct.
So does he ever just play the Battle Mage because it can technically deal 2 damage instead of 1 if he plays it now instead of on the Altruist? Or do you just hold everything back for the ultimate swing?
I think I like playing it here. The punish for playing a minion is, of course, if Flurry gets another target to remove a minion with for the Mount Seller turn, but he's seen a Bog Beam used.
Mm-hmm.
I grow impatient.
There's also Crystal Power Wrath.
Time grows short.
I guess given that your opponent's at 8 mana though and is likely to go with Overflow, if they're to have any chance of coming back into the game anyway. If they don't have Overflow, I think you just won anyway.
Surrender's gonna play both of them, in fact.
Hey, I got you, friend.
I guess the thinking is these are both going to do probably 1 damage anyway, so let's get the health buff while we can now to try and fight back. He is, of course, met with the news that the Overflow is there, which gives Flurry a chance to pull things back into the game. And with that Mount Seller, this is a big chance, Gia.
It really is, but Flurry has to think about whether he survives this turn. Surrender's already showing minimum 7 damage.
And the Skull of Gul'dan off the top. If you wanted a powerful
Crazy.
Altruist, here it is.
Oh my gosh. Surrender just has to be patient here.
Yeah, you know something's coming. Love it.
And I don't know if Flurry can heal up out of the range of the Altruist alone. Never mind the minions on board, never mind the weapon.
Yeah.
I supply
There are no
only the-
He has
beasts
a
that will heal
fungal
him
in
at the
hand.
moment. Taunts don't do enough right now.
If the fungal draws him Innervate Crystal Power, he can go up to 12. Very specific, but he's got to go for it.
Yeah.
Innervate? That's not the right healing card. Oh, it's not there. From Flurry's perspective, of course, he has the taunts and he's mainly worried about Kayn. But the Altruist will just push through all of this. More than enough damage. Is there a world where the Porcupine kills the Altruist before it gets done?
I mean, I think the thinking at the moment is that maybe there can't be 7 damage coming through on the Altruist is the hope for Flurry.
Right, yeah, that is the hope, of course. He couldn't have played around this no matter how he tried.
Yeah.
Okay. Just need to protect against the Porcupine super high roll.
True.
They will never catch me.
Play more minions. Okay, that goes through taunt. GG.
There we
Wow.
No Porcupine saving you there. Surrender takes it up 1 game to 0. It was very, very close for Flurry. And again, in the crucial turn that he had of whether you go for the Innovate Glowfly or not, I think it was absolutely the right choice to give him any chance. But Surrender just had the perfect curve. Double 1-drop Umberwing, double Overseer. Druid just really, really struggles to beat that.
Yes, that was the Demon Hunter dream. And we were talking about this the other week, that maybe the Druid dream beats the Demon Hunter dream. But Demon Hunter getting a powerful hand is probably more consistent than Druid can get to a turn 3 big Glowfly. And so that does just lend the matchup into the favor of the Demon Hunter. But that is just going to be a win for Surrender with the deck that we thought would potentially struggle against Warrior.
Yeah, just getting that out of the way. It seems crazy to say that getting Demon Hunter out of the way is the big one. And to be fair, I think the Druid for him is more likely to be the weak spot up against the Warrior that could potentially come down for Flurry later on. But of course, it's Conquest. There's no way of knowing what matchups are going to match into what. So we're going to have to see what the gods provide in the next matches, the next games in this match. But before we can get into that, as always, after game 1, we're going to go to a quick break. I won't waste any more time. We'll be back after this with more of Surrender versus Flurry. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters here for the Asia Pacific region. Once again, our first match of the day, which you were just in time to join us for, is Flurry versus Surrender. Surrender taking the first win with the Demon Hunter, and now Gia, Flurry is giving it another go with the Druid. And this time, doesn't have the Demon Hunter, it's regular Hunter that he's up against in the Highlander Hunter from Surrender, which has kind of been his signature deck, I feel like, over the past few weeks.
Yes, taking the helm from Staz last year, I suppose, and just hitting a lot of people with Dino Tamer Bran on 7, or actually, more accurately, for the proper turns, because I think that the great Highlander Hunter players can really spot when is the right time to deviate from Bran on curve, which often feels like the best thing you can do with the deck. I will say, however, though, that it might struggle a little bit against Druid with a lack of answers for Glowfly Swarm.
Yeah, it's an interesting build overall because you bring up a good point, lack of answers to Glowfly Swarm. There is the secret package in Surrender's list, but I believe he's not running the explosive trap. It is instead just Snake and Freezing, which is not an all too common combination that we see nowadays. It is generally the explosive trap that we're seeing, but that is, I suppose, in slightly more aggressive builds. In this matchup, I have to say that I think that will just be hurting him. You don't want to draw the secrets, and the Phase Stalker, to be honest, is just not even going to be active that much. Even when it pulls the secrets out, they just don't do much.
It's true, and that, I think, means for Surrender, since he's only having Zephyrus as a reliable way to remove Glowflies, he should instead default to being the aggressor himself in the early turns while Druid is still going through their card draw, their ramp turns. Maybe Surrender can just curve out with powerful minions. Stormhammer is a great one to just deal a lot of damage continuously.
It does, of course, forego a little bit of minion development, which is important early on. You can't just rely on smacking them over the head, because they do have a fair bit of heal. But it is one of the outlier cards. It's what I talk about a lot with Highlander Hunter. Most of the deck does the same thing, so any cards that do something above average, I suppose, are worth holding on to.
The way Stormhammer functions as a weapon, it is kind of like a minion in how it can just keep going until it's removed somehow. Like, the basic theory for why you would rather play a minion than a weapon in development terms is because it can just get more attacks in the longer it survives. But in this case, without an available dragon on board, you should go for the minion before the Stormhammer.
We're talking about those powerful Druid hands that have been lacking, and while this is not quite the dream, it's pretty close for Flurry now with the overgrowth available next turn. As long as he doesn't die, in the first few turns, this is a mighty difficult situation for Hunter to come back.
And that key combination of overgrowth into overflow without having drawn too many additional spells, I think, signals for Flurry that he won't be going for the Glowfly immediately. I think it's very good recognition of how to deviate from this.
Surrender to saying, please, oh please do not have the overgrowth. I don't know if I can beat that necessarily. Sorry, he does. But the good news is, that's a full turn where he's not developing anything, and you get a free play of the evasive Feywing. And if there is any card that messes over Druidia, it is that one.
Yep, and not be targeted has an insane attack total, and of course allows Surrender to get free swings in with this Stormhammer. Both of the players having very strong starts, but as we keep saying, the Druid nuts tends to beat the Hunter nuts.
Is that what we keep saying, Gia?
The dream, the nuts, the insane curve, whatever you want to call it, the Hearthstone terminology for the best hands possible. Just look at this. Next turn, Flurry has the Mount plus 1,000,000 spells.
I don't know though, Gia. Surrender can start doing some pretty powerful stuff in his own right. I think I like just Rotnest Drake here. Although the deviation could be Scavenger's Ingenuity into whatever you find is also a lot of attack. But even having... I guess that does deactivate the Corrosive Breath. This is a tough turn.
Yeah. I am partial to the Scavenger's Ingenuity. 2 out of the 3 outcomes are very durable. The Face Stalker and the Zixor. The low roll I would say, is the Diving Griffin, because that 3 health, due to the nerf, is very weak to just a simple Bog Beam. But Surrender says, let's just with what is guaranteed the most attack damage he can put on board this turn.
And Flurry finding yet more powerful cheap spells. What do you know? The entire deck is made up of them. The real problem is, though, that in this situation, he needs the Iron Bug. This is not defensive enough as it currently stands.
Yeah, he didn't hit the taunts.
That's good.
Yes, indeed. The question is where he wants to direct some of this removal. It's difficult because you have to consider the chance of spawning your Diving Griffin or other Zixor. And my question also is whether the situation is dire enough that he has to go for draw with the Rising Winds as opposed to the Crystal Power for healing.
Well, we can see what kind of a situation he ends up in after this, because very possibly he will.
Ooh, double rushes! That's nuts! That is 1 dead Feywing, and that is heal back up to 17. Alright, 2 mega low rolls for two of the best.
Yeah.
Still though, very worrisome. He Surrender's got another dragon in hand.
This is where things get very interesting, Gia. Is Surrender thinking that he has to clear the Mount Cellar because he's afraid of Taunt? Or is he just thinking, let's pile everything to the face?
I saw a very similar situation for the part of EU I did actually get to watch last night between, I think, Boston. In this match, he had a King Crush and sent it face instead of killing the Mount Cellar, which I could totally respect, but was punished by the exact hand of Colento, which would... it had the overflow into more development. In case he's seen an overflow, he's seen a Crystal Power. So I would say it's low odds that there is yet more healing for Flurry. And I would not fault him for going face.
Yeah, it's clearly demonstrated that there is no Iron Bark in hand, or it 100% would have come down. And therefore, I absolutely agree. The base is the place. You force them to have that healing as you easily set up lethal for the following turn.
Right. Go for a Corrosive Breath as well. Just maximize the use of mana. Hope that the King Crush can free up possible taunt coming down next turn. Whoa! 2 Zixors in the deck, and he gets 1. That's not what he needs here.
Yeah, the only thing he is after
Fungal!
is Taunt or Heal, and that could be both.
Overflow not a possibility anymore now, so it's gonna be Iron Barks. Oh, that's a taunt!
There's the taunt.
One more draw available with Rising Winds if he did. I think you absolutely do take
I think you
it
have
here.
to. Yeah.
Yeah. Soul of the Forest and the buff here are very redundant. Flurry has no shortage of minion development. He just needs to survive this turn.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
Which means he needs the taunt or the crystal power.
Time is running out. Oh, he says all in with this board, just praying that Surrender doesn't have a way to remove the Ironback Patriarch, but I really don't know if I agree with this. It could be a heavy case of caster vision, but it's not just what Surrender had in hand in the King Crush. There is a kill command in the deck, there is Zephyrus.
Well, the big thing for me as well, Gia, is that Surrender played the Scavenger's Ingenuity on the previous turn, which means there is a 2 out of 3 chance for a rushing beast to be in hand, given that the only 3 beasts are Zixor, the Diving Griffin, and then the Phase Stalker as well, which is the one that doesn't have Rush, which means 2 out of 3 times with that play, at minimum, Flurry has left himself dead.
Right. So, I mean, given all the other outs Surrender could have had in, as we said, there's Unleash the Hounds, there's Zephyrus, there's
Corruptor, Unleash.
Yeah, Corruptor. There's so many outs that I wonder if Flurry just didn't consider the amount of those, or whether he actually did the math enough that the chances of drawing Iron Bark or exactly Crystal Power, I think it was 3 out of however was remaining in his deck, was lower than that.
Yeah, the other thing you have to consider as well is that both situations are not equal. Like, if your opponent doesn't have the removal for the play he went, it's not the same as you finding the healing, because with the play he went for, if Surrender doesn't win the game on his turn, Flurry wins the game on the next turn, because he very, very easily sets up lethal with a more proactive approach. So I think it muddies the water yet further there. I am leaning on the side of agreeing with you, Gia, where he should have maybe just gone with a more defensive route, trying to find the healing because of the sheer number of outs that Surrender had available. But at the end of all of that, it does mean that, again, the Druid is taking a loss against these aggressive decks.
And I guess we would be not so surprised to see this. I wouldn't be remiss to say that Druid is very strong in the meta. It just seems like last week was such an anomaly, a cute liar in terms of how many Druids just drew the absolute dream. Surrender, that is the deck remaining as well. So it's not looking all too bad for Flurry here. It looks his worst matchup is the Mirror.
And I really do wonder what the kind of the zeitgeist is amongst the Asia-Pacific players. I imagine, obviously, there is a slightly insular nature to Asia-Pacific, given the multiple language barriers between the different regions. But, you know, obviously the talk is amongst the English-speaking community that Warrior is just the dominant deck at the moment. It's just absolutely unbeatable, with some players saying they like Priest. Maybe the dialogue amongst you know, the Japanese-speaking community or the Korean-speaking community is that Druid is just the top deck, or right up there after the dominant streak it had last week, even though most of the other regions would disagree, as is clearly demonstrated by the fact that Tyler, the one player who is much more ingratiated in the European practice groups, hasn't got it. He's the one Asia-Pacific player to not have done so.
Yeah, Druid is especially divisive in the global standards, but I think it's also maybe an aversion to Rogue that has popped up like 2 weeks ago, was it? A lot of players reverse swept on the Rogues, and that could have been slightly traumatizing. And if you're saying, well, that's another good deck that I don't want to bring, well, quote-unquote good deck, that kind of leaves up Druid, one of the ones you could default to. But I'm just so shocked at the perhaps oversight of Priest by a lot of players in Asia-Pacific this weekend.
And one of the honestly, not even memeing downsides of bringing Druid is that you have to play the mirrors. Not just from a caster standpoint, but from a competitive standpoint. You are playing one of the matchups that I think is closest to a coin flip that we have had in a long time here, given that the fact you are just looking for 1 or 2 power cards right at the start of the mulligan in the Fungal Fortunes, the Overgrowth, and the Glowfly Swarm. This matchup ends lightning fast almost every time.
I would agree. Surrender with the keep of Overgrowth there. He's discarded one Mount Seller, but having the other one is huge for him to pair with this because as it stands, Flurry doesn't have a Glowfly. Soon? Not quite. Okay, one Mount Seller down for both players.
Surrender obviously thinking, right, what happens now if my opponent goes coin, innovate, glowfly? The answer is you lose the game, so you're not really going to consider that one all too heavily. And then I think outside of that, you just follow the curve, right? You go Overgrowth next turn, and then Mount Seller on 7, and hope that you pop off.
Yeah, he's got a few draws able to pair that innervate with something effective with the Mount Seller. And at worst, if there's nothing, you keep saying the Mount Seller is just a 5/8. Sometimes that can stick. Or Surrender would rather not play it as a 5/8 and have it die to combinations of removals, but the dire situation as to whether he has to play it for tempo is completely determined by what Flurry does in the meantime. Yikes. Is this a
yikes
Power
is
of the
right.
Wild for 3/2? He doesn't even have a target to cycle this Wrath on.
I guess because you're going to have to dump a card next turn unless you want to overdraw. And you might draw the Overgrowth, but if you do that, you don't have to discard a card anyway. You may as well save it, because you can just discard it next turn. Play it next turn as a 3/2.
See that. What was funny to me is that we saw Surrender shaking his head at a terrible turn from Flurry because he can feel a coin Glowfly coming, but it's not there. I feel like it's happened to Surrender so many times, but he's gonna get the good news. It is just a measly Yeti with a taunt. And you know what? If that's the turn, I think Surrender can afford to wait even more. He has a solid read on no coin Glowfly.
Well, I actually wonder, Hijia, if it's worth going for the Mount Seller here, literally just to play it. I guess with a Moonfire as well thrown in there for an extra beast. And then next turn, you're going Innovate Ysera, and then just Overflow, and just draw a bunch of dragons.
That's true. Makes a lot of sense. It seems like a very solid, immediate plan. I guess thinking for Surrender is that the failure rate is huge. Probably, sorry, not a high failure rate, but if it fails, that's his last Mount Seller used.
Very fair, very fair.
So if you get into that world where majority of your dragons are in the bottom half of the deck, then suddenly his plan falls apart and he has no backup mechanics.
That is very respectable, and therefore he's deviating slightly, I imagine, unless he gets a truly absurd Mount Seller. Actually, it's already pretty absurd. I was going to say he goes Ysera next turn, but already now, Moonfire, Innovate, Power of the Wild probably is just game ending, so we're going to see that instead. And then
a
Ysera.
Glowfly too, why don't ya?
Yeah, and then Overflow. It's just insane.
Between the two options of Glowfly and Mount Seller this turn, I think the Mount puts far more pressure onto the board. So I like that. Glowfly generates 5 flies, and the Mount Seller generates 4 minions.
Yeah.
But those minions are all usually higher quality than the Glowflies.
Yeah, I agree completely. The only consideration, of course, is your opponent is about to pop off with Mount Seller. So do you want to use your removal spells, quote unquote, like Moonfire in response, rather than just sending them to the face? But they only do 2 damage. I would much rather just get down the immediate threat and force your opponent to answer.
Yeah, being the one with initiative here kind of works like you have the removal anyway in the form of minions pre-developed onto the board. I love it! Send to the face like a Mali Druid. Let's go.
Oh, and the worst timed Diving Griffin that I have ever seen. Oh!
The rush minions!
Pretty premium, though. The stealth being completely uninteract-withable is devastating here for the Druid. The other one.
That word sounds like when I first heard the word wherewithal. Is that an actual word in English? Uninteract-withable?
Yes, it's definitely a word. Don't question me.
Alright. Well, he can kill the Mount Seller, Bog Beam, Wrath, and Coin Overflow.
Sure, that maybe sets up for something. It's the only play, I agree.
I mean, from Flurry's perspective, if this was an all-in turn from Surrender, all hope is not lost because he could get a Mount Seller of his own and try and pop off. It'll be a lot harder without the Bog Beams, but just a couple pieces of removal could get through low health minions like those stealth. But the problem for Flurry is Surrender has the best follow-up available that isn't just lethal itself. Yes, Sarah.
Exactly. Flurry, of course, has his own Ysera now with an Iron Bark, so we could potentially see a good old-fashioned Dragonoff here with a Glowfly.
A character from a different game.
Yeah, it does sound like it, doesn't it? Sorry, the Fungal Fortune's able to draw them out for Flurry, and the Overflow for Surrender. It is a different way to end a Druid Mirror, and I, for one, am glad to see it go to the long game.
Sure. Something different. Flurry's got all of the burst, but none of the minions. Surrender has all of the minions and none of the burst. But at 17, he might not even need that burst. Gotta, as it stands though, punch 15 into this Ysera. But he's got this Overflow to draw into Savage Roar.
Yeah, I mean, undeniably, it is looking very good for Surrender. Is there any consideration to trading in your beasts preemptively to make room for your dragons?
That's the big question, right? I would be inclined to just Overflow first, because as it stands, a lot of 5/3s is still difficult for Flurry to deal with, and you could get a much larger payoff if you have Savage Roar.
Yeah, you just have lethal, I think, with Savage Roar.
Okay.
Maybe not quite.
Oh, but with the Bog Beam, he's actually just still able to preserve one minion, so that might be the thinking here.
Yeah, gets a heal on the Ysera as well for a slight added benefit.
And of course, more board space for dragons. Any dragons?
Oh, there's
there
one.
We go.
Right. Oh, that doesn't really count.
One. Indeed.
Well, we were looking for an out for Flurry to pull things back into the game.
Hold on. Still
Maybe
2 more
this
draws
is
for
it.
Surrender. One more.
But also maybe not. Maybe this isn't the out for Flurry.
Oh my gosh. He finishes the turn as well.
He goes from the worst possible dragon to the best possible dragon, one after the other.
Indeed. Right. Flurry not starting off with Fungal Fortune here? He's down 2 Bog Beams and only has 1 Iron Bark remaining. So it's gonna have to be just the hugest dragons with an Iron Bark. And even then, I don't know if that gets there because he can't even remove this Deathwing, no matter what comes off the top.
I can't believe you're doubting Flurry. He hangs out with the biggest dragons, has the strongest spells.
Okay, the out was a billion evasive worm. Diving Griffin. Move out. Diving Griffin.
Right. Yeah, or, I don't know, 1,000,000 spell damage into a bunch of spells. I mean, he has got now +4 spell damage to any crystal power.
That's pretty funny.
And Moonfire.
Okay. Alright, Mally Druid. Let's do
Alright,
this.
now let's hit Mally into lethal.
He hasn't got time.
Yeah. Nothing doing here.
If you get Mally Iron Bark, does that work? Alright. Nothing too crazy going on here. And that looks like it's gonna be a clean 3-0 sweep from Surrender.
This, Gia, is the Surrender that I know and love. The good old 3-0 sweep Surrender without a single regard for the humanity of their opponent. This was dominant from start to finish. And even though, you know, it was a little bit unfortunate for Flurry at certain parts, I think that Surrender just played that just so clean. As always, I have so few qualms ever with Surrender's play.
Very clean from Flurry as well, I have to say. not much he could have done in the Druid Mirror, but in the previous games, I also would have agreed with his lines. It's just nice to see Surrender not having to look left every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
None of
it got a
this
little bit
Nektar.
brutal with the what is left and right. That's right to camera. There we go. So I guess. Which way is he looking? Is his camera reversed as well? My whole world might be
Oh,
about to
no.
flip on its head, Gia. But I agree. It's nice to see a little bit of a turn in the fortunes for Surrender, who is now, I believe, at 2 and 3, and with Flurry being at 2 and 2 because he played slightly fewer games in earlier weeks. It's starting to turn around. We're seeing a clear bottom of the field for Division A at the moment with Kin and Chonsu, which we'll get to see a little bit later on. But basically, it means that with only 7th and 8th having to be afraid at all in Division A, Surrender can start to feel a little bit safer now.
Indeed, and it is just going to be watching the rest of the weekend for him because I think he already played twice this weekend,
right.
and next week will be his last 2 games. Let's take a look at what remaining matches we have for the day. Still going to be a lot of exciting ones.
There's going to be some great matches coming up. Like I was saying, Chonsu and Kin as our 3rd match of the day. That is going to be a crucial match to find out who is likely to finish up bottom of Division A. If Kin loses that, he's pretty much guaranteed to be in either 7th or 8th, given his bad tiebreaker against Chonsu if he loses there. But if he wins, we have a little bit more of a dynamic race down at the bottom. But first of all, Gia, a match that I've seen a little bit of a buzz about on social media from both of the players, Glory and Alu Temu, 2 players who we've seen do very, very well so far. Glory in particular, and I've liked a lot of what they've done, especially with their practice bringing it to Grandmasters. But 2 players I think who are loath to take the other down.
True enough. They seem like the best of friends, 2 peas in a pod. But now we're seeing some deviation in the lineups because Temu, again, is just one of 2 players in APAC bringing Priest. And you know what? I think that this is the lineup that has what it takes to finally hand Glory a loss in the round robin.
Illuminate me, Gia. Why? How could Glory possibly lose a series of Hearthstone?
Just hot takes. I think Priest is favored against Rogue. But I am surprised to see Alu Temu banning away Warrior and that he has Priest to begin with, which if you're in with the cool kids in EU who play a lot of Priest, it seems that the deck is more favored against Warrior than it is against Demon Hunter.
Right, so there's a lot of things you have to consider there, because again, it comes down to the fact I was saying where Druid, you feel like, is bad against both Warrior and Demon Hunter, so it doesn't really matter for that deck either way which one you're facing. Maybe you'd slightly rather ban Warrior, I think, than you would Demon Hunter, as probably an ever so slightly worse matchup for the Druid. One of the other big ones, of course, is, aside from the Priest, which I agree you would rather face Warrior, is your own Demon Hunter. I think you would much rather face the Mirror than you would go up against Warrior. So it kind of balances out in the end. Even though you're having a slightly better matchup against the Priest for the Warrior, you're having a worse matchup for the Demon Hunter. And overall, I think I still just like getting rid of the Warrior and relying on Priest as just a good deck at the moment.
Maybe that is the way to approach bringing Priest, because we've seen this type of lineup from Kin earlier on in Grandmasters, where he was leaving up Warrior and bringing Priest, but that didn't actually work out for him. Even having decks like Hunter, which supposedly are okay against Warrior. Don't look at our stats in GM. I don't think that is right by any margin at 17%.
Yeah.
But yes, maybe the way to approach Priest as a bring is not a target Warrior strategy or just a deck that's there to beat Warrior. That's how you might approach the deck on ladder because of the abundance. But here in a Conquest, Priest just seems to be at an overall high power level.
I completely agree. I think you'd have to go a little bit more in against Warrior if you wanted to go for a full-on target strategy. And even then, I wouldn't advise it, because Warrior has that kind of peak divine state. It can hit once in every so games where just absolutely nothing can beat it at all. It apotheosizes itself, if you want to take a leaf out of Priest's book. Yeah, I think you'd have to go with like some kind of crazy tech decks full of taunts or whatever that make you rubbish against everything else. So for the most part, I like Alu Temu's strategy, and I think up against all of his opponent's decks, even the Demon Hunter, I think the Priest is fine.
Yeah, I think Priest has just hit the peak so much because it has itself risen in power level because all the other decks have lowered a little bit with the rounds of nerfs once again hitting Demon Hunter. But we are just going to start off with a good old mirror. And Alutamu has the goods for the opener.
So Gia, mull this one over for me. Before the nerfs, Crimson Sigil Runner on the left-hand side of your hand, insta-keep. Don't even think about it. A 2-1 that draws a card. Brilliant. Is a 1-1 in this matchup worth keeping that doesn't even trade with any of the 1-drops from your opponent?
I would say it's probably still in the top half of cards in your deck that you would want to have in the mirror because, again, it is still just something to do on 1. And because a lot of these lists are cutting Sigil Runner or not replacing them with 1-drops, you have a lower chance of actually drawing a good 1-drop. It's still okay that you could play it and then draw a card on the next turn. If your opponent plays a 2-health minion, you could just trade with hero power. I'm not opposed to keeping it.
Well, on the other side, however, we are seeing the absolute maximum right from the start development from Alutemu. We talk a lot about knowing when to plan your swing turns. One is a very early turn indeed to go for a swing turn. But is that just how you play the matchup?
I can get behind it with this from Alutamu. If you're expending a lot of these resources, it's hesitant to do so if you don't have good follow-up, but he has the ideal follow-up, just Umbra Wing on 2, Spectral Sight for outcast position on 3, and could probably pair something else to do with it following turn. I think Alutamu's saying, I don't need to swing the game if right from the start I just snowball.
Well, snowballing is just absolutely the name of the game here for Glory. For Alutemu, sorry. Glory has a chance to swing back onto the board here with Satyr Overseer plus Twin Slice. But is that anywhere near ambitious enough, Gia? Do we need to set up for maybe a big Warglaves play instead by just passing for the next couple of turns with maybe an I-Beam thrown in there?
That is what I'm looking at. I feel that the Satyr Overseer, aside from just getting traded down on board by plus Umbra Wing and then the 2-2 eaten up by this buff Battle Mage, I'm not sure if this is good enough for Glory. Alternatively, though, the turn was pretty sad if it's just I-Beam hero power without a guaranteed turn 4, because what we were looking at happens from turn 5 to turn 6, at which point Glory might just be dead. Oh my gosh, the draw!
Yeah, exactly. It was bad no matter what, and now it gets worse. But everything we are seeing here, Gia, to me, feels like the legacy of Alutemu's turn 1 play, where he just went everything in, as much as he possibly could. And now, the Battle Mage is value trading. He is dictating all the trades here with his hero power, with his weapon and the 1/1s, and Glory is just left without much of a hope at all.
Yeah, he is extremely reactive here. That is an okay draw in the sense that he can cheapen his I-Beam for killing the Satyr Overseer here. But he's still behind on board. Saving grace is that he's got Warglaves for the follow-up. And because of the I-Beams, it's still at a decent health total. So it is, I think, going to heavily rely on the quality of draws for both of these players. That is nuts. Another Overseer.
So I will say, as a reason to not go for Overseer here, turn 5 is often a power play as Demon Hunter. So you want to be setting up for a powerful turn 5, like Warglaves is what I'm thinking of in particular, as well as potentially Metamorphosis. So Alutemu is thinking here he should draw on this turn potentially and then just play his Warglaves on 5 instead. But you have no guarantee to get that, of course.
Right. I think that the good plays for Glory are still fine for Alutemu. I think if your opponent goes Metamorphosis pass on 5, you are over the moon. That is so great for Alutemu if that's just Glory's whole turn. It is particularly the Warglaves that's scary, and that is what Glory has. But the thing is, if Glory just goes Warglaves, trade off 3 minions, that is 5 mana spent to be taking 8 damage, at which point they're just at board parity and Glory only has 1 charge remaining. So I think Alutemu is still comfortable with this.
Yeah, you've got to be trading those away, Glory. Those are going this turn or next turn, so just take that little bit less damage.
So this is the slow turn for Alotemu. What he really doesn't want to see is big development. Glaive bounds,
Yeah.
or even just a cane. Any type of big minion would be problematic for Alotemu here, but he can keep cycling with this Chaos Strike. Question wants to save it for Altruist. Don't think it's worth it. Ooh.
Overall,
Now you
this is...
really wish you don't play the Chaos Strike.
Exactly. This is starting to look awkward for Alotemu now. He doesn't have any burst damage in hand outside of the cane, and I mean, Altruist isn't really anywhere close to delivering lethal damage now.
I
So,
grow impatient.
does he develop instead of hero powering here?
Development looks so bad because Glory's just
Yeah.
got the Warglaives already. I think it's fine to hold on here and possibly just Skull even without the outcast value. Sometimes that's just enough with Altruist.
I guess so, if he can find Metamorphosis or Warglaives.
Yeah. Struggling to come up with a decision till the end of the was definitely a close one. But now this is Glory's opportunity to maybe swing it back with the Skull of his own.
Absolutely.
Warlock.
Okay, it's a little bit underwhelming. But, of course, the Metamorphosis does equal a lot of damage on the next few turns. But Alotemu, Skull into Skull here.
That's gotta be the play. You just rip it. And then in many situations, I would say, you come up with, if not two turn lethal.
Right, yes. Yeah, you've got the cane in hand, Metamorphosis costing 2 if you draw it. Is just very, very easy to get down.
Hot Twin Slice as well. Only thing Alotemu has to be scared of is whether he thinks Glory can kill him in 2 turns. And with only 3 showing, I think it's pretty unlikely.
Oh, gee, it's going to be so close.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Because even if he doesn't get lethal here, Alotemu can at the very least clear the board and then eat
Right.
up so much of Glory's resources here. He is putting everything into play here.
Just praying that there's no Altruist, and you know, the more I watch this mirror, the more I get behind it. You cannot afford to play around the specific legendary. But Alotemu has spent the turn charging up for this. Oh man.
Oh. That's like the perfect top deck.
Oh yeah. It is super clean here.
Clears the board, develops his own, gets damage to face. Glory needs a
You know what?
miracle.
I don't think it is the perfect top deck. I think you would have rather had more card draw there because it would have died anyway. But it is great.
A good top deck from Alotemu.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Oh man, he is down to 3 HP. This Chaos Strike plus Metamorphosis. There's an out for Glavebound Adept, is there?
With Twin Slice now, I'd imagine so,
Yeah.
yeah, right?
Oh, his altruism of his own is too late. But he can clear from his perspective.
Yeah, that's lethal.
Oh, what?
With the hero power tacked on as well. That is exact lethal.
No way!
Whoa!
What?
Oh!
I didn't even notice!
That was the miracle that Glory needed. How does this man do it?
It's just one of those spots where you don't even count. You just play it and pray and hope it gets there. And it got there! Glory! That is 4-0 plays. No, that is 5-0 plays. There.
These people are friends, Gia. Glory just did that to his friend. This like if at the end of Lord of the Rings, Frodo just whirlwind slam dunk Sam into the Mount Doom. Like, this is betrayal of the highest order.
I was happy to see it. That was hype.
That was hype. And it is just classic Glory at this point. I think he played it well to be able to get there, of course. He had some very, very rough draws at the start. But it does just go to show how dynamic the Demon Hunter mirror is, Gia. Even though Alotemu got the dream start, the absolute dream, Glory was still able to pull it back.
Incredible. And we were saying that even without the skull off the top for Alutamu, it still looked really good for him
Yeah.
for a skull, even without the outcast, just to be able to put together enough cards in the hand for the altruist turn, but coming up a little bit short. And I take back what I said about the I-beam not being a good error or not being great. I guess the
Yeah.
great one was more card draw for lethal on the spot, but the healing could have been clutch there if Alutamu had gotten, if Glory had gotten any other spell to pair with Altruist than Twin Slice. Could have been just one or two off.
What could have been, Gia? Truly
Oh man.
crazy, crazy stuff. But that is, of course, the first match out of the way here for these two players. The Demon Hunter mirror is usually not quite so crucial, I have to say, given the likelihood of Demon Hunter to take a win at some point. But one win up is a great situation for Glory to be in, to be the first player to get up to 5-0 in Division A. I think probably across any of the regions, given how most of the regions seem to be a lot more balanced around the middle rather than going top and bottom with lots of winning and lots of losses. But we're going to have to go to a break before we can find out if he is going to do so. So don't go anywhere. Glory Alitemu continues after this. You are watching Hearthstone Grandmasters here for the Asia Pacific region, and you are watching Glory just absolutely tear apart Alutemu. We're learning the real, the font of his strength here, which is that even when he low rolls, secretly he is high rolling. You just don't even know it yet. It's just delayed a little bit, as it looked unwinnable for him that game with the Demon Hunter mirror, but still manages to pull things back.
The font of his power, you mean Comic Sans, right?
Yes, very nice.
Did you see the flavor text on the Font of Magic? Was it the Mage card? It actually just says it's Comic Sans. That's the flavor text of it. It's great.
It's a great joke. Good
Mhm.
one, guys. Keep up the great work. But now we have to keep up our great work, Gia, by casting another druid mirror here between these two players. Taking a look at the lists overall, we see no Starfalls, which is the kind of the classic way that you can add a little bit more interactivity to the matchup by clearing off the first wave of Glowflies. The real big difference, so far as I see it, is Ysera for Glory in the late game. Obviously, Ysera Unleashed, and no Ysera for Alutemu. I think probably coming at the cost of a Wrath that we can see there. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that puts Glory in the lead because we have seen the power of Ysera in this matchup, whereas Wrath not going to be doing all too much.
I do think it is ultimately a plus for Glory, but a near negligible plus because out of all the Druid mirrors we've seen, I think it's only been one or two where it ended up actually coming into play. One did happen earlier today, though, so I'd be excited to see how that happens. It would be remiss for me to say that Starfall would be included in Irish decks. We know how they do it in Japan. You mulligan for proactive cards, and you're not putting reactive cards like Starfall in your deck unless it is the week where there's a bunch of what was it, Paladin Shaman.
Yeah, imagine couldn't be our Japanese players. But Glory now with already the dream, but I didn't even realize Alutemu has found himself the dream in his own right. He literally just needs Wild Growth or the Innovate, and he is flying into the lead.
Yeah. But if he doesn't find those, Glory gets to go off a turn earlier.
Okay, at the moment, Glory is not summoning that many Glowflies. If he goes Wild Growth into Glowfly, he's only at 5, I think, assuming he draws a couple more minions.
Oh my gosh.
But Glory got it anyway.
So if Alutamu goes Vate over, he runs into a similar problem, as you said. Probably just 5 Glowflies after the draw next turn.
You just chill, right?
Yeah, I think it's just chill. I mean, he then has the option of going Mountain Cellar in the following turn. Oh.
So he's going to go Glowfly for likely 5. Extremely likely 5, given that the only other minion in his deck is Mount Cellar.
Okay,
I guess is likely to be enough.
Yeah. He goes in because... Oh, wow, that is just 4 now. He goes in because he knows his opponent is Glory, and he is likely to go in earlier, so you need to go Glowfly immediately.
No, but this gets you the same turn Glowfly, right? Whether you go Innovate Overgrowth or you go Innovate Glowfly.
But the difference is you have the Overgrowth played already, so you can follow up with the Mount Cellar.
Yeah, you're sacrificing Glowflies for a Mount Cellar follow-up.
Really like this from Glory. He's going in and also immediately cashing in the power of the wild. Make sure that Alutemu can't take any value trades for himself.
Yeah.
Wow!
Well, okay. Alutemu has some plays now. He could reach board parity here. He could just clear his opponent's board with Power of the Wild, Crystal Power, Wrath, Hero Power is a complete board clear.
There's also Power of the Wild with Soul of the... He ends up with 4 2/2s versus 2 3/3s. Not all that clean.
The big difference here, Gia, is that Alutemu is going into 8 mana next turn, whereas Glory is going into 6. And the difference between 6 and 7 is galaxies apart in terms of what you can do. Overflow, Mount Cellar, and obviously the Iron Bark and Bog Beam becoming active is just all the difference in the world. So for Alutemu here, I think unless he can find anything better, just going for the baseline play once the rope starts burning of clearing the board is probably winning.
Right, puts him in the difference between 7 is galaxies. The difference between 6 and 8 is universes.
Yeah.
That's not actually how it works. Druid 7 is the big cutoff point. But yes, Alutemu is just going to be clearing off the majority of these. Still puts himself about even. And next turn gets to go Mount Cellar with 2 spells minimum. Ooh.
That is a good draw, though.
Very good one for Glory. It allows him to open up Mount Cellar for a response next turn.
Interesting.
This is so tough. Ever just say Soul of the Forest this board to
I'm looking at
expend
it.
resources?
Yeah, I'm looking at it quite heavily. The counter argument is, of course, it's just always good to clear against Druid, so Wrath for cycle and a hero power to take out an extra one. But this is just more resilient. 2 minions on the board don't do that much.
I supply only the
Is this a back and forth Druid mirror, Derek? Is that what we're seeing today?
Can't be. My eyes would be lying.
Oh! Griffins are all in Japan. It is endemic. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. Not back and forth. Altemu's running away with it.
Gee, this is glory we're talking about here.
Okay.
Please, have you
All right.
not learned your lesson? Oh my god.
Okay, I guess the third rush is actually not so good
Yeah,
because
yeah.
this one
That's
just
just
died to a
one.
Moonfire. But Glory only has 2 spells to pair with this Mount Seller. And neither of them are removal.
I supply only the finest creatures.
That's a good one, though.
Those are fine creatures. Fine
That's
creatures?
another good one.
Hello? You are only allowed to play Druid if you're Japanese. That is just the rule. But for real, Alutemu is still so far in the lead here. I think you cycle the Wrath. There's a lot that you can draw into.
Well, yeah, the only question is whether you play the second Mount Seller first and just use that to dominate the board.
Sure. If that's the play, you don't end up cycling the Wrath because you
Yes.
spent all the mana for that. Oh, looks like he's dealing 3 with this. Oh, never mind. Just a slow animation.
So now he
That
can
was so
take it out, heal up
Oh.
almost to full
Ugh.
on the Mount Seller. Insane.
And if he gets an Innervate, he can go Vate Crystal Power as well. The Zixor's in hand!
Waits for no
Derek!
Zixor Prime, Three's Company on the King Mucklers as well.
Oh my goodness. Okay, what are we looking at? He could take down the Mount Seller without using the Muklas if you use 3 spells and a hero power. Problem is, I think Glory really wants to find a way to fit in his own overflow for this turn.
Mm.
So maybe bullet with 1 Mukla. You go Bog Beam, trade Crystal Power, deal 2 to the Mount Seller, and then 5-3, 5-5 into 5-3, and then overflow, or just this way.
I mean, I like everything about that, apart from saying King Muckler needs to bite the bullet, or you will get years of unfunny memes spawned from that one.
Not sure if I like this. You could have ended up 5-5 versus 5-5 and a 5-2. But this way he saves the Bog Beam in hand in case he talks his own Mount Seller. But is that even gonna matter if Alutemu can put just a ton of stats with this Zixor Prime? That is illegal.
Yeah, it's just not going to matter at this point. I hate to say it, but I think Glory is going to lose a game of Hearthstone, let alone a series here.
Say it ain't so, Derek.
What is he thinking? How does Alutemu possibly lose if he goes with Zixor Prime buff? I don't think there's anything in the deck.
I agree.
Like, we're talking Ysera double innovate draw into every dragon in the
Evasive
deck
worm.
being a taunt.
Yeah.
Or an evasive one. And that just doesn't even come close, of course. Alutemu equalizes this series. But one thing I will say here that I'm glad Glory is able to see the funny side of this, because sitting at 4-0 now, he is all but guaranteed to be through to the top 6 of players. I think pretty much guaranteed, actually, given how poorly Chonsu and Kin have been doing so far down at the bottom of Division A. And so when he's playing up against a friend like this, he is able, I think, to see the funny side, even though he is, in the first game, getting a dominant victory.
Right, even in that first game, we saw that from Alutamu as well. When Glory pulled the lethal out of nowhere, I think
Right.
Alutamu was having a bit of a laugh himself. These two know that they're in a comfortable position, and what a luxury that is, and kind of a breath of fresh air compared to some of the other series we'll be seeing today, where it is really going to be everybody's hearts on the line because we're close to the relegation spots and the end of Grandmasters possibly for 3 players.
And this is why I've been talking about in Asia Pacific. It feels like the top is moving upwards and the bottom is moving down, because when you're down at the bottom in scary relegation zone, the pressure's getting to you, more misplays, more ropes. Players are playing worse because of that. Whereas up at the top, Glory is a player who we have seen, to be honest, be one of the most susceptible to stress. He has made quite a few misplays when he is roping out or in these scary situations. But now he's playing very, very strong Hearthstone indeed, because he's got a good mindset.
Indeed. And even though these two players don't, I guess, as much stakes to play for compared to others, still excited to see this priest from Alutamu stuff, get the work done, and prove why it is potentially a great bring for this week. And knock on wood, maybe, priest for Alutamu could still run up into rogue, which I think is a pretty good matchup for the priest, even though that's not the most popular opinion at the moment.
You think that the rogue is unfavored versus the priest?
Yes.
I would agree with you there. I think that the rogue struggles to be aggressive enough anymore, especially in terms of burst, now that Leroy has gone. That was traditionally the strongest arsenal in rogue's toolbox, or weapon in their arsenal, in order to fight back against priest, was the fact that they could burst for up to 18 damage, it felt like, with Leroy's and eviscerates and all that nonsense. Nowadays, you are playing a much more value-oriented game, and priest just cannot be outvalued at the moment, not even close. And because of that, you have to play a slightly more aggressive game again, which you've lost the tools for. It gets very weird.
Yeah, we're going to see that exact matchup, thankfully. And you had very good, solid, logical reasoning for why Priest is favored against Rogue. I'm just going to say I played one game of this matchup. I stole the one. I discovered another Galakron. My Kronk said I played activated Galakron and drew my other Galakron at the same time. And I just knew from there that this is unwinnable for Rogue.
The Fate Weaver, I definitely don't mind holding on there for Alutemu, who's already got one of the Invoke cards in the Disciple O Galakron, and so just needs a little bit extra to start doing the absolutely busted plays with reducing his entire hand.
This is just such a great curve for Alutemu.
Yeah.
Just going into Thoughtsteal on 2. It's great because Rogue is a bunch of invokes.
I can just almost hear, with you saying Thoughtsteal on 2, a Maz through the passages of time screaming from the past. Yeah, coin Thoughtsteal was the nuts I was telling you guys all along.
Amaz is just playing Battlegrounds these days, so not as far off as you think.
Fair point. He's never as far off as you think. Now moving on to the secrets in play for Glory are at the moment not especially impactful. I think you're really just looking for dirty tricks there to keep drawing through your deck, because at the moment his hand is really not getting the job done. He can start spending his mana a bit more efficiently on the following turns with Maniac, Lackey, Miscreant, start doing all the usual Lackey nonsense. But he really needs one of the big cards, the meaty cards, like Galakron, Kronks, or Togwaggle, to really start turboing ahead in this game.
I mean, if we just compare these two hands, of course, Priest was on the coin, but these two decks are trying to do the same thing in the early game, invoke their Galakron and not run out of value while that happens. And if you compare the amount of value has, if they just steal one of Rogue's value generation, it just compounds and compounds. We're seeing a Seal Fate and a Praise Galakron, 2 invokes that didn't even start in Alutamu's deck. That is just nuts. He just has to be scared of ambush, I suppose, and that's the reason his 3-drop here. But even if that does come down, he could answer it on the following turn with a Seal Fate.
Yeah, unless it trades in and takes a value trade versus the 2-2, which is pretty troublesome. I guess the thinking is that even if that happens, as long as Glory develops anything, exactly, he's got the Shadow Madness to steal the poisonous on the other side.
That's so crazy. Glory could go for a value trade and seal fate for himself, I guess in the other order. Just clear off the board by seal fating the 2/2 trade into the 3/4 and say, if I don't play anything, you can't steal anything from the board at least.
That is, as I have learned here, a dangerous game to be playing, because then you are committing to the unconventional, yet still viable strategy of never playing a minion for the rest of the game, which I find generally doesn't work out all too well.
For best mana expenditure, of course, you could just go Devoted Maniac for the full trades, leave Alutemu to develop something, and then try to go off with Seal Fate on the following turn. The problem is, it's a while off from being able to easily combo out the Miscreant. Well, the Lackey will make it much easier. And he also doesn't want to be leaving himself an empty board going into either the Fate Weaver or Coin Shield of Galakron turn for points.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to remember here for Glory is that as long as you're not falling too far behind, it's just fine, because you're never going to pull that far into the lead versus Priest in these early turns, unless you hit an uncontested Edwin, which even then happens extremely rarely, given the removal that Priest has. So he just needs to try and pray that he finds one of the big drops, as I was saying.
There is 2 Shadower Death in the deck for Alutemu, so yeah, even the big Edwin Priest sometimes has a check for. Alutemu knows that this is either Boozle or Dirty Tricks, since he hasn't played a spell. And I think a big reason for him not playing a spell on the previous turn was to not give Glory a Dirty Tricks activation.
I mean, now, of course, the problem is the Bamboozle as well, which he knows it to be.
Is this a problem? He just has Poisonous.
Yeah, true, that's pretty insane. As long as Divine Shield doesn't come down, he's alive.
Can even coin heal for the value trade.
Yeah. It's just looking great for Alutemu. Whenever he wants it as well, of course, Seal Fate can function as an invoke for him in order to get another Priest minion instead of a Lackey, although it looks really weird when it happens. And then Fate Weaver's rolling, Galakron's rolling, the Kronks becomes active thereafter. Even if he wasn't to draw another card for the rest of the game, Alutemu is still looking at a decent spot.
You know, I agree. This hand has just so much going for it. And then the Galakron in whatever strange universe, if Alutemu does run out of things to do, it's just going to provide him more minions.
Yeah.
And Glory's hand is already running dry of value. Drawing the double eviscerates is really what he'd not want to see in the early game. But if the top of his deck provides, say, Hogwaggle or Kronks, follow up into a Galakron of his own, if he can get even a little bit of pressure rolling, maybe that 8 burst from hand will be what Glory needs to take a surprise victory.
Oh yeah, then we're talking.
A lot of theoreticals, though. Alutemu knows there are no more lackeys in hand, so I don't think it is particularly pressing to penance this. The only big punish would be Wishy Lackey. Those Faceless Corruptor is also another one.
Yeah, I don't know, even just bouncing it back to hand to activate a Galakron that may be in hand.
Ugh, is this Abyss Face for a combo activation?
I mean, it's that or Miscreant Step Miscreant, which seems even worse.
Yeah, I think he is still just gonna Miscreant, but what is a hand of 4 lackeys gonna do? Versus Kronks, Galakron, Fate Weaver. Oh man. Okay, Draconic is a good one.
Draconic is fantastic. He can even just step that at a later point to get something to spend his mana on, if nothing else. Another invoke as well for Alutemu. Only one away from maximum Galakron.
Disgusting. Most of those invokes came from Glory!
Yep. Just do what priests do best, Alutemu, and chill. No need to do anything else in these turns.
Oh, 2 secrets already played! Or can't even get additional value. But Glory could step his Miscreant, try to get an Ethereal Lackey back.
Cobalt's a good minion to get.
Okay. If you could scheme the Kronxes. I'm already
so I think it's
trying to
going-
find some crazy Shaxi-esque out for Glory here because I just don't see how the value gets there.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's relying on something coming off in order to get it done now for Glory. But another Draconic Lackey is at least something that can get him mana to spend on the following turns.
Oh man. How much are you willing to bet this gives Temu his 4th invoke?
I think it's quite likely, to be honest.
Does he even need to go for 4 invoke?
I mean, do you think it's just Hedge Clan plus Dragon Maw? It's a lot of development onto the board, I suppose.
Yeah. But the thing is, the argument for clearing off lackeys is Hogwaggle, at which point you know there are more lackeys in hand.
Right.
And they're still going into 8 mana, so it's not like removing lackeys shuts off Tog into the wand immediately. So I don't think he's particularly pressed about removing the lackeys.
I like this.
Oh! It's not another invoke, it is another Galakron.
How invoked is that? Is that
It's 0, yeah.
Does it start at 0? Okay.
I think I heard this from EU, thank you guys. That when you get an additional, that's the point when it starts invoking.
Right, okay. So, I mean, I was gonna say he wants to end on Priest Galakron rather than end on Rogue Galakron. I'm not even necessarily sure that's true. I mean, it's probably the slightly stronger battle hero power, but it's really just the battle cry of the Rogue one, which is insane.
Yep. Crucial though, that Glory has drawn a secret now. Maybe not for this turn, but later on, that could be the mana expenditure he needs later. Expenditure. Later on, it's a full turn, just Hanar plus secrets. And for now, he could play this evasive Draconid. It can't be targeted by death, but is weak to Soul Mirror foes.
And as a look at the ways that Alitemu has to deal with this, Soul Mirror alone, just to clear off everything and allow this Hench Clan to keep plugging face.
No, Derek, I don't want to look.
Well,
But
I
you're
can't
right.
force you, Gia.
Thank you. He doesn't
You know
need to
what?
go for the Soul Mirror.
I'm packing up. I don't have to work anymore.
Sorry, the Galakron starts as invoked as they've made it. That's my mistake. It's not
Right,
as
okay.
you've made it. And Glory played,
I wonder.
hardly any invokes.
Yeah, I think it was just the one, right, of the Praise Galakron.
So it is just a level 1 Rogue Galakron, but it's still drawing a 0-cost card.
Yeah, exactly. It's something to consider.
Quickly.
And he could just play a Dragon Maw and heal up. Both of them not immediately dead to the Miscreant.
Okay, well, he was considering going for the Faceless Corrupt there. The benefit is, of course, you remove the Death Rattle, but this looks a little bit juicier to me. It keeps it damaged, so it can't be hit with a Seal Fate or Backstab to be clearing any of it off. And it keeps the Faceless Corruptor for a later date.
So for you, he can clear a fair amount of this with the Cobalt and the Rush. Question is if he would rather, say, isolate this 8-5 and go for a Hanar turn, but he's just going to start a Discover. Dragon's Horde is interesting. Could be value that he needs later on.
Yeah, I mean, these are both pretty decent, right? As long as he's not playing big minions of his own, the Plague of Madness is acceptable.
Yeah, because he immediately heals back up from
Right.
killing the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Malagos?
Uh,
Oh, he doesn't have any more
doesn't have
dragons.
any dragons. Yeah.
But can you be reasonably certain that you get one off of a lackey generation at some point?
You can, but I think at that point it's just Kaj, right? Because it's just an insanely powerful card.
Yeah, against Priest as well. He's gonna hold on to the Plague of Madness. He didn't actually need it to deal with the 8. Maybe save it for a bigger minion later on. Murazond comes to mind. Okay, we got to find out now just how invoked this Galakrond is. If it's according to what Glory has done, it should be level 1 with 1 invoke left to go up to the next level.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, of course, he could go with the removal now of the lackeys. If he's been keeping track, he will know that there are no more lackeys in hand, and therefore removing on this turn becomes a lot more valid to play around a top deck of Togwaggle.
Dark in the sky.
Oh, wait, this is invoked according to what Alutemu had, right? 3 invokes.
Maybe. Oh no, Glory played more, right? Because he also had the Devoted Maniac, so I think it was
Okay.
what he had
According
along
to-
the way.
okay.
Yeah.
Darkness wanes.
And that's a free time rip for a 4th invoke for the Priest Galakrond.
Oh my god. I mean, you can just
even
chill
look
on this turn. The
close.
Breath of the Infinite I am strongly considering just to play around Togwaggle off the top.
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
But
Right?
now for Glory, of course. Shadow Jeweler, spend your mana. Next couple of turns we can see Seal Fate coming down on whatever the Priest plays. And then Galakrond can work its magic for Glory at a full invoke.
But these are not particularly impactful. The Flame Ward does pretty much nothing. Priest won't be going face until you're already dead. But he had to take a non-rogue secret to keep the train going. What? These are terrible options. Where are
These
the
are pretty
counter
terrible
spells?
options.
Even
Okay, goes
Pressure
with the Seal
Plate.
Fate this turn, just to guarantee himself the Galakrond on the following turn. Full invoked. Now the game starts getting interesting. Gia. Glory
Indeed.
can finally do some powerful things.
Yes, and it will rely on him being very wise about how he spaces out his threats. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. And that Murazon
course-
can just get the battle cry of the other
Right.
Galakrond as if he needed another rogue Galakrond.
You fell right into my trap.
Okay, he's ruled out Snipe and Repentance as well.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes Kronk's AoE, he'll find out it's not Redemption either.
Yeah.
If he goes Kronk's Face, he'll find out it's not Oh.
And I guess the most important thing he can do this turn is, or what he would like to do if he could, would be to try and clear his own board in order to set up for a Murazon next turn, but or clear his hand, sorry, but
Yeah.
I guess Glory probably isn't going to be drawing that many cards because obviously you don't get the battle cry of the Galakrond. And so he could just develop his own board after Glory explodes on this turn with his Murazon.
I actually don't know the interaction of copying a hero card.
It doesn't do the battle cry, but
Oh,
you
okay,
do become
that's
the
my
enemy character. Yeah.
Okay, so he's held on to this Plague of Madness for a bigger minion than an 8/5. I'd be pressed to think of others than Kron aside from Murazon.
Oh, up to no good? Me too.
He's holding off for an entire extra turn here. Which I'm pretty surprised by. He can, of course, make a big tempo swing on this turn with the Mind Flayer card, which is a big reasoning behind it, I'd have to guess.
And by putting it up to 4 attack, it can't be Shadow Madness now.
True, but it can be hit with Breath of the Infinite and then swing with the weapon.
Sure.
Like, no matter what you do, there are punishes that Priest can hit you with.
It so often does feel like that, doesn't it?
Or I mean, for all we know, 0 mana time rip looks pretty good as well to take out a 6/6 if you don't want to tank the damage.
Yeah. So gives him his 4th invoke to the Priest Galakrond. Can have its full effect as well. Although it's getting to a point where Glory hardly even has minions that the Galakrond can kill all of them.
Double time and double pay.
You fell right into my trap.
Alright, with this, Alutamu manages full mana expenditure, swing onto the board.
Yeah. Holding back on the time rip as well.
Oh, okay.
Which I was anticipating just to keep something extra alive on board.
Me too. I feel like he's got tons of removal, even if a huge Edwin comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think
Galakrond itself.
he could definitely start turning on the pressure, especially as it would fully invoke his Galakrond. He can start going off with the weapon then as well to try and close his opponent out of the game.
Still no Togwaggle in sight. Glory, as long as Alutemu isn't putting on very much pressure, Glory is not pressed to develop anything of his own. Right? He could just hero power and force Alutemu to do something, lest he overdraw.
Right, but this is the kind of the big salient point of the matchup now, as we end up in this kind of stalemate where both players aren't really developing much onto the board, and they're just kind of developing value. And when that goes to the super late game, generally Priest just wins, Gia.
But we haven't seen the Shaxi strat yet. It's available, Derek.
Are you talking about the, dare we even mention it? The golden kobold. I can't even say it, apparently. It's so forbidden. Golden kobold.
I am talking about that because, look, how does Glory scrounge together enough pressure to actually beat Alutemu? He doesn't. He's used both Eviscerate, so he can't get the burst either. And I think at most there's just one Shadow Step remaining, so the Kronks doesn't do very much as well.
Yeah.
He just waits, forces Alutemu to do something, and if it's not high pressure, just gets his Hogwaggle, transforms a hand of lackeys into a hand of berries. Maybe that's his shot.
The problem is, of course, that I think Alutemu can start turning on the pressure.
Right.
And, you know, Glory has removal for the moment. Obviously, Kronk's Flick, Backstab, and the Kobold Lackey are pretty good to clear off at least a couple of waves. But the Murasont coming down now means that Glory might have a little bit less pressure to worry about, because this is a staggeringly low value Murasont for the matchup.
It really is. I think this is Alutemu saying he's got far more than enough value. He starts to put on the pressure now. But it walks into what Glory was kind of playing into by holding on to this Flick. Simple removal to hold on to far more resources.
I am left puzzled by this play, because this is one of the most key cards in the matchup for Murasont.
Right.
According to the top Priest players, you're keeping it in the matchup just because of what it can do. I mean, mainly against Wondrous Wand is the best thing that you can hit with Murasont by a country mile. But even if you're just hitting Kronks, or they play a Faceless Corruptor for a 4/4 rush, Flick just for a 4/4, you can get so much more value out of it than just that. Whereas Alutemu had other options of just playing out his minions, but now all of a sudden, because
Wait, is this lethal with Kronks?
what?
Well, maybe not lethal yet, but it is a lot of damage if he went Kronks for a lot of minion burst. He was 2 off lethal. He went Kronks for +2/+2 on 3 of them and the Kobold Lackey face, but he looks like he's made a huge mistake. Glory, worried about the missed damage.
What just happened?
He got a Grom.
Wait, with the Blackjack Stunner on his own Kobold, did he have lethal there?
It was too expensive, 1 mana off, right?
But no, he wouldn't have played the Faceless Corruptor.
Oh, right. That was lethal.
That was just lethal.
Oh my god.
It was one of the most ridiculous lethals I've ever seen.
Indeed. Come from
But it was
nowhere.
there.
And it's still available next turn is the big thing. Glory can just step his own Krunks. Because they're both 0 cost.
Ooh!
But Alutamu, he's looking to buff this Grom and then so he can get the heal. That is so brilliant. Oh my god.
Gia, that would have been the best ending to a game ever.
It really would have. In the middle of us talk these far-fetched, wild, far-off possibilities, and how the priest ultimately gets there, what they're supposed to save all of these cards for. Glory could have just turned everything on its head, but spotted it too late. Alutamu had the heal, and now it's back to the drawing board.
Okay, so he still has the budget as all heck, but technically Shadow Step on the Kronks with the Blackjack Stunner, which thankfully, due to the buff to Blackjack Stunner, only makes it cost 1 more instead of 2.
Oh yes, this is a buff.
So we're
no
getting
mistake.
somewhere close here. There are lethal possibilities that could start showing.
Right. I
And
was even
that's
wondering.
one of them.
Oh my gosh! Is this lethal now? No, it's not. Of course,
No, 'cause
the
it
Shadow
goes
Step
back up to
Kronks
4.
go
Yeah, yeah.
back up to 4. But next
But-
turn,
Next turn, we are looking at Kronks for 5, Black Jacket. It costs 7 then? Oh no, you can't play it all in one turn.
5 more
Gia, there's something brewing here.
it will take 2 turns to set up, but it is brewing. And importantly, Aldatamu's healing is limited now. He has penance, but none of the renews. The Sethics could generate a bunch though, so it's gonna have to be pretty key generations. There's a renew. There's so much healing possible. Apotheosis, renew, and the other Radiance card. This is so wild. Would he overdraw if he plays Master Spell?
Well, he won't get a spell right because it's not targeting.
Ah, true. So every spell targeted gives him back a net gain of 1. This is just ridiculous.
He's got too much now.
Could renew his face so that it doesn't generate. Wait, then you just
Well, that still
discover.
makes one.
Yeah. Okay, you could just stay at 9 and not hero power.
I mean, yeah, I guess he may as well do it here. Waxamancy is value, okay. Oh yeah, of course, he's getting rogue spells now. I didn't even consider that. Because he's rogue Galakron.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What is happening to you?
I'm still tunneled on the previous turn from Glory.
I'm never going to get over that. We were this close to Hearthstone greatness, Gia.
Can't see your camera right now, so I don't know what type of gesture you're making with your
My
fingers.
fingers
We're
are
this
really close together.
All right.
Really close.
Really close. Understood. Alutamu needs to play a non-targeting spell if you just want hand space. What is this? Like he's going for the Galakron to play something that doesn't generate more spells. Because as it stands, these Master spells are kind of trash. He doesn't want to cycle farther into his deck and put himself closer to fatigue.
I mean,
That's
it's
a factor again.
It's a very dangerous game to play double Sethek at all, because you very quickly end up in the completely overdrawing your entire deck
Right.
situation.
The time rip.
Which is why I'm, very happy with this here. And of course now the Invoke generates lackeys because he's
Rogue Galakron.
Rogue Galakron, right? Even though he still has Priest Galakron in hand.
Wait, that's the other Blackjack. Could he just put together lethal over 3 turns?
No.
Yes? Maybe?
Serious answer? No, I don't think so. I think there's too much disruption that can come down from the Priest there.
But if he just doesn't interact with Alutamu's board, at most he leaves one blackjack on the board. Then Alutamu can't kill off his Sethics, and then he's hand locked. We talk about board locking with freezes.
Oh my god. No. I mean, just
This is the out I'm seeing. There.
how much damage actually is it though? If he goes Galakron
It's
for
4
5,
procs.
Shadow Step it.
It's 4
So that's
procs with
20,
right?
plus the weapon, plus the kobold.
Kobold. 20.
It's still one off, right?
But he could just generate a lackey at some point. But I like that
Plus
he's not
the
doing
eye for an
anything
eye?
right now. Oh yeah, that. Oh my god.
Exact
Okay.
lethal.
But Alutamu is probably gonna proc that this turn.
Yeah.
That is an Alexstrasza that is, if not active, very close to being active.
That is a absurd minion to hit off of Waxamancy.
It really is. But the problem is Alutamu just can't create hand space.
Can he
could
turn the
play
Master
his
Spell
own
upside
Galakron?
down so it silences his own minions?
I think he can just play his own Galakron here for any lackeys. It gives him a weapon to start facing?
Surely you'd rather just play like
Okay,
Shadow
this
Word.
plus shield plus lackey.
Sure.
And he's board locked as well. And that's a discover! It's not something that gives him more space
Oh my
So we-
god.
to not get board locked.
Well, to be fair, he's got most of the good cards, right? He's got the Galakron, he's played the Kronks, he's had Murazon.
Okay, this first looks like it's going for AoE.
Is nigh.
Glory could be going the sane man route for what I suggested, which is instead of all the Kronks going face, he's going for just board clear after board clear after board clear.
I'm not gonna lie though, Gia, I 10% expected damage to face stepping back to try and go
Okay,
for the lead.
wait, he got a daring escape. He can just bounce this
Oh
again!
my god.
I'm losing my
This
mind.
is actually a setup for like 5 Kronkses for lethal.
Yeah,
I
one
mean,
of
he
them
needs
for
another
board
secret
clear.
now, which he has with the dirty tricks, to be fair.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Darkness
That's the problem. He can't do the Kronk step all in one
Right.
turn unless he has enough secrets, but he can bounce this Ethereal Lackey to get another secret. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know what Earth we're living in anymore. That's another secret!
That's another secret. I didn't even see what the options were at the end. It was too quick.
I think it Waxamancy and something else, but
Yeah.
that's the worst secret to get because Glory getting close to fatigue. If Alutamu plays a
Exactly.
spell into the dirty tricks, he could just be taking too much damage. But in the meantime, Alutamu's hardly putting any pressure on the board. We are looking at this world of infinite Kronkses.
Or we are looking at the world of finally Togwaggle has come down,
Okay.
and we could just see Golden Kobold to get rid of all this.
No. No more Shaxi lines. Glory has a winning line in hand. It's gonna take a while,
Oh
but I
my
take that
God.
over random legendaries.
So Crown then. How about those random legendaries?
Wait. So he hero powers over playing a crown this turn? Or is he just taking the kobold? Is going back to the Shaxi line anyway?
The problem is Crown does nothing because he knows that Galakron is
Yeah.
almost certainly going to be in hand.
Mhm.
And if not, then, you know, Shadow of Death, Time Rip, whatever it is.
Mhm. I like the infinite Galakron.
Yeah!
Is it Taz Noswhisker? If he had Scheme... Wait, it doesn't fit in
Oh
the
my
hand,
God.
but it would have
Yeah.
been so...
If he had Scheme and could have 50 cards in hand, he'd be sorted.
You just need to generate for yourself that Warlock legendary that lets you hold 12.
Yeah. Alright, Dragon Queen now.
Okay.
You were talking about lack of pressure. Here it comes
Yeah.
from Alutemu.
There's no more time for messing around. Another Horizon and a Zeraku would activate right now. Hello? So we're back to the Kronk Step Kronk or AoE plan.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he just won't have time.
Life and hope are worth fighting for.
Okay, that's just funny, and I won't hear anything otherwise.
All right.
But even that doesn't clear the board. It still leaves a Zaraku that you have to attack into.
Yeah. Yeah, and he can't do it all this turn. Oh wait, he can.
He can, yeah.
But he can't get the Kronks back in hand for us.
Right.
So the Blackjacks now step. They don't step. They turn into legendaries. We've come to this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, is he? He's just. Okay.
Okay, he can go with the triple step.
Sure. He's stepping opposing minions, which is what sane people do with their Blackjack Centers.
I love how, like, 15 turns ago, we stopped even considering that it could sap opposing minions.
Yeah, I forgot that was a thing. And they're just straight up assassinating. Now Tamu's hand is full. But this dirty secrets will make Glory fatigue soon, but it will give him more
Yeah.
juice for the.
More juice. More juice.
And Tamu just has this 10 charge scheme.
Insane.
Running out of cards.
Okay, this is gonna have to be the greatest kobold in history.
Gia, how quickly will you leave the call if I say the words Elysiana right now?
I would not leave the call.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
Good.
I'll be here to suffer with you. Because I heard that Raven does that for Sottle, and vice versa.
I am beyond imagination.
Galakron plus Murazon. Yep, something's getting Shadow Step.
Okay, all likelihood, even if Glory does get Elysianas, he will hardly have time to play it. Because
Yeah.
Alitamu is just refilling, stepping the Kronks, which is active.
Out of cards.
Okay.
Oy. I think you should have swung with the claw there, but probably won't matter. Here we go!
Oh, come on, Glory. Give us a show, please.
Yes, he will. He absolutely will. Do it! Okay, that's
All right,
one more card.
juice. Brilliant.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
It finally
Right wing.
happened, Gia.
Antonidas flick. Yeah, it finally happened, but he looks pretty dead.
He does indeed. I think we're seeing a reason why Golden Kobold is not oft seen in competitive Hearthstone matches.
This has to be lethal. This Master Dispel and buff.
Yeah, it's a million different ways,
Yup.
I think.
Time Rip for 0.
Is nice.
Sure.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alutemu takes it up 2-1 in, I think, by at least double the longest game that we've ever had here in Asia Pacific. And I, for one, loved it. I don't know what the European casters are even complaining about. That was great fun. And I am glad that Alutemu was able to take the win.
Just happens once or twice. Sure, I am totally on board. And you know what? That is longer than some series we've had in APAC. For sure. That was longer than Derek versus...
It's longer than some days.
Derek versus just casting in general. It was longer than Tyler versus Blitzchung from yesterday.
Yeah.
For sure.
It was indeed. But we're all done with it now, Gia. And we can move away from the priest, all of that nonsense, onto some good old-fashioned APAC matches. Druid and Rogue up against the Demon Hunter as the final deck remaining for Alutemu, which I think still, even after nerf after nerf after nerf to Demon Hunter, I would put in a slightly favorable position against both of these matchups. Not by a huge margin against the Rogue by any stretch of the imagination. I think they have a very decent ability to lock down the board early on, and then Demon Hunter can struggle to deal the lethal damage. But having said that, Demon Hunter is aggressive as all hell. Rogue has no healing. Generally, that is a recipe for a good matchup for the Demon Hunter.
Completely agreed. We tend to see that if Rogue does take the matchup, it relies on them playing their mid-game threats as quickly as possible, face as Corruptors to start racing the Demon Hunter rather than just removing and hoping to get their healing on. But it will just be the good old Druid first for Glory here. And we're already seeing heap of beaming sidekick for Alutamu, I think, to preserve one of his high-pressure minions from one piece of removal from Glory.
Hey, I got you, friend.
We are seeing the makings of a classic Glory hand already right now with the Fungal Fortunes. Just needs a little something extra, and we're looking at a very dominant start indeed.
Yep. Only question is if he wants to Crystal Power away a 1-2, doesn't seem particularly threatening. Save it for Battle Fiends or even Satyr Overseer. Alutamu's hand kicks off on turn 5. That is too late if Glory can hit a Glowfly, and he has.
What an overcrop!
Is it cold?
Yeah, I mean, that does smooth out the curve. Now his game kicks off on turn 3, because we've got the 3, 4, 5 curve looking very powerful indeed.
And Glory did overdraw one Mount Cellar, so he's not getting the max spell payoff. So probably 6 flies though. And Alutamu has Altruist Twin Slices!
Oh yeah, I was looking at the Warglaives, but just the 2 damage AoE might be enough to just win the game in its own right.
It will! I'm telling you right now, it will, Dara! Alutamu just has the rare answer to an early Glowfly. Glory cannot innervate to buff here, it's not in hand.
Yeah, my brain can't handle these 2 extremes. We just had one of the slowest, grindiest matchups we've ever seen on APAC, and now it is just a Zuma City, as our producer put it.
Yeah, sure. My brain can't handle it either. You know what? I doubt Glory's can. Because when is the last time this man has lost a series? He lost a game just a while ago, but this is just gonna be how the series comes to a close. Maybe not entirely over. He has this Mount Cellar double Moonfire to kill the Altruist, but there's still so much damage staring back on the other end. There's the Bog Beam to kill off Kayn, so if an Iron Bar comes off the top, the taunt could be preserved.
He needs taunts though, and he needs them right now. I'm thinking triple Grizzly or Patriarch is what's going to be needed to even come close to saving him. And I think even that might not do it.
Because of Wargleaves.
Yep.
Had to be Iron Bark plus taunts. He's not even bothering to kill off the Kayn because he's not confident in getting taunts. And that is going to be GG. The stark contrasts of Hearthstone.
Oh, you love to see it. And congratulations now to Alutamu. We've been asking now for weeks, Gia, who can possibly defeat Glory? And it turns out the real defeat is the friends we made along the way. As Alutamu throws on the shades even. My man.
Oh yes. We asked for a new emote. He brought props. Alutamu's the best.
Oh, the absolute best. I'm already just gearing up my sunglasses emoji tweet, which is going to make no sense. And everyone's going to be confused. Then in half an hour, they're going to go crazy. That is peak Hearthstone right there.
My gosh, what a series. We had not that much time to talk about anything in the last game. So much time to talk about the second to the last game, but everything was going on so quickly, concentrated towards the end. We couldn't get past the Miss Lethal opportunity. Was it even a Miss Lethal? I still have to go back and count the mana.
It was a Miss Lethal.
Yeah.
It was a forgivable Miss Lethal, but it was still technically a Miss Lethal.
All right. And then there was the Shaxi line, which happened at the end and wasn't really a line. It was just a way to concede in a flashy manner. And there was the opportunity for the many Kronxes one turn after another, which, well, we could see maybe it worked out, but you'd have to be a madman to consider it or just have perfect knowledge of your opponent's hand like we did.
Yep. It was a one for the ages, I think, there. But now, Gia, while we had a lot of fun with that one, given that both players are all but guaranteed to be in the top 6, even with Glory taking the loss there, now both at 3-1, showing so clearly.
Glory's 4-1.
4-1, yes, sorry. Yes, correct, sorry. Looking very, very strong indeed. And showcasing how good the Japanese players truly are. We can even take a look at the standings, I believe, now to see how it is shaking out after that second game of the day. Because as I was just saying, this is looking like a match that we could have a lot of fun with. The next one, though, Gia, in Chonsu versus Kin, is looking a little bit more serious compared to that one, because these players are fighting for their lives in Grandmasters.
It is true, because even in Division A, if you end up in the bottom 2 spots, there's a chance that you get relegated depending on the results of the relegation bracket alongside 4th and 5th from Division B. But Alutamu, what a story! He's made it all the way to the top of Division A. It seemed like he was creeping up there slowly, a little at a time, but because of his head-to-head versus Glory going in his favor, he just beats Glory in a tiebreak. King of APAC title. What a story.
Yeah, it's been a lot of up and down, a lot of fun here in APAC. But as I was saying now, Chonsu versus Kin is going to be the next match up, Gia. And we have seen from Chonsu, I think it's fair to say, some fairly standard strategies, but not the strongest play from him. I think that I've liked a lot of the decks that have been brought, but I think he has been quite consistently, at least as the pressure starts to mount, letting himself, let the nerves get the better of him, letting everything get a bit on top of him. Whereas this week, we are seeing a very standard lineup yet again. Demon Hunter, Warrior, Druid, and the Highland Hunter, I think, is as standard as it gets for APAC this week. Whereas for Kin, it's kind of been the other way around for me. It's been weird lineup prep, weird decks, but overall very strong play.
Yes, for Kin, he was one of the earliest of Priest, so it really shocks me to see that I think Priest is at its strongest and best timing. Kin has forgone the Dell together, and it's now defaulted onto probably 4 of the most common decks we would be seeing outside of, say, Hunter instead of Rogue. He is now banning Warrior, though, so I do like seeing that, especially since he has no longer got Priest.
Yeah, I think it's pretty inexcusable now, as was a hot take a couple of weeks ago, to not be banning Warrior with this exact lineup, even as we've run through all the different reasonings of Druid being the same versus Warrior or Demon Hunter. I was still left quite perplexed by Surrender's strategy of, we saw earlier today where he had this very similar lineup, but decided to get rid of the Demon Hunter instead. It worked out for him, of course, here, but just with the Warriors out of the way, we are left with almost identical lineups, the only difference being, of course, the Rogue instead of the Hunter. Do you have any thoughts as to who that should favor, Gia?
When I first looked at the decks, I tended to favor the Rogue just because of the early removal lining up well against Hunter minions. Just given the basic idea that Rogue likes to deal with a few tall minions because of cards like Sap and effects like Blackjack Stunner, whereas Hunter likes to play just one minion on curve. That should favor the Rogue in terms of tempo. But because Hunter these days are running untargetables like Fairy Dragon and Evasive Bellwing, and Rogue is cutting SI7 a lot of the times, that can be really problematic in the early game, compounds the damage, and then Rogue doesn't have the healing for later on.
It's a very complicated matchup, I agree. And I think Rogue is in a perfectly decent spot here. The only matchup that it really doesn't want to face, in my opinion, is the Druid. Even Warrior wouldn't be that bad with that band out of the way. Demon Hunter's fine, Hunter is fine, even if they're slightly unfavorable. It's just the fact that Warrior, I think the Druid, it struggles so hard to beat because it has very limited answers indeed to the Glowfly. Maybe I'm overestimating it, but for Kin, that for me is the one to pray that he dodges.
Yeah, I can definitely get behind that. As far as the rest of the decks are lining up, I don't think I'm seeing anything too out of the ordinary from the lists. But you brought up a while ago that Chonsu's play has been honestly very shaky lately, as early as yesterday. Even though he did get a win versus Surrender, we were seeing a lot of divergence with this play from what we thought would be ideal in those scenarios. And then previous weeks, we were seeing just objective mistakes due to roping out, and others maybe not considering what could have been saved for an Altruist Lethal later on. So I really hope that Chonsu has, with his recent win against Surrender, gotten in a better mental space and will be playing at his best level.
And I always wonder what is going through the players' heads when they're in these stressful scenarios, because I think for some of the newcomers, it's very understandable to think, I haven't earned my place here yet. You know, I did well in a Masters tour, but that doesn't necessarily mean I have what it takes to fight with the best of the best in Grandmasters. But for Chonsu, he had a very successful season in Season 2 of Grandmasters last year, almost getting through to the global finals. He's been playing Hearthstone for a long time. I hope he doesn't think he hasn't earned his spot here, because he absolutely has. He just needs to show to us that he can show us the consistency that he has at the top level of play.
Funny type of spin on the story, given that Kin, the newcomer between these two, but I can totally
True.
see where you're coming from, because Chonsu had some of the highlights of his career a fair few years ago. I think I would say 2015, 2016 Hearthstone, and outside of that performance in Scene 2 GM, maybe he hasn't had a big finish that he would have wanted to get. So even though it's against a newcomer, Chonsu can still prove a lot.
Well, he's going to have to with the first match of the series. Hunter versus Rogue, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. It is in no small part on the Rogue, I think, to try and swing the tempo back into their advantage using all their little tempo tricks, which at the moment looks like it might be fairly difficult, as this hand is staying afloat for the moment, but it is missing a lot of the power cards for early on.
The upside for Kin, though, is that the Blowtorch Saboteur on curve, tech, I think, was made mostly with Demon Hunter in mind, has a pretty good upside for Chonsu's hand in particular if he wants to save the Phase Stalker for the same turn activation as a hero power.
That's
It would be
true.
pretty expensive to do so. As it stands, though, I think Chonsu is just going to play this Phase Stalker even if it dies straight up to the Spy Mistress, just to present something onto the board and hopefully curve out with Bone Wraith later on. Ooh!
I was definitely looking at the Frozen Shadow Weaver here because it lines up pretty well against the potential of a Stormhammer coming down, of course,
Right.
and being able to swing in. But this also lines up pretty well against a Stormhammer because it can't be killed off. And then you can just freeze them after they equip a weapon later on, or freeze a minion that comes down on this turn. I think this is good sequencing.
Completely like it. For Kin here, he is choosing to proc the secret immediately. He doesn't know whether it's freezing or snake. Those are the only two run in Chonsu's deck. But I wonder if that was an auto attack there, given that he really wants to land a frozen, a faceless corruptor for next turn. I was thinking Shell to just play the Frozen Shadow Weaver and leave your Blowtorch on board.
Yeah. Well, the real negative of this play comes into apparent now with the one of the most devastating tempo swings that Hunter has available in the Rot Nest Drake. And Kin is left with very, very little to do against this sheer onslaught. He needs to pray that nothing can be put in the way of this Rot Nest Drake. But he is going to be met with some sad news, I think, after the Bone Wraith comes down.
I mean, for Kin, he was thinking, all right, I have to take this 6 damage this turn, but I can follow up with Lackey and Faceless to hopefully take down that Faceless Rot Nest Drake. But the Bone Wraith will stop the damage coming through, at least for now. It is Fang Mana for Chonsu, though, so he might be looking at the Primordial Explorer just to fish for, I guess, exactly Fairy Dragon. It's not high odds. So he does end up defaulting to the Bone Wraith.
And this does actually allow him still to clear the board because of it being exactly the Goblin Lackey here.
Yeah. There's, of course, the option to evolve the 4-2 instead, give him a stronger board, but he is taking far too much damage for my liking that I would like to see Kin just be responsible and clear off the 6-5.
So many options.
He does have Galacrons in hand, which could allow him to...
Right. Oh, yeah, the praise makes far more sense here.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, same thing. But I was thinking he could take the damage and heal up. Even having said that, you just go for the clear. This is the way you're losing against against Highlander Hunter, is by taking too much damage.
Look at this draw from Chonsu. That is perfect for
that
the
is
situation. It's not a lot of pressure, but it allows Chonsu to put 2 minions on board and also remove Kins, which removes the the powerful play of Witchy Lackey.
So I think we're far from seeing Kin forced into going for the Galacron here. He still has the potential for some pretty strong plays, like that one in particular.
Yeah, the Bone Wraith with Rush allowed him to VT into the Scale
yes.
Rider, still maintain a taunt. I am looking at the Shiv just to give him more cycle. After the Bone Wraith gets played, Kin's hand is looking wants to delay the Galakron further for a bigger swing.
I wonder.
I'm seeing the merit of all three of these. Like, as you're entering turn 7 onwards, you're kind of expecting one big minion a turn to come down, which incentivizes ambush.
I'm not a fan of the evolve over the rush here. There's a poison on board that the full health Bone Wraith doesn't seem very strong at all.
I agree. Yeah, I think he could have just soaked up a lot more damage.
He could be thinking to save the Goblin Lackey for a more threatening minion later on. But in time, he's only got this Blowtorch at the moment to pair with it. Granted, Galakron could draw him into something more powerful to rush, like Togwaggle.
It's true, Togwaggle, Kronks, Edwin, all that good stuff does mitigate a lot of damage, but this is a problem that you're seeing right now, that you know that you can delete more damage off the board with the rush.
I do love deleting damage. But the Siamat off the top for Chonsu, it's a great on-curve play, but the second half of the Bone Wraith is pretty awkward for him.
Quickly, winds of the south, come to my aid.
At the most aggressive option.
Wow.
Given that if he went, say, Rush Divine Shield, he was only removing an additional 3 damage off the board. I think this is actually fine. Gives him more pressure.
It at the very least forces Kin to find a way to deal with this, which even though he's likely to be able to find... Oh! It's not quite guaranteed, but speaking of disruption, Togwaggle, all of a sudden, you just can't play it.
Agreed. It means leaving 12 damage from the Siamat alone. And so, Kin has to think about whether he wants to go Edwin and then rush the Edwin. And then Dagger. Or he could... it doesn't work out any other way, right? You can't clear off the 2-1, the 3-1, and the Siamat unless you go rush and then... Edwin then rush.
But he does have a way to full clear. He can go Blowtorch and then rush that, which allows him to trade that plus the 3-2 and then clear off everything. And it also does leave a Lackey on board, which sets up for Togwaggle next turn.
I think the other play would have left him with a Lackey and a 3-2 on board, but he takes damage using the Dagger.
How about a new life?
So this is the healthiest Kin can be, and he saves the Edwin for Plecron. Could still get very big.
That single turn was deceptively huge there for Chonsu, because Big Ol' Whelp was looking very tempting there, just to try and fill out more of his mana. But he goes for the full deny on Togwaggle, and oh my goodness, is he rewarded. But at the same time, oh my god, is Kin rewarded. That is insane.
It is a one-draw Galakron, but the best possible draw to develop a 6-8.
Back in the game. He's got Togwaggle next turn.
Active with the one played on that turn. And Chonsu could just say, I'm not respecting this 14 damage, let me develop Dragon Queen. A lot of stats on the backswing, but the Varanus allows him to trade down the 8-8 this turn.
If he hits Corrosive Breath in particular, he can clear off the entire board. Huge pickup.
This has been so back and forth. Love to see it. We're gonna see Kin go for the wand now, leaving 7 on board. But still might have enough time to swing this if he gets an insane result from this Togwaggle. I'm thinking Flick.
Yep, so am I.
Even Shields of Galakron would be huge.
Whoa!
Woo! That's the clear!
And still, he's back in the game. Again, he hasn't won. We're still looking at a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza who can come down next turn.
Life and hope are worth fighting.
But he's got damage on board. He's got this Eviscerate. He could make a huge Edwin, but deadly shot as a 1 in 3 to be terrible.
Kin's not playing the secret variant, so Flair draws a card, which is still worth considering, but probably not the option.
I wonder.
I think he takes the deadly for a 2 and 3 decent amount of removal on the board.
Agreed.
Because he's going to play them with the timeless, so he really just wants to remove the most ability for Kin to trade off the board. Oh, the worst one!
All things are possible.
This is a huge amount of stats for Kin to try and find a way to clear off, but it's possible.
Really is. Oh, assassinate! It's not possible to go assassinate Ivis and Edwin, but he can keep her sap. Again, it's crucial that you mentioned he's not playing the secret variant because the Blackjack Stunner for easy removal is not available in this variant.
But now he can still just go assassinate one of the 8/8s, double trade into the other.
Spy Mistress Edwin.
Mistress Edwin, exactly. If you're going for a big Edwin, you probably don't want Bamboozle. So I like
Correct.
deviating from that.
Yeah, the Eviscerate, as I can see it, doesn't even allow him to clear an additional minion the way that the health lines up. He wants to assassinate Caligos, right? Or not?
Really? I don't think so. What are they going to do with
Really?
0 mana spells each turn? They don't
That's
get a new
true.
Discover.
That's true. There's hardly any cards left in the hand anyway. More damage removed. Safer.
The Edwin lives!
If it's Leok plus Unleash,
6, 5,
It
still
is-
one off.
still lives. You're right.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Gia, this is just going to become a straight up race at this point.
It really is. And leaving up Caligos versus an 8/8 was crucial there.
Yeah,
Yeah, my mistake, because if he rolled Huffer, that Edwin was Deadwin.
exactly. Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
These rolls are insane.
Eviscerate Misha, trade Spire Mistress in to the big ol' whelp, put Chonsu on a 2-turn clock. Oh, kills, never mind.
Okay, trades the Caligos, I guess, to play around Zephyrus into finding a clear on the Edwin.
But it still finds a clear in the Edwin.
Right, but then you've cleared off their big guy.
The
at least.
Caligos.
I mean,
I don't know.
it does play
I
around
feel like if they
Zephyrus.
get the Zephyrus, you lose anyway.
Maybe.
Tough to say.
I was definitely expecting that to go face, though. I've got to say, that was a bit jarring.
Mm-hmm. The Edwin does get to live another turn, though. Kin's hand is full of nothing at the moment. There are 2 lackeys that he really wants to get. Draconic and Ethereal. But even without those, he could just set up a board haunted and he has enough damage for 2-turn
Exactly.
lethal.
And he's basically just saying, please, Chonsu, do not hit your Zephyrus. Does he even taunt up something else just to protect the Edwin against Dino Tamer Bran?
Sure. Could go Shotbot, taunt the Shotbot, the Witchy Lackey.
Yeah,
Just play the whole hand at this
right.
point.
You've seen Unleash.
I mean, Chonsu's hand is empty, so everything that you're playing around is just a top deck, a 1 in 10.
I really like taunting up not the Edwin here. Very smart.
And there's the Bran! That is huge that he protected this from the Fairy Dragon and Bran trading into it.
And now he's just won.
Pretty brilliant from Kin. You love to see it. A lot of these games today have been going more back and forth than I'm used to seeing them. And you know what? That is great. Even the Druid mirrors are falling in line.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot less one-sidedness here in APAC, but while in the last series it was all chuckles and smiles from both of the players as they were doing cheesy, broken stuff turn after turn, there for Chonsu, he looks that little bit more downtrodden. 1-3 he is at the moment, sorry, versus the 0-4 for Kin. It's not quite so dire, but if he does lose, they are both equal right down at the bottom at 1-4. So Chonsu, the pressure is mounting already.
Indeed, especially because the closer you are to the bottom and facing off against these people who are also there, the more the head-to-head tiebreakers matter.
Yeah.
The other person in this equation that I suppose is worth mentioning is Surrender, also close to the bottom, but recently got a win, so less in danger. The Chonsu versus Kin matchup is so crucial for Kin to equalize.
It is so crucial. All these matches mean so much. Obviously, down at the bottom of Division A, you are not facing automatic relegation. You have to play out a 4-player bracket along with 5th and 6th of B, the last player of which will be eliminated, in addition to the 2 automatic relegations. But when you start getting into this process, this headspace, all of a sudden you're just starting to be convinced that fate is against you. It will be you eliminated out because you're getting so unlucky, especially after Chonsu had such a good start to that game. So I hope he's able to keep a good, calm demeanor and a good headspace heading into the rest of the series, because he is going to need it. 1 game down up against Kin. Can Chonsu turn things around? We'll find out after this.
That's insane! Boston just has the flick in hand!
Goodness gracious, Eddie. Not happy to see that.
What was his draw? Twin slice?
Oh my goodness. Oh my double goodness. We have a new member in the Hall of Champions.
That is the most insane thing I've ever seen happen in Hearthstone. Welcome back once again to Hearthstone Grandmasters for our third match of the day. A slightly more downbeat one compared to Glory versus Alutemu, which ended in a very cool way with the shades whipped out for Alutemu. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that from Chonsu or Kinjia, as both players are facing relegation, potential relegation, straight in the face. Of course, they are in Division A, but still things are looking scary, especially for Chonsu, who is one game down.
Indeed, we keep talking head-to-head tiebreaker matters more than most matches for these two particular players fighting it out at the bottom of Division A. And up next, we're going to have a good old-fashioned Demon Hunter mirror. So this is one of the classes that we're not particularly concerned about when it comes to the grand scheme of things in Conquest, because we expect them to get a win at some point. But I actually think this is one of the mirrors where you can really see the experience of the players shine through.
I completely agree with you, Gia. I think we have seen consistently a lot of misunderstanding being shown with Demon Hunter specifically, because it is, while very powerful, a very difficult deck to play, and you need to know all the little tricks of the trade that you can use to pull things into your advantage. We did get to see there, one of the cool tech inclusions from Kin, now that Crimson Sigil Runner has moved by the wayside for most players. Mana Burn, which, again, we've talked about how needing to know when to play your Frozen Shadow Weaver is important. What are the key turns to go for then? Knowing when to play Mana Burn is an entirely different skill. What are the key turns that you're trying to reduce the mana from your opponent?
Yeah, it's largely over with the Shadow Weaver turns, coincidentally. Turn 3 and 5 are some of the turns where Demon Hunter really wants to spike and consolidate their board or put a lot of burst into action. So I think Kin will be looking to save that mana burn for one of those.
Whoa.
It's difficult for him here though, because if he wants to coin it out, he would be foregoing a coin glaive bound option later on.
Which, if I had to hazard a guess, I think is more important to do it the way he is doing it. Frozen Shadow Weaver on the following turn, I think, is looking very, very powerful. And then, of course, hopefully, coin glaive bound. Although this play from Chonsu may force Kin's hand into deviating.
Yes, the Frozen Shadow Weaver this turn is far less impactful because the Satyr Overseer has already hit the board, and Chonsu would be less incentivized to attack with his face on the following turn, because Kin's first priority would be to clear off that Overseer in the first place. We're seeing from Kin clearing off, playing the mana burn while it is available with what he is going to do with the rest of his turn, saving the coin for something later on. The problem is he's used both charges of Umberwing, so he can't just out a glaive bound.
Do you think we were therefore actually supposed to see coin Shadow Weaver on 2 from Kin instead of developing the Umberwing, just because it plays around Overseer so heavily?
I think it was worth considering, yes.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Still, these 5 of course locks out War Glaives. It allows Chonsu from buff his battle fiend at all. The upside for Chonsu is he's got the cane.
This has just been worked out so beautifully by Kin here. Even though, I was saying it was worth considering the coin Shadow Weaver. The upside of this is he gets the Shadow Weaver on one of the crucial turns. Like we were saying, turn 5, very important to go into. But then he still gets coin Hero Power Glaive Bound Adept into the Metamorphosis. Powerful turn after powerful turn.
It's curious though how this works out for Kin, because without a Twin Slice in hand, he does have to coin out Hero Power for Glaive Bound, where he would to play the sidekick on the Glaive Bound.
True.
To prevent it from getting Glaive Bound itself. We talk about this interaction far too much, but it is just that crucial in the matchup.
I think given how this is likely to shape out with Chonsu going Kane, and then I would have to expect a trade so that we can't see any devastating value trades from Kin. Thereafter, just going coin Hero Power Glaive Bound, even though it's vulnerable to a Glaive Bound in response, it clears the board right now. That, however, may just change things around.
Yes, what a top deck from Kin here. Now, he can clear off these minions and have the Glaive Bound plus Sidekick active for later on, but it's getting to the point where he's got to be worried about freeze on the other side, because Chonsu's also running Frozen Shadow Weaver himself. Suddenly, if you're setting up and basically telegraphing Warglaives into big swing, then the freeze is an even bigger punish because you're not able to develop the Glavebound with the Battle Cry, and you're also not able to get the other swings of the Warglaves.
I really like the deviation. I think this has been one of the most consistent things we've seen about players who have been playing Demon Hunter at the highest level is just playing around what your opponent is most likely to do on the following turn. And even though Glavebound is clearly the most powerful thing he can do here, he knows his opponent is so likely to have a powerful response, so he's just making it awkward for his opponent.
On top of that, thinking about how big a freeze punish could be for this turn if he goes Warglaves, but he's actually just got the Metamorphosis to develop if a Frozen Shadow Weaver comes down this turn. So it works out pretty well for Kin. And now Chonsu himself was hovering over the Warglaves, trying to potentially set up a Satyr Overseer for the following turn. Looks like he's gonna go for the Glavebound. Warglaves is very slow and also gets punished if Kin himself is not getting any minions. Chonsu's gonna hope that the response isn't there, but he's gonna get the bad news that not only is it Glavebound, it's Glavebound with the sidekick.
The Glavebound is bad. I think, to be perfectly honest, though, at this point, the sidekick is not that bad. I mean, I guess Chonsu could have killed it off with a just a hero power tacked on, but at this point, he's just going super aggressive. He's trying to close out the game in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I think that's his only option now. The sidekick made that easier for Chonsu in a weird way, but I also agree that he's got to go face. I think it's still a big deal that he can't use one charge to get rid of the Glavebound immediately, but the far salient point is the fact that Kin is cutting heal from his deck. He's only playing one I-Beam, and so is Chonsu, actually, I just noticed. Kin is playing one of Blowtorch Saboteur in the spot of the I-Beam, and that means that the damage to face is near permanent.
Exactly, and in addition to that, just to make it even better for Chonsu, he actually can clear it off with one hit when you factor in the Twin Slice as well. Then plows the rest base. He is setting up, not lethal straight away, but very likely to be in the next couple of turns.
I can't imagine that he wants to sink a charge Warglaves into the teaming sidekick.
Yep.
You could make the argument that he doesn't necessarily need all of the charges because the top decks could be more damage, but as it stands, he does need it. So this is just a sure way to go about it.
Oh, that is a huge top deck though here for Kin. That is huge.
Really
that might just be the difference maker. He has the time now to try and set up his own lethal over the next couple of turns.
I was gonna say, this coin feels like it's hardly getting any value at this point, and something had to have gone wrong in the early turns if you're not playing it this early as Demon Hunter. But now, it allows Kin to develop an additional minion, the Blowtorch tech. Maybe not that relevant, given that Chonsu has hardly any cards in hand anyway, would, in theory, be able to spend that hero power through.
Right.
But the point here now is that if he coins the Blowtorch, he's not actually locking out lethal potential from Chonsu because he's already frozen. So Chonsu would be happy to get that 3-mana usage out of the way, free up the hero power for when he's not frozen, and be able to get off a bigger combo. And that's why Kin is holding on to the Blowtorch.
I mean, to be honest, I think the Blowtorch isn't really that impactful in terms of the hero power. It's just the body that he was looking at setting up. But the way this works out, it's about even. I think it's actually exactly even with what it would be on the previous turn, because he gets 2 damage on board, plus the 1 from the weapon, plus the 1 from the hero power that he could fit on the previous turn, because it was 1 cheaper. But because the Beaming Sidekick can trade 1 in, that takes 1 out, so I think it equals at pretty much 3 damage gained either way on the next turn.
Right. And the hero power, while not as impactful as earlier on the game, is not negligible. It probably locked some of the lethal outs from Chonsu out. Say, Glavebound plus the attack plus something else.
Yeah, if an I-Beam comes into play, then maybe Chonsu is a little bit not able to get there.
freeze is so backbreaking for Chonsu there. He just drew another weapon. The turn is either Tempo Overseer or nothing at all. Question is whether he sends this Beaming Sidekick Ace or not. In terms of damage outs, I think that 6 is approximately equal to 5 because the Twin Slice deals 2, Chaos Strike deals 2. I'm not sure what he can top deck off the top that does 1 but not 2 anyway.
That is not any more damage though, however, for Kin. So we are looking at only 6, 7, 8, 13 damage, I think, as I count it.
1 off?
Demons. Demons.
Oh my god, Gia, it's so close!
It
So,
always
obviously,
seems to come down to this.
You need to take off as much damage from the board as possible.
I grow impatient.
I am
But-
not sure if Derek is... Okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here. I'm just
Sorry,
thinking,
I got-
Gia.
Thought you stopped in the middle of your sentence because Sotto saying the weather broke. I thought the power in the UK went out. But glad to see you're still there because that was a really good trade from Chonsu. Actually just saved him from dying straight up.
Yeah.
And now there's top deck outs. Slave Bound, Twin Slice.
Chaos Strike, Metamorphosis. There are so many. But that is not it!
One of them!
Oh!
Oh no!
That's just it for
Chonsu
Chonsu.
chose to include this card in the deck. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's quite interesting how it's become his undoing in 2 situations now. The other one versus Surrender in the Mirror, where it seemed like it was more of a problem of his timing of when to unstealth and not even get good trades with the Worgans. He just went a little all into the face. And now it's becoming a bad top deck where Crimson Sigil Runner would have been far better. Of course, it is a very difficult for me to say it's strictly better or worse because earlier on Worgen Infiltrators could have made a huge difference. But man, that was painful for Chonsu.
I mean, I think you put it just right. It's a perfect showcase of the power of Crimson Sigil Runner. It's one of the few 1-drops in the game that scales well into the late game. It's almost better in the late game than it is on turn 1 because of how much you want to hit your other 1-drops in the early game there. But, oh man, my heart goes out to Chonsu. He was so close to getting the job done there. But I think overall for Kin, even though there were some very valid other lines he could have taken in the early game, he set himself up for powerful plays on pretty much every turn with his line of play. He had the possibility, come turn 5, of going Hero Power Coin Glavebound if he wanted. He, of course, found something better with the Warglaves off the top, which he was correct in deviating to, of course. But he always had a plan in mind, which is the cornerstone of Demon Hunter gameplay. You have to plan out what all your turns are going to be.
It was just crazy to me that he stayed ahead of the game for the majority, despite going second and not using the coin.
Yeah,
That's really
true.
unheard of to me for Demon Hunter mirrors. But we are going to another very familiar mirror, in which both players have drawn the dream. But Kin's dream is a little bit more fantastic.
Is it? It's close. I guess the fact that he, at the moment, has Innovate means that he can get the first Glowfly down. But if Chonsu is able to get his own spicy draw here...
Okay, I thought that was an Innervate.
Oh, wrong golden card.
Yep, not bad. Yeah, if Chonsu were to get his own Innervate, the matchup just flips on its head. Like a very salient point, that is just how the Druid Mirror works.
So Kin looking at a likely 5 or 6 card even. Whoa! Glowfly on the following turn, but Chonsu hit the Innovate off the top!
I'm just a psychic, Derek. One turn too early. How dare you doubt me?
What is happening, Gia?
Druids! Druids are happening!
That's all you can say. Just good job, Chonsu.
we had our back and forth Druid Mirror of the day.
No longer.
More than we
no
could ask
longer.
for. it happened before this.
Turn 4 here. Turn 4 lethal with Druid. What has happened to my beautiful game here as Chonsu goes up to at least one game on the table now? That's more like it from him there. Okay, I'm glad we're seeing a bit of the old Chonsu back.
What do you mean what happened to your beautiful game? This is a beautiful game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is
Actually,
APAC bread and butter.
Yeah, exactly. I am as degenerate as the next player here. I would happily do that to my opponents all the live long day. But there for Chonsu, finally getting the win with the Druid now. That has been, I think, for a lot of people, the lagging point in their lineup. Even though he's got Hunter, Demon Hunter, Druid now played with all of his decks so far, getting that out of the way, I think, puts him in a much better spot because now up against the Druid for Kin, Chonsu has to take a win with the Demon Hunter and the Hunter, both of which I think are very winnable matchups, arguably even favored on both halves.
Hunter, I would struggle to say it is actually favored for Hunter. Definitely close because they have the ability to just snowball a lot in the early game. I will say, though, the Demon Hunter is looking in a very good spot. And we are going to see Chonsu queue up the Demon Hunter first, try to get that momentum rolling for what's possibly a harder matchup later on. And that is a pretty strong start. I just see Battle Fiend, I see Umberwing, I see a way to put the Battle Fiend out of range of a single Wrath.
This is the dream for Chonsu. He just needs to find himself an Overseer, and all of a sudden he is miles and miles in the lead.
For Kin, though, he does have Wild Growth into Glowfly. But he will be taking a beating in the meantime.
Okay,
I think he should punch this Battle Fiend and just Bog Beam it next turn.
Okay, that saves the Moonfire. I was going to say he has Bog Beam Moonfire, but this is even better. You can then just save it for another spell for Glowfly or the Mount Seller later on.
The problem with Bog Beam next turn is he can't Wild Growth. But the thing is, the Glowfly is not looking particularly strong for the follow-up because he's got a minion in hand and hasn't drawn any cards.
Kin is just tanking it.
Right.
Is it cold in the shadows?
We keep making the point, Druid, they need to do something proactive to actually win the matchup and not just remove, but there are spots for deviation. I would have at least liked to see Kin think it a little bit longer. It really reminds me actually of how Quest Druid sometimes forgoes an earlier quest activation in favor of removing something. Stay alive that little bit longer.
And while I don't think we have lethal quite yet for Chonsu, it is staggeringly close for this point in the game.
Yep. And he's got the Warglave's follow-up. If it
15.
isn't lethal.
Yeah. I think everything is just that one turn too slow for Kin. He can't pop off in time. Oh, he definitely cannot pop off in time. Only consideration.
If we were to look at an Innervate off the top for Overflow, I don't think it gets there.
Well, he at least has a full board of 2/2s to start trading in. The problem is they line up fairly awkwardly, but I mean, with the Moonfire, he can take off most of the damage from the board here.
He can, and then... But it has to remove literally all of it to not be dead to just a Warglaves.
That activates Bog Beam, which then doesn't win him the game, so we go on to the next draw.
Yeah, looking for crystal powers. And I said plural because I don't know if just one him there.
I think one keeps him alive for the turn.
Okay, you can trade down 3 minions, Moonfire, trade down 4 minions along with.
Yep.
Yeah. He can, if he really wants to innervate Hero Power, but probably at this point you just save it for your Mount Seller turn.
Agreed. That's gonna kill him though, however.
Wait.
Oh no, wait. It's one damage off. Oh no, wait. It is lethal again.
It is lethal with the bounce. Sorry, I was looking at Warglaves.
Took us a second as well, but Chonsu will be able to equalize the series on turn 5. Man, when Chonsu wins, he really wins.
It doesn't even seem close.
Our enemies
Yeah.
will fall.
It does not. But now, Gia, this was the easy one out of the way. He was taking the
Right.
almost freebie with Demon Hunter on Druid. Now, of course, things get a little bit tougher. This is coming down to Highlander Hunter up against Druid, a matchup that I've done a little bit of testing on. And, I mean, I think I'm right in saying, Gia, that it is just about the Hunter being as aggressive as they possibly can in the early game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The fairy dragons are especially backbreaking for Druid. We saw a while ago Surrender taking a very with Hunter by starting off with that amazing curve, having the Fey Wing, and
Yeah.
crucially just playing a Res 6/5. Because Druid, while it can get a very strong start, if you don't go for the super early Glowfly,
Yeah.
it can just be that one turn too slow. It really is just the difference of one turn with Druid between dying and absolutely popping off and turning the game on its head.
And just the implications of this game alone in terms of the standings here are
Oh, yeah.
so huge. If Chonsu is taking the win, that means Kin is decidedly at the bottom with 0-5 over after his first 5 games. Would be a devastating way to start things off. But if Chonsu loses here and Kin takes the win, that means that they are both kind of stranding each other down at the bottom, looking to be likely playing out for that relegation spot.
Yep. As it stands, though, Chonsu's opener is so good. He's got Fairy Dragon, Stormhammer, Zephyr if he wants it to shore up a turn where he doesn't have good development. And Kin has an early overgrowth.
I mean, early as right now if he wants it.
Yeah. He's gonna go for development actually here. The punishes are not too limited, to be honest, both the weapons and the Scale Rider, which has been backbreaking.
I think Punish is a bit of a strong way to put that. It still soaks up the weapon damage, right? And it's developing
Sure.
something that at least extends his time to start finding his power cards.
Yep. And it's not like he is lacking indoor, he still has the other end of the Rising Winds, but the Dragon Bane for Chonsu just gives Kin a very clear timer.
It does, but
Wow.
look at that draw off the top. All of a sudden now, Kin has one game plan and one
my.
game plan only, Gia. This is the mother of all mount sellers next turn.
Yes, it really is. Just a question of how Kin approaches this turn is crucial. Is he gonna put more minions onto the board, try and stall, or does he draw to find Bog Beams for next turn? Or Iron Bark? He's committing all into the board.
Diving Griffin does fairly easily allow Chonsu to guarantee the 5 damage to go face.
Yes.
Does he want that though, or would he rather get the 5 damage just for free removal?
So tough to say.
Yeah.
I think we're at the point where Chonsu can still presumably soak more, or sorry, get more damage from a minion over 2 turns versus the 5 to face immediately. So I can get behind him going for this line. But this is gonna have to be a great mount seller.
I'm talking Griffin, Gia, and I'm talking pretty much only Diving Griffin can pull him out of this one.
Taunts would be great as well, but none of which are available. And that's just GG with Zephyrus.
Yep, Zephyrus off the top. That can give Fireball for the win.
Yeah, Savage Roar. However
your
which
pick.
way you like it. As long as he doesn't fall into the trap of hero powering first.
I think even then he's got lethal here.
Yes, with Frostbolt.
And then you swing face.
Yeah,
He's
there's
just double, triple
so
checking.
Yeah, just making sure Zephyrus has no room to make any mistakes here. That is so rough for Kin. Getting swept on the Druid every time Chonsu has gotten a strong start. And Chonsu, look at the difference. He is so ecstatic to be pulling himself out of the hole and putting that distance between him and Kin.
That's so right, Gia. Kin, commiserations to him, but just look at what this means to Chonsu. I don't think I've seen elation on a players like that
Yeah.
a player's face like that at all in my time casting GM. That is just true and utter relief of the highest order, saying, you know what, I'm hopefully not going to end up at the bottom. He has a real chance to turn things around. His score isn't even that bad. 2 and 3 puts him even with Surrender, Possessi, and Flurry. He is all of a sudden way above the bottom now and can start his road to redemption. Whereas for Kin, 0 and 5, he's guaranteed to be bottom 2, I think, now.
Yeah, all but guaranteed. And Chonsu, despite him having a very slow start, not only is he 2 and 3 and tied with 3 other players, he has the head-to-head advantage versus Surrender after. So
Brilliant.
He might be pulling himself not just out of 7th place, but out of the relegation bracket spots in Division A altogether. It is a huge difference that one series could make.
Absolutely right. I am very, very glad for Chonsu, though, all things considered. I think that he played that a lot more like the Chonsu that we expect to see, especially those last couple of games against the Druid. Obviously, he got pretty much the ideal hands, but I think he knew exactly what he was looking for and played some very strong Hearthstone.
And that is yet another story of defeat for Druid. This has not been Druid's weekend. It seems to be taking wins in the mirror and pretty much just that. We're not seeing the amazing fungal fortune starts of old, but we've seen decent starts from Druid is the thing. We've seen a ton of Glowflies, we've seen a ton of Ramp, but the more I see this deck, the more I tend to realize that if it's not that exact combo of fungal, wild growth / overgrowth, and Glowfly Swarm, it's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's starting to show its real weakness. There's just a decent deck, but not that oppressively powerful. Maybe not a all but one bring here for Asia Pacific at least. But we're going to take a look at the schedule now to see what we have coming up for the rest of the day, as that was, of course, only Game 3. We still have now the Division B matches to play out. Staz versus Shaxi, I think, should be a good one. They're kind of middle of the road, a little bit lower down on the scores than they would like to be. But the big one for me is undisputably the bottom 2 players in all of APAC Grandmasters, Frosty and Samuel Sao, trying to fight it out just to have some chance of pulling it back out of the bottom 2.
That's right. Both of them winless thus far in the round robin stage and also on stream, including the Swiss, if I recall. So they have so much to prove. And Samuel Sao is bringing the only mage deck of APAC this weekend, and it's not Highlander mage.
I cannot wait to see us getting into that. Yeah, I've got a lot to say about Samuel Sao and his mage deck. Some of it kind, some of it not, as that is a bit of a pile of cards is what I will call that mage deck, if nothing else. But before we can get into that, we're going to go to a slightly longer break, as we always do after Game 3. So do whatever you need to do to get ready for the last couple of matches today, because you are absolutely not going to want to miss them. We will be back with Staz versus Shaxi after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 5 of Hot Takes. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my guest, my permanent guest, and, one of my best friends. I'll say that, Sottle. I feel like you need, a couple of nice things said to you since you lose so often. How you doing, Sottle?
I'm doing great. I was doing, pretty average up until that point, but with that glowing intro, I'm now on top of the world. I'm ready to crush this, TJ. Let's go.
Down to business in Grandmasters, as round robin phase is now halfway complete. But we're going to go through 3 hot takes today. I'll award points based on who I feel won. And yeah, should be fun. Let's get underway with hot take number 1. Most Grandmasters would be better off rushing their turns than roping them. Oh. All right.
Absolutely yes, TJ. There's a few players in GM, Bunny Hopper comes to mind, who have mastered the art of the life coach, but far more often than that we see players like PNC, for example, who just get way too far in their own heads and then fail to just even execute the basics when the rope starts burning. Of course, the perfect world is like somewhere in the middle where you actually have some consideration and then execute a play that you've considered quite heavily, but most players do not have the ability to time manage properly. We're seeing the evidence of that, so therefore trusting your initial, finely honed instincts as a Hearthstone player has got to be better than just missing attacks and floating mana at the end of the turn.
Well, I do agree that some players get into this mindset of overthinking. I also think that it would just be the same, whether or not they rushed the turn or whether or not they took their time and roped. I think that a lot of times when players are roping, it's because they don't have that initial instinct of what the right play is. So I think that if they rush their turns, you would see the same amount of mistakes that you're seeing if they rope their turns. They would just be different mistakes. So I don't think they would be better off, but I also don't think they'd be worse off. I think it would just overall be the same.
So what you're saying is that some people are just bad and nothing's going to fix that. That's basically what I got from your argument there.
Bingo.
Okay, got it.
Oh, that was a tough one. I'm honestly I'm on the fence about it myself after hearing my own argument, which I didn't know until I said it, and hearing your argument. So you know what, Sottle? I'm going to give you the point for that one.
What? Wait a minute. I was not emotionally prepared for this. This is not how this show goes. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the point. I'm not going to talk myself out of a point. I'll just take it.
Let's move on to hot take number 2. With a balance patch and GM lives on the line, it's time to take bigger lineup risks.
So, no. I think this is nonsense. Because what does risk even mean in this context? It feels like that's just meaningless advice. When you're building a lineup for a tournament, you're not saying I'm going to bring a safe lineup or a risky lineup. You're not going to say I'm just going to bet it all on black in this tournament. That's not how it works. You're bringing the lineup that you think has the highest win rate. Like, safe or risky doesn't really have a definition in this context. The strat for this week is the same as the strat for any week, which is just to test as much as possible, cover as much ground as possible, get as much data under your belt as possible, and then just bring the lineup that you think is the best.
Well, while I do agree in theory, I don't think it works out so much in practice. We haven't seen too many risky lineups in Grandmasters thus far, APEC excluded, because they're all risky lineups. And so what's happening with the players that are at the bottom of the standings is that they're bringing similar decks to everybody else, but they're getting slightly outplayed on those decks. So I think that taking a risk here is bringing something a little different and hoping to get an edge. And I don't think it's a matter of trying to perfect the best lineups, because that's what they've been trying to do and it's not working. So I think that they need to do something different. And just for the sake of this take, that different thing is a bigger lineup risk. So I think that they do need to, because right now, whatever they're doing is not working. And you can't double down on practice because time is running out. There's only 2 weeks left. So I think that they should be taking bigger lineup risks.
TJ, will you ever finish on time? Just one time. Come on. Again,
No.
you don't.
Hey, you took up 35 seconds, my man.
And you took up like a minute and a half. That's not balanced. You still didn't address the issue anyway. Like, risk is nonsense. Even if you are going to do something different to try and gain an edge, as you say, that's not taking a risk. That's just doing something that you believe is better than the same thing as everyone else. It's not a risk. You're just gaining percentage.
You know what, Sottle? That's a really good point. And because of that point, I will award you another point. You're up 2-0.
What is happening? TJ, why are you in such a good mood today? What is this generosity coming out from you?
It's not a good mood. You're just making good arguments, Sottle. And, it's tough to not award you points when you're saying smart things.
I do that every week, TJ. This is nothing different.
Hot take number 3. Poorly played games are more fun to cast than well-played games.
Oh.
All right. What's your side?
TJ, this is absolutely not the case. Hearthstone Grandmasters is supposed to be the absolute pinnacle of competition. We should be able to watch games of players playing at the absolute peak of their performance and make that exciting. That's our job. We don't want to see a person winning a game because they're throwing less than their opponent. We want to see someone get outplayed and good plays being rewarded. Look at Bloody Face versus Gallon from this week just gone past, for example. That was incredibly fun to watch.
Sottle, that's a load of crap, man. It doesn't matter what it's supposed to be. Yes, that's what Grandmasters is supposed to be. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And watching people flub their turns and make huge mistakes and, even slight mistakes, that makes my job more fun because I get to pick it apart and I get to feel, a little bit of happiness inside that other players make the same mistakes that I do all the time. So I don't think it's a matter of what it's supposed to be. I think it's a matter of what you feel deep down inside. And for me, I feel like watching those poorly played matches is just it's just a whole lot of fun. Well-played games are fun too. I did not say that. That wasn't the hot take. Poorly played games are more fun to watch and to cast.
You know what, TJ? Since you've been so cool and had so much integrity this week for the first time ever, I will concede that point to you. As a wise man once said, Hearthstone is a ton of fun when it happens to other people. So you know what? Hand on heart, I agree with you. You can have this one.
Wow. Well, that's so very kind of you. So it looks like the final score for Week 5 of Hot Takes is 2-1 Sottle. So I guess, with a heavy heart, I must say that Sottle, Wait, what's that? Oh, I just got word from our anonymous panel of judges that I've actually been awarded 2 bonus points for my generosity in the first 2 hot takes. So that actually means that the score is 3-2. And I win again. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Sometimes being nice pays off.
Sorry, do I not get a bonus point for my generosity in the third hot take? Like, how does this work? I don't really understand the scoring system. This hasn't been made clear. Can we get an admin?
Sorry, Sottle, but the final score of Week 5 of Hot Takes is 3-2, and that means that I win again. But that's going to do it from me and Sottle. Thanks so much for tuning in to Hot Takes, and we'll see you next week for more Grandmasters debates.
Poppycock and Boulder Dash.
You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Asia Pacific region. Once again, this is our 4th match of the day between Staz and Shaxi. Thank you for sticking with us through that slightly longer break, but we are now ready to dive straight into the games, Gia. Between, again, I think we can say a relatively standard lineup for both of these players.
Yep, we're always seeing Demon Hunter Warrior. What really stands out to me is how the bans have shook out. For Shaxi, the Warrior banned away. It's both Warrior. I don't know what's wrong with me. I thought that was a Demon Hunter symbol for a second. I need to start wearing my glasses again. Yes, it is just going to be a true mirror in terms of the classes. As far as archetypes go, we usually see the most deviation in Rogue, or innovation, I should say, at least on Shaxi's end, playing things like Questing Adventurer, but he has opted for something a little bit more standard in the Stealth package.
Yeah, I'm glad that Shaxi is, to an extent, reining himself in a little bit. I think he can start to run a little bit wild with his more elaborate schemes to start taking games. Partly, I think that works out great. You know, we saw him go for the Golden Kobold up against Priest, already infamous with his rogue. Didn't even get to see it because he just had lethal before that happened. But it still demonstrates his long-term thinking in these matchups. And then we've also seen the other side of that coin, where he just starts to make these really weird plays that don't really make any sense at all. So I'm glad that, well, putting himself in the confines of a more standard archetypes, hopefully we can see more of the genius than the mad.
Yes. The archetype of this rogue, I actually struggled to face it because at first I was seeing double Spire Mistress, double Skyvateer. That screams stealth to me, but there is no actual Greyheart Sage in this list. Instead, he's opting for 3 drops that I would consider more of tech inclusions: double Blowtorch Saboteur and double Shadow Weaver. This just looks like a rogue that is tech heavily to beat Demon Hunter.
Yep, and I think that's a very decent way to go because it's one of the matchups that I think is on the cusp, hovering right around 50-50. And given that Blowtorch is just not that bad of a card, and when you're playing the non-secret variant, you have a little bit more room to work with in terms of the cards you're putting in your deck. I like the strategy that Shaxi's going for here.
Derek, I think the cat is repeat offending. Look at his camera! It's back!
Oh, you know what? I can already see the meme brewing of Shaxi screaming across the table at his cat, and his cat just sitting there.
Oh! Glowfly available for Staz as early as now. But honestly, it doesn't look so bad if he coins it out. Coining it out now means that he only has 4 Glowflies available. So it's maybe not that strong. Only takes a backstab and 1 other removal spell for Shaxi to deal with the majority of it. So I think Staz can actually remove the expensive hero power, get it out of the way, go Glowfly next turn.
Yeah, again, you have to be considering all your turns. You can't just be going for 1 power turn and hope that gets you there. Especially when it's not that much of a power turn, to be perfectly honest. Only 4 Glowflies is not game-winning. We've seen time and time again.
Agreed. Really like it from Staz. The patience, like Shaxi's cat. Can't wait to come back onto the screen. It was gone for, what, 2 weeks? And now it's made its triumphant return.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at the end we finally get to see Shaxi's webcam and it's just like in the shape of a rat or something, and he's just been baiting his cat the whole time.
We saw there Shaxi had the option to just go Praise Galakron plus Edwin, but I think he's rightfully holding back for a much bigger Edwin next turn. If even 1 minion sticks, he can go Praise, Lackey, Shadow Step, Lackey, Edwin.
Right, I mean, holding back on the Praise here is a very, very obvious play to us. Obviously, Staz doesn't know anything because he doesn't know that the Praise is in hand, but full mana utilization, stepping the Lackey, praying that you are able to get a Kobold Lackey as well.
Oh!
And you are looking at an insane turn here from Shaxi. Oh my god.
And if this is a Kobold Lackey, that is just quit from Staz, but it's not.
Not quite,
But
not
this
quite.
is still so huge. He can remove 3 of those Glowflies, build up a huge Edwin. Huge.
On wings of ease.
Yeah, you're never deviating with Seal Fate here. I think removing 3 should be enough.
Honestly, the only way I see back into this game for Staz involves Shaxi's cat.
Okay, I don't think that's actually quite true, because with these 3 minions left on board now, Shaxi's Edwin is a 12-12, I think? Right. And so then, triple trade with the Savage Roar is actually just a very easy clear. The hero itself can take out one of the others.
Right.
Crystal Power. This is, if he wants it, a full board clear.
Yeah, I overreacted. This is actually really good for Staz. He can go for that. He has the Fungal Fortunes to refill some of the spells later on, and the Mount Seller ready for... I'm not sure if it's exactly turn 6 because you don't want to be baiting into Mount Seller, but the point is he has Stall. He could bait into Overflow.
Right.
And just try and take it to the long game, whereas Shaxi has a lot of resources to get rid of this.
Exactly, Jit. And this isn't a niche comeback here for Staz. He runs 2 copies of Savage Roar in his deck. I'm starting to wonder if Shaxi should have waited a turn for Edwin. I was going to say it was ridiculous at first, but now that we actually see in the cold light of day what he's been left with, it could have been Seal Fate on that previous turn, remove a little bit more of the minions, and then the turn after try and pop off with a huge Edwin.
You bring up a very good point. I am usually on board with going for the biggest Edwin as quickly as possible. 12-12 seemed really strong. I want double Plague of Madness. Not particularly strong at the moment, but that could deal with a taunted up Mount Seller where Staz was not expecting it, especially since Shaxi is not running the secret version. Staz won't be so scared of playing into Blackjack Stunner because it's not there.
I mean, even then though, Gia, it's still looking to be an insane Mount Seller in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, no arguments here.
Yeah.
You could just overflow now, and all of the higher cost spells that get reduced to 0 post 7 mana are available to be drawn. And at the very least, he's got Moonfire. Upsides for Fungal Fortunes and Rising Winds for draws instead. I'm not actually so sure. Versus an Overflow. The ups and the Innervate. That's the only big one I can think of.
Waits for no one.
I mean, with this line now that he has the overgrowth, as well, we could see a very powerful Mount Seller coming down the next turn.
So this is gonna sound stupid, but he can step this Cobalt, 8 for 3, get more spell. Wait, yeah, then the Twilight Drake gets bigger.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the kind of the payoff of the play.
Sorry,
no.
Well, the payoff obviously is to just have more stuff to do because he doesn't have very much proactive plays. It's all responsive.
I just don't even think there's any good outcomes really off 1 mana spells. There's no way to draw. Togwaggle's scheme isn't doing anything.
I supply only
I guess Praise Galakron to be as good as it can get.
Yeah. And we are gonna start to pop off. The first beast was terrible. Oh man, he's discarded both the second Mount Seller and Ysera. So, what? He's also not drawn any Bog Beams or Iron Barks? Or, that has to be a giga low roll. Okay.
It was still a little bit surprising that he didn't go for the Power of the Wild though, right? It would have been a pretty good play on this turn.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I am now seeing a very real route for Shaxi to get back into the game because there's no more Mount Sellers after this one dies. There's no Ysera. There's only one more Glowfly Swarm. Stats is just out of threats. His deck doesn't do anything.
That's so crazy. The deck is just a bunch of removal spells now, and another Savage Roar, another Power of the Wild. That has to be all in on the last Glowfly and find it in the first place through Overflow, in which time Shaxi can try and develop now.
I will say, I was maybe overreacting slightly. His deck doesn't do nothing at this point. Even Rising Winds alone is a decent-sized threat in its own right. Like, double, 4 minions off both Rising Winds, then Power of the Wild is a big board in its own right. But I don't know if it's game-winning, especially when Rogue starts doing its broken stuff with Galakron and Togwaggle later on.
I have to agree with you. So we're seeing Shaxi punch this Porcupine, meaning he plans to remove the Mount Seller using Faceless Corruptor instead of his... Okay, or Eviscerate instead of the Plague of Madness, which I'm a bit surprised by. I think he had a bigger chance to grab tempo that turn.
I guess his thinking is, if he can remove it in another way, Druid is unlikely to ever play a singular big minion for the rest of the game, given that he's seen the 2 discards. So he just doesn't want to give Staz more time by having easy removal options to draw through to his Glowfly.
I think this gives Staz more time, though. If he had just gone for the Plague of Madness, even just with a Shield of Galakron, yes, one between the Twilight Drake and the shield dies to the dagger, but you're still maintaining one. Staz takes the damage, and you develop more tempo.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. In any case, Staz still hasn't found the Glowfly, so it looks like this Rising Winds is going to cycle, or alternatively the Wild Growth to cycle more. But he's gotta then dump a Moonfire. Not a huge deal now that both the Mount Sellers are gone. I think you're right, he really wants to be using all the Rising Winds possible for development instead of card draw. Okay, here's one. Yet again, I'm seeing a bigger opportunity for Shaxi to seize tempo. One drop Faceless, trade, evolve the weaker Faceless.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that sounds very powerful to me.
Yeah. He doesn't even need to trade the other one. He could just use the dagger to get rid of the Desert Hair, make sure that everything's for health, unless an evolve goes terribly wrong.
I just think as long as Shaxi sees his board so that he can value trade against any 2/2s that come down, he should be in a great spot to win the game.
Agreed. Whoa!
No!
I mean, now you just trade step the Witchy, and then you get a bunch of 2/1s for your trouble?
Right.
Who said Illidan was a bad card?
Yeah, exactly. For those of you who are unaware, this used to be Illidan's Storm Rage before the Demon Hunter class was added. It does the same thing. You're summoning a 2/1 whenever you play a card, and just look at the effect it has. Staz is done.
He could Fog Beam this down.
Okay.
2 times. But he needs the Glowfly stat.
Yeah.
Just the Rising Winds, I have a hard time seeing how that gets there. Granted, he could go for something very... I'm talking Power of the Wild for development, all of the Rising Winds for development, Soul of the Forest, that. And maybe the other Power of the Wild gets used for buffs so that everything is 3 health at least, and not immediately traded down by the 2/1s.
Mm-hmm.
That looks pretty resilient. It's 4 minions with Death Rattles. I think it fits with the mana as well.
Time waits for no one.
Sorry, it's gonna be 3
We can get 3 minions, right? Yeah,
if he goes for the buff. My bad. There was no way to get the buff and the Soul of the Forest 2 minions.
Yeah.
So Staz holds back on it. The other Soul of the Forest being saved for Glowfly Swarm. I think Staz is just preparing to draw the rest of his deck with Overflow and hopes that that final push can get there.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to get there. This was such a weird game, Gia. Like, obviously it's brutal for Staz discarding both his minions there, which is one of the main reasons why he lost, because he just runs out of stuff now. He doesn't have enough meat in his deck to get the job done. But it really is that Edwin turn for me that was the entire turning point of the game. And I wonder if Shaxi thought it through enough rather than just saying, this looks big, let's go for that.
I mean, it did seem maybe a little too rushed for Shaxi to go for the Edwin there, because as it turned out, it was just dead to Savage Roar. But also, something had to have gone wrong for Staz aside from the discards. Maybe the timing of the Mount Seller turn, or not consolidating that board as opposed to going for draw. Granted, he had a lot of good draws off of the Rising Winds that he took over the Power of the Wild. Iron Bark and Bog Beam. I think both the Iron Barks are at the bottom here.
Yeah, I think so too.
But maybe a different line could have given Staz more. As it stands, though, he has one final push available next turn. And he's not dying.
Exactly. With double Iron Buck, he can stay alive while still putting all the pressure on the board. And then, Power of the Wild, Savage Roar. maybe he's facing down a whole wall of taunts to go along with it, so he's not going to be getting his own lethal on the following turn.
The big thing here is the Soul of the Forest.
True.
I don't think he's going for the Roar all that soon, but I love that he holds on to the Innervate here. Not that it was going to get any use, but the salient point is that he can go Glowfly, Soul of the Forest, Innervate, Power of the Wild for the strongest single turn development possible. Shaxi can freeze face and evolve his Safeguard into a Frost minion here.
Even equip the Plague of Madness along with it, which can't be swung with.
But if he equips the Plague... Oh, right. If you freeze stats here, makes
Freeze
a lot
the
of
face,
sense.
yeah.
This is such a strange... I've been seeing Druid Mirrors go many days today.
He needs to be careful about evolving the Safeguard, though, right? Because he knows 100% what Staz's hand is if he's been keeping track.
Right.
And so he knows that a big press onto the board is going to come. And so he goes with just making the 4-drop instead, so he still has the protection.
Oh, and that is potentially huge. After it dies, it could buff these lackeys to actually trade down.
That's true.
Part of the Glowfly board. So, one board, one dream for Staz. He can put 2 taunts in the way of what Shaxi has. One of them immediately dies to the Plague of Madness. Is there just lethal here for Shaxi on how the buffs go down from the 4 cost? I couldn't tell you the name of that thing. Oh!
So you trade that.
Right? 4 attack can definitely go in at in some manner.
That was wrong, I think, because now he's not guaranteed to get the buff. But because it worked out anyway, he's able to hit the lethal. I think because of the damage from fatigue, he was able to get the win no matter where the buff went there. But that does mean, with perfect sequencing there by Shaxi, 100% lethal no matter what, he is able to take the win in the first game there. And what a weird game it was. I've never seen a Rogue Druid match like that before.
Neither have I. And you know, that evolved from Shaxi. I think I was even downplaying how important that was. It ultimately dealt 6 damage to that board. And had it been even a little bit less, Staz could have had the time to go for Savage Roar for probably lethal of his own. I didn't do all of the math given that there were taunts in the way and one of them is a Safeguard, so it's 2 taunts. But it was far closer than it seemed there. That was just so unexpected of a Druid Rogue game.
Yeah, really, really crazy stuff. I'll have to go back and have a look at the start there. The Edwin, you know, while I'm ragging on it, is maybe something he could have done differently. It could very well have just been the best way to go about it, just to try and force your opponent to have the Savage Roar, because of course if they don't have it, you are in a fantastic position. It was a complicated spot, to say the least. But Rogue against Druid being a big upset now puts Shaxi, I would say, in a fantastic position to pull very far into the lead now, because outside of the context of just this particular series, in the overall context of the standings, Shaxi is doing pretty well. He's at 3-2 so far, and a win here would put him right up at the top there, almost equaling Tyler, depending on how he performs in his second match tomorrow.
Yes, even though these 2 players are relatively safe, players like Frosty and Samuel Tsao, who are decidedly at the bottom and winless so far. It only takes a little bit of shifting here and there to go from the middle to the bottom. And even if you're in the middle for Division B not safe, that still means you're going to play out a relegation bracket if you're in the 5th or 6th spot. So a lot to play for is still here. The Demon Hunter Mirror is going to be our game too.
And quite the start for both of these players actually now. Shaxi with the double 1-drop, Staz with the double 1-drop. The real kind of difference maker that I'm seeing here, with a very identical looking hand for both players, is the Twin Slice can just be such a big swing back in the favor of whoever has it.
Yeah, quite backbreaking for Staz, because I'm already seeing 1-drop for Staz here. Shaxi responds with coin double 1-drops and Twin Slice to remove whichever minion. And in the mirror, I tend to favor starting with the Blazing Battle Mage. Just because you're not necessarily always going for hero power on the next turn and buffing the Battle Fiend.
True, but I think the thinking is that you're like most likely to get it rolling with the attack buffs now, whereas later on Battle Mage is always just a 2/2. Like there was obviously a chance that he goes Battle Mage plus I-Beam on the following turn.
But the I-Beam is most likely to be +3 again.
Oh right, yeah, so then he is very, very likely to use the hero power next turn.
Yeah.
Or
So
Chaos.
the thinking is the Battle Mage always has to start with that, and on the off chance that you don't hero power the next turn, you still have the 2 attack. And if you do end up hero powering, then your Battle Fiend still gets 2 attack if the turn is Battle Fiend power.
Right, I see your point, but I think with this line, he was always going to attack in some way, be it with hero power or Chaos Strike.
Alright.
And it has the chance
any
to
case,
snowball.
That's a great top deck now for Staz. With the Umberwing hero power, he removes Battle Mage, gets the board back in his favor. Shaxi's got a pretty cool turn 3, the tech card coming into for the mirror as well.
Yeah, the fact that it is obviously not only a next turn your opponent's hero power costs 3, but until they play it, it costs 3. And of course that is doubly as effective versus Demon Hunter with a 1-mana hero power going up to 3. It can be a real pain in the backside. Thankfully, however, for Staz, he has a fair few ways to make this more amenable.
Yes. I, at first glance, was looking at the Battle Fiend I-Beam just by all the 1-drops, because freezing into turn 4, probably not as significant as into turn 5. He does end up floating mana this way, but I think it's totally fine.
Yeah, I like this play a lot more. Like you said, it's not only giving you an option to freeze into turn 5, but the Frozen Shadow Weaver freezing face, it just wasn't that good. You don't have the ability to clear off the Blowtorch tech as well, and then you're just accepting a trade, which sounds awful.
Question now is whether Staz wants to take 3 damage to preserve his 1/1. I think we're at an early enough point at the game, probably the last turn, where I would advocate for that he can just take the face damage. It is one of those points where the Kayn gets played, but it doesn't feel great to trade into anything if it is the play. So Shaxi's gonna go for development of his own.
Yeah, I like it a lot. This is a decent play on this turn, but what it says to Staz is a little bit more confusing, because clearly right now, Warglaives is the best play he can make, at least before the top deck. But his opponent just equips an Umberwing on turn 4, heading into turn 5, which to me, Gia, screams the Adept.
It really does, and for that reason, and with Staz's top deck of Umberwing to smooth out the rest of the turn, it doesn't look too bad at all. If he just goes for a Frozen Shadow Weaver face, he can value trade the Battle Fiend, Umberwing down one of the Umberwings, trade another, end up ahead on board, and locking out both potential Warglaives and Glaive-bound Adept.
I love it. I think it's a very, very good time to get that down.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Yep, very clean timing here from Staz. And already for Shaxi, it's looking like he's gonna have a tough time wrestling back the board, so is it now just the face plan?
How does that even manifest, though? Metamorphosis on this turn? I don't see that getting there anytime soon.
Demons?
Yeah, definitely all face with this current hand does not get there. I think Shaxi has to rely on top down of his own to deal with a 4/3 or I-Beam.
Or Kayn trade on this turn, deviate from the face plan, and instead just hope that you can get the cards you need to win back the board.
I think that's the slowest of all the plans, because the Spectral Sight has the upside of possibly getting an I-Beam right now, which gives him more time. But I'm really looking at this Metamorphosis just to get the mana usage out of the way. Okay. I think this plays best for a skull off for Shaxi. Just gives him the most time.
And I think it is scary, of course, but it's possible for him to still swing back the board. Like you said, skull off the top is huge. Altruist starts to get very good soon with this layout of the board from his opponent. Even as Metamorphosis hero power has the potential to take out a big minion if it's played next turn.
It is so funny to me that Staz's hand so far has been working out perfectly with the mana that I don't think he'll even mind using the hero power for 3. So far, the Blowtorch has only saved Shaxi 1 damage to his health total.
That is a fancy top deck, Gia.
Fancy, yes.
Very fancy.
But is it the play this turn? Highly doubtful, because the only other thing he could get to proc it is Twin Slice alongside the Spectral Sight.
Mm-hmm. And so therefore, is it Metamorphosis this turn to set up for Altruist and hopefully drawing any 1-drop, or still the potential Twin Slice? Or is it Spectral Sight to try and draw some other cards to play this turn for more development?
Well, we have to consider what is the best thing you can get off of Spectral Sight for this turn. And honestly, nothing seems particularly good. The Warglaives is not playable, Glavebound is not playable, and every minion traded down Staz's board. The I-Beam is good, but wouldn't you rather have that on the Altruist turn? He saves an extra 2 health by going for it now. Of course, because he doesn't take an additional swing from the Blazing Battle Mage. But now the hand just seems pretty clunky indeed, with the skull potentially locked in the middle.
Yeah, this obviously worked out pretty awfully for Shaxi in terms of the top decks, despite working very well for Staz in terms of his top decks with the Glavebound.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see your point, Gia, that even though he was... the Metamorphosis just spent his mana 100%. This did not necessarily spend all of his mana.
And now, yet another awkward turn for Shaxi, having this clunky Metamorphosis in hand. I mean, he could just use it and ping off the Glavebound, but that is just setting up
not winning
for the Altruist turn. It is really not winning.
Yeah. But then at the same time, what can he even hit off of Skull of Gul'dan there? There's nothing good. I-Beam on its own is just not winning.
Yeah. I-Beam give him another turn even, given that Staz has a lot of top decks of his own that could deal additional damage. One of the
Finally
worst.
a dead turn. Yeah.
But look, he gets to spend 3 mana because of the Blowtorch.
The utilization. Amazing. The main thing, of course, lethal well and truly set up now for Staz. This is the final turn for Shaxi where he can do anything.
And he needs I-Beam just to stay alive. Usually with Demon Hunter mirrors, when it goes this late, it is on a race. Both players are looking for top decks, and either one just falls 1 or 2 damage short of lethal, or the other heals just out of range. With Shaxi, though, I think I've just consistently been disagreeing with his Demon Hunter play in particular. I really liked how he approached the rogue game versus the druid towards the end there. But as Demon Hunter, and particularly in the mirror, it seems like Shaxi's hands and lines are just not coming together.
Yeah, I'm fully behind you on this one, Gia. I think just one of the things that, you have to get fancy sometimes with the Demon Hunter mirrors. There are a lot of tricks you have to learn. But you also have to remember the Hearthstone fundamentals. Spend your mana in these tempo matchups. You need to be making sure that you're not left with clunky dead heart cards in hand. Otherwise, you're left in situations like that, where on the turn he went for Spectral Sight. Yes, he could have found some things that would have pulled him back into the game. But for the most part, it just leaves him in a situation where he's floating a lot of mana.
And I think this is something that is specific to Demon Hunter that I really like. I think more so than other class, it rewards and punishes the way you plan out your following turns. It can leave you with such a hand that feels so unplayable and full of expensive things if you just keep playing for this turn. It really rewards holding the coin for the right time, when you time your card draw, and of course, Outcast as a mechanic rewards planning. And I think that is really cool design from a new class. It does feel very distinct from the other classes in that regard.
It really does. And it felt like Staz had the better of his opponent a little bit there in the mirror. But now, with his remaining 2 classes of the Rogue and the Druid, I think that the Druid is probably going to be the weak point here for Staz. Very possibly coming down to a mirror yet again, as we've seen quite a few times already here in APAC Grandmasters. But for Shaxi, at the very least, I think the Demon Hunter, despite his play that we've disagreed with him a lot on, I think can still get an easy win here.
Right. When you're fighting against Druid, for example, there is a lot less room for fanciness and tricks. A lot of the time, it is just playing your curve in the here and now. And the long-term planning won't always get you there if by that point the Druid already has Mount Seller, etc. So I think Shaxley's in with a very good shot.
Kind of disappointed there that we didn't actually get to see the Urzul horror from Staz. I only just noticed it even in his list at all. It's quite a cool inclusion to go for instead of the Crimson Sigil Runner. One for another day, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a 1 mana 2/1 Death Rattle, which is 1 mana 2/1 to your hand. So it functions similarly to the old Crystal Runner, that it's a 1 mana 2/1 and puts another card in your hand. So it's like extra value on top of a decent body. I can definitely see the inclusion for it. The reason for inclusion, but obviously compared to Crimson Sigil Runner, it is much worse in the late game.
Shaxi with a weird hand here, Gia, because Altruist Twin Slice is potentially a very, very strong combo up against Druid, but it is a big deviation from the line you were explaining earlier on of just tempoing out as much as possible.
It is a huge deviation, but you know what? Just this once, I will accept it. Because as Druid, most of the time, you are just hoping to get your Glowfly down as soon as possible. It is a very specific combination of cards that need to be in the right place of the hand from Demon Hunter to actually deal with everything in a board sweep, as opposed to them trading down with their... But because Staz sees this 3 keep, and sees that Shaxi will not be playing any of those minions he kept this turn, I wonder if he'll know that something is up.
What could you possibly be keeping that aren't 1-drops in this matchup, and also isn't Satyr Overseer, which is clearly the stronger play on this turn? Skull?
Nothing.
I don't think you'd keep that.
I agree. It would have to be a very strong read from Staz to hold off on a Glowfly next turn, whether it be coined out next turn or coin overgrowth into Glowfly. But if he makes that read, that would be so, so cool. Because we can see that a way Staz could potentially play around it is to wait for a buff and pair that with his Glowfly Swarm.
I mean, the thing is, as it currently stands, he just doesn't really need to. I mean, you could also make the argument actually with his hand that if he does go for Glowfly, it's not that devastating if it is cleared, because he has a very strong follow-up with Ysera Ironbark. And so the way I'm looking at this now is remove on this turn, probably with the Wrath, although I'm not certain that you go for that over the Bog Beam, and then Overgrowth, Glowfly the turn after, and then coin Ysera with the Ironbark looks insane.
Yeah, I think that plan covers all of his bases. And I like the use of the Wrath now because, as you said, Overgrowth is on the horizon for next turn, so the Bog Beams could get cheapened real soon. Mount Seller off the top could be an insane draw.
Yeah.
And suddenly, the Altruist Keep could be fighting Shaxi in the back. Still depends though, because Staz still has that option to coin Glowfly. Oh, he holds back. I love it.
Very good read. Very, very good read.
I don't know if it's a specifically altruist read, but it's also just playing well to the hand that he has. That is a huge top deck for Shaxi.
Yeah, you know what? You can make all the clever reads you want about your opponent's hand, but at the end of the day, it's still Demon Hunter. And even with the altruist Twin Slice Keep, Shaxi has the goods, and Staz needs to do something right now to stay in the game.
He doesn't have healing or minion generation outside of just the Glowfly, and we can already see that it's disastrous, but he might feel he's in a spot where he needs to go for it. Looks like he's starting with card draw. Seems good. Ooh. Could be really big for next turn.
Clearly here he was looking for, I think Moonfire primarily would be the absolute dream here to clear everything off.
mean, still clearing a decent amount and gets to land an Ironbark if he wants it.
I think you have to save it. I think if he's actually going to win this game, he has to go coin Ysera Ironbark, then the overflow afterwards.
Strangely enough, though... Oh, this actually doesn't even help against Ultras because... What? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, this does not help.
Yeah, even without Shaxi could have just face tanked it, but now the face tank damage goes to Staz's face. We're just looking at very close to lethal. We're looking at 1 off lethal.
1 damage off lethal. It's difficult to call out Staz for making that a misplay with the Ironbark, because if the I-Beam wasn't there, he would have saved a little bit of damage. I still do think, however, I mean, maybe because he's got the hard read on Zephyrus, sorry, not Zephyrus, on Altruis, that he can't go for the Ysera line anyway, and he would have to deviate to an overflow. And again, it does come back to that read of what you were saying. 2 cards kept that haven't been played. It's got to be Altruis, and Staz is playing to that, almost to a fault.
I mean, I don't think any line he could have taken beat the way Shaxi had both the threats. I don't think he had a slow turn on curve ever. Didn't get the Overseer, sure, but he had Frozen Shadow Weavers. That's plenty of damage on its own, and into the Glaive Bound.
And as we predicted, Shaxi with a much more with it Demon Hunter plan there. I think we liked a lot more of what we were seeing there. It was following the 2 principles very well. Primarily, curving out. He still had a lot of the pressure gear, but also having that strong deviation, which is like kind of the one acceptable thing you're allowed to do apart from curving out.
Yeah. It happened that Shaxi also just rewarded him despite keeping cards that you wouldn't want early on. It's fair to say that Demon Hunter top decks are of a pretty good quality. The only super heavy ones are 6 cards, the Metamorphosis, the 7, including Metamorphosis, Warglaves, Glavebound, and the Skull of Gul'dan. So it will just be a pretty tough loss for Staz there, but I can't say he should be particularly upset about that one because in most worlds, Demon Hunter does just get that win against Druid anyway.
Yeah, it does indeed. It was the expected outcome. The slightly more difficult one to predict will be the Druid left as the remaining deck for Shaxi. I think he is unlikely to be reverse swept on this one, though, because, of course, we have the Druid Mirror, which is a 50-50, no matter how you slice it there, and the Road, which, even though Shaxi got the win on his side, I think is unlikely to happen again. And that single unexpected win, as I was talking about right back at the start, may be the difference maker that puts him in with the win in this series.
Oh, yeah. You call it a 50-50, but Shaxi, I think, has consistently been running Star Facet again this week. So that's one thing in his favor. The other thing is that he's got the fungal wild growth start. Not having the Glowfly immediately, he's got so many chances to get it with this fungal.
He really, really does. And even if he doesn't hit the Glowfly Swarm, he's still got a decent ramp curve up to Mount Seller in a fairly timely fashion.
Staz himself has got no ramp. An inefficient piece of card draw, but he'll take it over. Oh my gosh.
And as it currently stands, I really don't hate Shaxi's position, even though Staz is going to be the first player to hit Glowfly.
Yeah, I think Shaxi's in a great spot. Because going into the Glowfly turn, he probably just uses some pieces of removal.
Exactly.
And he can coin into his Mount Stellar, hold off longer if Staz still doesn't develop. Just has to dump a card this turn, though.
I don't hate the proactive development of Power of the Wild. It likely just trades into a 2-2.
Yep. Seems fine. And Staz's hand has 2 minions, even. So in most worlds, he's only getting the 6 flies, not the full 7.
Ironbark here is actually somewhat tempting, I think, because you could make the argument that Exotic Mount Seller is good enough on turn 7 to the point where you don't need Ironbark, and it allows you to take a strong value trade on the following turn.
The difference is that his turn 6 would probably use the Ironbark anyway, because he's not coining Mount Seller this turn.
That's fair.
He's popping off on turn 7. Oh my!
Oi, oi, oi.
So he can just use spells and refill anyway with the fungal fortunes. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, he could start with coin fungal. Oh no, wait, that would overdraw one. He'd have to go coin something and then fungal. So like coin wrath fungal, if he wants to draw into more of the 0 mana spells for exotic Mount Seller, but that uses a 0 mana spell anyway. So
yeah. I am looking at saving coin or the crystal power. I'm looking at wrath fungal, and if you overdraw one, sure. So he goes back up to 10 if he goes wrath fungal. You trade down 1. In most worlds, you're just overdrawing 1 card, still have a bunch of spells to go off with next turn.
I like it a lot.
Or you could just use...
Time waits for no one.
Oh, sorry. Those, of course, still cost 3 right now. Yeah, I think you just hold here.
Absolutely.
Insane.
Yeah, it's looking great for Shakti. It's one of those rare moments where the first the first Glowfly Swarm doesn't actually win on the spot. Not by a long shot.
But does the second one make a difference here? Oh man, there's an opportunity also to go for Soul of the Forest plus buff. You deal the 9 now. The problem with the buff is that everything is still within range of Bog Beam. I wonder if it's ever even just Power of the Wild for a minion plus Soul of the Forest. And just give yourself the best chance for Savage Roar next turn. Yeah, I like the line from Staz. It's very close between buff and additional minion, which cover because of the Death Rattle. But I think he's got the right mindset for this.
Exactly. If this isn't a particularly defensive Mount Seller from Shaxi, or he only has 2 or 3 spells, then maybe this can come back. We can clearly see, however, I just don't think there's any way that Staz can eat his way through this Mount Seller turn.
Just 3 pieces of removal and a taunt. That is so
ridiculous.
Backbreaking for Staz.
Even with these garbage minions, it's still insane.
Yep. There's a situation where you definitely taunt the Mount Seller, I think.
Is it definite? Because it protects against Savage Roar, killing it off if you go the other way. And if you generate Zigzaw as your last minion anyway.
Well, my thinking is that if all of the minions go into the Mount Seller, then you have all the others for a bigger Power of the Wild. But then the Mount Seller regenerates. Yeah. Either way, if Staz doesn't many minions or doesn't clear the Mount Seller, he's just dead. There's punishes going from either way. And I don't see a particularly strong Mount Seller of his own. But he's got 2 shots at Diving Griffin. Oh, sorry, 1? He's at 7 mana? So 1 Griffin doesn't even get there. Is it now just... I'm about to suggest Wild Growth pass.
Just to set up for the best Mount Seller next turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably very dumb.
Yeah.
Like, it gets more done in that sense.
It plays to, I don't know, your opponent not trading at all because they're blundering, and then you can Savage Roar back.
My thinking was that if you don't develop more minions, Shaxi can't trade and just redevelop because he has a Mount Seller. You get more damage face, but this board isn't actually giving him more value, is the thing.
I see your point, but I think as soon as a single buff comes down, be it Power of the Wild or Soul of the Forest, you're never chewing through it anyway, so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, none of the lines got there.
Yeah.
And he had Vault for good measure. Not even necessary as a tech in this particular situation, but it's just gonna be lights out for Staz, going down to 2 and 3. And I hate to see it.
Really hate to see it, and he starts to put him on par with the players much lower down in the bracket. Dawn, who was right down at the bottom a couple weeks ago, has managed to claw his way back up with a important couple of wins in his last few matches, which means he is now on par with Staz at 2 and 3, whereas Shaxi right up at the top now, overtaking Tom 60229 and potentially Tyler as well, depending on how their match goes later on this week.
Very well put, and Shaxi manages to take the series without any further interruptions from his cat. He's now just put himself at a positive score. That's pretty insane given the lackluster start that he had, and any additional win that gets him farther and farther away from the guaranteed relegation spots is huge. And now he's in with a good shot of dodging the relegation potential zone altogether.
Yeah, exactly. He would have to come within the bottom half of the division to be even worried about relegation whatsoever. And now up at 4 and 2, he's looking to be in a very good spot to not even worry about that. As I think overall, we can agree Shaxi deserves to be at the top, at least at the top of Division B. Consistently, I think we've seen these Demon Hunter lines are the ones that we disagree with the most. But with every other deck we're seeing him play, I like a lot of what we're seeing.
Sure. I just would like to see him have a little more practice on Illidan. There is plenty of time to do that every week because it is just getting brought every week. And I think it is a particular deck that people need to master because it's a definite bring and close to always dodging bans because Warrior takes priority in that regard. So I don't think there's any excuse for being lax with Demon Hunter gameplay.
Yeah, just tightening up his play a little bit, and Shaxi is a real contender to still even get through to the top, to the playoffs potentially. If he finishes at the top of Division B, it would be exciting to see if he can get there. But first of all, Gia, we have to take a trip down to the bottom of Division B. Taking a look at the schedule, we can see that our next match is going to be Frosty versus Samuel Sao. And these are our two players, Gia, who are still yet to get a single win in the round robin. Finally, one of them has to get a win here. Be it Frosty, who goes up to 1 and 4, or Samuel Sao, who goes up to 1 and 3.
That is, I guess, a silver lining, but oh my gosh, how brutal will it be for the player that actually goes down here? Because this is Division B. If we were saying for Kin, at 0 and 5, it's only that he ends up in the relegation bracket. If you end up 0 and 4 in Division B, it's almost guaranteed that you get relegated, period. And not because it's these two players in particular, the head-to-head tiebreaker is also a huge factor. And it is going to be one of our two priest players in Frosty. So I'm always excited to see whether Anduin can start proving why people need to bring more priests in APAC at least.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't run the exact numbers on tiebreakers quite yet, but given that Frosty has lost to both Staz and Dawn, who are the two players currently still at 2 wins, his tiebreaker is very weak against both of them. So even if Frosty is able to win all the rest of his matches, he's still potentially looking at guaranteed relegation. And if he loses this against Samuel Sao, that is it. I'm just going to say right now, Frosty has to win this series in order to stay in Grandmasters.
It is a very, very big one, and we're already seeing from Frosty a ban of not Warrior, Demon Hunter, and I think with the rest of his lineup, you can see the reasoning because Priest is favored against Warrior according to the Priest experts, and Highlander Hunter. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought because I saw the uh-oh mage.
Yeah, should I take over?
Sure, go ahead.
Right, so this is not Highlander Mage, despite all 3 of the cards that you see there also being in Highlander Mage. This is what TJ has lovingly dubbed as Uh-Oh Mage, which runs 2 copies of Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron, 2 Dragon Casters, and 2 copies of a whole bunch of other cards. This is not Highlander at all. It is a risky deck to bring, to say the least, I'm going to say, given the high random nature of a lot of the cards in the deck. But I will say, it does have a lot going for it as well. Dragoncaster being able to cheat out Power of Creation, Deep Freeze, or Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron is incredibly powerful in a lot of matchups if you can hit that.
Yep. Can I dub this another 30
Please
cards
do.
mage?
Yes, it is 30 cards in a deck.
You called it pile of cards mage. I'm just putting a number on that pile. Man, I don't want to be too hard on this deck, but My gosh, is this really the time to be bringing a deck with so much randomness included in the core of its strategy, given that Samuel Cao is at the bottom? I guess you could make the argument that it is the time because of that.
That's the exact argument I made, Gia. This is the perfect time to bring this absolute random nonsense mage, because to be perfectly honest, in my opinion, based on the plays we've seen so far, Samuel Cao has been the weakest player in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. We have seen consistent plays where he has not understood the matchups as well as his competitors. I'm not saying he's bad at all. I'm just saying relative to the rest of the field, I think he has proven himself to be around the bottom of the pack. And therefore, put it out your hands. Just throw down this absolute weird nonsense box mage. It's as good a shot as any when you're right down at the bottom.
I didn't know that we were on an episode of Hot Takes now, and you're just TJ making up the most insane, illogical argument.
This is a valid argument.
No,
this is a very valid argument.
If you're doing badly, you put in more time, you practice, you look for the best actual win rate backed decks to go into the week. Priest, for example, is not something that was in a lot of people's radars, but it is strong. It's beating Warriors. It hasn't lost on stream that we've seen it this week. He's not in the lineup. He's gone for the 30-card mage instead, and I'm upset. And I've never felt more like Sottle in my whole life.
In an ideal world, Gia, I agree. He would play the most lights-out Hearthstone of his career and just dominate all of his opponents. What I'm saying is, based on what we've seen so far, that hasn't been happening. Maybe he will turn things around and play some fantastic Hearthstone here anyway, but I think this is a very valid strategy to go for if you feel that you're, that you are not up to scratch in terms of fighting back against the other GMs. Maybe I'm being too harsh. I see your point that he could just be going for a different strategy of trying to pull out all the stops and maximize his percentage through good play, but I honestly don't think this is that bad of a play for Samuel Cao at all.
I guess for me to be completely fair about this, I would actually have to look at the win rate for this mage, but I don't think there's a very big sample size of it at all, because despite all of the random effects, if you get a big enough sample size for any deck, you can get a feel for how it actually lines up against the rest of the decks. And given that Highlander mage, I think, is one of the decks that performs okay versus Priest, given that others probably struggle, especially the best decks in the meta right now, Warrior and Rogue. Maybe this mage has a good shot against Priest. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that Samuel Cao is just memeing it up at this point. This is not a bad deck at all by any stretch of the imagination. It does very powerful things with more consistency than the Highlander mage does. Obviously, you're losing Zephyrus, Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, and Reno, but you are finding twice the number of ways to cheat out the Deep Freeze, the Power of Creation, and the Puzzle Box. And although it is going to be absolute nonsense, a lot of fireworks are going to be flying around. I like it from Samuel Cao. I think this is a good way to go. I'm just standing with it.
Okay. And I'm going to argue with you on just that statement that it is not a bad deck. I think that any deck that doesn't have a definite, like a consistent win condition is pretty bad to me. At least with Highlander Mage, you're still running Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which after you do all of the random nonsense, you have that value package at the end to put a strong board and Zephyrus to get them within the lethal range. With this deck, you don't have those finishers. You put it all in the box. All of the faith.
You do have the finishers. You have an equal amount of big threats in the deck. Double Deep Freeze, Power Creation, Box is a threat a lot of the time. Kaligos, Alexstrasza, Tortolan. There are a lot of big threats in the game. You can remove for the entire time or start pressuring out with early big spells coming down. I'm saying, this is the bring of the week for me.
I can't wait to keep arguing with you, but let's start first with the matchup that's already on our plate.
Fine.
Priest versus Warrior. This is the one where Priest really gets to show what it's made of. Can it stand up to the best deck in the game, according to most people? And so far, Frosty did prove that the other day, and now he's going to have to do it again versus a pretty premium start from Samuel Cao, the Sky Raider, into Corsair Cash.
That's right, this was the one match that Frosty was able to win, actually, yesterday, was the Priest up against the Warrior. Obviously, he got a pretty fortunate outcome by discovering Mind Games and hitting exactly Blood Boiled Brute from his opponent's deck on an uncontested board. But I think the point is, overall, I am on the side of the Priest players here, if you are playing it at the top level that the, as I've said, the cabal of EU Priest players in Xananan, Moin, and Tic Tac have been playing, I think you're in a great spot against Warrior.
Cabal of EU Priests, is that the new corrupted version of Cabal Shadow Priest that they printed?
Exactly. And it is horrendous to listen to.
In any case, Frosty has pretty good mid-game with the double Fate Weavers. They're not active yet because he's just gotten the one invoke so far. But just the 3/6 body is pretty decent. I find that as Priest, as long as you're able to stay toe-to-toe in the mid-game versus pretty much any deck, and then roll into the Soul Mirror turns, roll into Mirazond, then you can get ahead.
I quite like the look of here for Frosty just going with the Cleric of Scales and then bumping in with your minion, because then the weapon comes down, it doesn't have any particularly good targets, and you're almost guaranteed to be able to clear off the Sky Raider.
But the bump activates Rampage. I guess Bloodsworn is not scary at all. They never want to copy a 1/1.
Yeah. I think if just Rampage comes down, I'd be very happy as Frosty.
Sure, he's still got a way to deal with it anyway, with the remaining 1/1 and the penance. So the punish is not actually a punish for the bump.
Very roundabout way to get Shadow Word Death there, going for the renew into Shadow Word Death instead of course, just picking the Shadow Word Death. It does mean he has more copies in the deck because Cleric of Scales rips it out of your deck rather than making a copy, of course. And I think it's worked out fine. I have to be honest, I was kind of looking at the Thought Steal there as the best card. But with the way the mana worked out over the next few turns with, like you said, probably coin Fate Weaver into Fate Weaver, this is perfectly fine.
Yep. So Samuel Cao is going to get the card draw rolling. Let me take a quick glance at the Pirate package that he's actually running. We're seeing players like Gun actually including Captain Greenskin, but Samuel Cao is opting for the more streamlined version of the double Risky Skipper, double Sky Raider, and that's it. I've heard there's a version out there with just one Sky Raider these days.
That's right, yeah. I can't remember who it was in EU that's cutting that. Maybe Bunny Hopper? From his
Crane?
list. Crane, oh right, okay. Yeah, of course. The non-Grandmaster, but arguably the best Warrior player that we actually have at the moment, who's just been grinding nothing but Warrior for weeks now.
Oh, the heel face! Play around Battle Rage!
This is the real power of Priest, Gia. You were saying it yesterday, right?
Yeah,
this is the hidden power of the deck.
Oh man, this has gotta be just the memeiest cast we've done. And we had a Rogue versus Priest game a while ago.
Yeah, that was something else.
Okay,
Where
the thought for Frosty holding the coin is that he gets to play Kronks earlier, potentially, or the Soul Mirror, both of which could be very impactful, getting the Galacron a turn earlier if Samuel Cao is not able to develop it quickly.
But now for Samuel Cao in the matchup, we talk about how Priest has plenty of removal. Does that mean, therefore, that he should be playing this very kind of greedily with his cards, not wanting to throw anything out, and instead gearing up for the massive combos later on? Or should he just say, if you've got it, you've got it. I want to play it as soon as possible so you're less likely to have it, and throw his minions onto the board?
I think he has to take a measured approach that you don't want to be extremely slow and just let Priest develop minions, because Priest minions tend to be of a high health total that they don't die straight up to Risky Skipper turns. It often takes Skipper plus Blood Boil, and that alone deals with just one tall minion. So I think that Samuel Cao is right to be going for just slow development, incremental damage, while also maintaining the card draw to be able to eventually close out the game with those Korkron combos or even Grom Inner Rage at the end.
I like your thinking. I also like Frosty just developing here, but now all of a sudden, Gia, Battle Rage off the top is a premium card to find now for Samuel Cao.
Yeah, he could take 4 draws off of it right now if he just goes Skipper, Armor Smith, Battle Rage. He is at 8 cards right now, so expending 3 and drawing 4. He still would not overdraw.
Just do it, right? I think drawing cards here is far and away the most important thing.
I do like the look of it. He probably is just considering how the Blood Boil Brute fits into this equation, because ideally he'd like to get it down on the Skipper turn, and it would trade over the Fate Weaver. But if we're talking about priority of clearing Priest minions versus drawing your deck, I think drawing your deck is far more important.
Yeah. Having looked at it a little closer, there was the possibility of equipping the live wire lance and using the South Sea deckhand to help take out the Fate Weaver to try and clear the board for next turn. But instead, I agree, drawing cards is more.
Yeah. I think the 4 draws guaranteed right now is absolutely premium. But Samuel Cao is going full on aggression here. This board looks so weak to a Breath of the Infinite.
Looks staggeringly weak to a Breath of the Infinite.
But it's not there for Frosty. He does have Shadow Madness and Shadow Word Death to deal with the Bomb Wrangler. As long as Frost can clear off as many of the damaged minions as possible for Samuel Cao, suddenly the Battle Rage looks like it's doing next to nothing.
Right. So, with no minions in hand, Frosty can't start to abuse the power of Risky Skipper quite yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, he goes Madness this turn. It's probably just Death and Penance. That's right.
Right.
Remove the 2 highest threat minions here. He's not pressed about leaving up an Armorsmith at all because Warrior Armor gain is no big deal for Priest in this matchup whatsoever. Samuel Cao managed to dodge Breath of the Infinite, so he can still take 2 draws on the Battle Rage.
He could, of course, instead go for, as well as a Horde Pillager here, in order to re-equip the Ankar and draw the other Risky Skipper from his deck, first of all.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
He could possibly hold off on the Battle Rage because he has the next Skipper, but the problem with that is he suddenly has very few minions in hand that can benefit for the Battle Rage because Deckhand immediately dies with Skipper, and the Blood Boil would be presumably pretty expensive. So he's gonna see what Lackey he gets first. Probably end up taking the Battle Rage anyway.
I'm still just of the opinion that the Horde Pillager there thinned out his deck and also developed more pressure onto the board. Your opponent clearly doesn't have Breath of the Infinite here.
I did like the look of that better. Also worth noting that Samuel Cao's running the Egg and Terran version. Whereas a lot of the APAC players are just running the Deathwing version without any of that Death Rattle package. Breath, a little bit too late for Frosty here, but can still get a lot of work done. Just clear up Breath and a Shadow Madness, but that's a lot of resources expended.
It is, but it's for a completely clear board, which is a valuable resource to have in this matchup, for sure. Because the main thing, the main thing I was going to say now for Frosty that he needs to be afraid of is health. He just needs to be making sure that he's not being burst down, I think, from these crazy health totals, which, I mean, maybe prompts coin into Soul Mirror here. You get yourself an Armorsmith and instantly gain 5 armor at minimum.
This looks like one of the best Soul Mirror boards he's going to get without actually just dying on the spot, because it's already looking like Samuel Cao is gearing up for when he does the big development. That is also the lethal with the Korkons, Inner Rage, and Bloodsworn Mercenary. So I like the look of this from Frosty. He also just ends up with an Armorsmith and Bomb on board. Bomb goes terribly wrong for him. And I was going to say that aside from health total, the other potential problem... what a great outcome for Frosty. The other potential problem there is that Frosty just looks like he's drawing the Priest hand of old, which is a bunch of removal, but after it's all used, not much to do following up, and that's because he's not drawn much of any invokes, which shore up the lack of value in the mid-game. The idea of Galakrond Priest is that because you're still not running much card draw, as is the problem for Priest since I don't know when, you are running card generation to give you things to do to develop onto the board. Could see a pretty run here for Samuel Cao.
That's what I'm looking at. It also starts to juice up, of course, the South Sea deckhand to go for a big charge when it bursts. The problem with this line, of course, Gia, is the Shadow Madness that has been kept in hand all this time for Frosty. Because, are we going to see the mother of all punishes here?
But how does he kill off the Terran?
You just, you go...
Oh, right. Trade it into the Serpent Egg.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
However you
Forgot
want to
about the death rattle. This is so nuts for Frosty. Even got the penance.
You know what, I've heard tell of this play. I've never actually seen it in action. This is disgusting.
Agreed. There's a mind games. Frosty's best friend, but you probably just take the thought steal here.
Probably, yeah. With the penance in hand, you already have a decent amount of healing. You can get the Galakron off the Kronks for extra armor gain. You just want to make sure you don't run out of stuff to do.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. Similar effect, I suppose, giving you value, but just keeping the health total high. I can respect either.
Yeah, especially that from Frosty's perspective, he is so far ahead now on board that probably the only way he does end up losing is if he's not careful to play around just repeatedly being smacked in the face with weapons into Korkrons, into Grom.
Oh, yes.
And that kind of has me thinking, should Samuel Sao just send this swing to the face?
It's something he has to start considering, because board control is... It's not irreparably lost here. Obviously, it was a very powerful swing from Frosty. Samuel Sao has the possibility to swing things back. But when you're getting Doomsayer, it becomes that little bit harder to do so. Dude, Frosty's face, man. It just gets me. It just gets me.
If yesterday you were talking about, yes, surveying his land, this is acceptable. For Frosty. Okay. How would you dub this reaction now? Not to mention he's got the egg, so he still maintains a minion after this Doomsayer goes off.
Yeah. And, well, now the second risky skipper drawn. The Horde Pillager, I believe, no longer has any value unless Greenskin is in the deck, which it is not. So, of course, he's now hoping for Horde Pillager into the Livewire
Battle Rage
instead.
Another Battle Rage could be huge here.
Is it
Just
even...
hold the skipper?
Is it better than Commanding Shout, though, at this point?
It's 2 draws instead of 1, right? If you just at least go Skipper, Horde Pillager. Battle
Yeah,
Rage?
I guess.
The upside, of course, are cash. I mean, commanding should be played now for the draw, whereas with the Battle Rage, you're probably holding off on another turn.
And I mean,
it's pair it with Skipper.
It's not that bad either to just go for something like Korkron Commanding Shout trade to try and swing back the board as well.
Sure. He is running 1 copy of Korkron though, so that's actually a huge amount of his burst down the drain because without coin, he can't go Grom with the Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Maybe you're right, yeah, he should have just... It's getting harder and harder to even envisage a way that he can pull this one back, though, because Frosty, full health, above full health even, because of the Armor Smith earlier on. The Galakron is going to get him even higher.
Bloodsworn drawn this turn. Of course, he's so far from lethal, even if he had the Korkron in hand. But there could have been an avenue back here if he just takes a turn to go Skipper Grom face for 12, and then tries to... Not turn. I think it's... Still would have involved Samuel Cao looking for the other Rampage to get the 18 combo with the Bloodsworn Korkron.
I don't know.
But now even that just seems impossible.
This hand needs Emperor Thorisan right now. That is the win condition for Samuel Cao.
Okay. Can't even generate it. Vicky the Timeless is not instant.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know how the Warrior would generate Toki the Timeless. It is that time of day where we have gotten so far into it that has been one-sided that we're now just inventing outs. My favorite part.
And, I mean, if we want to get serious again, I will say I think there were some different ways that Samuel Cao could have gone to try and maximize his chances in the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
The Terran play was obviously the biggest punish that was available. The only way to not get punished by that is really to say don't play Terran, or at least not at the same time as Egg, so there's not something to trade into.
Right.
And you can just make the play there and say, if you have it, I'm losing anyway, so I need to take a risk. But to be perfectly honest, I don't think he was that far behind at that point where he needed to take that risk.
The play I was most concerned about was when he forewent the Battle Rage for 4 draws. He eventually got 2, but the play he went for was a Rampage and not even the Brute, which would have somewhat played around Breath of the Infinite. The board that Samuel Tsao had at the end of that just walked straight into an AoE from Frosty. It wasn't there at the moment, but I think much more foresight could have gone into that turn in particular.
I agree completely. Frosty are going with the Warmal Challenger, but not inner raging it. I think I would have actually just liked to have seen the inner rage there because it stops the opposing Warmal trading into your Warmal evenly.
Right.
But then again, I guess if they're going for a Warmal Challenger on your one just to clear the board, you're still miles in the lead anyway.
Yeah.
So you just take that.
I agree, though. I don't particularly see this inner rage getting much more for Frosty. Yeah. Given that he just has the 1 minion left in hand right now, I would like to see him just build the highest priority possible. Samuel Tsao can go for the clear on Kronks this turn, plus the Grom to face. So it's Kobold Lackey the Kronks, and you go Skipper Grom. Okay. And he can just pray that there is no removal. It is highly unlikely. There's Time Rips, there's Shadow Word Death, there's generated spells.
There's the Galakron that you literally know is in hand.
True. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah. He would have ended up as the Skipper on board, which dies to the Warmal. So yes, it would have been guaranteed. But what's out for Samuel Tsao?
I'm not seeing one, Gia.
Grasping at all the straws. Giving up that Korkron seemed to be the nail in his own coffin.
Now is that weird time in Priest where you're so far ahead that you don't really even want to bother using any of your resources. Like, Fate Weaver into Apotheosis here is good, but is that leaving you the one way you lose, where they just hit all the damage?
Oh yes, this is just the paranoia moment for Priest. I think it's
the good old
fine just to hold on to the Apotheosis. Just go Time Rip on a 1/1, and I think that's the type of play you do need to be making as Priest. Like, you can use your resources not for maximum value, as long as you can just keep doing other things in the following turns, lest you get handlocked in the way that Alutamu did in that game versus Rogue.
True. But now the only play I am seeing at all has to be getting as many bombs with Bomb Wranglers on the board as you possibly can. I don't think it wins, but I think it's the best you got.
At this point, I would have to agree. Problem is here, if he swings and plays a Lackey, he just blows up his own board entirely. He could swing and Battle Rage the Fate Weaver, but
Inner
then
Rage,
he's giving Inner Rage, but then he's giving up the 12 damage Grom.
Exactly.
Looks like this is just the state of things now.
Gromash, rush it in, and then Witchy Lackey into and Crush is 20 damage.
Love it.
Well, there's the out. We found it finally.
Yeah, the other 6 comes from this board / the bombs. Okay.
The perfect plan. I'm kind of sad that we can't see the Shadow Madness here, because then Frosty could go Shadow Madness on the Risky Skipper, Apotheosis it, and then play the Santa Water Bearer, which would be insane.
Build your own Pyromancer.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he could generate it with Renew.
So true.
Let's
go! True. Let's go!
to be completely realistic, as long as he just removes the skipper, plays the water bearer, he will be fine, because that is both skippers gone. Samuel Cao out of ways to get back forward.
And now, Gia, we see potential lethal for Samuel Cao on this turn. Gromash in a rage, 12 damage, boom. King crushes it up with the Witchy Lackey. Both bombs have to deal a total of 4 damage to face.
Boom indeed.
Missed it.
Come on.
Honestly, it's close to his best out.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were going about it in a joking manner, but if this board doesn't stick, and it really won't, because now Frosty, with the minions surviving, or a couple of them, either way, whether the minions trade in or they go face, Frosty is gonna be able to clear the board.
Alright, maybe he can find a way to get it down next turn instead.
Okay.
Problem is, of course, that he knows that there is a Galakrond in hand, and he knows that it is fully invoked.
Whoa! Wait a minute!
Okay, that's pretty good.
But he used the Witchy, Derek! We can't get the King Crush anymore.
So, Penance into Inner Rage into Galakrond is a board clear.
You could do something cute. You could Inner Rage the Dragon Bane so you can Shadow or Death it. Because I think
the
you
point
start...
behind that being...
It needs to go.
Well, you Galakrond it, right? It's fully invoked. Or is it not fully invoked yet?
Is it? I don't feel like it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My
okay,
mistake.
we got the K. I think it guaranteed needs to die there. I wondered if the turn starts with Galakrond and then you go for that, but that would have meant that Frosty would forgo the card. I think going about it this way is fine as well.
Yep.
Move quickly.
Still looking for the Witchy Lackey out. Livewire lands. One more charge.
It's it's a brutal spot now to Chia, because if he doesn't kill the Kaj, there's a life steal for 5 every turn. If he does, then there's a bloomin' Dragon Bane inside.
Yeah, and he just doesn't have a board, most likely by that point, because a lot of these are trading in. Samuel Cao, the way he's been playing this, it's like he's just trying to outvalue Priest.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of working at the moment, because Frosty is very low on cards.
But the one Galakrond could swing everything. And Samuel Cao, it's just 6 cards left in deck. Is the out for Samuel Cao? Just clear this, clear the Dragon Bane, hope that the Galakrond generates the worst minions possible. Okay, I think this is much more reasonable. So face, he can taunt the Grom so that the Mind Flayer has to trade into Grom. Can't get a VT and survive another turn.
Oh, shielded Galakrond. It's a taunt. It's something to put in the way.
Oh yeah, taunting the Grom would play into, say, Penance and Breath of the Infinite. This is so strange now that Frosty can't even Galakrond down the Grom, and he doesn't have any of the Shadow or Deaths left.
Samuel Cao can't seriously be about to win this game, can he? He was so far behind.
It's like it.
Obviously, there's a minimum just Galakrond has a chance to just snipe the the Gromash out of the way.
And even if it doesn't, Frosty's minimum healing up to 20 between those two cards the armor and the lifesteal. He's gonna take the healing. Oh, Sathik is huge!
That is huge.
To get another Shadow or Death!
Whoa!
Oh my god! Oh man, Samuel Sao is feeling the stress. And so is Frosty, to be honest. I don't know how he got that close to winning. Had we not seen a silence here, there was a chance for Frosty to die on the spot. Not guaranteed, but if the bombs went the right places.
I think this might be the craziest thing I've ever said, Gia, but maybe evolving the Gromash into King Crush wasn't his most likely chance to win the series.
Yeah, it was sticking the Grom. And waiting for them to play their Shadow Word Deaths, which is actually something you can control to some extent. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, Inner Rage on Grom still does something. It allows him to take out the Shield of Galakrond in one fell swoop.
Yeah. Oof, I think he was really hoping to take out either the Karj or the Sathek here. So another bomb trade could give him a shot at doing just that. Sathik is so problematic. Samuel Sao was playing to Frosty not having anything left to do. This could potentially just give him just infinite generation. No more targeting spells available at the moment, though. Frosty's just home free. Trades? Holy Nova, Galakrond?
Yeah, that's the full clear guaranteed.
I cannot believe this got as close as it did near the end there, and I don't want to say it came down to the silence because I think Frosty still survived even if there weren't a silence, but it would have been a lot closer.
It would indeed. And say what you will about Frosty's lineup, the Priest is doing very well against the Warrior. Those are the two matches that he's won so far this weekend in exactly Priest versus Warrior. And now, with that out of the way, I don't think you could argue as that is an especially important win for Frosty, given that I believe his Priest was in a decent spot against the rest of Samuel Sao's lineup. But just taking a win there, or at least not getting upsetted by the Warrior scooping it at the last minute, was important to say the least for Frosty.
Strangely enough, though, I don't think it's a particularly big loss for Samuel Sao either, because Warrior is still just a good deck. Lines all against what Frosty has remaining in the Druid. The matchup, it's a bit more arguable. Our GM stats would say that Warrior is hugely favored, but I think it is closer to the 50-50 line, maybe slightly Warrior favored. So Samuel Sao is still in shot. And that, again, is another function of the leave up Warrior strategy. Yes, you can take a win against it with the Priest, but does the rest of the lineup justify not banning Warrior?
The stage has been set excellently there, Gia, but we are going to have to go to a break before we can see the final act of Frosty up against Samuel Sao here. It is the bottom of the bottom here in Asia Pacific GM, and if Frosty loses, he is guaranteed to be in the bottom two and out of Hearthstone Grandmasters. So much to play for, so make sure you stick around and see the conclusion of this epic series after this.
Useless fact? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보? 생각이 안 나네.
A useless fact I know is a day is 18,600 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 뭐 아는 거 있어요.
밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 맛 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
This is the final and, in my opinion, most important series of the day here for Hearthstone Grandmasters Asia Pacific. It is the final hurdle here for Frosty, or the final chance at redemption, I should say, to try and turn things around after his devastating streak of losses here in the round robin. His opponent in Samuel Sao has given him a chance at making that a reality, though. With the first win going to Frosty now, Gia, the priest out of the way, he only needs to win 2 more games. But as you were saying just a little bit earlier, you still think that the Warrior is in with a good spot of taking a win for Samuel Sao.
That's right. Frosty's remaining decks are Druid and Hunter, and while the Hunter matchup versus Warrior is a little bit more up for debate, I think Warrior could easily take a win versus Druid, and at some point, maybe just do well against Hunter, because it just has that built-in very strong curve, especially if you're running the Egg version, in my opinion. Just landing Egg Battle Rage or Egg into Terran can be extremely strong. On top of that, Samuel Sao has Demon Hunter, whereas Frosty has forgone the class altogether. That is a big point that we didn't actually talk about in the beginning, but could be his doing.
It could be his undoing. I think if we were to see anything be Samuel Sao's undoing, it's yet to be seen, possibly in the Mage, which, while I said it was the bring of the week...
Oh, come on, Derek.
I mean, I never said it was like a great deck. I just said it wasn't a bad deck and a good bring by Samuel Sao. But that's a discussion for another time. First of all, Gia, we have a matchup that we have been arguing back and forth, kind of just with ourselves rather than with anyone else, in the Highlander Hunter up against the Warrior. Because I think in a romantic view of the matchup, we say, oh, you know, Highlander Hunter should be in a great spot. It can put down a lot of good minions on curve that the Warrior struggles to deal with. It can be very aggressive. There's no answer to Stormhammer. But in reality, what happens a lot of the time is you realize Warrior is probably the best deck in the game, and there's a reason behind that, and it does that.
Yeah, the consistency of the early turns from Warrior does seem like it is more decent on average than what Hunter can do. But I will say that the best Hunter can get there against Warrior. You just have the Fairy Dragon into Stormhammer, and notably Dragonbane is very problematic for Warrior to deal with. Sometimes you can get an aggressive enough start that the burst cards also run in the deck and just get Hunter over the hurdle before Warrior even has the time to get to their Armorsmith combos.
Yeah. Well, to get things started, as you were saying about the consistency of Warrior in the early game. We already have a lot of very powerful options to get things rolling. Corsair Cash into weapon alone fills out turns 2 and 3, while Frosty is sitting there with absolutely nothing to do.
Yeah, for this turn at least, he can follow up with Stormhammer, but it is not particularly good without a Dragon, and also not a great target because Samuel Tsao's just gonna spend the turn drawing. This is exactly what Warrior wants, the time to draw into things and not being forced to develop onto the board earlier than they want, because with Warrior, when you're able to play your minions as a combo and rather than just 1 or 2 on curve, that's when the power of the deck really comes out.
Oh, yes. And it is such a sad start already. I mean, I was saying that Stormhammer can be one of the cards that Warrior can't deal with, and I still think it can be one of the best cards in the matchup. But at this point, it's just Fiery War Axe. There's nothing to combo with it, and it's not even hitting especially good targets.
Yep. Frosty removed the minion just to make sure that there was no chance of an additional minion for Battle Rage later on. For Samuel Tsao, he's drawn the Ankar now. Probably the best of the weapons. Could draw into Risky Skipper, guaranteed, because he's already drawn the other Sky Raider.
Yeah, which is a good and a bad thing. Obviously, it's nice to have the Risky Skipper guaranteed, but the fact that he will have one pirate gone undrawn is a bit sad.
Gotta lead the charge.
The alternative was to just go for the full development. A cheap enough pirate to play this turn. That's huge. Granted, even if it were a different pirate, he was looking at the egg, but seeing as egg doesn't have a damaging activator at the moment, I like the look of the Skyvateer better.
So do I. I think just being able to draw a card is very, very nice indeed, given that, again, no Inner Rage to combo with the egg. You don't want to be going for that quite yet.
Oh man, no dragon in sight for Frosty still. Bone Chewer Brawler can probably die to 2 trades.
So he knows that if he plays Dragonbane, even if he swings into the 2/2, it can die at minimum because there is a 3/3 weapon in hand, no matter what it is. That's not that bad though, I will say. If you play the Dragonbane and it trades evenly, as Frosty, I would be happy given how dire of a start he's had.
Right. The other play I was looking at was Freeze Face with Frozen Shadow Weaver, and then kill the 2/2. That would only solve things for the immediate, but long term also just gives him a very bad turn 5 because the weapon could still come down and then he has no more freezes left. So this one gives him the most consistent follow-up.
I like swinging first, even though, you know, generally you're supposed to draw first to see what your options are. You want to make sure you're drawing the pirates with the Ankar and then the other cards with the natural draw effect. So I think that's good order.
Always going for the tutor before the unspecific card draw.
Exactly.
Whoa, Boom Pistol Bully. I didn't even realize this was an inclusion in the deck. That could be important later on to lock out a Bloodsworn Mercenary turn with Corcoran Elite.
Yeah, I mean, it just locks down quite a lot of plays that can be gone for. I guess the Risky Skipper Bomb Wrangler is still happening, but Bloodsworn and Warmaul Challenger being the big ones that are locked out then is very powerful, because even just as a 5/5 there, Frosty can now fill out his next couple of turns pretty well.
Yeah, just on his turn 6 and then rolling into the real power turns from Hunter.
Oh, yes.
Problem now for Samuel Tsao is because he's frozen, he can't go through this Bone Chewer Brawler, and of course Warmaul does not line up well that card. Gets stronger every time it's damaged.
Well, I mean, it clears it, if nothing else.
Sure.
I agree though. Not the ideal play.
But he doesn't have much of anything. You don't want to be skippering this early. There's no big payoff to justify it, in my opinion. I don't think the Blood Boil gets cheap enough to be played on this turn as well.
You could just play out the Bomb Wrangler as a card to hope it damages the other minions enough to allow Risky Skipper for the next turn.
What I'm looking at. What?
Okay. Well, this does allow for Rampage plus Bloodsworn Mercenary on the following turn on the egg, and it is, of course, the strongest development that he can make onto the board.
Okay. Yeah.
But it is also, as your, I think, reaction indicates, a very vulnerable play.
The skipper dies immediately without very much value. Granted, Samuel Cao can draw the other one with his anchor already equipped. That must be the thinking behind. Gives him the best immediate board state. But I wonder if this is enough to get there versus Hunter. And Frosty with the boom pistol can lock out the Bloodsworn play for next turn. The alternative, of course, is Unleash for probably close to the best value it's going to get. And the Desert Spear uses great amounts of mana, which is all of it.
It is obviously a little bit funky with the Bomb Wrangler, but I agree. You've just got to remove as much as you can on this turn, because when you're leaving these big boards, that's when Warrior starts going into overdrive. You need to shut that down.
I do think he's just going to end up with the Bomb Wrangler, or you trade with a Alright, complete respect here. Yeah. Because he's not played the Boom Pistol Bully, he has to turn off Rampage and Bloodsworn. That could have been very punishing on a Bomb Wrangler, so I think very disciplined from Frosty there.
And it does mean now that for Samuel Cao, Bloodsworn shut down, Rampage shut down, all of this just looking a lot weaker.
He could go Warmaul Rampage, hope that that survives, and then copy the...
Yeah, that doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah. We can see the punishes in hand with Siamat, but that Siamat, if it goes Rush Wind Fury, is going 1-for-1 with a buffed up Warmaul challenger. The end of the world.
Yeah, honestly though, that's the thing, is that Frosty, unless Samuel Cao hits card draw, Frosty's singular cards just are better than Samuel Cao's hand. He needs the combos of cards to make things happen.
We could also see Warmaul and Copy for a 1/9 because both of those are pretty just durable minions. He won't necessarily need to Rampage on both of them. So the Rampage now has a bigger payoff that if it survives, you can copy that. But if it doesn't survive, you could just end up with all of these stranded in hand.
It really is just pick your poison as to what you're weak though, because if you go for Bloodsworn Mercenary, then you're allowing King Crush to take the mother of all value trades.
True, but you end up with another one anyway that can be rampaged afterward.
I guess, yeah. This is probably the safest overall. Zephyrus, though, is a very, very spicy top deck indeed. It doesn't do an amazing job quite yet.
No. Would it give Brawl here?
I wonder.
Why isn't there a shadow word not ruin? The smaller ruin.
Yeah, horror. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the name of it.
So Siamat Rush Wind Fury here could be used to take out one of the Warmaul challengers along with the Desert Spear and then damage the other one significantly to mitigate the power of Rampage.
That would be a little short, right? You can't at 9.
Oh, sorry,
HP?
yeah, of course, it's 6 and not 7. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
So you could only kill one and kill off the Bloodsworn Mercenary, which I think is pretty good as well. If Samuel Cao goes all in on one of the Warmaul challengers, then Zephyrus can take out that win.
Well, the upside now is that Samuel Cao can get down the Blood Boil Brute, and he can buff up the Warmaul challenger, and he can pray that there is no Zephyrus in hand for Frosty.
Does he have to commit all of those cards then if you're worried about Zephyrus?
I don't think he has to, but I think he probably should at this point. I feel like he's slipping behind, and unless he hits exactly Battle Rage, his hand just gets worse and worse rather than better and better.
I agree. This is one of those spots. It has gone into the late game. You didn't get the crazy opener, and you're relying on a Battle Rage, which hasn't come. And in those spots, you tend to just vomit everything onto the board, force them to have the answers, and go from there. Unfortunately for Samuel Cao, though, Frosty will be able to clear the majority of this with Zephyrus. This Ankar isn't drawing anything anymore.
No, it's not. Yeah, no matter which way you slice it there, you're getting swept by Zephyrus. I guess this means that your opponent has to sink in the damage with the weapon if they want to go for Shadow Word Ruin for a full board clear.
The Ruin doesn't even kill the Wormhole.
Oh, it doesn't even kill the Wormhole. Yeah, you're right, because he didn't rampage.
So...
Or he didn't inner rage it as well.
What does it give here? Siphon Soul? Okay.
Yikes!
Wait, what was Frosty looking for? Brawl?
Maybe.
Big yikes!
Yeah.
I guess you just take the Siphon here, right? And kill off the Bloodsworn with the Desert Spear.
I guess.
Honestly, I don't know what particularly Frosty was looking for, because that wasn't a stellar brawl either. It was 50-50 to be a good outcome for him.
Maybe you should have gone Primordial Explorer first then to try and find like death offered instead.
Yeah.
Which then puts a taunt in play, which is a poison, sorry, in play, which is very
Right.
powerful. And it would have quite clearly been a lot better there.
I agree. In any case, he can follow up Dragon Queen Alex Straza, but he will be worried about a lot of burst from hand from the warrior. There is the Korkron still available. There's Grom that he hasn't seen yet. Not in hand right now for Samuel Tsao, but Frosty's got to be worried about it.
Yeah, the threat is ever looming, to say the least.
Life and hope of
Yep, you got to play down Alex, and you have to pray for some good outcomes here. Whoa!
That could be a full clear.
Oh, Gia, what do you do here?
I don't know. It's not the Nether Wing, right? It just damages him more and only removes 2 damage, so it actually, yeah.
It can't be the Deathwing, though, right? That, like, destroys your own board. Pass?
Yeah, I think it's pass. It pains me to say, oh my gosh. Okay, he's scared of the Grom lethals, obviously, the Korkron lethals. That's why he's going for this. Okay, it cleared off the other one first.
All right,
that's the best
perfect
outcome.
order. That is as good as you're going to get, buddy.
You know, yeah. This actually doesn't play around Grom Inner Rage. Nothing did, to be fair.
Nothing did, yeah.
But this plays around just Korkron Inner Rage. Yeah, there are certain outcomes, of course, that removing all of the damage plays around. I'm not sure quite how dire it was for Frosty, but he has bought himself some time. Now he can go Boom Pistol on the next turn, lock out Bloodsworn Mercenary with Korkron options.
I think Samuel Tsao is actually debating whether you equip the Live Wire Lance here because you just want the immediate damage right now with obviously the 3 attack rather than the 2.
I like it. I think it's fair to say the game is not going longer or long enough to get all of the charges from the lances combined. And Zephyrus has been used, no more healing available.
Yeah. He's taking a little bit slower. What? Look at that inner rage now. I mean, weirdly enough, it's a pretty durable minion, right? That is very likely to stick around for inner rage rampage. It's not awful here.
You're right.
Almost everything else was cleared off by Netherwing.
I mean, he could still clear, right? With Netherwing into Rushing Beast from the Scavenger's Ingenuity. Frosty is not running the Phase Stalker, so he's guaranteed to get either the Zixor or Diving Griffin.
Which means if he hits Diving Griffin, he wouldn't... Oh, no, sorry, because of the nerf, it now... Oh, no, it would still be a 6-3, right? So he could clear off the Mana Reservoir without having to go for the Netherwing.
Right. And that saves him 2 health. because the Lackey would stay on board. It is so discreet, the damage combinations you need.
Dragon Queen Alexstrasza again, Gia.
My
Round 2. Ding,
gosh.
ding, ding.
There's a Griffin. Oh, Faceless Corruptor is huge
Faceless
here.
Corruptor, yeah.
He could just corrupt these down to the 06, play Boom Pistol, shut off all the lethals but Rom Inner Rage particularly, I think.
Oh, however, with this line, because he discards the Corruptor.
Faceless Corruptor. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, this
very
is
smart.
Yeah. I wonder about leaving up the Reservoir versus the Lackey, because obviously the Lackey can't be damaged without dying.
Well, the important thing now, Gia, is that Samuel Sao has outs for lethal right now.
Lethal!
That's game. Yep, he's got the mana left.
Yeah.
Corkron, Inner Rage it.
It's
It's down to
12.
1 health, but it's still alive. And then you win.
Oh my goodness.
Whew.
And
That
I hate
was...
to say it, but if he had killed the Lackey over damaging this sorry. If he had killed the Mana Reservoir, that would have been 1 less draw from the Battle Rage.
True. But it's also 1 less damage, 1 more damage he's just tanking. Does that make a difference?
I don't know about the cutoffs, but it felt a little wonky. Oh man, it's so tough to say. He was at 11, right? So then the Lackey means you're dead to run weapon Inner Rage still. I guess, yeah, no matter how it had turned out, there was something Frosty was dead to there. But leaving up a damaged minion versus a Lackey also gives outs for Rampage, for example.
It's true.
I feel it is maybe not optimal, but really a tough spot for Frosty.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to consider there. It's very, very possible that you are right there in that instance. But with that out of the way, it does mean that I guess kind of both players have got what they wanted in a way, where Frosty was able to get the win with his Priest against the Warrior, which he was planning to do. Samuel Sao has got the Warrior win, which was kind of expected at some point. And now for both of these players, we got the Druid, good old-fashioned from every single player apart from Tyler in APAC this week. The Hunter that we just saw from Frosty, and finally, Mage from Samuel Sao. The double box, double Dragon Caster, double the nonsense, double the fun in his final deck of the day.
I don't think that's how it goes. Double the nonsense, double the fun. That sounds like a product I would never buy. All right, Eric. But it will just be the other nonsensical matchup first. Druid Mirror.
And
wow, what a start.
Wow, yeah. With a hand that I quite like keeping here. I've talked about it a fair bit before, where I think Overgrowth into Mount Seller is good enough to go for, because there's a decent chance that your opponent doesn't hit the the Glowfly Swarm, at which point you have put yourself in a great position by having the ramp and the payoff in hand. Samuel Sao wants none of that, though.
I tend to agree with him here, actually. If you are the person going first, and they have more, the other person has more chances of drawing into the Glowfly, just because of the nature of Fungal Fortunes, you're mulliganing for that, or Glowfly. I feel it's unreasonable to say that they won't have it, this is good enough if they don't have it. At the very least, you could be looking for your own Fungal Fortunes to give you more stuff to do leading up to that play. I think you need to go bigger in the matchup.
I mean, if you're playing an APAC, clearly you do, because we have just seen absolute blowouts turn after turn. Especially here, Frosty, next turn, Glowflies on the board. Pack it up, boys. That is game.
Next turn, Glowflies, and then the following turn, Overgrowth.
Forget that. Next turn, Savage Roar.
Savage Roar, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at Samuel's to clear 3 of them. A measly 3 by using 3 cards of his own and a face tank hero power. Yikes.
No Starfall at all in the list for Samuel Sao, so no chance at redemption. Oh my god.
Druid!
Okay. Only, I'm going to say this here, only 6 Glowflies here, which means Samuel Sao can clear some of them off here. So he's not dead.
I think with this draw of Overflow, he's just meant to say, you don't have the Savage Roar. I'm gonna Overgrowth
Fair.
and hope to go from there.
Okay.
But he'll get the bad news. Not dead. And he
Not dead.
Moonfire.
Mm-hmm.
Not dead.
Not dead.
Okay, he can innervate Crystal Power, but I think that gives him any significant cut-offs that he plays around.
Well, I mean, if you're Frosty here, do you go for the 5 damage off lethal, or do you just take the ramp? I think I like going up to Mount Cellar even quicker.
Yeah, I like that too. Because now he's saying Samuel Sao has to do this and develop enough to go through the follow-up Mount Cellar from Frosty. Frosty can just have cake and eat it.
Despite what we've seen from Druid, it's been a while since we've seen the absolute stone-cold nutteronis. Like, this is as good as it gets. Aside from, I guess, Chonsu lethal on turn 4 last series.
I don't know what you meant about it's been a while. It's been 5 minutes, but sure.
I have a short memory span.
5 minutes is longer than things tend to go in APAC, though, to be fair. And despite all that, if Samuel Sao had top decked the Mount Cellar here, he could have been in with a really good shot. But now, probably just gonna go for an Overflow and remove 1 to 2 of these.
Pray that he finds the Mount Cellar just for a swing back on the following turn.
Still not there. My gosh, not even an Innervate to possibly go Ysera Iron Bark next turn. That is bad beats.
Yeah, it doesn't even go with the Bog Beam, and that means still not actually quite lethal.
Yeah,
One off, sorry.
Yeah, no durability buffs on this board either, just immediate attack payoffs. So, and I'm just looking at Mount Cellar and Moonfire.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
The downside for this play, of course, is that if there's an opposing Mount Cellar plus a lot of removal and your board is a lot narrower, suddenly the Savage Roar gets worse. But then if Samuel Cao is removing a lot of minions, he's not removing the Mount Cellar. So this play could possibly delay lethal for Frosty, but I think it gives him the best chance of winning no matter what Samuel Cao's response is.
Yeah, Samuel Cao just hit nothing though. No Glowfly Swarm, no Mount Cellar, no hope.
Oh, Innervate. That's so unlucky.
What to do?
Rough to watch.
I mean, I guess he's gearing up for Fungal Fortunes because at this point for Samuel Cao, he's down 0-3. He's probably just got him in his head where he's saying, just don't concede. No matter how far behind it looks like you are, there's always a chance at pulling things back. And it breaks my heart to see he's got nothing.
Yeah, he was searching their additional spells to remove this Mount Cellar. Didn't get that. It just seemed like none of the good cards in his deck came together at the top. And that means Frosty takes that win. And although we've seen Frosty a little bit cheeky, I think for this win, he kind of knows sometimes it's just the luck of the draw with the Druid Mirror. And it is just going to be on his Hunter now to try and get that win versus Druid and the other deck.
Yeah, I think that perfectly exemplifies Frosty, that reaction there. He knows when to have a laugh about his own misfortune, but he also knows when to not just be rude to his opponent. He knows what is on the line here for Samuel Cao, and he is respectful, if nothing else, even when he is absolutely demolishing his opponents. And like you said, the Hunter now left over, I think traditionally has had a good matchup against all these kinds of mages. If you think back to the previous meta, and this is a little bit of a kind of creative matchmaking I'm making here by making the comparison, but before rotation, Highlander Mage up against Aggro Dragon Hunter, it was far and away the worst matchup for Mage, because it just could not remove all the minions on curve and died way too quickly. Now this is, of course, Highlander Hunter and the non-Highlander Mage on the backswing. But I think it's still the same general comparison, where the Hunter should be able to get a lot of damage in early on, and the lack of healing for Mage will be their undoing.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. The lack of healing is really where things come into play here. Yes, the mage can get their huge swings, but that comes on turn 6. If they're not doing much in the early game, if Hunter even just gets incremental damage, they can just close out the game with Zephyrus, with Kill Command, with just the hero power repeatedly, and the Dragon Bane. My mistake, Frosty's not actually running Kill Command, but there is still hefty amounts of burst in there. Corrosive Breath is a big one.
So for Samuel Sao, with this deck, I'm trying to think, what are you actually looking for in the mulligan? There's no Zephyrus in this deck, which is what you're always looking for in the Highlander variant. If I had to guess, I would say, sure, Arcane Breath removal sounds fantastic against a Highlander Hunter to survive for a little bit later on. And then shortly after that, I'd start saying you are looking for Dragoncaster to start cheating out your own busted stuff as soon as possible.
I completely agree. It seems like the whole deck hinges on playing spells early through Dragoncaster. It makes me wonder why there's no Escape Mana Saber in the deck, because that seems like one of the options of Highlander mages that's also really strong, and you could just run 2 of them if you're playing the other mage.
I know that when Fino, who along with Hunter-Ace, I believe was the original architect of this particular monstrosity of a mage deck, when he was playing it on stream a lot, Dog, obviously former America's Grandmaster, came in saying, why aren't you playing the Naga Sandwich in this list? Why are you bothering with all this nonsense with the Dragoncaster at all? To which Fino said, I want the small spells. I don't want to be making them cost 5. Which I can see. They feel pretty crucial to the deck. Frost Nova to freeze and cheese your opponent out the game. And Arcane Breath just to stay alive, really.
Yeah. Already pretty helpful for Samuel Sao to deal with the Dwarven Sharpshooter, but Frosty's curve is showing no signs of slowing down. Samuel Sao, oh, that's a huge draw. Kill off the hover now.
But he's still just on the back foot. He is tanking damage turn after turn.
Yeah. It's really just hoping for Dragoncaster.
It is.
After the Twilight Drake comes down. So he could go Belma, Zephyrus here, and Zephyrus would give probably not anything good enough to justify playing it. Gives Earth Elemental.
Right, Earth Elemental and Power Word Shield, I think is what I would be looking at for the following turn. Which is not ridiculous, like, an Earth Elemental wouldn't be terrible on the following turn.
Yeah, given the shape of his hand, which is a reactive card and a card that isn't playable till later on anyway. But Zephyrus could have that flexibility of delivering lethal later on. And that is a huge top deck. Shuts off even a top deck Dragoncaster, which was Samuel Sao's pretty much only hope at this moment. Even play the Twilight Drake.
Fireball is his best chance, which is good. You know, having discovered that spell keeps him in the game, if nothing else.
Very big. And now Frosty gets the good trade. Oh my, Samuel Sao has had enough of this.
Man, I feel for Samuel Sao right now. This is brutal.
Could be looking at Griffin into Zixor, if that's the one off the top and not Faceless Corruptor.
There we go.
Trade this down. Yeah, even if it were Faceless Corruptor, Frosty could have gone Zephyrus for first shot there, just one shot Twilight Drake. But he is holding on to it for lethal later on. And he's just gonna get it, right?
If nothing else, Gia, if he survives, we can see coin Tortolan into box. But does he just have lethal with Zephyrus in the following turn?
I have mana burst. It's not coming to mind.
Hero power plus lava burst, right? Closes
oh
out
yeah,
the game.
yeah. Oh my gosh. Simple as that. The mage dies before it even gets going. And you know, I was up on my high horse about this deck, but despite me being a wrongdoer, it's just so sad to see Samuel Sao's expression now. He looks so defeated, sinking lower and lower into his chair. But Frosty, on the other hand, with the Party Popper, what do you call that?
Yep, the Party Popper and the Party Horn. I take back everything I said about Frosty having even a lick of decorum about putting his opponent down to 0-4 and possibly blasting him out of Grandmasters. Instead, he is literally just celebrating and dancing on the grave of Samuel Sal's Grandmaster's run.
I have no words. None.
That's actually Frosty. That is a much better description of Frosty right there. Whatever. I think we can say well played, however, there by Frosty. That was a good series of Hearthstone, much more like what we're used to seeing.
Very much so. The Zephyrus for the perfect lethal there at the end. I will say there was a few blips in the middle. I think he was really hoping to get something different from Zephyrus on that turn versus Warrior.
True.
And I couldn't really figure out what Zephyrus's ideal proc would be at that point. But all in all, Frosty gets his first win on stream, and it is so crucial. Gets him on the board and also a good tiebreaker versus Samuel Tsao. He's now in with a shot to avoid the automatic relegation zone.
He is. We can take a look, I think, at the standings or the schedule, whatever we got, just to speak a little bit more about that matchup, because you're right, the implications here are now huge. Of course, right down at the bottom, it is the bottom two spots that are equally bad for both of these players. And as it currently looks, that is still Frosty and Samuel Tsao right down there at the bottom. Maybe if Frosty can take all three of his wins now, I think that is his only hope whatsoever, because his tiebreakers, I believe, against Staz and Dawn are bad on tiebreaker 1. He has lost to both of them so far. So he needs to get a sweep, and he also needs Staz and Dawn to be losing all their games.
Right.
I think it's possible, but unlikely for Frosty to dig his way out of this one still.
Right. He has only two matches left, right? Because his total is 5 right now.
Sorry, yes.
And so he needs to win with fewer shots on that. And then Staz and Dawn, as you said, have to lose for Frosty to have a chance. So it is so close among these three players here. But honestly, my heart goes out to Samuel Tsao, because it really seems like it is all but guaranteed. I don't want to say 100% because there are some very niche situations, but in most outcomes, it looks like he could be having his final few matches in Grandmasters.
Yeah, breaks my heart to say it. And I still don't think I was entirely wrong about the mage deck that he brought. I think it was a very valid bring. It got a disastrous matchup, I will say there. And maybe it is just a bad deck overall, but I think my point still stands of just leaving it up to the gods there. But at the end of all of that, I am still happy that Frosty was finally able to get a win on the table. He deserves it.
What kind of double think do you need to be running to say that I think the deck is probably bad, but I still think it's a good bring? Come on, Derek.
No, I think... Okay, I'm not going to get into it now. You're probably just right, but I'm too deep in now to back down, Gia, so I'm just going to,
That's all
like
I
a
wanted
good
to hear.
captain, ride this one all the way down as it sinks into the abyss below. But that is, of course, us all done now for Asia Pacific for today. We have 4 more matches for you tomorrow. A little bit of a shorter day, thankfully, to focus in on the matches a little bit more, as we are seeing more possible qualification and relegation matches for playoffs and out of Grandmasters, respectively. But thankfully now we still have Europe and then Americas coming up, where there should be plenty more exciting Hearthstone action. So I'm going to send us off right now. Remember to subscribe if you're enjoying the action here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. But for now, enjoy Europe with Raven and Subtle.
That's insane! Boston just has the flick in hand! Goodness gracious, Eddie. Not happy to see that.
What was his draw? Twin slice?
Oh my goodness. Oh my double goodness. We have a new member in the Hall of Champions.
That is the most insane thing I've ever seen happen in Hearthstone.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000.
Why did she leave me? We were so good together.
I don't think that translates well in Mandarin.
I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me? No, you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters here in the European region. I'm Raven and joining me as always is Sottle, and we're ready to bring you another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters as the round robin continues to tick on. How are you doing, Sol? How did you enjoy yesterday?
Yesterday was fun. It was, a pretty good balance of just absolute nonsense and then just, some actual aggro splashed in there in the middle, which was pretty nice to see as well. But we could be settling in for an absolute marathon in the Europe broadcast, and for today in general, actually, because APAC actually went extremely long by their standards even beforehand. So maybe
10 minutes.
Maybe we're going to get the fabled 24-hour consecutive Hearthstone broadcast where we just run straight back into APAC at the end of the day. But I believe America's is on their short day today, so it still seems unlikely.
Yeah, still seems reasonable overall. And I'm excited to just continue just to see what this meta kicks out, because I still think one thing that is very true of Grandmasters is the meta is very fluid, even week on week. So let's take a look at the standings and see how all the players are lying after yesterday. And also just from the previous few weeks, you have Ball Control sitting at the top there, along with Psycho and Ayala, with 3-1s in their Division A, looking very safe to just book in one of those playoff spots. But if we take a quick look over Division B, Sottle, it is just literally all to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, how else can you put it? 3 games left for all of these players, and there are 2 to 7 all sat at a 2-2 record. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, over in Division A, the battle for supremacy is going to come into sharp focus today, because Ball Control, Yala, and Psycho all play today. So that 3-way battle for the top there at the 3-1 record, that's going to look a lot more transparent by the time we finish today.
Yeah, I think someone's going to secure a top spot pretty nicely there. But let's take a look at the schedule, actually, speaking of who's playing who and what's going to go on today. We have our 5 matches today. We are going to kick it off with Mr. Pavel versus Casey. Then we're going to have Yala versus Silvername, follow that up for match number 2. Swids versus Felkane for match number 3, so a Clash of Frenchmen. And then Psycho, Ball Control, Hunter Ace, Bunny Hopper finish off the day. So ups and downs for the last match. There is potential of a Priest Mirror, but it is a matchup between 2 of the best players in the world. So there's still, that still excites me, even if it's going to be a long haul.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see if either of those players have found out a way to gain edge in the Priest Mirror. Bunny Hopper so far has played 2 hours worth of Priest Mirrors. That's 2 games, and has 0 to show for it so far, having lost both of them. But particularly interested in Swids versus Felkane as well, because at this point, what does it even mean to be a Frenchman, Raven, when neither of these players have brought Zoo to this week of Grandmasters? Like, what does this even count? Like, is France just cancelled?
Yeah, and what's strange as well is, like, I feel like they're just going to have to just pick a new deck. They're just going to have to make something. If they both, or if everyone started bringing Quest Warlock, I'd be like, oh, okay, it's just a thing.
They're just Warlock players. All right.
Yeah, that makes sense. But no, it's not really working out like that, which is very interesting overall. And we'll see how that matchup goes a little bit later on. But as I did mention a little bit earlier, the meta has been very, very fluid, not only for, the expansion kicking off the start of Grandmasters, of course, and the multiple format changes, but also balance patches have kicked in. So we see cards that just do not matter in any way for this week.
Next slide. Forget about it.
Next. Let's skip through. Everyone's seeing this one. Let's take a look at the impactful ones. And honestly, they are impactful, but I think in a reasonable way. Demon Hunter, and Rogue took some nerfs. Demon Hunter's now just on the waiting list for nerf number 100, coming up soon. But also, just the Hunter nerfs and Rogue nerfs, they're much more subtle, right? They are making those cards worse, but the cards are still very much playable.
Yeah, for sure. We're still seeing Scavenger's Ingenuity. We're still seeing Shadow Jeweler Hanar. We're not really seeing Priestess of Fury, but that was on the way out in terms of the Grandmasters metagame anyway. Crimson Sigil Runner, a sprinkling. There's a couple of decks that are still in there. There's a few, like, Questing Adventurer Demon Hunter decks that still play Sigil Runner because it makes a bit more sense in that deck. But, again, some nicely temperate nerfs, I would say, where the cards are still very playable for the most part. And perhaps the most surprising one here as we look at the last set is Imprisoned Scrap Imp just got deleted. Like, the deck is just not playable anymore, it seems like, and it seems like such an innocuous nerf to just lose 1 health on the minions and still represent, the massive amount of power that you can put into play. But it does not seem like Zoo is a playable deck at this point.
Yeah, there's even a small part of me that thinks that might just be an over-exaggeration, a big knee-jerk reaction to just what everyone else says. If people say, oh, it's not playable, it's, oh, okay, sure. But like, it is 1 health. It does make a difference in trades and just overall power on board. But it is only 1 health. None of the rest of the deck was even touched. And there was some other strong combinations of cards going on. For example, just the Hand of Gul'dan interactions of this card, right? That is just a very powerful thing. And it just doesn't matter for some reason. And I wonder if we're going to see some players just dip their toe back in to that style of Warlock in the future.
Yeah, I think there is certainly an element of that with practice groups when you prep for tournament, especially on like limited timeframes like we had here where the nerfs came in. You only really had a couple of days before submission to really get your feet wet, as you say. So there is an element often of like someone in your practice group be like, no, I tried Zoo, it's garbage, don't waste your time. And your practice group just strikes that deck off from there based on the word of that one guy because you trust it. So there can be an element of that, but I did also try it myself and had the same experience. Like it's shocking how much like Scrap Imp just doesn't auto win you the game anymore. And I think a large amount of the deck's win rate was kind of reliant on that the percentage of the time you drew Scrap Imp, you felt like you were just 80% plus in a lot of matchups. Right. So if that's not the case anymore, the overall win rate of the deck like crashes through the floor.
Yeah, we might need to find someone to speak to in the pro player community to just suggest that, I tried Priest this week, it's not playable.
Yeah, it's trash. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it just goes away. Let's take a look at the bring rates here and what we have cooking this weekend here. Just in case you didn't tune in yesterday, but overall we do have, again, the expected amount of Pain Warrior and Demon Hunter, and that's a lot. But really the question for me is just the big Highlander Hunter, Galakrond Priest increase you've seen this week. And not only the fact that those two decks have jumped quite a lot in their representation, but also just the fact that how those two decks go against each other in the Highlander Hunter being one of the few decks in the game right now that does kind of stomp Priest.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's no real coincidence that the bring rate of the two decks is exactly the same. I think, a lot of the Priest players were also putting Highlander Hunter in their own lineup, so they didn't have to then ban Priest on the other side, unfortunately, if you were of a certain persuasion. But then outside of that, there's people who haven't brought Priest themselves, but are sort of soft targeting Priest with a Quest Warlock plus Highlander Hunter lineup. Where right. so the balance, everything perfectly balanced as it should be between the amount of priests and the amount of decks in the meta to counter Priest as well. It seems to suggest that a lot of people had a pretty smart perspective onto how to build lineups this week.
Yeah, and we saw the Demon Hunter nerfs again this week. We've seen the Demon Hunter high bring rate still. So let's take a look at its actual win rates here across Grandmasters, because it interests me as the deck still keeps getting there. It seems pretty powerful when, at least a little bit when we see it, but I do think the deck is still quite hard to actually pull off consistently. We do see the 83% bring rate, doing well versus Spell Druid and this flat 50% versus Priest, but struggling against a lot of the rest of the field.
Yeah, so this is why I wanted to highlight this today, because we are still seeing Demon Hunter as an absolute go-to deck for almost every player, and we're also seeing a lot of community perception, Demon Hunter's still insane, it's still, it needs another nerf. In Grandmasters, these stats don't really reflect the win rates of an 83% bring rate deck, right? It's winning one matchup, and then everything else, it's 50 or below in terms of relevant stuff, so there are questions still to be answered about Demon Hunter, and I think particularly this week, where the build is in flux and no one really knows what the right build is altogether, whether it's, Sightless Watchers or Goblin Orc Merchants or whatever else it is coming into the deck. I think Demon Hunter is one to really keep an eye on because it might just underperform again.
Well, we've seen a good chunk of bans as well, like banning Demon Hunter, leaving up Warrior, and that's a question mark for me, because you know how I feel about Warrior bans. So, we'll see how it plans out across the rest of the weekend. Obviously, we will be able to just add up an even more sample size to those results, so I'm excited to see that. But yeah, it's going to be good overall. I do think we are going to be checking out a deck spotlight as well, just for you guys to see one of the decks we've got coming up today, and I do believe it's a bit of a spicy one. So it's going to be Psycho's Death Rattle Rogue, and yes, it includes Galakrond. Who cares about that card when we're running Anchor the Buried, Necreum Apothecary? Yes, you thought that card was gone, but no, there is a sequel to this, and then the Cursed Vagrant, which for me was a very powerful card when announced, but it just until maybe now, it never really fit in the current styles of Rogue.
It's so big. 7/5 that you just can't kill? That's so huge if you're playing any kind of aggressive strategy that, yeah, I did wonder whether we would see a sprinkling of it in the metagame early doors when it was announced. But yeah, we were looking through lineups and sort of looking for what the bans were going to be, first and foremost. Is it ban Warrior? Are these Priest players on ban Priest? Are they banning Hunter? What's going on? I looked at Psycho's lineup. And I was like, okay, he's got like one Shadow Madness in his Priest, one Thought Steal in his Priest. I mean, like maybe he's banning Priest. He's got Rogue. He probably doesn't have to ban Priest. And then Raven was like, no, look again at his Rogue deck. It's not just Rogue. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, he's banning Priest like 100% of the time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Psycho, I don't think any of his opponents this week actually have Priest. So that does open him up some bans for him. So some level of flexibility there, which will be exciting to see. I did speak to Psycho about not only his lineup, but just his thoughts about that deck in particular as well. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. So we do have Casey versus Pavel coming up for our first match of the day. We are just about getting ready to get into it. But before we do, check this out.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh, it's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people sub, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the because we're on the farm. Ball controls Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT. Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
That's good. Be French, be good. Getting rank 1 with Yarla.
You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
We are back and ready to kick off the day here in Grandmasters Europe, at least for Pavel and Casey kicking off match number 1. And we had a roller coaster last week with Casey, didn't we? As we did have some matchups there, matches he did need to win quite desperately, and he did manage it, which puts himself in a much more secure position. You can see the double warrior bands and what the players have got there. But I do just want to read something out very quickly from Casey. He did tweet this not like 23 minutes ago here.
Okay,
for us at least. This
Looking
won't work in the actual timeline. But really important games for me this weekend. 2 and 1. The next 3 games means playoffs. 1 and 2 means relegation. 0 and 3 means I'm out. So difficult times. Can't seem to figure anything out to get an edge currently. Trying to play my best and get slightly fortunate. So basically, Casey still needs to do very well to be able to be safe in Division B and not be up for relegation. But he seems like he's been, like you said, difficult to find an edge in this meta, he feels, or at least just for this week. So it really is just going to be all put on him in just his performance in game.
Yeah, he just kind of did our jobs for us, right? That sets this up perfectly for him. It's because Division B is so compressed that there are those 6 players, I believe, on 2 and 2, that he can talk in terms like that, and it's pretty accurate. You can see here he has brought the Galakron Priest again, which is similar to his strategy last week. Last week he went back and forth. He banned Warrior in one series and didn't ban Warrior in another series. Now he's gone back to banning Warrior again. I did kind of like shout out on the broadcast, like, I'm going to get the DM from Casey. And I did, in fact, talk to him quite in depth about his ban strategy. Some of which he said was, private information that he doesn't want to reveal for, competitive advantage purposes,
Reasonable.
which, of course, I will respect. But he does have a logical progression as where these bans are going. It might seem a bit haphazard to the onlooker, but when I had his numbers and his strategy explained to me by the man himself, it did start to make a lot more sense.
Okay, yeah, and that's the thing as well, as we take a look at Pavel's decks. Pretty interesting there with the Malios and more slightly dragon-focused druid options that we've been the likes of, for example, ball control actually be streaming a good chunk of in the past few days leading up to this weekend. But also his rogue there, a little bit different with that stealth package, just not the most common rogue I think we've seen overall, at least in Europe. But yeah, it's one of those things, right? When we talk about ban strategies and lineup strategies overall, a lot of what we talk about is just, our view on it, maybe some information for the players, but we can't always just go, so tell me exactly what your, future plan is for this lineup and exactly how you're going to ban against everyone.
Yeah.
Guess what? People won't want us to really talk about that
Yeah.
and announce that to their opponents. So, yeah, there is always the amount that is just completely down to the player that's to a certain extent private. But sounds like these players are getting ready to get into their first match. And it is just going to be an interesting one for me because both players have Rogue, both players have Demon Hunter up, But then Priest versus this like Malygos Druid just seems like a bit of an unknown factor, at least for me, Salt.
It does. We'll get into that more if and when we do get to it. But I did watch Boar, who created the deck, stream a ton of it, and I sort of do have some thoughts on some matchups, and also just, you know, whether the deck should exist, whether it was all just a giant bait all along. But, you know, we'll potentially get into that later, because now we're going to kick things off, as we hopefully mean to continue, with a good old-fashioned aggro mirror.
Yep, and just give you the quick rundown of the list. Casey bringing pretty much the expected Demon Hunter list this week, which still includes those Beaming Sidekicks, but has the addition of the Vulpera Scoundrels in there, which we can keep an eye on the performance of that. Whereas meanwhile, Pavel is still including one Sigil Runner, he has one Sightless Watcher, one Spectral Vision, and he's not running any Vulperas. Kind of just like typical of Pavel, to like keep up with the meta on the tech cards, as he definitely does like to stick to his guns a little bit longer than most.
Casey is off to the races already, absolutely flying through these early game turns. Pavel quite happy to keep pace.
It's all looking actually scarily even, with both players having Satyr, Overseer, and Frozen Shadow Weaver along with that Mowing. Pretty weird, actually.
Yeah, Casey here diverting, though, to shut down the potential Satyr Overseer turn from Pavel, but as you mentioned, Pavel has the opportunity to just do the same thing straight back. Casey just takes 1 free face damage here, which is pretty smart, I guess, in the scenario. The difference between 2 damage on board and 1 damage on board, not actually super relevant.
Mm-hmm. That's the Sigil Runner for Pavel. So we're starting to see the differences almost just in stark contrast here, right? Vulpera Scoundrel in Casey's hand, and the Sigil Runner in Pavel's, and there's some good spots here. As Vulpera Scoundrel has a good chance at least getting 1 cheap spell off it, either 0 or 1 mana, that can, you know, swoop in with that same turn for Casey next. And I wonder if it's just going to be the ever-present mana burn that seems to be coming up more and more often last couple of days.
He also just has...
He even wants to go for it.
Yeah, Second Slice and Hero Power, plus the Overseer this turn. Kill the 4-3 along with the trade from his 1-1. Generate a big board.
Warglaves have changed that idea, though, because Warglaves next turn and then Overseer is insane.
It is. It's definitely a consideration as well.
Job's done.
I think Casey's saying, I'll take a medium board now over a huge board later.
We're with you.
This is actually just a mirror match in the truest sense of the word.
Yeah, they're just
right?
locking in every turn exactly the same. It's so funny. But now it's going to start to differ, right? As Casey just having the Warglaves down first, being able to swing it first, does make quite a large impact here. He gets to defend his Shadow Weaver.
Yep, this is the big deal. Decently sized minions stuck to the board and actually connecting face. It's what makes the big difference in the Demon Hunter mirror. You can go back and forward, just taking damage on your own face by killing your opponent's minions. Doesn't matter too much. As long as minions don't get to hit twice, you're usually okay in the matchup.
Right. Even see Pavel now just looks like he's going to be dropping down that Sigil Runner.
Ooh, I-beam first. Good ordering. Vulpera Scoundrel will put the card he discovers back on the right-hand side of his hand, blocking that outcast from the I-beam.
It's there, and it could absolutely wreck Pavel, but Casey doesn't go for it.
The what, sorry?
It was Mana Beam, and Mana Burn as an option. If he'd gone for it, that would have just completely locked out. It's so much of Pavel's turn there.
It was there? Am I blind? It's Consume Magic, Twin Slice, and I-beam, wasn't it?
Pretty sure it was Mana Burn.
Okay.
He drew I-beam.
Okay.
I'm so confused now.
I'll believe
I'm
you.
questioning myself now. I've gone that bit where I'm just questioning myself.
Casey now just pushing face as hard as possible. This I-beam from Pavel could be huge here because he has such a heavy resource advantage with the double skull that Casey really has very little choice here but to go face as hard as possible.
Yeah, a little bit one-dimensional because of the lack of skill, as you mentioned. So, but there is a huge health difference, and these are when the games get very, very close indeed. Because now does Pavel focus on just this this removal, or realistically now with this Warglaives, can he actually just do it all? Right? Can he clear the board and put pressure on? Because I wonder if Pavel's actually it's ever worthwhile freezing the minion and just I-beaming the Vulpera. Or do you think he needs to freeze face this turn? Oh, he's just scored again.
Wow, hits the Altruis as well.
But he's blocked. Well, to a certain extent.
It's still pretty powerful currently.
It is.
Derek has just confirmed to us that you are the same one, and there was a mana burn there, by the way.
Okay, good. I was starting to be like, wow, you sound really sure that there wasn't a mana burn. Ooh. Anyway, the I-beam there gonna help secure Pavel's health just a little bit. And he has got an Omega turn if he survives long enough.
Oh! Oh! Oh, the
Twin
draw!
twice as well, so he can do it. Insane.
Oh my goodness, that top deck for Casey, and look at that sigh of relief for him. He knows he was drawing dead there apart from that that metamorphosis because of the I-beam outs from Pavel. Wow, what an important draw that could end up being for Casey's GM season and his GM career in general.
Yeah, absolutely huge here. And he was saying, you know, he's not seen a great way to get an edge in the lineup, so really does just have to perform on the day. And it was definitely scary because there weren't even any other draws. A lot of the time you can go, oh, well, Metamorphosis or another Warglaives is a good draw, because normally we just talk about high damage output in general, but Casey didn't have time, right? That was the big issue. There was no time to go, okay, Warglaives swing a couple of times over the course of a couple of turns to do the damage. He was pretty much going to die, at least what we could see. So it was very, very close indeed. But Casey does go to a 1-0 lead, taking a win in that mirror match. We're going to go to a very quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Some more Grandmasters. We are back, and in case you missed it, yes, Game 1 has already happened, and Casey took a very close victory over Pavel there. So if you're just tuning in, turn up earlier next time, and you won't miss it. So we are getting ready to go into to continue this series between Pavel and Casey. And as we were talking about in the break there, it looks like Pavel's just okay with playing Hearthstone at Casey speed, which is quite fast.
It is indeed, yeah. Casey is clearly the hero that we need in European Grandmasters. But at least now the Demon Hunter mirror is out of the way. Casey's, both of his remaining decks are a little bit slower to at least some degree. Rogue is a pretty late game focused deck now, at least in certain matchups. It does still have the ability to end games pretty early. Either way, if it comes up against aggro, either they die quickly or they get a big swing turn and get a race down early. But he does still have that Galakron Priest to pick up a win with as well, which I'm particularly interested in as to how it lines up against some of these matchups on Pavel's side.
Yeah, and I think that's the weird drawback, at least for me, Subtle, is that I actually quite like watching Priest in all the other matchups that isn't the mirror, right? Because then it's a very interesting, sort of tightrope as to whether they can survive an aggressive push or whether they have the answers to put on enough pressure themselves in certain matchups, like the Quest Warlock matchup. And then you get the mirror, and it's like, okay, well, let's just fast forward, 45 minutes and then start playing the game. We'll talk a little bit more about Priest as we get to it, of course, but Pavel going to go for his Druid this time. Casey on this Rogue. And for those who aren't picking up with Ball Control stream for whatever reason, do you want to just give a quick rundown of why this Druid exists and why it's different from all the Druids we've seen before?
Of why this Druid exists, you say? So I'm not sure. I'm not actually entirely sure whether Boar came up with this deck from scratch, or whether it's a thing he sometimes does where he sees a deck with a fairly low sample size but a good win rate on deck trackers, and then sort of brings it into the public eye by streaming it a bunch. But he did play it a bunch, and it's kind of the Spell Druid shell. A lot of the powerful things that Spell Druid tries to do with Glowfly Swarm and Fungal Fortunes, as well as Exotic Mount Seller, is all in there. But instead of all the additional payoff cards for that, like Power of the Wild, Savage Roar, Soul of the Forest, he's just playing additional dragons. So he can also play the dragon package in Druid right now, for example, Breath of Dreams, to get additional ramp. So he's playing Malagos, Alexstrasza, Ysera Unleashed, and Pavel is playing 2 copies of Emerald Explorer. And those last dragons are kind of the contested spots. Boar messed around with Twin Tyrant. I've seen a Nixier in the deck. Emerald Explorer as well is an option. So generally, it's a much more, I guess, straightforward game plan where you just want to ramp and play really big things over and over again, as to more the token Spell Druid focus strategy of the deck that we see all the time in APAC, for example.
Yeah, and in that just one breakdown, we're already on turn 5 and 6 of the game.
We actually are.
Oh my god! So fast. Okay. Yeah. So there is the opportunity with those swipes as well to do a lot of damage with Malagos, but there is no reduction, which is an interesting change to the deck. Some players were messing around with the Dormant guy who can reduce a minion in hand to make some of the cards cheaper, but there's none of that. Pavel just playing straight up, and now even using those green fires to help fire the up. God, he's ultimate.
Yeah, quite often the Malagos in this deck isn't discount Malagos, swipe you a bunch of times. It isn't the Quest Warlock kind of style. It's more just another big thing, and you can tempo swing with it quite effectively, because you can go Malagos, Moonfire one guy, 0 cost Bog Beam another guy, and just sweep the board out that way to get a full board swing. So it's just a straight up decent card at 9 mana in this deck. So I think the cutting of the discount, it probably was just a little bit too cute. The Imprisoned Satyr, I believe the card is. I think that's what it's called.
Also, as well, just the fact that, very similar to what we've seen a lot with the Ysera versions, is you can also just go Malagos Ironbark, and that big boy is hard to take down a lot of the time.
It is, yeah. Quite often, though, Malagos is just Malagos, so it has Taunt anyway. So quite often you'll just leave your Malagos, and then they'll throw all their removal into it anyway, and then you drop Ysera Unleashed and put your Ironbark on that instead, and they're just out of stuff to kill things.
So far, though, the old Mount Seller is still getting a decent job done of going a little bit wide. I feel like the Mount Seller style is a little bit stronger against Rogue, because they don't have sweeping AoEs. They don't have great ways to deal some of the weirder numbers of damage, although 1 and 2 isn't the hardest number to deal with for Rogue. But still, the potential's there to put a few walls in the way, Pavel.
Yeah, most importantly, it's very hard for Rogue to just do 8 from hand. So that Mount Seller is just hanging around for quite some time here. I like this play from Casey, though. This is what I was looking at here. Get your wand value, use a Shadow Step. It's a bit of a sad-looking Shadow Step, but you've got to address some of this board state.
Probably pretty lucky he did that as well, because we can see Pavel. It wouldn't have been lethal, but Pavel had the option of just innovate Alex Straza. Just put him down to 15 and him for, what I think would have been 13 that turn. Oh, that's a good one.
Still like it, to be perfectly honest. You're under no threat. You can clear the board. Alex, your opponent, smack him for a bunch.
Also, it might just force Casey to do really desperate things, because Casey doesn't know there isn't just Malagos in hand. Although he has seen double Moonfire, so he's safe from that.
There you go. Giddy up.
Just good, right? It's just powerful.
Yep. Swipe in hand. So if the diving griffin or above sticks to the board, it's just going to be game.
Very flick-proof as well, isn't it? The Mount Cellar board, a lot of the time, anyway.
Yeah. It's not the fabled like 6 Dread Ravens all in the same turn. Okay, rush lackey or damage lackey? Okay. Casey's doing it.
Secret would have been insane here.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Just bounce the Mount Cellar.
Yeah. This board is going bye-bye, though.
There is going to be a rather large Mr. Van Cleef going to be hitting the board. It is quite scary, and there's only one swipe here from Pavel.
This means the Mount Cellar is staying up. Oh no, he's going to rush the Van Cleef into the Mount Cellar. Okay, got it. Makes sense.
He has to, right? Because if he doesn't, he's dead to swipe.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about.
An additional minion. Yeah, there we go.
And now, out of nowhere, Lethal just represented on the other side.
Now, with the Shadow Steps used, though, is it just Ysera into Ironbark?
What was I
Not seeing a better plan.
Swipe the flick would leave only a 1/1 and the 17 and the 17.
Yeah. Okay, get to the other thing that's still alive with that play.
But he could play the Emerald Explorer along still with an Ironbark if he really wanted to. Just to put something in the way.
No, he couldn't. With Swipe? He's
only
on
9 mana. Apologies. It's because he played Alex last turn. I forgot it was with the Innovate. You're completely right, yeah. It almost just has to be the Ysera then, doesn't it?
Yep. Emerald Explorer Swipe was a real play if you had 10, but since you don't, I just genuinely think this is the only play that's available.
Yep.
Brings Galakron. Gives him the full invoke. Wait, Kobold Lackey on its own.
There are a lot of draws as like secret second stunner. Insta wins him the game, of course, as well. There's a secret.
There's secret.
There's a secret. There's a secret.
Oh!
Okay. Ooh.
Although now Seal Fate puts it to 12. He has 7, 8, 9. 12.
Also gains 5, right?
18, 19. Yeah, he was still a little off. Only like 2 off lethal there, I think.
Still, though, now with the armor, it means Pavel's got an even bigger hill to climb, right? And it might actually just be undoable without some help from these Ysera portals.
Okay. Weirdly, I think he actually would have had lethal that turn. Obviously, this isn't a missed lethal, but I think he could have done it so that he could have got a free Eviscerate out of his Kael'thas and actually got lethal that turn. That's fun.
What was I thinking of again?
Not surprised that Pavel chose to play this hero as well. His portrait. Druid.
Oh, dude, this is the best. Spooky Tree Girl is the best.
It's the most trolly, that's why.
Have you heard the emotes? Like, they cannot be beaten. They are the best emotes.
Dirty tricks.
Oh, well, emote for us. Emote.
You should attack into a 1-1, right? Oh, wait. Shouldn't you have took the chance?
What chance?
He attacks into a 1-1 and it's bamboos. Oh, no, it won't work, right? Okay, I'm trying to think of if there's anything that nails him.
Were you about to say Doomsayer? Were you about to say Doomsayer?
I'm trying to think of things that will mess him up, but there aren't. Oh, crazy game there for Casey taking the game number 2. And that, again, just looked so close. Once again, Casey was just almost just dead. And he manages to come back. And honestly, this is just what Casey needs right now. He said how much he needs to win the match. He said how much he needs to just fend off auto-relegation, which is the fear in Division B if you finish in bottom 2 slots. And yeah, games look really close, but he's digging himself out of it. And yes, it was helped with the Van Cleef, but he got there in the end, and that flick, even with just the rush early on, with the help of the rush lackey and the Tog, was just huge plays there to keep him in the game. So strong performance from Casey, and suddenly he only has the Priest to get the job done here. And with the way Priest has been going lately, maybe it's just going to be good enough. Although I'll confess, I'm not quite sure how good the Priest and this Druid matchup is, because Priest doesn't really consistently deal so well with that many big dudes.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Story time with Boar. Again, like if Boar streamed this deck for like 3 days straight, maybe something like that. Like his entire like off time between GM, I think he was pretty much streaming this deck solid throughout that time. At no point did he actually say the deck was good. He was just sort of like, I'm kind of winning enough games that I can look myself in the face and it's fun, so I'm just going to keep playing it. A lot of people did sort of pick it up and start playing it after that point. But also, in his experience, based on what I saw on his stream at least, he was getting dumpstered by Priest over and over again, to the point where he was getting so tilted that he would play his turn as Druid and then tab out and not watch what the Priest did, because he just couldn't bear to watch all of his minions die turn after turn after turn after turn. So based on that small sample, at least, it seems like the Priest does okay in the matchup for sure. But yeah, I'm more interested in a general point as to like whether the Druid is actually a real deck or whether it was just something Boar was streaming for fun. And here we are with a couple of players actually having submitted it for GM.
It's the dreaded, power that some of the top players wield, isn't it? In that if they just tweeted out like a random deck, and it's just like, yeah, this deck's insane, and then just people will try it, people will play it, because that's it's the kind of respect that these players have earned now. That I think even the most skeptical of pros would just give it a try at worst, wouldn't they? So it's just very interesting to see how that shakes out sometimes. But we are going to be having Priest versus Demon Hunter in our first test of the day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sign me up. Oh, double sign me up. Disciple on 1 into Armet already has Breath and Shadow Madness in his hand. The nutty 3-mana plays on 3.
Yep.
This is looking pretty sick for Casey already.
And I just want to point out as well, we talk a lot about Casey needing wins, in that pretty much all of Division B need wins, because they're all at 2 and 2, or at least most of them are. So just as much as Casey needs these wins to secure himself, so does Pavel. Because however much we've talked about in the past of Pavel taking this seriously or not at certain times throughout Grandmasters history, I imagine he doesn't want to leave, right? It's not like he's just like, okay, great, I'm going to lose game. So he does also need to book these wins in himself.
Raven, you're doing fantastic storytelling right now, and I love it. You're doing your job great. This curve is illegal. That's all I want to talk about right now. Like,
I thought it was so obvious it wasn't worth talking about.
Disciple into Penance, into Breath, into Armet. Are you kidding me? Just gonna coin time rip it.
Job done. Why not? He's got another time rip for the other thing he plays next to.
Yeah, very fair. Sure, bit of lifesteal. Why not?
I will say though, I have seen even today, when I've been watching some streams, a similar matchup going this way, or close to, and the Demon Hunter still nearly got there. It still required the Priest to keep up.
Don't know about that one, Chief.
I'm just telling you what happened, Sal.
Okay.
I'm not making it up. I saw it with my own little eyes.
I did wonder about Shadow Madness Renew play the Reliquary of Souls on the previous turn, just to potentially have something in play to be able to contest. But it looks like he was setting up this for the following turn, which does make a ton of sense as well.
Grave Ruin on his 1/7.
We're with you.
Luckily with the I-Beam, Pavel doesn't at least have to straight up sink 7 into that thing.
Right.
Oh my goodness. 5 mana, 4/7 taunt, draw a card. Okay. Oh, Cabal Shadow Priest, sure. Yeah, that seems fine.
Welcome to the club. Join us. We're having a great time over here. Anduin says as he welcomes Cabal Shadow Priest into the fold.
Yeah. Welcome to the team. You're playing for the right side now.
I honestly wondered then if it's... So, what have we got coming up for match 2? Let's do a quick check.
Of all the things that I thought were going to give me a meltdown today, this is not how I thought it was going to go.
Not very much else to say, is there?
Okay, that's 10 damage. There's no Apotheosis in hand. There is Kronks to draw Galakron, though.
I feel we have passed silliness in the quality of Casey's game right now. But if we wind back a couple of turns at least, then you start to see my point, right? Casey's still done broken things, and Pavel is only a skull away from being able to put some pressure on. And I will admit right now, the Grave Ruin, skull for Casey is probably too much. Well, I'm just saying, even in some rough positions, Demon Hunter against Priest, so relentless, and Priest doesn't have unlimited healing. It can still get there with the right cross.
Okay.
Pavel assumes the position. He's like, right, can I actually win this game of Hearthstone right now?
So so real talk now. We've actually got a semblance of a game of Hearthstone, but the problem is that these twin slices don't represent their full damage. Like twin slice with Altruis is insane because it's 4 damage total for 0, which is nuts. Right. But he never gets to hit face anymore. Unless there's a way he can deal with the Grave Rune, pop it open, and then they come back with 4 health because that's what the Armet's at right now, and maybe that he can engineer through that with the Altruis. But that involves using his Metamorphosis to take out the Shielded Galakron that's in play already, which is 5 damage down.
And one thing I just want to point out as well, again, the lack of Vulpera Scoundrel for Pavel means he cannot have a chance at discovering Consume Magic, which probably would actually win him the game here, or at least get him close.
Right.
Because as you quite rightly pointed out, of course, it's the repeat levels of taunts that cause him the issue.
Time Rip wants to fully invoke his Galakron. Interesting.
I was just thinking then, actually. Casey has to be a little bit careful, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mainly because an I-Beam would be perfect for Pavel, wouldn't it? Put the Amit to 1.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a really good point, actually.
Yeah, like an I-Beam would be like, oh.
Do you see
but it's I-Beam.
Oh no, actually, because the Armet's getting injured as all the effects go off, so the taunts are only going to come back with 5 health anyway. The Armet will die first.
Yeah, he needs to pop the taunts first now.
Yes, exactly. He needs to do it now. Oh! I-Beam draw!
He's still got 7 mana! Why has he still got 7 mana? So we can still hear a power swing for 4. His Glavebound will do 4. His Glavebound will do 5, technically, because he plays it from the side. I'll do 5. And that's probably just worth... Unless he wants to just play Satyr instead and just get more stuff on board. Maybe that's better than Glavebound.
No way. No way, Raven. Oh!
But the Altruist still needs to die, right?
Does it? Is it going to deal 5?
Probably. It's Altruist.
Oh, no. Pavel needs card draw and a lot of it.
Oh, that's
2 attacks to get through.
Yeah, because he can do 2 with the Altruist.
Yeah. So it heals for 12.
He has to push additional 5.
Mm-hmm.
We're just saying numbers now.
But he goes down to 5 himself, so the Warglaives and the Gladebound coming back the other way are going to end it for Casey. That was outrageous, Raven.
I will accept your apology whenever you want to send it my way, Sottle, for laughing.
What are you talking about? Priest 1, easy. Never worried.
Easy. Okay,
Never once was I worried. Not a single time.
Look at what Casey did in that game, and look how close Pavel actually got to winning it. Whenever you want to send that apology, whether it's today, tomorrow, in a week, that's fine. I'll be here waiting, Sol, because I'm taking that one.
Raven, you did great. You were keeping up the sense of peril for the viewers. You were doing your job as the host of the broadcast. You did wonderful things, but as far as I saw, Priest still won that very comfortably. Look at how many cards he had left in hand, right? Like that's how you measure how good you're doing in a game of Hearthstone, right? He just had so much value left.
Yeah, the flimsiest half apology I think I've ever heard, but I expect nothing less from Soto. But what a series! And yes, wiping the sweat from your brow. Imagine how Casey feels right now. He got so close to having a very smooth 3-game, 3-0 series against Pavel. It looked like it could have started going a little bit downhill at the very end, but no, he did just secure it with the help of Pavel's cards, which is what Priesters want to do. But let's take a look at the schedule as that first match just flew by. If you are just tuning in, just remember you can catch up on VODs as well later on pretty easily, so don't you worry, it'll only take you 5 minutes to watch it regardless. We do have Yala versus Silvername coming up as our match 2 of the day. And again, we get to see a huge mix of classes. Yala, Warlock, Mage, Hunter, Silvername, Demon Hunter, Priest, Hunter. And I'm not even going to talk about Warrior because that's a given. But still, just so many classes. So much of a mixed bag we have at least this weekend, Soto. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to say before we move on that, Casey, you are my hero. I love you like a brother. Never change. You are exactly what the European region needs. Just one of you is perfect. Just keeping us sane and getting us through the day. You keep on trucking, baby, but still. Pavel, of course. Feel bad for him because he is another great player that I would love to see stick around in Grandmasters, but it's starting to look sticky now for all of those players who started off this week at 2-2 in Division B and are losing their games. They're going to have some issues.
Yep, one thing to note as well is that is the only Division B game we have of our match of the day. The rest are Division A, so everyone else is looking a little bit more secure at least. So I was just going to say, any more matches in Division B you see are going to be dicey because whoever loses is looking in a significantly worse position. But now it's going to be more of a fight for that for dodging the potential relegation match that happens at the end of the season. But we are going to focus on Yala and Silvername specifically. Silvername not doing the best here in Division A, but still going with a pretty cool lineup of maybe best of both worlds, sort of going Hunter and Priest with the Warrior and Demon Hunter, of course.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen a lot of the Priest players do, is also bring Highlander Hunter so that they are protected essentially against their opponent's Priests coming out the other way, as well as Highlander Hunter having another good spread of matchups across the board. So I think this is a pretty common strategy that you will see. And I was about to make the point that Yala might just have one of those lineups that is interested in leaving up the Warrior, and it does seem to be the case here as Warrior is there available for Silvername. And now Galakron Warlock becomes the talking point again, because Yala, I think it's fairly safe to call this like Yala's pet deck at this point. He's brought it multiple times in metagames where no one else is really running with it, and it's had a pretty middling performance, I would say. It hasn't been a standout performer for him, but he does keep going back to the well with it. And again here, he's now creating a very interesting spot where with a non-Priest lineup, he feels like he can leave up Warrior, which is not really something we were expecting to see coming into this week.
Yeah, really strange, and personally not a huge fan of leaving up Warrior regardless, because I think unlike Demon Hunter, it's being left up and winning a ton of games, whereas Demon Hunter, we saw from the stats earlier today, not doing quite the same thing Warrior's doing right now. I am interested as well, not only in the fact that Yala has Warlock and no Priest, but also, as you mentioned, it's Galakron Warlock, which is Yala's seemingly pet archetype, versus the Quest Warlock that I think the more I see it, the more I play it, and the more I talk to specifically you, Subtle, I'm getting more and more convinced that the deck is actually just a very solid deck. It's maybe not a flash in the pan, which I maybe originally thought it was. When I first saw it being played around, I thought, oh, people just doing this because Warlock got nerfed and it's a different Warlock deck. But yeah, the more I play it, the more I think it might have legs. And I wonder if Yala's ever going to consider moving towards that direction, or if he's just so convinced that it's Galakron specifically that needs to be played in his lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I am also becoming quite a big fan of the deck. I was playing it this morning, just before the broadcast, on ladder, just climbing Americas, for the sake of it. I was just winning every single game, and I'm pretty sure I'm not playing well. Like, I'm still very much in the intermediary stage of just
is that
putting
the deck,
things...
or is that the server, though? You've got to think about that, right?
Wait, what? Hang on, isn't that a compliment? You're saying I'm just winning because I'm me? Is that what you just said?
No, you're winning because you're playing on Americas.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Right. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am just playing really, really badly. But you are right. Of course, all my opponents are also playing really badly because I'm on the Americas server, so that does make sense. But yeah, I'm certainly still throwing away percentage here and there as I'm learning like certain play patterns and interactions with the deck. Because it's incredibly complex to squeeze everything out of, but it just feels so powerful. You just feel like you have answers to everything. And even when your deck completely fails you and you don't get any of the broken stuff for zero, you can still find win conditions. I think it's a very, very promising deck moving forward, and it makes me yet again surprised to see Galakron Warlock coming out from not only Yala, but also Hunter Ace later on today is also going to be running the Galakron Warlock.
Yeah, and they are teammates as well, and we'll see how this pans out overall. But I do agree in general with the Mage, but I will say Yala does feel, for me, much more of a wild card than maybe I pinned him for, just regarding his submission, right? Because this isn't the first time, again, he submitted Warlock kind of on his own to a certain extent, but also it's Galakron Warlock, Highland Hunter, which I'm completely down with, but then the Highlander Mage as well, which I'm not even sure where Highlander Mage fits for me in general in lineups right now, especially when he's not bringing some other things. But let's get into it. Yala currently sitting at a 3-1 record in Division A, looking fantastic. Silvername, on the other hand, on a 1-3 record, so in great need of a win here against his opponent. Yala, it's going to be the Hunter versus the Wall.
Pretty sketchy looking opener, I would say, from Silvername's side. None of that nice early pressure that he'd be looking for in the matchup. It is very hard to consolidate boards against any kind of control Warlock, be it Galakron or Quest, as Hunter, because one particular card, Dark Skies, just seems to end your entire deck. It's so hard for you to generate enough health on board in the early game that you don't just get blown out by like tap into Dark Skies or whatever in the early game.
Job's done. The one good thing, though, in this matchup for the Hunter, I would say, is that you don't really get destroyed by Plague of Flames as much as you do in a lot of the matchups.
Job's done.
For the Warlock, it's not as punishing against Hunter because you don't normally go super wide. You don't even normally commit into anything overly large because some of your biggest minions are ones that have effect to play them like Brad. So you can just start chipping away. I think what Silvername just needs to do is hope the Yala have all the early invoke cards to really put some pressure on and contest the board. We're going into your favorite card, Subtle, the Devoted Mania.
Yeah, it's much more playable in this deck. I think, you know, I've made this point before, but in the classes where your invoke actually makes board presence, so Shaman, Warlock, I think it's a much more playable card because you don't just, it's not just such a low tempo play that it feels completely miserable.
I do like this play though, the Moag. Yala has so much better options next turn to use his coin, whether that's the Shield of Galakron or the Netherwing, depending on board state. So I do like this. Just sacrifice the 2/4 a little bit, as it probably does have to be traded into from Silvername, because any damage he does face, if he's just going to face a Nether Breath on the backswing from Yala, then it just gets healed up anyway, so you might feel forced actually to kill this Moag.
Yeah, there's a question as to whether he would have coin breathed there if he had it. I think the answer is no. but you have to ask yourself that question. I do love this Corrosive Breath interaction, though. When you're playing Hunter, you just get to immediately snipe it down. Unfortunately for the Hunter player, the damage does not then also double onto the face.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. Where small differences in card wording could make all the difference. If it read deal 3 damage to a minion if you're holding a dragon, your damage also hits the enemy hero, then you might expect it to do 6 to face if you get it doubled off a Moag Artificer, but it doesn't say that.
Interesting here for Silvername that he went for the Ooze instead of the Fairy Dragon. Fairy Dragon just being untargetable. He already has a dragon in hand, so he has an activator for, well, some of his other cards. And also this Ooze, I think it's fair to say you're expecting the average game to have Galakron come out with weapon. We could get some value if he held this Ooze instead, but he's going to play it.
Yeah, I think Galakron Warlock is the easiest deck in the game to fully invoke your Galakron with. Silvername might be thinking that he's going to make a Faceless Corruptor play this turn if his small minion lives, so therefore Acidic Swamp Ooze was the worst of the 2 minions. He'd rather have that being transformed than the Fairy Dragon instead.
I wonder.
For the first time today, I think we're seeing the true impact of the Scavenger's nerf. The +2/+2 instead of +3/+3 means that this turn is way more awkward than it would be pre-nerf. It's actually a very, very horrible turn.
Yeah, Diving Griffin seems like the least miserable of the plays available.
It's just he has to sack so much into just the Shield of Galakron.
Yeah.
And also the Diving Griffin, I don't think will draw him anything. Because he's not shuffling Zixor in.
Right.
So that's just, again, with Zixor already on board, it's just a shame that he can't draw a card from it. But he also couldn't have even killed Zixor off that turn. Just to, just to be extreme and say, okay, I'll sacrifice my Zixor in a weird fashion, but draw the prime from the Griffin. So that was just unfortunate in every way, shape, and form there for Silvername. All the way back just to that Scavenger's nerf.
Yeah, good news for Silvername is his hand is doing just fine on value right now. He should have enough plays to get himself through to Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, keep the pressure going. So the loss of the Zixor Prime isn't quite as big as you might have with other hands where you're lower on value.
You're actually like, I was going to just bring this up. I did wonder if this was just Plague and just say, you know what? Not the craziest Plague, but as I mentioned, you're often not facing down big wide boards against Hunter. You're facing down 1 to 2 awkward minions. So why not just use the Plague to gain the board? I like this from Yala.
Sure.
And another pretty horrible.
Yeah. Might just have to play Varanus here just as a 7/6.
So good versus Warlock, though, is the frustration. Especially with Unleash already in his hand.
It is, but every other turn is a little bit too close to passing for my liking.
Okay, here's my question. Is just Faceless that much worse? How much worse?
Yes. So everything trades down, right? So it's an empty board, complete full turn of development from Yala's side.
I moves quickly.
I think if it was a touch later in the game, it would be worth it. Even if for some reason he ended up just doing Faces, because if you can get to the Unleashed Varanus, it doesn't matter that much that they rebuild the board for free, because then you just slice it all down. But I think because we are just exactly on turn 6 going to 7, the Silvername's not got the time to wait till turn 9, right? That's 3 whole turns away.
Right.
And now,
so now I think
Field Worship
Yala would have... Yeah, exactly. I think Yala would have very much wanted to draw cards this turn, but unless he wants to bet on getting the answer to the 7/6, that's a lot more difficult to do now because Silvername proposed a threat. Because if Yala plays Veiled Worshipper here and whiffs on an answer for the 7/6, he's dead to Bran.
And those answers would be another Plague. The Rain of Fire wouldn't be enough unless he drew Moag as well. The Nether Breaths, Dark Skies. Yeah, Dark Skies. No, Dark Skies wouldn't necessarily do it. Yeah.
Almost out of time.
Also, he runs a Frozen Shadow Weaver in this list. So even that freezing it out would have been nice.
But he doesn't have the mana for a lot of that stuff. He only has 2 mana remaining afterwards, so it's pretty much Nether Breath or bust off this draw. And Yala got bust, so he is now dead to Dino Tamer Bran. He's going to get the fortunate news that it's nowhere to be found. The Unleash. Okay, he trades.
Okay, he's trading. I was going to say. Oh, there we go.
Off the top like an absolute lord.
A little bit scared then that Yala's gone a little bit too wide to open up some Unleash. There was the trade there from Yala, but he did decide to take the risk with the Field Worshipper. And as you mentioned, I was reeling off just literal answers that were in the deck. Never mind, not even playable ones, right? And there weren't even that many just answers. So it was, I'm not sure exactly how likely that was there for Yala, but he didn't get it. It did open up the potential for the Bran, and Silvername just nailed it there. So going to just get a pretty, not out of nowhere win, but a pretty sudden win with that Hunter against the Warlock. And so far, Galacron fallen at the first hurdle this weekend.
Yeah, but yeah, I do like the play of Varanus. You know, I called it out immediately. I think it was probably the line just for Silvername to continue to propose threats, because I think, you know, giving the free turn back to Yala there, where he could have just played Veiled Worshipper, just, you know, clear board, happy, just play it and just move on with your life. It at least made his opponent's turn awkward, which is Hearthstone 102, if we're going back into that discussion from yesterday, is after you've got to the point of figuring out what good plays are for you, think about what plays make your opponents feel miserable. And outside of just every possible priest turn, that quite often means in putting them in effective places where their good cards aren't as effective as they could be, because players want to play their good cards. Veiled Worshipper is an incredibly good card there. So by creating the awkward position where you then sometimes threaten lethal on the follow-up, I think was very nicely done from Silvername.
Yeah, sometimes you definitely do have to put on the pressure, especially when you know your opponent has access to healing. Sometimes they just don't have it, which is what we saw there, and then you win. So paid off a lot there for Silvername. It was just game number 1, though. We've got plenty more games coming up for you today and the rest of the weekend, of course. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break while we get ready for game number 2 between Yala and Silvername.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000. Why did she leave me? We were so good together. I don't think that translates well in Mandarin.
I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me?
No, you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
We are back and ready to continue our series between Silvername and Jarla, and it got off to a pretty explosive start there as Silvername took a win just with the help of a good friend Bran off the top there just to finish that up. But he did put himself in that aggressive position to do so. So pretty exciting stuff there, but we've still got plenty more games to play out as we see Silvername still has his Priest and Warrior to play against Jarla's, I will say, questionable lineup, and I don't even mean that in a negative way. I just mean Jarla's bringing a weird lineup, and I'm excited to see if it pays off for him.
Yeah, I actually had Lorinda dig through the stats on just Jarla playing Galakron Warlock in particular. And if I'm interpreting what he spat out correctly, I believe Jarla is now 8-10 overall. That's including pre-nerf games, like before Sacrificial Pact was nerfed with Galakron Warlock as well. So, it's not a great win rate with the deck overall, but I am really curious about it because there was a week where Galakron Warlock got submitted when I first brought it up as an issue for, potentially an issue for Jarla. It's he really seems to favor this deck. That week, I think Jarla submitted it, Hunter submitted it, and Just Saiyan submitted it, who are three of the smartest Hearthstone players in the freaking world. And here's me sat there this doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm so curious that it keeps coming back out for these players time after time.
And there is just a point where, honestly, yes, they are amazing players, don't get me wrong, they're way better than me and way smarter than me, but sometimes smart people get things wrong, right? And I think we even had that from Huntrace the other week, where he just said, oh yeah, I kind of just didn't get it right and just messed up either a ban or a bring or whatever, and he didn't end up doing it, and he didn't respect Zoo or respected Zoo too much, and so on. So sometimes people get it wrong. Let's see if that's going to be one of those weekends here as we go into game number 2. Silvername on the bottom with this Warrior and Jarla the top back on Warlock again. And this, I'll confess, Sottle, is not a matchup I've really played out too much, even though I have probably, well over at least 100 games of Warrior right now, maybe 200.
Yeah, same. Just not a very common deck on ladder. When you queued into Warlocks prior to the most recent patch, it was Zoo that you were playing against the majority of the time. Now it seems to be Quest Warlock that you're playing against the majority of the time. So it's not a matchup that I really have a ton of reps in either.
Yeah, and it's one where I think on paper it could be quite good. There is the heal factor, which is nice, especially with the Grommets now being the common player. And also, Plague of Flames just doesn't care about cards like Rampage or Blood Boil Brute or Warmole.
Or Warmole Challenger.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It just dies. Which, again, is very similar to it being good against a deck like Druid or a deck like Mage, where it doesn't matter how big the things that make, the Plague just kills them as long as they can even up the board, which they can a lot of the time. So I think on paper this could be a decent matchup for Jarla, or as decent as a matchup gets versus Warrior. But we'll see what it happens in practice. Right now, it's the first test.
Yeah, I will say it seems like the upside of the Warmole Challenger, though, even though it's not going to stick to the board forever and be immortal if Jarla wants to kill it now that he's drawn Plague of Flames, the stat line just in general is just so effective at picking apart all of these early invokes, right, from Jarla, because that is one of the problems you do sometimes come up against with Galakron Warlock. It's just the 1/1s just get too efficient against you if your deck isn't really built well to deal with them. Just having a 1/10 in play early is going to solve a lot of those problems.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering, wait, Warrior specializes in doing AoE 1 damage. What are you on about? How are these imps good? You don't want to be using Risky Skipper against imps that just get generated now and again, right? They aren't meant for, they're not vital to Jarla's game-winning plan. So these imps aren't that often going to be cleared by Risky Skipper on purpose. It'll more just be a side benefit. So yeah, you're completely right there. Outside of that, these imps could start just picking away Silvername's board.
Silvername does have a Blood Boil Brute here if he wants it, but it would leave 2 minions versus 2 minions in play at the end of it, which seems kind of upsetting for Plague of Flames purposes, so you can probably rule that one out.
I wonder if he ever actually makes a big Warmole to just make Plague of Flames. Silvername is going for it. So the problem is, or the upside is, yes, he's used 2 cards, but Rampage is a card that, although powerful, you definitely don't need to win games with. And he either keeps this 6/12 and gets to swing again next turn, which is pretty good, or a lot of outcomes with 12 health mean that Jarla uses a Plague if he has one. If that's the case, well, great, you plagued 1 minion. Seems like at least a half victory for Silvername.
Right.
So many possibilities.
You could use now this sacrificial pact to reduce the loss of plague if he feels the need to play it, so he gets to heal and plague and still be fine.
Right.
I wonder.
Does just push him off his curve, though. Again, it's just a very good disruption play from Silvername, very similar to what we saw last game with the Varanus. Just making your opponent's life awkward, make them do things that they don't want to do. Silvername gets the nod. He knows, as soon as he sees the Sacrificial Pact, he knows what's up.
Can fight with the Veiled Worshipper as well, and although not active, I think just having something on the board versus Warrior is very, very good. I like this.
Yep, I'm into it.
These are the moments here for Yala. If Yala starts making Silvername just use a Korkron to kill this Worshipper, then Silvername's probably gonna, Yala's probably gonna feel pretty happy about that.
What now?
I wonder, what do you think, Sol? Do you think Yala's planning on just dropping Kronk next turn to draw the Galakrond?
Certainly if Silvername shows weakness here, which he's likely to do.
Because in this matchup, a 6/6, it's hard for the Warrior to actually kill, right?
Yep,
So even
for
just
sure.
Kronk as a minion is a problem. Never mind the fact that it does draw him that Galakrond.
Yeah, I love it. The only real alternative, I think, is just dropping a Crazed Netherwing for tempo instead, and that's just way too valuable a card in the matchup when you look at the state of a post-risky skipper board, for example. Oof. Hard casting a Parachute Brigand.
Can't even use this turn to just get a mediocre Battle Rage off, can he?
No.
Be rough. Ooh, this is shaping up very well for Yala. He has the Invoke now with a life tap if he wants. Yala can just focus on clearing this board up if he wants to just take down the 2/2. Reduce the options or chances for Silvername to go off and get an extra draw with the risky skipper next turn. From Yala's point of view, of course, I can see the risky skipper in Silvername's hand.
And that's Invoke 2 and Invoke 3 now in hand with the second... forgotten the name. Shield of Galakrond being drawn.
Yep. I really like this trade, you know. That's tough for me to say, because I like going face with big minions. But this trade, I think, ticks the boxes, right?
Yeah, I really like it. So going face there, you'd damage Silvername. When Silvername's shown zero signs of having a weapon up to this point. Of course, he draws the Corsair Cache right on time. But he's shown zero signs of having a weapon up until this point, so you don't really want to be doing the work for him in terms of getting himself damaged. And then you also leave 2 extra minions in play that can be there for a risky skipper, into Blood Boil Brute, into Battle Rage, and suddenly just game on. Suddenly the worst hand that Silvername's had up until this point is suddenly just full of options because you've left some minions up.
Even now the other Shield of Galakrond, there's a Mortal Coil to continue the cycle. You can either life tap or just Nether Breath and then go with the Krunks to face.
Yeah, I think he wants to be playing cards here because he has Veiled Worshipper, number 2 in hand, ready to draw, so life tap is a little bit diminished right now.
I think this is fine, right? He gets the heal from Nether Breath, right?
Yep.
He's Shield of Galakrond, so he gets the Invoke and more Imps. And he gets to hit face for what, 7? Seems good.
I will act as your scale.
Yala just taking his time. I do think this turn is too good to pass up. Just swing there, and although we talked about not damaging Silvername because of Battle Rage, there is a limit to that rule. You don't just hard ignore the face all game to avoid that. And also just good timing there for Yala, because we knew, of course, there was a weapon Silvername available, so he could have damaged himself anyway.
Yeah, it's also very different that turn than it was last turn. Like last turn, Yala would have damaged face and left 2 minions in play with more than 1 health, which means you're giving up a potential 4 to 5 card battle rage to your opponent plus a Blood Boil Brute for 0 a lot of the time as well, or close to. With no minions in play, sure, it's very, very different, because then even if they are getting a battle rage, it's likely to be a small one because you haven't seen Ankar yet, so there's unlikely to be a bunch of cheap pirates in the hand that can activate that battle rage. So yeah, it's very much chalk and cheese from the last turn in terms of attacking face there. Frozen Shadow Weaver right on cue.
Is Galakrond active? And by active, I mean 4.
3.
Oh, oh, it's 3. What about Alex Straza?
Okay.
I mean, you've got Nether Breath next turn and another wing.
So many.
And what does Silvername do to an 8/8?
Yeah, sign me up. I'll be perfectly honest. I just wasn't even particularly looking at the Alex Straza in hand.
Oh,
That
I
does
always
make a lot of
look
sense.
Can you just Alex them in the face and swing?
Yeah.
I am really surprised Yala didn't go for that. Seems so good. I mean, this still does a lot of damage to Silvername, don't get me wrong, but I just wonder really if Yala even needs to draw into the Invoke to get the Galakrond active with this hand.
Mm-hmm. And there it is, the lonely battle rage for 1.
Just a concede there from Silvername. He didn't really get to play that game, but Yala's not only plays, but also deck just really helped him out with that. The Plague of Flames, as we mentioned, just putting a stop to the Warmall Challenger, and then Silvername could just never get going. So even though Yala didn't go for the big Alex Straza play, he did put himself just in a fantastic spot, do not get me wrong. So chalk one up for the Galakrond Warlock there, Sottle.
Sorry, I've just noticed my lower third. The 5/4 after the clear, though, is actually super important for Yala. You know, you're talking about how having a minion in play is really nice against Warrior, which is absolutely true. There are sometimes downsides to that you get another minion in play that gets injured, and then their Blood Boil Brute gets cheaper, and yada, yada, yada. But in that case, it completely shut down Silvername's opportunities to redevelop, because I think he top decked second Warmall Challenger that turn. So
Yeah,
if Yala hadn't have developed a minion, he could have just played another 1/10 uncontested on the board, and then Yala's essentially just right back in that same position while already being down 1 Plague of Flames. So it was really night and day difference between playing the minion there and not playing the minion. I think Yala, quite happily recognizing that he did not need full card draw value, and that having a 5/4 in play was just so much more important. It was a heads-up piece of recognition, and I think it potentially won in that game.
Yeah, and it's one of the benefits. We talked earlier about, is this Yala's kind of pet deck? Is he maybe too attached to this deck? Well, one thing you do get as a benefit to having a deck you maybe like a little bit too much is you know it in and out. So although it wasn't, the highest level play I've ever seen, knowing that he could just drop the Veiled Worshipper, it's not drawing any cards, it's just a solid play, and he could sacrifice its ability or whatever, it's just something you would know a lot if you've just played the deck a lot. So it is some payoffs, even if you might not be bringing the most optimal deck in the world. If you just know it in and out, you are going to get some level of edge from that. But let's move swiftly on into game number 3. It's going to be the Highlander Hunter versus the Warrior Now for Silvername, and this hurts me inside if I'm known to play in this matchup.
Someone's got to lead the charge.
I guess some of the better opening cards, honestly. The Diving Griffin, just to shut down any of the early plays from Silvername, and the Rotnest Drake, if he has a dragon to proc it with, are actually pretty powerful, mainly just because they're the big, sort of clunky, beefy minions you want to play against Warrior, and not some of the more, like, the heavier selection of 1-drops and 2-drops you want sometimes.
Oof. We're used to the Hunter player being the player with the infinite weapon. We're used to the Scam Hammer coming down in some of these matchups. But with 2 pirates already drawn, Sky Raider that's in play, Risky Skipper in hand, I think this Ankar now guarantees the Captain Greenskin draw from one of its charges, meaning that Silvername could potentially just have Ankar in play for the entire game at this point. such a big difference drawing Corsair Cash with this game. It's the other thing that Silvername was just really missing. He just didn't really have proactive stuff to do in the previous game because Corsair Cash came so late, whereas if he'd got it earlier, he would have had the chance to at least, with Livewire Lance, get some lackeys rolling that can give him something to do to keep up some pressure. Or, of course, if you hit the Ankar, he was just sitting on that Battle Rage the entire time with no way to get value out of it.
What's interesting there for Jarl, I do wonder whether he should have gone coin into the Desert Spear to kill off the 1-2, but also just set up for a bit of support for the Animal Companion as well. The only downside, really, is that Jarl's hand does go a little bit late. He has multiple options for coin on 4 into a strong 5-drop plays as well. So, too upset with him holding it and just popping the hero power there.
Yeah, this gives him Desert Spear into Faceless Corruptor curve, which is insane. So I like him holding onto it. So this one is now either Sky Raider or Greenskin, I believe. There's the Greenskin. So that's his next play pretty much locked up.
Love the feel of wind in me sails. Wait for me!
He could choose to wait, because obviously there is only one more pirate left in his deck, so he doesn't get full value out of both of the Ankar swings in terms of card draw. But waiting until you draw a Livewire Lance that might never come at this point does seem a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, just have a true silver champion, right? And a minion, just utilize the fact you're hitting them for 4 2 more times. It's a big deal here. Funnily enough, if Yala had access to a dragon, he would have a really good answer to Greenskin. It is just one of those, one turn plays that does end up kind of sitting on the board on its own. Rotnest to be a really quick, easy answer there.
Yala now with the Zephyrus draw, though. Does have some thinking to do. The Faceless Corruptor play is obviously very swingy.
Yeah, I think the Faceless Corruptor play is really powerful here. Is he going to go for it?
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Like, he has to consider Acidic Swampoos here, right? Because he knows that Silvername is playing Greenskin. So he knows that this is potentially another huge weapon, and it might be, he might not be in a comfortable position where he can just play Zephyrus into Ooze on the following turn. Meaning if he doesn't do it here, then he's in a spot where he just gets multiple charges out of that weapon that he can just destroy right now. It just shuts down Silvername's turn 5 really effectively, right?
Yeah, I wondered how just 2 4/3s would have shut his turn down as well, right?
Yes. Problem then is that your opponent has all of his Risky Skipper stuff, so he can Risky Skipper away your board. And then that's a board that you then can't just go Zephyrus into Ooze against, because you have to deal with the board that your opponent made. So then the turn after that, Silvername still gets to drop his Greenskin afterwards.
The old tempo Greenskin. Oof. That's not the turn Silvername wanted at all. No. Because you do not want to... I said, the matchup's hard for Hunter, but if Hunter can just get on top of it and start piling on some pressure, they do just win sometimes. The amount of damage Hunter can kick out is never to be underestimated. Now, Allah's got some options.
He does. And now also by preserving the coin and finding himself a good play on turn 4 without using the coin, he also now just has Faceless Corruptor into Dinotoma Brand curve. Using the coin on 6 instead.
Part of me doesn't even mind it this turn. I'm wondering how effective actually Griffin Coin Animal Companion is.
Vengeance is near.
Because you can still use the following turn to equip the weapon. It's not like Dinotama Brand sets up a lethal, because Silvername's on 28 right now.
It can't be better than coining an 8/8 charge, can it?
I have no time for games.
It's coining 8/8 charge next turn. What if he just makes no Mega Board now? I know there's the Risky Skippers, but I think now with that play from Silvername, he's shown that Silvername probably doesn't have Bomb Wranglers, have anything crazy to do with Risky Skippers, because he might have even just done it, just playing out the green skin.
I just think this ticks all the boxes. You have 2 4-health minions in play that's not vulnerable to Risky Skipper. It needs to be Risky Skipper plus bombs to be able to clear. And you still have the coin for just the giant minion that Warrior doesn't deal with because it has 8 health.
That's true.
It just seems like the line.
What now?
Silvername does not play Deathwing either in his list.
Nope.
He's playing the 1 injured Tolve and then 1 green skin and 1 Grom. When normally I think the Tolve is often a Deathwing in that scenario.
Yes, correct. That's the meaty list, I guess we'll call it.
Job done. A good amount of card draws though, and he still has Risky Skipper number 2 and an Armor Smith to get things going. So Silvername, although looking behind, is by no means out of the game.
Yeah, big dino go raw though, Raven.
I mean, I argue with that, can I? I'd want to.
Vengeance.
It does feel a little bit awkward with leaving bombs around, doesn't it?
It does. That's probably the one thing that will put you off, is that how much damage can these bombs end up doing.
Also, just like the weird turn of, I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's correct to kill the Risky Skipper, obviously. But just having these, like, big minions you set up go into a 1-3 and maybe a 2-2 just feels a little bit bad too. Oh, I respect that play, though. Okay, yeah, saved. Ignore the Bomb Wrangler, it's awkward. Just go face.
I'm not actually sure. In terms of, like, hand tracking from Yarla, Silvername has 1 Risky Skipper that I think he drew naturally and 1 that he drew off the Ankar. So based on which one he's played and which one he's held on to, Yarla might have the read that there's either 1 or 2 pirates left in the deck, based on how many the Ankar has drawn that he knows about, which actually can be an important kicker in this position. I think you just saw Yarla's reaction there to the second skipper coming down.
Now look how crazy this is. This is just going to be bombs ahoy. Silvername wants it to be. Or we can draw a million cards. If he draws, he can't activate a second wave of bombs, and I think that is going to be important.
Agreed.
Just Armor Smith. Take it. Or it can be trade Armor Smith.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure what the highest percentage trade here is. This one I can get down with. Obviously, you're clearing 1 minion off the board that can't get hit by these bombs. So that has upside in terms of the bombs hitting the targets that you want. But nope, nope. Hitting dinosaurs is illegal, apparently.
So, nothing looks like it adds up, even if the Animal Companion goes well here for Yarla. He doesn't quite have access to the mana.
Yeah, Leok Unleash is, what, 16?
Mm-hmm. Can't fit in a hero power. I think now might be as good a time as any to get that Stormhammer equipped. It also scavenges into the 6-0. But then that's mana that he doesn't really need. He could actually use Griffin and 6-0 instead. Again, if he wants the multi-trades, obviously.
I have no time for games. Victory is in my grasp.
It's a point here because now both players are at that weird moment where either of them could lose next turn, right? Because both decks have access to a large amount of burst in various different ways, so it's not unlikely that they die, but it looks like Yarla's just going to say, no, if he has it, he has it. Most importantly, I'm just going to continue to hit face with this giant.
One more challenger is potentially huge. That's an extra Battle Rage proc here if he wants it.
He could go for lethal though. With the bomb trade.
Wait, what do you want to do? Oh, if it hits face for 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Two, right?
2?
Double combo.
Oh, sure, yeah. 2. I'm not counting the Bomb Wrangler attack for some reason.
Well, there was 4, but it wasn't at face. That will change some of the outs here. You can just rampage and trade down into the King Crush.
Yep.
Did he ever just go for the mercenary here? Yeah, I like this.
Your flaws are your strength.
Mm-hmm.
And now, because specifically King Crush is gone, it means that Silvername's got to worry about less high damage outs from Yala. Whereas versus Warrior, you've got Grom, you've got Korkron, in various different ways. You've got bombs to consider as well, and weapons.
What now?
He is what, dead to Huffer if he doesn't armor up?
I think the fact that he's already aiming this means he's quicker than the Battle Rage, right? Oh, he's going to challenge her though.
This is cute. He's not dead to Huffer now, I believe. 4, 5, 8, 10. Yeah, it'd be 10. And he sets himself up with a board state that he can just Battle Rage off next turn, as well as very comfortably threatening lethal himself. Yeah, I like this. Seems smart.
Mm. Yeah, I actually thought he was dead to her for whether he did that or not, but no, you're right.
Vengeance is near.
Obviously, Dinotoma Brown is Dinotoma Brown. There was not really anything he could have done about that in this scenario.
Yala has Kill Command in his list. And he has Scale Rider as well, if he needs to push some extra, but obviously he can't get them both. That tracking might do some work if he goes for it. Fortunately, no Nagrin Slam capabilities.
The moment is upon
Is there a kill command? There is not.
I have no time for games.
Griffin does kill off the Bomb Wrangler pretty cleanly, though. You'll still get that Zigzor as well.
Whoa! Double Korkron now from Silvername.
Well,
he's gonna end it.
Yep, that's going to get the job done here. And that's what I mean. The Warrior deck has so many different ways to provide extra damage, whether it's onboard buffs, whether it's Korkrons, whether it's Bloodsworn Mercenary, whether it's Grom, or even just weapons being drawn as well. It's all there, and Silvername, to take a bit of a stumble with game number 1 of his Warrior, takes game number 2 with his Warrior, so he just be able to take that down there and go to a 2-1 lead overall over Yala. And again, Silvername looking at the bottom of the pack in Division A, so if he takes this win, that again starts to crush Division A all back together and continue to add some spice into potentially the final few weeks of Grandmasters.
Yeah, Silvername will at least be looking over to his right and thanking his lucky stars that he's not over there in Division B with the kind of record that he has right now.
Right.
Although you could argue, you know, maybe the Division A players are stronger and he'd have a better record if he was over in Division B and so on and so forth. But he still has that security blanket that even if his entire season falls apart from this point, he only then has to pick it back up in the relegation playoff to be able to consolidate his position in Grandmasters for next season. That is the luxury provided to you by being successful in the Swiss rounds and seeding yourself into Division A.
Yeah, and that's what's important, right? This isn't arbitrary, you know, where these players have been placed. They had 3 separate Swiss tournaments against all the other players to decide whoever performed the best got in Division A, whoever performed the worst got in Division B. And I really like that. It's an advantage, but it's not the be-all, end-all. Someone from Division B could end up going to Worlds and winning, right? There's nothing stopping them, apart from it's just a little bit tougher. So I like the way this season's worked overall, and whether there's maybe changes to a Season 2 or not, I do just like the improvements we see of that Swiss a shorter round-robin phase. So it sounds like players are going to be going into their next game. And Silvername only has Priest left, and he's going to be going up against Hunter or Mage. I believe that was Mage, if my ears don't deceive me, unless Jane has suddenly switched class, and he's now got a Hunter skin. Let's go into it. Priest versus Mage, Sottle. What is your opinion, as I'll defer to you on this one, since we're not talking about Hunter?
So I'm torn. Smart people tell me that this is even or slightly mage favored, but I have such a positive win rate in this matchup as Priest, and generally I just end up fatiguing them. I just am able to kill all of their threats, and then, you know, usually their puzzle box draws them a couple of cards, their amazing Reno will probably draw a couple of cards at some point during the game, and they get so far deeper into fatigue and that I can just kind of wait until the end of the game and not really have to do much as I get towards the end. But most people, popular opinion among the best Priest players, seem to think that this is a either even matchup or a slightly mage-favored one.
I'm surprised. Most Priest-focused players I've seen just say this is the best deck to ever exist and beats everything. So to follow me some new priest priest players. But for now, so for this matchup, then are you in the mindset as priest as being the business as usual? So priority 1 is actually removal of your opponent's threat as opposed to you doing anything too crazy nearly mid.
There's okay. First and foremost, crazy things will happen at every stage of the game. So let's throw the phrase "don't do anything too crazy" out of the window, because this matchup is a total clown fiesta. Just be prepared for that. I don't know if you saw Language Hacker versus Eddie last night.
I was asleep.
Okay.
Saw your tweets about it.
Oh my goodness, it was a mess in the very best and worst ways possible. So the matchup is completely clowny. But honestly, that's why I end up playing the fatigue strategy a lot of the time, is that I want to skip all that stuff where, like, you know, my stolen Solarian Prime is better than my opponent's Solarian Prime that they still managed to get off somehow, or the puzzle box that I stole won me the game and their puzzle box didn't. Like, I'm quite happy to just sit back and just wait for fatigue to happen and just play removal all the time. That, to me, feels like a way to mitigate a lot of the randomness in the matchup, but I don't know how many other people actually, you know, play in that style.
We'll at least get to discover how Silvername plays this one, but with double Apotheosis and a Breath of the Infinite to go this turn, maybe this is worth Breath. Just keep chipping away at him as he doesn't have a penance or anything else to kill it off with, and Breath of the Infinite, outside of some certain situations, maybe with the help of a Soul Mirror, doesn't really do much versus the mid to late game. Instinct tells me that Malygos' intellect is probably the pick here for Jarla. Just getting more resources, getting more to do. As I do admit that if we're talking the game going to fatigue, you are the aggressor as the mage.
Mm-hmm. It also is a card that you can play somewhat immediately as well, which is a benefit against Priest. Because the longer you hold a super-powered card like this in your hand, the higher the likelihood becomes that your opponent's just going to copy it from you.
Right.
What to do?
Maybe that's why you don't take Intellect. You don't want Priest to draw cards.
Also a consideration, yep.
Just Fireball. And you just Fireball their face next turn. And you're like, take that. It is Fireball.
Okay. Coin Invoke into Invoke Fate Weaver.
Job's done.
This curve does seem to happen an awful lot in this matchup for some reason when I play it.
Sandtooth really nice. Really one of the powerful mid-game cards you can get from these invokes.
Mm-hmm.
As it is always a pain to deal with for your opponent. Now with Jarl having Power of Creation in hand, he could just try and set up this Mana Saber. Go into power next turn.
It does seem powerful, yeah.
Outside of that, Fireball into Ping I don't really think achieves anything. Mainly because the Malygos is only a 2-attack minion, right?
I wonder.
It achieves taking potential Apotheosis targets off the board. Is about all I can think of here.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, I don't think that does much this turn, because if you remove this as an Apotheosis target, that's good, obviously. But with no follow-up next turn... Right, excuse me, had to just sneeze for a second. With no follow-up next turn to... Because the idea is, if you want to kill a minion to stop Apotheosis going on it, well, you want to kill the next minion they play to stop it being Apotheosis. Well, you can't, because there's no good follow-up the turn after. So I do like getting this in and trying to just accelerate to the stronger turns there for Jarla.
Does that draw just the absolute turbo nuts this turn? Gets to second Invoke and Fate Weaver in the same turn?
I'm going to go for a yes. Does look quite good.
He's actually discounting pretty core cards as well. He's hitting his Murazons, which is kind of huge.
We are all
Would have loved to have maybe fit that in first, and then also tried to discount like a Soul Mirror in his hand, but the mana didn't work out that way. He didn't get offered Soul Mirror anyway. Crucial to know, by the way, that this does draw the card. It's not like other effects that we have seen where you get a copy of it. That is actually just the copy of Shadow of Death drawn from the deck now.
It just says discover a card from your deck. It doesn't say discover a copy of
your
deck. Now, though, Yala does have the opportunity to attack with his Mana Saber. Go up to that 8 mana, but he might now hold off on it, as he does have access to Seermat instead. He could choose to not attack with Mana Saber, because that's one thing I guess Priest hasn't got going for it, is outside of Soul Mirror, they actually just can't interact with stealth minions in any way, right? You can't really be punished, it can't be stolen, can't be, all the weird things Priest can do to you. So I think Yala's pretty safe at holding on with this Mana Saber.
Agreed.
And why not, right? He has a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in hand, which means there is something to ramp into further next turn.
Exactly. If he leaves it stealth, he then has the ramp into Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and that's why I was talking about potentially this Murazon discount actually being very important, because it offsets a lot of Yala's ramp in terms of Silvername actually being able to respond to Dragon Queen Alexstrasza by just at least matching the board if that ends up being his best play with the Murazon, to replay all the dragons himself.
Oh, I don't like the attack. Okay. I thought he locked the attack in. I was like, I'm not sure if just 3 damage does anything at this point in the game, at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was ever seriously considering that attack, or whether he was just pretending he was considering that attack to not make the contents of his hand too obvious.
The true mind games.
Yeah. Okay. Plays a death, gets a pain. Seems pretty strong.
Might not want to play the pain, though, because it means he doesn't get to Apotheosis this turn.
Okay.
Let's start off with a Renew, and then review
consider
what he gets.
Ah, the old Renew and Review play, of course. For Apotheosis, though, he doesn't get to kill the 2/7.
He gets to Apotheosis.
He does.
And also, the 2/7 is always a reasonable target for steals and things, right? It's so low.
Yeah, on that Veil Weaver.
This is nice. Basically, just making an annoying minion even more annoying for Yala to deal with.
Yeah, and the reason why it's so good this turn is that, again, despite maybe Yala was trying to bluff on the previous turn, I think Silvername kind of knows what's up here, that this means ramp into Dragon Queen Alexstrasza a lot of the time. So that means even if the attack goes into the Sethic Veil Weaver, he still just has a Sethic Veil Weaver next turn into the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza turn, which is a huge upside for him.
I think Yala does need to start doing stuff. Because he's been beaten on board now, and in health.
What to do?
And to a certain extent in hand quality.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what you want to be doing against Priest. You want Priest to be struggling, right? You want Priest to be on the back foot if you want to try and beat them. You want them to be just grasping at things. Okay, I can just about remove this, or okay, I have to play these cards in an efficient manner to deal with this board or to heal. That's what you want Priest to be on, because when they're struggling and they have to just use their resources inefficiently, that's when they start to really lose out, because they don't have that card to refill that.
Sorry, Silvername just made the face. Aw, he pinged my guy instead of playing Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Like, who has ever been disappointed about that before? Shadow Madness keycard in this matchup, as it is really in a lot of matchups these days, revolving around the Astromancer Solarian. Obviously, it's insane to steal with the Shadow Madness because you get the prime off the Death Rattle, so then it's also something that the Mage will generally play around a lot of the time. Just playing the Solarian and just blowing it up in the same turn with the Conjurer's Calling, for example. Just anything to get that Death Rattle to go off immediately.
I've got a weird question for you.
Mm.
Can you embalming an enemy minion? Can you check that?
Can you what?
Do you use the embalming? The reborn?
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's minion. It's just a minion.
Okay. Do you ever do it on the Doomsayer?
Choose quickly.
That's too fancy.
That does seem kind of silly, yeah.
We are priest. Like we are in a priest game right now.
Yeah, it is cool. I'll give you that.
I'll take it. I like being called cool.
I just gives him a 2/5 and just sends it back again, just for the sake of dealing with the Doomsayer. That is also kind of a very weird-looking play on Silvername's side.
Definitely less cool, in my opinion.
Mm.
Only because, like, if it required a ping, it cuts out 9 plays and 8 plays, right? But for Hala, which are atypically the strongest mana plays that Mage does, apart from, to a certain extent, 6 and 10. If we talk about boxes, but still. It was just an interesting idea that you could just give him a Doomsayer again to deal
We
with.
must stop this corruption.
So Yala did get Emerald Explorer off his Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which is something that you have to consider in the matchup because you playing Taunt Dragons on your Dragon Queen Alexstrasza turn often makes your opponent more secure just to be able to Murazond and steal your whole board because they have some built-in defense against the giant minions that you've also played.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
No Nosdormu. Okay.
This turn looks like it doesn't require a Murazond as far as I'm looking at, Saddle. Oh, is he going to go for it?
I wonder.
It is just kind of good, though.
But he has that Fate Weaver time rip.
Mm-hmm.
I know, it wasn't mind-blowing, was it, this turn? Because he gets basically 2 8/8, right, which doesn't really use a lot of stats. Well, it does use all his mana as well.
Yep. Can stick this Renew on the Fate Weaver off the trade if he wants, or go for the Reborn instead.
And excuse me, I think my worry is that it doesn't really deal with any of the board here, and Yala has freezes, but Silvername does not.
Yeah, that's where the Emerald Explorer comes into play, though, is that if there's no taunt, a lot of the times you can't make this play because then they just Alexstrasza you in the face and you're dead because all you've done is just copy a bunch of big dragons.
There is now Fireball, Freeze, and Ping. You can push a ton of damage.
Mm-hmm. I think Silvername's kind of happy to rebound for now, though. The way this is laid out, he has one Apotheosis minion in play that, you know, unless he's getting persistently frozen turn after turn after turn, will need to be dealt with. Then he does still have that time rip you were talking about to be able to kill the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza on the next turn.
Funny
He's
enough,
too worried.
I had a slightly better idea as well. What if it was just rolling Fireball, then Freeze Ping? Because then you hold the Fireball in hand.
Sure.
Maybe that gets there, I don't know.
Time runs out on me.
Whoa. Yala's just stacking up right now. Double Malagos Fireball in hand.
Yeah. This Nova's just huge here. Ah, gonna drop the old Nosdormu down.
And then... boom! Surprise Nosdormu!
Quickly.
Quick, time rip the Nosdormu so you've got time to consider the rest of your turn.
Yep, the life coach play, as it is known. Don't think about it, just first things first, kill Nosdormu.
Second. Well, it's Traza.
But now, with 4, 7, 9, 11 in play, 12 more from hand from Fireballs, yep, Yala's just got it.
GG. Yala takes game number 2 and evens up the series with the double Malagos Fireball attack. Bit of a rarity to see, honestly. I'm glad we did get to see it today. The series is going 2-2. Yala got to win with the mage, and Silvername is going to be on his priest again.
And he's gone.
It's only 2-2, Yala. There's another game to play yet. When players just stare at their chairs for the victory screen. That's going to be in the top 5 plays, maybe, or just a montage we can make at the end of the season. It's just all the times we go to victory. There's just no one there. But yeah, bit of a weird game, that one, right? So it really was just the Frost Nova. And I think that was, for me at least, the scary part of just doing Murrazond on that turn, because you couldn't actually kill anything off with the minions that Silvername already had, right?
It's true. I don't think it would have got any better for him, though. Like, if he just time rips the Alexstrasza that turn and plays like another small dragon with the Fate Weaver, there's still just more stuff coming back down from Yala the turn afterwards. I think the game like progresses in the same way. If anything, like him having the big board as well does at least, make Yala need Frost Novas or Blizzards or quality removal spells. Whereas if he just stays behind on board there, then I think Yala can just keep progressing threats, just like Alexstrasza him in the face and attack him with whatever he had, and then set up for the Malagos Fireball that way and just only need one, not even need the second one a lot of the time, as long as he can deal with the Apotheosis that was in play as well. So I think, it was a pretty good-looking Murrazond turn to me because of the taunt minion that was in play. As I said, that's often a big kicker as to whether you do it or not. But yeah, there's a lot of options that Silvername could have found as well to dig himself out of that. He had the Renew that he could have used to go fishing for like a Soul Mirror, for example. He could have just drawn his natural Soul Mirror. He could have hit Galacrons to be able to remove some of the board, although I only believe he was on 2 or 3 invokes at that point before the time rips had to start getting cast for the panic removal. But yeah, I think it was just really well played overall from Yala. I think his early game plan was strong. I think his diversions were smart, where he pulled himself off the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza turn just to get the ping on the Sethic Baleweaver instead. I think he rationed everything out pretty smartly there.
And it's why I like watching more of Priest, honestly, because although Priest, again, you just instantly think of the mirrors and they're just long and it comes to just whoever's generating whatever. I think Priest does have very clear weaknesses, right? And we're seeing that now, not only in that game, but also when we look at the Quest Warlock matchup, where the weakness of just not being able to recover from high bursts of damage in short periods of time, because they don't just heal forever. And then also in the Hunter matchup, where they can just keep putting awkward shaped minions to deal with on curve and just putting a ton of pressure on. So again, I do wonder how long Priest is going to stick around. I do think the deck's strong, but if say next week we see even more lineups adopt, say, a Hunter Warlock strategy, then does Priest just get pushed out? Like, that's the question for me. Is it then just going to be too much for Priest to handle? And then we're going to see a further cycling of suddenly, well, what beats Hunter Warlock? And it's just almost the never-ending circle of the meta, right? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we have 2 potential heroes in the European region. Neither of them wear capes. One of them is Casey. The other one is Quest Warlock. Both of those things can save us from the tyranny of the 12-hour days that could be incoming if we get like 16 out of 16 priests. But yeah, I do think Quest Warlock is potentially a thing that we'll see coming into play a lot more over the coming weeks. As to just keep that priest in check and make sure it can't run away for it. Because if you have, as you said, Highlander Hunter, Quest Warlock as 2 of your decks, suddenly there's enough decks that you can get in there. Just Highlander Mage, for example, is a fine matchup against Priest. So you can kind of have that lineup that leaves Priest up and actually feels happy about its potential to beat it 3 times.
Yeah, and I think as of this moment in time, if you can be confident against leaving Priest up and you get to ban Warrior, I think you've done something very, very right with your lineup and plan for the weekend.
Right.
Let's go into game number 5 between Yala and Silvername. Yala on the top on this Hunter. Silvername, of course, on his Priest. And again, as we mentioned, this is not a good matchup for the Priest. This is unfun for the Priest player.
Mind Flayer Kaj. There it is. Okay, I was going to say, this is about the only card that I've really hung my hat on in this matchup. Mind Flayer Kaj early just gets so much work done, just in terms of creating awkward board states that contest board early. And then also, even if you don't draw it early, if you find it later, it's still an irritatingly sticky minion that can be too hard to deal with for the Hunter, so you get an Apotheosis target in play, which is another big problem with the matchup, that you just never get to stick minions in play, it feels like, for Apotheosis.
And funnily enough, here we see the Zephyrs come down from Yala, and I think there was a big nod from his hand that was saying go for wild growth, because I don't think it's a given in this matchup. I think there is some merit to going for a bit more of a tempo-based Zephyrus choice. But honestly, with Bran, with Alex Straza, with Boom Pistol Bully, and a coin, yeah, you don't have to say too much to make me pick a wild growth in this instance. So I like this from y'all. Now we're going to see the old answer to Zephyrus wild growth. Madame Lazul wild growth. Yes. I feel like that's just coded in.
What were the odds? 3 out of 7? Okay, just below 50-50.
Not too quickly.
Must consider.
No, sorry, Raven, you're right. The odds were 100%. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Desert Spear and Kill Command are actually like playable removal cards in the matchup, though, so I can actually understand the thought process. But I think if your opponent wild growths here, you're happy to just wild growth them right back.
Yeah, it's, funnily enough, them picking wild growth makes you pick wild growth and not removal tools more, right? Because you know they're wild growthing into something bigger. So suddenly, although the Desert Spear are a great weapon, not going to actually do too much. The kill command, again, not an consistent amount of beasts from priests. So it means, again, that's going to do too much with the bigger minion.
This hand is just so meaty from Yarla. Look at it. Look at the size of it.
A very timely time rip, though. Being able to take down this Boom Pistol was one of the few cards he could have drawn that would have actually...
Yeah, also timely because it now means he has the discount curve locked and loaded. Shield of Galakron into Fate Weaver on the follow-up. His Shadow Madness is hitting nothing based on Yarla's draw so far. Look at the size of his hand.
Ultra high level play is Shadow Madness will be bad if I never play a minion that's targetable.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering here what the play is from Yarla. He can just coin out Bran. Does, of course, slow down some of his other options, mainly the Alex Straza, but with a second 7 drop, it means he can just fill the gap.
Raven, we've had this talk. Big dinosaur goes raw.
Look, of all people, you know I appreciate this the most. I'm trying to do a slightly unbiased job of just outlining some of the other points. But yes, dinosaur hitting your opponent in the face is very nice.
Renew, hit the death. Kaj. Oh, he actually did it. Oh my goodness. Kaj the crush and death it. It's insane. Wow. That is what they call a swing turn, Raven.
Yes. Yes, it is. And there's nothing you can do about it this turn, right? You can't kill the Kaj and Rotnest.
Nope.
And if you can't do anything about it this turn, does he ever not play a minion that allows Kaj to trade and die into?
I think that's definitely worth thinking about, yeah. Especially since you do have that Rot Nest in hand. Or even Varanus. Yeah, like you could just play Desert Spear this turn.
Yeah, just Spear Hero Power go, yeah.
And then set up for Varanus on the following turn to tidy up.
Yeah, that's one of those sort of cute/fancy plays that I think is actually just correct. Because you don't want Silvername to just trade in and then get an 8/8.
I have no time for games.
It's just damage that you can't really handle. And the drawback for Yarla having this such a beefy hand and going straight to the late game is, as we can see, with the help of a bit of a heal, Silvername's on 28. So actually, that King Crush didn't put him on actual like health pressure. It put him on just a big minion on board pressure, which is kind of a weird thing for Bran to do.
Right. Yeah, I like this plan though, from Yarla.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Psychic Sun Conjurer gives a Scavengers. Okay. That'll draw his 6-or Prime later. That's good.
Did he have to swing face there?
I think it's just good too, honestly. Just gets an extra minion on board now that might not get killed. Right? It means like +1 minion for the next turn. So you have 1 minion that will survive here, plus 1 more minion rushing from the Desert Spear next turn, plus your Varanus to be able to clear up.
It's not too upset if Shadow Madness comes down onto the Bran. Onto the 1-1 to kill the Bran.
Yeah, it seems like a very lame use of Shadow Madness.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
I was so ready for that to be 6.
Well, the taunt makes this horrible.
Sure does.
Victory is in my grasp.
So I think he waits. He can Varanus Unleash next turn.
Unleash Faceless Corruptor this turn? Does that do enough? It does. You could technically clear this turn if you wanted to do that, but it's very ugly.
Winds of the south, come to my aid!
Rush Wind
Oh,
Fury
okay, can
gives
do it
him the
this
option
way,
for
yeah.
clears as well if he wants.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Does involve taking 8 though.
Wait. Didn't have to. He's valuing keeping the Bran on board?
There's a 2-1 when there's 2 1-1s on board, yeah.
Ooh.
It does seem a little bit sketchy.
Just took 5 extra damage.
I will act as your scape.
Your head isn't as empty as it looks.
Still 6 2-ofs left in Silvername's deck. Takes it anyway, okay.
I'm actually really surprised. I thought the other options were more than good enough to take over the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, it's the one that's in hand though, right? So what were the other 2 options? Did you...
Yeah, Animal Companion?
Was it cards he's already seen, basically, is the question? Like, did he actually
No.
have influence as to which one was the correct answer?
I don't think so. I think, like, well, at least for me, it was... So I was thinking it in the way of what you said a little bit earlier in the day. I think where you talk about you sort of... Or was it yesterday, maybe? You go for the one you want more because this Alexstrasza, if it is that, isn't active for so long and he's not just going to play out on its own. I think
If you have
that's
no
the
clue
mindset I
as
would
to
have
what the
gone in.
right answer is, then just pick the one that you want the most, yeah.
Right. Which definitely wouldn't have been an Alexstrasza as far as I'm concerned, but Silvername did get the card. If you picked anything else, it would have obviously not worked.
Yep.
Maybe he is ahead enough to just drop a 9-mana 8/8. We'll find out, won't we?
I have no time for games.
Vengeance is near.
This is just a fine Varanus turn. Just get all this out of the way. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, seems good. Should be enough of a board swing that you are ahead or at least close to parity next turn, and you can just drop the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in a much more comfortable spot.
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow Word Death off the top, though. Get out of here.
It's weirdly running out of stuff, though.
Did he not want to Sethic this hand first?
Okay, maybe.
Sorry, yeah, Fate Weaver. My bad.
We are all bound to fate.
Okay, works out fine.
Yeah, Silvername is running out of stuff. He does have the board back again. He just replaces his Shadow Madness with another Shadow Madness, which is funny. But he doesn't have much
There it is.
proactive things to do.
There it is, Raven. I promised you this Scavenger's Ingenuity was going to get value.
If Zixor is left alive on board, I'm going to get angry, Sal. It's not the first time I've seen it. And
Victory is in my grasp.
I think
It
a lot of
could
the times
happen.
I've seen it left up, it's definitely not needed to have been left up, is my frustration.
So I think right here, it's probably not coming down. But in general, I think it could justifiably happen because obviously we're looking at a hand that has 2 Shadow Madness in it. But Silvername has used one of his natural Shadow Madness. So from Yala's perspective, there's 1 Shadow Madness left in 18 cards. He doesn't know about this generated one.
I always presume they haven't. But yes, you are right. I think I would like actually the Command Rot Nest here. Seems really good. Because at the moment now, you've seen that Silvername still has this Ethic on the board, and he has spells, right? Because it generates spells when you play spells, so there's always target. But I think killing this Ethic is pretty important here. Okay, doing it this way, sure. Either way, I think the Rot Nest coming down to snipe the 3-6 looks good.
Damn. It's one way he's not getting 6-0. The Grand Slam, though. That's a pretty big card to steal.
Yeah, when I said Silvername's kind of running out of stuff, it has helped quite a lot. It's a 1 card make 4 dudes. It's pretty strong. Was he just gonna play Scavengers
Don't
to
you
get it out of his
do it.
hand?
Don't you do it.
Just clogging the old hand up, isn't it?
Yeah. There is now a 5-4 on board that Yala can just slam his Zigzaw into immediately if he would really like
What
to.
I like to see.
It's probably just a Dragon Queen turn.
Victory is in my grasp.
Galakron's only on 3 invokes, so if you play 3 dragons, they're not all going to die to the Galakrond. It's about as good as it's going to get, I think.
The 3 dragons are playable. Oh.
Yeah, those look pretty playable.
Not even pretty playable. I'll go as far to say very. I don't think overloading's really going to hurt him too much. I think the question, honestly, is whether he waits and goes Squall, Zigzaw,
No time for games. I bring life.
Still out Straza this turn, but I think I like holding the other dragon, even though it is weak to Galakron.
Thought still pretty big whiff here. He had Soul
They're in
Mirror
trouble.
available. He had Galakrond available for just trade and full clear. And Grand Slam is 12 damage. Not good enough. Even if they did all hit minions.
Or face.
Sure. It's
I
also
mean,
not
well,
even
it's
a lethal
close.
out.
It's
Yeah,
close.
it's not even a lethal out.
I wonder.
So Thought Steal it is.
It's looking that way, yep. Don't see a line outside of this. Tracking for Galakrond? Breath.
He still has Holy Nova, so that's 4.
Yeah, Breath plus Nova.
Does heal him as well, which means he's not strictly dead to hero power anymore, right? With the trade.
But he is still dead.
Very true.
A valiant
brave
effort
defense. Yeah.
for Silvername. But looks like Yala is going to get over the line here. He puts himself in, at least for now, prime position in Division A. Raven Silvername's woes are going to continue.
They really are going to be going to a 1-4 record now. Seattle does take that win, and Silvername looking more and more likely he's going to be playing it out in that potential relegation bracket towards the end of the season. And somewhere for doing so well and getting yourself in Division A, you really then did not want to put yourself in the mix, right? All you really have to do is just not do badly in the division, even just do okay, just do a completely just acceptable job just to stay above that, because there are only 2 spots out of Division A that go into a basically a playoff bracket for a relegation spot. Sounds like that's the prize, and it's definitely not. So yeah, again, congratulations to Yala there. But again, we just see the tough part of one. It was a bit of a weird game with the way the Hunter ramped and just had all the big stuff, but it was just the relentless pressure. Silvername had answers to stuff, right? He had the answer to the boom pistol. He had answers. He even got his own King Crush as well. But there's just so much stuff that Hunter just throws at you turn after turn after turn. The lack of card draw came in. We saw no Galakron. There was no options for answers because Silvername generally and Priest is just drawing one card a turn to play. And we saw that really take into effect there in that matchup.
I'm sorry I let you down, Raven. There was no Scavenger's Ingenuity into Zigzor Prime by the Priest that game. I'm sorry. It is a real point, though. I think when you play Priest on ladder, the deck can just seem invincible. You can just feel like you're winning every game because your average ladder player, even at decently high legend, is not playing around Priest cards to the level that a Grandmaster will. So they'll get got by Madame Lazul. They'll get got by Shadow Madness. All of these cards that really just end games if you play into them badly. And whereas at this level they are a little bit less effective because you'll see people Conjurers calling their own primes, not playing their Zixor so that it doesn't get Shadow Madness. All this kind of stuff. But overall, I do have to feel a little bit sorry for Silvername. I genuinely do think he's a very good player. I think maybe he's slightly outmatched in the caliber of player that he's up against in Division A. But I think if Silvername was in another region, he might just be stomping one of the other regions right now.
Right.
I think he's just in the toughest group in the toughest region, and that's why it's making him look bad at this point. But I do think he's a very, very talented Hearthstone player.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see. Time out with Europe region, right? It's such a strong region that people have to be relegated or they have to be at the bottom of the table because that's just the way it is. You put two of the best, the top two world's best Hearthstone players against each other, well, one of them loses. It's just going to happen, right? So that starts to stack up in a group.
It's happening on match 5, Raven. That's exactly what's happening.
True.
Match 5, yeah.
That is true. But for match 3, we do have Swids versus Felkane, so a French face-off here, and we're going to see double Demon Hunter and into this one. So both players having Warrior Acts on them.
It's all going crazy, Raven. There's so many Warriors being playable. But yeah, this is the big story for me, is that the re-identification of the French players, I guess, as they're now just not the Zoo group, the players that just bring Zoo to GM every week. What do their lineups look like in this new strange world that we're facing, where Scrap Imp does not just automatically win games anymore? And Swids, for his part, is going with a good old-fashioned Spell Druid and also Stealth Rogue, Greyheart Sage Stealth Rogue, which is not something that we've even really been seeing despite the nerfs to the secret package. On the other side of the debate in Rogue, we still haven't been seeing much stealth come out.
Yeah, and I think what's very interesting to me as well is I would imagine that Swids and Felkane have not been practicing together this week since they are facing each other. And you see that reflected in lineups. Felkane on the Hunter Priest, Swids on the Rogue Druid. My only worry is, from what I've seen of Swids, I'm not sure if depending on who he's been practicing with instead, letting him do his own thing is necessarily the best idea, just because Swids definitely does have his own style of things. No, I mean, for example, Swids brought the 2-off mage or the mage, right? And it didn't. I don't think it paid off for him too well. And Swids does like to put his own style into it, but I definitely think the other French players sort of reel him back in to a certain extent. And at least for Felkane, he's not had that this time round. So the different lineups, and again, I'll say if someone's bringing Priest and Hunter, that looks a little bit better to me than Druid and Rogue right now, honestly.
So I am a little sad because I made this point offhand at the start of day 1, I think, fully expecting Swids' Warrior to be banned in his series, so it wouldn't end up being relevant. But I made the point that because we have Quest Warlock in the metagame this week, Swids Warrior, which he's been bringing every week with Wrench Caliber, Blastmaster Boom in the otherwise fairly usual Pain Warrior archetype, is the absolute nuts against Quest Warlock, because just the card Wrench Caliber single-handedly would destroy that matchup. So I'm kind of sad now that he gets to play it, but there's no Quest Warlock on the other side, so we don't get to see how miserable your life is when you're getting bombs shuffled into your deck as a Quest Warlock.
I'm interested to see if it ends up lining up against Felkane's Priest, though, because that does add an extra little bit of, well, Priest doesn't heal for a lot on demand, and if there's bombs going off, as well as potential damage from Gromburst and even more boom bots because of the Blastmaster Boom, maybe that is actually just too hot to handle for Priest as opposed to the more minion-focused aggression that normal versions of Pain Warrior bring.
Looks like you're about to get your wish, though, based on what we're being shown. This is going to be the Priest coming out from Felkane. I would counter that point by saying, well, Priest also doesn't draw cards, which is the other thing that quite often punishes you when you're playing up against Bomb Warrior. So, you know, a lot of Priest games end when they still have 15, 16 cards left in their deck, you know? So the likelihood of bombs being drawn is unlikely. But, of course, that means that the Blastmaster Boom payoff is just exponentially higher because the Priest isn't able to draw a bunch of cards and get bombs out of their deck. So it can work both ways in that scenario, I guess. So, yeah, I'm pretty interested. Let's go.
Also, as well, with the help of Corsair Cash, right? The more bombs are being shuffled in on average, right? It's not like it's just 2 of the wrench calibers. It's 2 wrench calibers potentially buffed with +1/+1 with the Corsair Cash, and also just checking. Yeah, Swid's also running a Captain Greenskin, so that means that although yes, Priest doesn't draw a ton of cards at all, but if you shuffle 10 bombs into your opponent's deck, it becomes fairly likely at least a couple are going to be drawn. But we'll see.
Okay, Raven, yes. If you shuffle 10 bombs into your opponent's deck, you're probably winning that game of Hearthstone. That's fair.
I'd love it if exactly 10 bombs get shuffled in. It's like, yeah, told you. God. I will say, though, Felkane is doing something I've been harping on about, which is running an ooze in his priest list. So he has a way to at least take down one of those weapons if he draws the ooze. And I guess that might be the answer to my repeated question of why is there not ooze. Or maybe the priest draw is the issue, right? If you have a tech card that you can't consistently get to, is the tech card good enough?
Yeah, for sure. And we called him out for it yesterday. Positively, we called him out for it, I should say. As he, at least, you know, he's leaving up Warrior, but at least his decks look like they're supposed to leave up Warrior, right? Like, at least he has these extra cards in there that seems like he has a consistent plan. And on that note, I guess for calling him out, I tweeted about this, but just because I never want to mischaracterize a player as playing weirdly when they weren't. Felkane versus Ball Control yesterday, when he was just going face relentlessly against Boar's Warrior. Boar only played 1 Armorsmith in that Warrior list, which we both completely failed to notice at the time, which suddenly makes Felkane's plan seem a little bit closer to genius than madness.
I called him a genius all along, so I'm just going to ignore the fact.
Okay.
I did. I was saying he should just go aggro. Burn him down.
Well, if you say that in every situation, in every matchup ever, Raven, eventually you are going to be right.
Hmm?
Yep.
Well, I agree.
Yep.
You've revealed my plans. We do see Thought Steal come down here for Felkane, and the Blade Storm, a little bit of a tricky one to get off to work against Warrior, just because of the nature of the minions all being variable health total. But still, not a bad maybe spot removal, 1 or 2 pressuring on board. Big turns here from Felkane. The old pass on 3. Also doesn't want to feed a swing into Swids and deal some self-damage to help with the Battle Rage for no good reason. Of course, he could have dropped an Armorsmith. Of course, he could have dropped the Sethic. It would be at least half safe, but no reason to just give Swids the self-damage, I think.
Yeah, the Armorsmith pickup off the Thought Steal here might end up being potentially huge for Felkane. I imagine even more important in Swids' version of the deck than it is usually is the Armorsmith interaction from the Warrior side. A lot of the times you'll see people playing this matchup just float mana rather than play an Armorsmith. Reason being, Soul Mirror can just end the game if you play your Armorsmith and you're going for a damage push as you normally are in this matchup, even when you're not playing Wrench Caliber. Then your opponent just Soul Mirrors your board and gains like 6 or 7 armor from the Armorsmith that you gave them. That can potentially be lights out. So the fact that Felkane just has one of his own right now could actually end up being a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and even on top of that, the other card being Blade Storm to arguably activate the Armorsmith, because it's not like Priest plays a board of minions all the time, right? So it's not as if Armorsmith on its own is going to consistently get the job, which is why you mentioned, of course, Soul Mirror, where you do make a board because that's what Soul Mirror does. So yeah, maybe even the Blade Storm is perfect.
Right, I was saying, like, at this point, if Felkane can survive until the late game, which it seems like his hand is decent at doing, I guess, right now, then he can actually just play his own Armorsmith and just Soul Mirror an opponent's board straight up for a clear and gaining the armor, just all in the same turn, which is insane, because that's an interaction that you deliberately try and avoid as the Warrior in this matchup. You are right. Bladestorm would be funnier.
The bombs start ticking away now. Falcane. But honestly, I think he's feeling pretty good about life because Swids has not really done anything this game so far. And the more time Falcane gets, the more time he's got to set up or get to his heals, get to his Soul Mirror, get to his Galakron, which we can see already exists alongside that Murazond as well.
Yeah, the problem is this bomb curve immediately into Blastmaster Boom, which is coming out here from Swids. And he does just seem to have this every time he gets to play this deck on stream, which maybe is a big part of the reason why he keeps bringing it.
Yeah.
Swids is just like, yeah, I mean, you get a Wrench Caliber in your opening hand, you swing it a couple of times, you draw Blastmaster Boom, you play it on turn 7, you win the game. What do you mean? Deck's amazing.
I don't see the problem, because Falcane just presses Soul Mirror and watches the explosions happen. That would be the glorious result. We can make the Armor Smith.
He's going to drop the Armor Smith with the Inner Fire. Nice, okay. Very cute.
Mainly just taking up space in his hand. If he did anything else, it doesn't really get him anywhere. Imagine that Falcane wants to open up some more of these Sethic turns a little bit later on now. But yeah, I really hope that happens. Blastmaster Boom into Soul Mirror is just exactly what I watch Hearthstone for.
What if you do it and then, like, the bomb trades on the left just kill your 7/7 before it even gets to attack and you just leave their 7/7 alive?
That's just how it goes, isn't it?
Okay.
Just go, fair enough.
You just say GG and then go next?
Yeah, GG, it's only game 1, isn't it? Let's move on. Worth a try, it was funny.
I challenge you to Makara!
It's a big battle rage.
Okay, yeah. But just the smallest of split seconds there. I was thinking whether Swids did not realise that the challenger hits first every single time, and then the risky skipper goes up afterwards, but of course, with the battle rage in hand, it still gives 3 cards. Makes sense. I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a battle rage turn.
It's definitely an interaction that you have to do the once, right? If you don't, if you don't know how it goes straight away.
I'm curious about that Armor Smith usage. Obviously, I get his hand was getting very, very congested and he needed playable cards. Totally behind that. But when he has Shadow Madness and Soul Mirror in hand, there's so much Armor Smith abuse that he could have done in a matchup where health totals are going to be very relevant. Because you think you can, like, at some point, obviously here it wouldn't have been great, I don't think, but you can, like, Shadow Madness your opponent's risky skipper and then play your Armor Smith.
Right. Do you think this one's going to be straightforward? Yeah, just the time rip onto the challenger. Everything else isn't a big deal.
Right.
And you just don't want those awkward minions to be unkillable.
A piece of candy.
It's gonna play around the Soul Mirror on the Boom by just playing the Boom now.
Oh boy.
More realistically, there's Corsair Cash in hand. Which
There
will
is.
guarantee him the Wrench Caliber, right? Because he's already used 1 normal Wrench Caliber and an Anchor.
Correct, yep. Blastmaster Boom is a 7/7 right now, though. He's going to greed it. He does also have his second risky skipper in hand as well, so if he gets full greed Blastmaster Boom, he can do the risky skipper Blastmaster Boom thing.
I do like
Guess that
this,
makes
though.
sense.
Just start stacking these bombs. Get them in early, get up to that 10. What is there now? It's going to be 3 in the deck.
Correct, yep.
Kane just says, okay, Murazond, let's go. It is only on 13 cards.
Yeah, I mean, that just looks like lethal to me.
So someone's going to blow up first.
Yep. Also, like, Fate Weaver, Coin, Shield of Galakrond.
Just coin out Katrina Murta.
I wonder. We are all
Yeah.
Would have been too horrible, honestly, with what Swids has access to.
Job's done.
That's invoke number 3 now for Falcane. Still not dealing with this risky skipper problem, though. When I said he has second risky skipper in hand, he still just has a risky skipper on board.
Bladestorm, great answer to a Deathwing as well. Since Falcane doesn't have his Shadowwood Deaths available to him. Because I think there would be some merit here for just like trade Deathwing.
Sure.
Allows you to go face again with the weapon. Makes Falcane have to have Death. The only frustration is against Priest with plays like that is and not only Death is the answer, of course, but if it is Death, it's so cheap that they always gain the tempo back, right? You spend 8 mana on this massive thing, and they 2 mana remove it, and then you just cry a little bit inside.
Yeah. Mind Flayer Khajiit at the same time.
Sure.
Multiple disasters that can happen in that kind of scenario.
What now?
There also is here just the straightforward Blood Boil Brute that would get work.
Sure.
Oh! Okay.
There's also just Grom you for
Grom
10.
Face? There is 3 bombs in the deck.
There's 4 bombs in the deck.
Oh yeah, 4 now with that swing, yeah, you're right. Oh! Lethal!
There's 3 bombs in the deck.
Swids is clapping.
There's 2 bombs in the deck!
Swids is clapping. Well, he's got green cards, right? So we can play. Yeah, there you go.
Oh!
And there's still enough for Blastmaster Boom Skipper next turn. He'll be able to swing, probably.
That was like a 1 in 5.5 into a 1 in 7?
Told you
Okay,
so.
just hit.
Even with Priest drawing slow, the bombs always get...
That was pretty unlikely. Just going to say that.
Go for the Galakrond. To a
GG.
certain extent, that's good news for Swids.
It's just game. Risky Skipper Blastmaster Boom.
Yep.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be lethal.
Puts the attack in first.
6 bombs doing 2.5 damage on average. So it's 13 damage, and he needs to do 12. So on average, he dies.
Yeah, he's clapping. There we go. Game number 1 goes to Swids. The Warrior and Swids' version, specifically with those Wrench Calibers and the bomb package, getting the job done. And honestly, I didn't really even consider it, but looking back at it, I think the Grom play was sick. Like, it just wasn't even there in my mind, honestly. I was looking at loads of other plays. The Blood Boil Brute would have been absolutely fine. Very playable, kills off the minion. It's still a big minion there for Swids, but nope. Him just seeing it, going, there's already some bombs in the deck. I have Grom. I still have the weapon swing that he still had the last swing of that Wrench Caliber. Just tons of damage. And as I mentioned, Priest can't burst heal a lot, right? They can heal a bit, over multiple turns. So, yeah, really punished Falcane there. And that Priest took a loss. Swids took a win with the Warrior. But that means he has Druid and Rogue left, which is the big question.
Yeah, it does back up your Grom push quite nicely when there's just 2 bombs on the top of your 22 card deck.
That's true.
I do have to say in that scenario. Also, my numbers were slightly wrong at the end because the Fate Weaver dies on board and there's only 6 bombs because you have a risky skipper occupying a spot as well. But he still died on average was the important part of the calculation, whether I was wrong in the details or not. But yeah, I do think potentially out of all the weeks where we've maybe poked at this Warrior deck a little bit and just been like, why is Swids the only one who's playing Bomb Pain Warrior? This week it does actually seem like potentially there's some good matchups for it. Even if Swids isn't particularly running into them, it does seem like a week where sticking to his guns is potentially going to pay off for Swids.
Yeah, and we will see if it pays off as the rest of the series does continue. But before we get on to game number 2, we're going to go to a quick break while we set that up between Swids and Falcane. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
useless fact? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보?
생각이 안 나네.
A useless fact I know is a day is 18,6,400 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 아는 거 있어요.
밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
We are back and ready to continue this series between Swids and Felkane. Swids taking an explosive victory in game number 1 off the back of his Bomb Pain Warrior. To a certain extent, I do want to call it Bane Warrior as we move on here. And he does have his Druid and Rogue left over to go up against Felkane's full lineup. But these are where my questions start to come up because honestly, Sottle, for me, I never really got on with this Druid anyway. But for this week, I don't really see the Druid and why it's a strong pick this specific week in Grandmasters, so I think this might be where Swids might start to fall.
Yeah, I mean, it has performed for a lot of the APAC players that brought it, although, you know, Derek and Gio will tell you that APAC players are just really good at nutting the openings with this deck and just fungal fortunes into Overgrowth, into Mount Cellar, or fungal fortunes into Innovate Glowfly, like every single game. But it's one, you know, we give APAC a lot of stick for being behind the curve a lot of the times and for, you know, their players throwing games left, right, and center. And while all that stuff is true, the one point where they may have been ahead of the curve is this build of the Druid that's cutting out the Kael'thas and just going for Ysera Unleashed at the top instead. Just a leaner, meaner version of the deck with none of the 8-cost spells, none of the Kael'thas. It has seemed to do work for the players over in APAC that have been running this deck.
Yeah, I think one thing for me, and I don't know if it is just the way I personally feel about the deck, is I think this build is the best build. But I don't know if if it's just me, but every time I feel like I cast it, it's always the Druid just doing desperation things to win the game, or just about winning the game. And honestly, if you just about win the game every game, well, that's a good deck, right? Because you win. But I always feel like it's struggling. It always has to do these like crazy broken things with the perfect card draw to get the job done.
There's a quote from a wise man called Life Coach that I'm going to adopt and adapt here, Raven. Yeah. If you win the game by a lot, it's not like someone gives you an A.
Why not? Why don't style points exist?
Still my favorite Life Coach quote. It's so good. If I find the play slowly, so what? If someone else finds it quickly, they don't get an A. Yeah, okay, good point.
Very difficult to argue. In the meantime, though, Felkane is pushing forward with some threats here. The challenger, although not a threat in terms of its attack right now, it can be, and it just having a 10-10, even if it gets buffed a small amount, it does start just eating all of the tokens that Druid can make. Just a reminder, as you're wondering, we just don't see the most eggs knocking about for now, but Felkane is running that Egg Pain Warrior along with the Terran Gore Fiend and only one Corcoran. No Deathwing, no Captain Greenskin. Those are the the mix of like 5-6 cards that people really juggle around.
Sorry, by the way, what did I say about the absolute nuts? Something about Fungal Fortunes into Overgrowth into Mount Seller? Something like that, right?
That seems okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is where where I think the deck just bothers me personally, and I'm just wrong about it, right? But every time like Mount Seller, it's like, right, Mount Seller, but then you have to get the good beasts a lot of the time, and if you don't, they just get farmed, and there are some terrible beasts. So, yeah, I don't know. A lot of it is just hoping for the good outs.
I mean, he's going to play a, 6/11 Mount Seller most of the time. And have multiple zero-cost spells to be able to play. If he even chooses to go off on 7, he can even wait and greed it even further. You have to be some pretty low-rolly beasts to not make an impressive board out of that.
You have clearly not spectated me recently, Subtle, because they're consistent out when I've tried it. Still, this Inner Rage, it'll be interesting to see where Felkane puts it. If he puts it on the Challenger, then this just does become a bit of a farming tool. Be able to just clean up a lot of these minions turn after turn. But it does also just activate the egg. And maybe Felkane's wondering with his hand, he might need to Inner Rage the egg, pop in with the Challenger, and then just Battle Rage for 3. His hand is fantastic right now.
It's not. I was curious about all of these Eagles last turn from Swids. Obviously, he couldn't just draw a whole bunch with Rising Winds because of the way the Twin Spell would be working. He'd have hand size concerns. But he is on 8 cards right now, which means he had room for potentially 1 more. And playing a bunch of minions, like there's a school of thought that says that like Glowfly Swarm is actually pretty bad to play in this matchup because your opponent can just risky skip it and then just immediately get a 0-cost Blood Boil Brute coming back the other way, which is like super hard to beat. And he kind of created the same situation there just by playing so many minions.
So Elise is a bit of a problem as well. So it's just the 5/5 almost out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Why is that either this minion straight in or 2 forms of removal? And Druid definitely works well when it's Crystal Power, Wrath, or Fog Beam doing like 1 card, 1 kill style, as opposed to having to pile multiple into just 1.
Good sequencing, just assess the situation first, and then figure out where you want your Iron Bark to go. He gets rewarded for that with the Emperor Cobra, which now by giving additional health, he does create a very awkward scenario for Felkane. That Blood Boil Brute draw, that's exactly what I was talking about. That is enormous for Felkane.
Battle Rage here as well. He even played the Brute first to get an extra draw. 6 cards for 2 mana. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say if he gets a 1-drop as well, he can actually use the Serpent to trade into the Serpent, and then keep the Blood Boil Brute alive.
It's a full clear. He can then take care of the Mount Seller afterward as well.
Well, this game just got very, very difficult for Swids.
It did. Yeah, and that's the exact interaction I was talking about. That's the one you need from the warrior side, really. It's just clearing with a risky skipper doesn't do a lot some of the time because, you know, the druid just has so many potential refills to come back at you with. So if you're able to get through that big tempo swing with the Blood Boil Brute, or get a huge Battle Rage for a massive refill, or ideally, if you're Felkane and you're just an actual lord, both at the same time.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what pushes it, right? Instead of just clearing or just drawing a lot of cards, he did everything that turn. He's threatening and doing it all, which is, I don't know, I'm struggling to even see how Swids comes back here. Because this board that Felkane's put forward, you can deal with. Swids can just beat, or at least, you know, even out. But it's all the backup of Felkane's card draw that he got then. It's huge.
Chooses to go for Glowfly board now, as opposed to holding off for Glowfly Soul of the Forest later. Which, sure, I can get behind it. You've seen one skipper.
Risky skipper, yeah, and he's not played Ankar, right? So he knows it's not. I don't want to say the word unlikely, but it's as unlikely as it's going to get because Ankar's not been played that the other skipper isn't there. Right. This board doesn't really do much, right?
Yeah. So the alternative line was to just do a bit more clearing that turn with the Wrath and the Crystal Power, and then use Rising Winds to draw, try and get closer to Overflow and stuff like that for the turn after your Glowfly Swarm Soul of the Forest turn. But you would be developing nothing that turn, which essentially would give Felkane a full turn just to make whatever board state he felt like.
Oh.
Which is probably too vulnerable to like Bloodsworn Mercenary kind of plays on this 1/7 that's in play.
Tough call here, actually. I love some Commanding Shout in this deck, but okay, Mac really needs the Whirlwind here. Oh, it's the Heroics.
Plague of Wrath? Oh, the Whirlwind! Missed connections. 5 mana AoE spell, looking for 1 mana deal damage effect.
Oh, there goes Ysera. Only 13 cards left now for Swids. Although he has the Soul of the Forest, I think continuing to draw is a good idea here. He even can use Rising Winds to generate an additional minion with the Soul. He wants to use it. I think he's just going to commit, right?
Certainly looking that way.
Switch is worrying about if he Rising Winds from minion, he doesn't use it for draw, but he has Wild Growth to draw an extra card next turn. I think he'd rather have 4 minions instead of 3 here.
Yeah, you've got to think about second Mount Seller as well, I guess, because that's kind of the one remaining board generation that Swids has at this point. So if he finds that off the top soon and he's left with a hand that just doesn't really pay it off very well, that could be a problem for him.
I just think, though, it's really tough, isn't it? Because if he waits for it, and it's even any longer than very soon, well, you can't just give Warrior time, right? Because they'll just assemble all of the damage and just kill you anyway. So, tough call overall. Didn't even get the Soul of the Forest down this time.
Nope. So ended up shooting the Warmaul Challenger for 2 with the Crystal Power as well, just to reduce the impact, I guess, of Bloodsworn Mercenary or anything else that would come down. But it was a pretty messy looking turn, all things considered.
Yep. A couple of options here, but if we're going to live in Cool Town, I think for me it would have been the Grom Go and set up for the Bloodsworn Mercenary on the Grom.
If we're going to live in Cool Town, that's what you went with there.
It is what I went with, yeah. I do regret it a little bit, but I went with it.
Okay, good. No, as long as you're self-aware enough to regret it, that's okay.
How cool would it have been to have Grom on the board and then you have Bloodsworn Mercenary next turn? Boom, 20.
Alright, to be fair, that is pretty cool.
See? Cool Town. Population 2 now.
You know what? You're making it sound pretty. I might just get a second residence in Cool Town. You know, I don't necessarily want to live there all the time, but it might be
Nice
a
holiday
decent,
home.
Yeah, holiday destination. Yeah.
Swids does not have the best options here, and as you quite rightly pointed out, he's running out of gas as well. Because, funnily enough, without Ysera, this druid deck is pretty slim, honestly.
Yep.
Even though it looks on surface level that it's got loads of stuff, it just doesn't. Once a couple of waves of glowflies are gone, once the Mount Cell board's cleared up, that's pretty much all it's got.
Anchor.
Yep, with a heroic strike.
Heroic strike. He's one off.
Oh, I thought he. Oh, okay. No, yeah. I was gonna say. What? Yeah, I don't know why the. I was gonna say I don't know why it didn't have the green glow there. Maybe because he already locked the attack in. But I was pretty sure he had the attack with Bomb Wrangler that turn. That's why I was like, oh, he's lethal. You know, Felkane does take the win there. A bit of a strange ending to that one. I would have preferred the Grom, but it happened. He evened the match up 1-1. And guess what, Sottle? I'm gonna shock you. The 2 wins are both warriors. It's madness, isn't it? Who would have thought in this crazy world right now that warrior actually gets some wins? It does mean that the players now have to rely on what I would deem their what would you even call it? Just their personal picks, right? Because I think in this meta you can't not submit warrior realistically, and a lot of players believe the same is true of Demon Hunter right now, and we see that reflected for these players. But there really is just the other 2 decks are the big choice as far as I'm concerned. And we see that reflected here, the Priest and the Hunter versus the Rogue and the Druid. So now Warriors out the way, you get into the real meeting.
Yeah, it looks like Felkane is going to queue up this Highlander Hunter deck that we've been seeing a ton throughout both days so far. I think it was ever present, possibly. I think there was at least one in every series on day 1, and we're kind of seeing that be the same case here on day 2. Even though it's only been brought by 50% of the players, it does seem to be split up very nicely that we're seeing it just in just about every series so far.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because that also makes sense and doesn't quite make sense. If you say it's brought by 50% of the players, we'll see it in half the games. But yeah, I can see where that could go wrong. Most importantly, though, in that Grand Slam check box is ticked. Felkane does have it, but he is, just as a reminder, bringing that deadly shot, which isn't common at all in Highlander Hunter right now. But might catch a few players, not off guard. No, it's in the list. But it just could hit some of those weird spots where Hunter just doesn't have any hard spot removal.
Yeah, and we saw the fireworks at the end of Felkane's series towards the end of yesterday, where he had that deadly shot on the Taunted Egg for lethal. He had the 1 in 3 to be able to take the win over Ball Control towards the end of that series, but Ball managed to come out of that alive thanks to the lucky Bessie that he was clutching for goodwill.
Let's get into it. Game number 3 is going to be the Hunter versus the Druid. Definitely a weird matchup, I think, for both sides here, because while Hunter will be applying a lot of pressure, Druid does have access to some early removal tools and a good chunk of Hunter's pressure in the game. But then there is just that question of can the Hunter beat down a Glowfly to really? Because I think even Mount Seller, because it normally happens a little bit later in the game, Mount Seller is much more consistently easy to deal with for Hunter. But just the Glowfly on curve is just a nightmare. Job's done.
Tracking, picks up Animal Companion. Probably the pretty clear choice out of those 3. Most aggressive one on curve. Makes sense for the matchup. Just wants to be as aggressive as possible. Make the biggest board as he can, as early as he can. Curve into that Dino Tamer Brand that he kept in the mulligan.
Yeah, very funny actually here, because Felkane's got the slow opening, but that is also negated Swids' opening hand, which was anti-aggressive. With the Wrath, with the Crystal Power. So it's just kind of weird the way both players just have a pretty slow opening. Swids still going to get the first minion on the board with this Rising Wind.
I'll probably cue the Zigzaw from Felkane as opposed to the Animal Companion. Make sure he can get Companion down on a board where it's not quite so contested. Ooh! Instant Glowfly. How many be? 5? If he does it now. At least 6 if he waits 1 turn.
I think 5 is more than enough.
It's technically 4, because he then doesn't also get to kill this 2-1, which he could just do this turn and then wait 1 turn. So you, in a weird way, sometimes gain 2 glowflies by waiting 1 turn.
How curious.
Sure, but in that space, you end up gaining 1, right? 'Cause it's very unlikely Hunter doesn't play a minion next.
Yes, it's kind of
Which then will
nonsense,
kill a
because they
2-2, yeah.
Yeah, they do play a minion in the meantime, but you can then like use your second innovate or your coin or your innovate, whichever, on a crystal power, but that's unlikely to be killing anything. Yep, okay, I've talked myself into it.
It is, in my many Hunter games, it is the worst thing to happen I've had against Druid. It's just them getting big blowfly turns out. Because there's not really any cards you run that answer this. You end up having to just either ignore them, which doesn't always pay off that well, or you have to just beat them down over multiple turns, but then you're giving this Druid deck multiple turns of being able to relax a little bit while they build up the board.
Second Power of the Wild draw. Turn was ever so slightly awkward before that draw, but that has solved everything for Swids. It's just got to be the turn. I don't see anything else. Wrath Crystal Power and keep all your 2/2s? Who cares? Make them 4/4s. It's going to Ironbark instead? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was looking at either Ironbark or I did glance at 1 Power of the Wild and a Crystal Power, but just to save the other Power of the Wild more than anything. But that didn't feel very good. But I actually kind of like this halfway. It's still a very threatening board, and he keeps Power of the Wild.
Sure.
It's
Is
not
making
like
them
it's anywhere near
4/4s
turn
better
7.
against Zephyrus outs? I don't think it is, right? Because Zephyrus Shadow Flame doesn't come in until turn 6, which is what he's vulnerable to right now. You can get Zephyrus Shadow Madness here.
I even do that much?
That's quite a lot. Take 7 off the board and leave a 3/2 against 2 3/3s at the end of the turn. I don't know, it's one of those situations where he's so far ahead that we're quibbling over different winning plays, right? I think his line's perfectly fine. I was just very excited about the top deck.
How curious.
Top deck there. You can just go Rising Wind for another minion there, Power of the Wild as well, if he wants. Or he could just use the Wrath.
Yeah, it's probably better to Wrath or Crystal Power Hero Power than make the additional minion.
Wrath for 1. Is that ever crazy? And then use Crystal Power?
Wrath for 1 plus Crystal Power.
Still just Power of the Wild on top of that, or just wait. Just make a 3/2.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
I mean, either way, I'm just looking at just card draw, right? Because I think it's the only way Swids
Sands of time run low.
fails on this game is if somehow Velcade deals with this bit of board he's got, and then he just runs out of card draw. There's enough time to go.
So I like this, personally, because it preserves the Crystal Power, which is healing if he ever needs that in a complete emergency against Hunter. I don't know what that emergency would be and how good his situation is. And I think he already has plenty of card draw with all of these Rising Winds. He has a Twin Spell and a single copy still in hand.
Yeah, I was thinking more of if he needed to, like stagger the card draw over multiple turns instead of having a turn of card draw to go in there. But as we can see, like we did for most of that game, as you may have noticed, we were talking about very, very, very small things that have an impact on the outcome, because really a glowfly that early and then the buff backup is just Hunter, as you saw, just there's nothing that Velcade can do there. There just aren't the tools that exist in the deck that deal with a wide board like that. There's no explosive trap in there. There's no, he didn't draw Unleash, but even Unleash does almost nothing without a Leok. So yeah, it's just one of those games. But when that doesn't happen, Druid has a much harder time of it if they can't land a glowfly. But we saw the matchup play out kind of as expected, and now Swids only has his Rogue left, and we're going to see it subtle. Rogue versus Priest.
Well, maybe. Are we? Have we had this confirmed? Is that the matchup?
Well, yeah, they have the rogue behind Swids and the priest behind Valkyrie.
Oh, sure, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
If it's not the matchup, I'm going to be like, why are they showing us those classes?
Yeah. So I spend way too much time just watching my own spectator feed and not watching our broadcast integrity feed. So I miss a lot of that stuff.
There's a reason I'm the one who runs the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Duo. Yeah, we are going to see this priest versus rogue matchup end. Just a reminder as well, Swids is running a Zephyrus in his list. He is running the stealth package in his list as well. So, although this is a bit of a different style of rogue that we too commonly see, Sottle, have there been any advancements in the knowledge of this matchup? Has anyone discovered the secret sauce on how to play it out with the rogue or the priest?
Not that I'm aware of, no. We've seen, I believe, a matchup in APAC today where the value plan was attempted and failed miserably. The setup was not as good as the Shaxi version, where he did end up just getting lethal through pressure anyway. But it did not seem like the hardcore value plan with the, the Golden Kobold and all that nonsense was really going to work out. So to me, it still just seems like this is a gotta go fast kind of matchup for the Rogue, and you just need to overwhelm the Priest, play around those key Murazond effects so that you don't give the card draw to the Priest as much as possible, and then just go as fast as you possibly can and try and overwhelm them while they're still only like 12 cards deep in their deck.
We'll see how if these players approach it anyway, and if there's someone who's going to play a little bit strange, and I don't mean this as a bad thing, it is Swids, mainly just because he has access potentially to that Zephyrus late in the game, kind of similar to what we saw of Hunter Ace's Rogue last weekend.
Yeah, definitely interested as to how much that can swing the late game situations.
Even to the extent of, well, if there's a load of lackeys, suddenly just a Bloodlust can win the game, right? And then there's not much to Felcate. He's not going to, Soul Mirror this board full of lackeys down just in case, right? It's a super weird thing to try and play around.
Well, I think that pretty clearly signals that Swids is on the value plan this game.
Chunky hoodie on. Wow, we get cozy.
Yep. Just picks himself up a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza while he is still miles away from having it A, be playable, and B, be active.
Choose soon.
Because again, as Raven is talking about Zephyrus, this is not Highlander Rogue. This is full of 2-ofs. It just plays so much card draw with, Skyvatir, Greyheart Sage, and Galacrond, and so on and so forth, that players sometimes feel like this deck can carry a Zephyrus and still be impactful in the late game.
I must consider.
So I was just trying to work out where the cut is, but I guess it's the second faceless manipulator for the Zephyrus, right? Just in Swigs' list. Still that one devoted maniac in there, which does surprise me a little bit with the amount of extra cards.
Yeah. Particularly if a very big if Swids is going to set out for long-term value here against Felcane, do you even need all of your invokes, right? Are you even going to Galacron to draw 4 cards? But again, obviously his lineup is built for a wider purpose than just beating Priest.
Yeah. We aren't in Specialist anymore, where you have to mainly prepare for what you expect to be the most common.
Now this is more the kind of play that I'm into in this matchup.
Imagine
Cold Blood make a 6/6.
Imagine one of the buffs was called for 1. Games would end a lot quicker for Bro.
Can we just get Conceal back? Would that be okay?
Oh no! It wouldn't. Conceal was absolutely busted.
Oh, it was so fun though.
Yeah, it was. For one person.
Yeah.
Felcane does have just those startings of awkward turns where nothing he does is quite good enough to slow the board down. Oh, Mindflayer Kaj does help with that.
Did he want a 2/2 instead of a 1/4 there? Inside his Kaj?
I guess with Apotheosis in hand, maybe not. Or maybe. Wait, what was your question? You wanted the 1-4, is what I'm trying to say with Apotheosis now.
Okay.
I forgot which way around you asked the question. I wonder if Faceless is just. Pop this one and then Faceless one. Faceless the lacking again. These are the shapes of boards that are very awkward for Belkane and Priest in general to deal with, right? It's wide enough that Time Rip doesn't do it. It can't be Shadow Madness, and Breath of the Infinite only kills one thing. It would have to be like Breath of the Infinite and Penance, and that still doesn't deal with the board, which is when you're putting yourself in a great spot against Priest.
The Santa Waterbearer is pretty popping this turn, though.
Yeah.
That is a huge victory for Felkane, which, in context, it really, really sucks that he does not have either copy of Time Rip or either copy of Shadow Word Death in his hand right now to deal with this Edwin Van Cleef that's currently farming him. But in terms of, generated minions from his invokes, Sandif Waterbearer was a pretty good one for him to get there.
Yeah, as I said, it's one of the more pesky middle-of-game cards that generated Priest, because it's big enough to be a threat. Also, the heal just changes things. It means you have to answer it, or else your opponent's just going to keep healing up. And that big level of healing turn on turn is something that Priest actually doesn't do that well. So, a bit awkward here. Now Swids has to make a decision as to whether he wants to trade into this 1-3. Again, the issue here is it looks like, well, why would you trade into a 1-2 and a 1-3 with lifesteal? It does nothing. Buffs exist. Apotheosis, even just any of the other potentially generated spell buffs that you could get hold of through one way or another. Swid's deciding to actually tend to face, even with the Apotheosis, with the taunt in the way, still going to make the turn hard enough. This might just suddenly be one of those quicker games.
Well, this was the danger of leaving them up. I totally respect Swid's perspective of just saying, well, Apotheosis on its own is garbage here. It just doesn't really do anything. The danger was exactly Sethic into Apotheosis, and then the generated spell being something playable.
Smite and Ripple.
I know. But you can tell by the amount of clauses in that sentence, right, how unlikely that combination of things were to come down to punish Swid. So I'm definitely on board with his aggressive play there.
And there's also the Eviscerate in hand there for Swids, which is, of course, extra damage just out of nowhere too. So he even wasn't 100% reliant on every minion living to set up something.
Very low value Galakron, but that's okay. The value train will get rolling here. Off the hero powers anyway.
And he has Tog. He can lock in next turn. If
very true.
He wants to go for it, as there is the... I almost want to call it the rule of Sottle, the amount you talk about it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but the old do you go wand against a potential Murzond?
You present that as a question. It's not a question. You just don't.
Is there ever a reason when you're basically facing down such a high chance of lethal? If there was no, for example, Krunks in the hand now?
Oh, I mean, obviously there's a point, yeah. I mean, if you have 3 cards left in your deck and one of them is Kronks that ends the game, then yes, of course you do it because it's lethal. So, based on the answer to that question being yes, there's obviously a middle ground somewhere where it's still yes, but on average, no, it's just a pretty bad one.
Always got to keep your eye on Krunk's Shadow Step as well when it's in hand, because...
Yes, you do.
Another Shadow Step. That's just kind of close to lethal. If you just... Krunk, Shadow Step, Krunk, Shadow Step.
Crown, pick 2 minions without Taunt or Lifesteal or anything defensive. 8/8s will do just fine.
Yes!
do not pick Octosari.
Why? Fatigue. If he copies Octo, you just win.
What about?
Think about it.
Soul Mirror, though? Isn't Soul Mirror worse for you because you're closer to Fatigue in that scenario? And you have a handful of cards?
Shadow Step 1.
You could Shadow Step 1, he says. Okay.
How about that?
Alright, perfect. Love it.
This is your time. It is mine.
So now goes the Murazond, there goes the Crown. He gets, well, actually better minions. Fair enough.
Still dead though.
Yep. Obviously, the Crown is a reroll. I guess I should be clear. When I said on the previous turn, pick something without Taunt or Lifesteal or anything like that, that's because of Soul Mirror, not because of Murazond. Starts Shadow Madness Breath, yeah.
Wait. Oh, yeah, yes. Just trade the 360 to the top. Yep. Okay, I would do it that way around, but...
Oh! The Kronks! Shadow Step, Kronks. Yeah. Just gonna end it.
Not lethal on board, but lethal with the help of Kronks. And wow, that was just a ton of damage. But I will say, I do like the way Swids managed that. And you pointed out as well, just the tog with the Crown into not something that will punish you if it is copied, necessarily if it's played, but also the Crown rerolls. There's also a chance there. But I do like Swids just overall not going for that one, which we want to drill home as the main point of potentially giving access for Felkane to, say, Galakron or any of the other crazy things that can happen with their card priests. So pretty crazy
so again,
overall.
Because we're kind of fumbling over like Shadow Madness plays at the end of the game. Again, when I say like don't take Lifesteal or Taunt off the Crown there, that's because of Soul Mirror being the interaction to come back, and you can trade through their taunts and you still have taunts in play off Soul Mirror or something like that, or obviously Lifesteal. I don't even know if that's possible right now, but anyway, even if it is, don't pick it. But that to me is how you play the matchup. That's been how I've won the matchup as Rogue. That's been how I've lost the matchup as Priest. The long-term value plan I've never seen work. There's still that X factor of that Shaxi game where it looked like it might have been working if he didn't just get lethal, but I would still say that maybe the Priest can find the way out of that on just a straight up value plan if they were able to survive. I do think that scenario that you see there where you play so aggressive that you outvalue the Priest's hand. You can't outvalue their deck, but you can force them to use their cards inefficiently by being aggressive, and by then they just run out of cards in hand, and then you're just basically free to do whatever you want because you're playing like 6 cards versus 1 or something ridiculous at that point, even if you haven't got lethal.
It really is similar, without being a bit too silly, but similar to the way Highlander Hunter plays versus Priest, right? You put on so many threats going forward and it gets so high damage output that they just don't have enough to remove them at the right time. But that was our match 3 for the day. We have got 5 matches in total for today's Grandmasters in the European region. We have Psycho versus Ball Control coming up next, and then to finish off the day, it's going to be Hunter Race versus Bunny Hopper, 2 of arguably, maybe even the 2 best players in the world, depending on who you speak to, going at it in the final match, and maybe even just to finish that game off with a Priest Mirror. It can happen. It might not, but it could. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we get the players ready for matches 4 and 5. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Useless fact? Nope.
쓸데없는 정보?
생각이 안 나네.
A useless fact I know is a day is 18,600 seconds.
제 친구가 요리 유튜브를 시작했는데 구독자가 지금 700명 넘었어요.
아, 나 근데 이런 거 잘하는데. 근데 최근에 아는 거 있어요. 밥에다가 그 귤이랑 김이랑 해서 먹으면 연어 초밥 맛이 난대요.
귤이랑 김이랑 싸가지고 간장에 찍어 먹으면 약간 연어 초밥 맛 난다고 해요. 믿을 만한 소스가 알려졌어요.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 5 of Hot Takes. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my guest, my permanent guest, and, one of my best friends. I'll say that, Sottle. I feel like you need, a couple of nice things said to you since you lose so often. How you doing, Sottle?
I'm doing great. I was doing, pretty average up until that point, but with that glowing intro, I'm now on top of the world. I'm ready to crush this, TJ. Let's go.
Down to business in Grandmasters as round robin phase is now halfway complete. But we're going to go through 3 hot takes today. I'll award points based on who I feel won. And yeah, should be fun. Let's get underway with hot take number 1. Most Grandmasters would be better off rushing their turns than roping them. Oh. All right.
Absolutely yes, TJ. There's a few players in GM, Bunny Hopper comes to mind, who have mastered the art of the life coach, but far more often than that, we see players like PNC, for example, who just get way too far in their own heads and then fail to just even execute the basics when the rope starts burning. Of course, the perfect world is like somewhere in the middle where you actually have some consideration and then execute a play that you've considered quite heavily, but most players do not have the ability to time manage properly. We're seeing the evidence of that, so therefore trusting your initial finely honed instincts as a Hearthstone player has got to be better than just missing attacks and floating mana at the end of the turn.
Well, I do agree that some players get into this mindset of overthinking. I also think that it would just be the same, whether or not they rushed the turn or whether or not they took their time and roped. I think that a lot of times when players are roping, it's because they don't have that initial instinct of what the right play is. So I think that if they rush their turns, you would see the same amount of mistakes that you're seeing if they rope their turns. They would just be different mistakes. So I don't think they would be better off, but I also don't think they'd be worse off. I think it would just overall be the same.
So what you're saying is that some people are just bad and nothing's going to fix that. That's basically what I got from your argument there.
Bingo.
Okay, got it.
Oh, that was a tough one. I'm honestly I'm on the fence about it myself after hearing my own argument, which I didn't know until I said it, and hearing your argument. So you know what, Sottle? I'm going to give you the point for that one.
What? Wait a minute. I was not emotionally prepared for this. This is not how this show goes. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the point. I'm not going to talk myself out of a point. I'll just take it.
Let's move on to hot take number 2. With a balance patch and GM lives on the line, it's time to take bigger lineup risks.
So, no. I think this is nonsense. Because what does risk even mean in this context? It feels like that's just meaningless advice. When you're building a lineup for a tournament, you're not saying I'm going to bring a safe lineup or a risky lineup. You're not going to say I'm just going to bet it all on black in this tournament. That's not how it works. You're bringing the lineup that you think has the highest win rate. Like, safe or risky doesn't really have a definition in this context. The strat for this week is the same as the strat for any week, which is just to test as much as possible, cover as much ground as possible, get as much data under your belt as possible, and then just bring the lineup that you think is the best.
Well, while I do agree in theory, I don't think it works out so much in practice. We haven't seen too many risky lineups in Grandmasters thus far, APEC excluded, because they're all risky lineups. And so what's happening with the players that are at the bottom of the standings is that they're bringing similar decks to everybody else, but they're getting slightly outplayed on those decks. So I think that taking a risk here is bringing something a little different and hoping to get an edge. And I don't think it's a matter of trying to perfect the best lineups, because that's what they've been trying to do and it's not working. So I think that they need to do something different. And just for the sake of this take, that different thing is a bigger lineup risk. So I think that they do need to, because right now, whatever they're doing is not working. And you can't double down on practice because time is running out. There's only 2 weeks left. So I think that they should be taking bigger lineup risks.
TJ, will you ever finish on time? Just one time. Come on. Again,
No.
you don't...
Hey, you took up 35 seconds, my man.
And you took up like a minute and a half. That's not balanced. You still didn't address the issue anyway. Like, risk is nonsense. Even if you are going to do something different to try and gain an edge, as you say, that's not taking a risk. That's just doing something that you believe is better than the same thing as everyone else. It's not a risk. You're just gaining percentage.
You know what, Sottle? That's a really good point. And because of that point, I will award you another point. You're up 2-0.
What is happening? TJ, why are you in such a good mood today? What is this generosity coming out from you?
It's not a good mood. You're just making good arguments, Sottle. And, it's tough to not award you points when you're saying smart things.
I do that every week, Tej. This is nothing different.
Hot take number 3. Poorly played games are more fun to cast than well-played games.
Oh.
All right. What's your side?
TJ, this is absolutely not the case. Hearthstone Grandmasters is supposed to be the absolute pinnacle of competition. We should be able to watch games of players playing at the absolute peak of their performance and make that exciting. That's our job. We don't want to see a person winning a game because they're throwing less than their opponent. We want to see someone get outplayed and good plays being rewarded. Look at Bloodyface versus Gallon from this week just gone past, for example. That was incredibly fun to watch.
So that's a load of crap, man. It doesn't matter what it's supposed to be. Yes, that's what Grandmasters is supposed to be. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And watching people flub their turns and make huge mistakes and, even slight mistakes, that makes my job more fun because I get to pick it apart and I get to feel, a little bit of happiness inside that other players make the same mistakes that I do all the time. So I don't think it's a matter of what it's supposed to be. I think it's a matter of what you feel deep down inside. And for me, I feel like watching those poorly played matches is just a whole lot of fun. Well-played games are fun too. I did not say that. That wasn't the hot take. Poorly played games are more fun to watch and to cast.
You know what, TJ? Since you've been so cool and had so much integrity this week for the first time ever, I will concede that point to you. As a wise man once said, Hearthstone is a ton of fun when it happens to other people. So you know what? Hand on heart, I agree with you. You can have this one.
Wow. Well, that's so very kind of you. So it looks like the final score for Week 5 of Hot Takes is 2-1 Sottle. So I guess, with a heavy heart, I must say that Sottle, Wait, what's that? Oh, I just got word from our anonymous panel of judges that I've actually been awarded 2 bonus points for my generosity in the first 2 hot takes. So that actually means that the score is 3-2. And I win again. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Sometimes being nice pays off.
Sorry, do I not get a bonus point for my generosity in the third hot take? Like, how does this work? I don't really understand the scoring system. This hasn't been made clear. Can we get an admin?
Sorry, Sottle, but the final score of Week 5 of Hot Takes is 3-2, and that means that I win again. But that's going to do it from me and Sottle. Thanks so much for tuning in to Hot Takes, and we'll see you next week for more Grandmasters debates.
Poppycock and Boulder Dash.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. As I'm half joking already as we get back into the series of the day here. We've got 2 more left for you guys. It's going to be Psycho versus Ball Control, sorry. I'm messing up the intro completely. And Huntrace versus Bunny Hopper as our final match. But for now, we have this Psycho versus Ball Control matchup, and we see the first of what may be a consistent outcome here, maybe even next weekend, of the Quest Warlock bans kicking out here as Psycho not wanting to play against that with having his priest probably left on.
Were you having a little snack there in the break, Raven?
I was,
I
was. And now I'm like coughing and didn't have time, so I'm ready. It's fine. Anyway, Psycho, X, look at that rogue list song.
Yeah, Dragon, Spell Druid, Death Rattle Rogue. I mean, you could have had a field day with the key cards on this one in terms of just picking out some weird choices in the deck. And then the Galakron Priest as well. And as you mentioned, he is banning out the Warlock from Ball Control side, and that's really because he's, by accident, come into this week with a flex ban. because I'm pretty sure his intention with the way that he's built his lineup was to ban Priest on the other side. But yeah, this rogue deck is something else, I have to say. And I know, Raven, you've had some conversations with him about the justification behind this rogue, which we might get into a little bit later. But you can see on ball control side, much more standard-looking stuff. No Priest nonsense. I think you'll be harder pressed to find someone more anti-Priest than ball control so far in Grandmasters and on his Twitter feed, if you've been following that. So he's just got the standard stuff that we've been seeing throughout the week so far. Demon Hunter, the Pain Warrior, and of course that Highlander Hunter, which just does seem to be ubiquitous so far throughout the 2 days of broadcast.
Yeah, and because there was no Priest to pan out, basically I was speaking to Psycho and he was telling me that from his testing, like Rogue and Warrior, or his Rogue and Warrior should I say, because this is the weird Rogue he's playing, actually do really well versus Warlock. But because he's expecting a Warrior ban, that leaves his Rogue, but then also his anti-aggro style of Priest and his Druid. And he said his Priest and Druid in his practice struggling versus the Quest Warlock. He said it's actually very, very tough matchups. So obviously if you end up having one good matchup and two really hard matchups, you generally want to remove that deck from the equation, which is why the Warlock bans come out here for Cyber.
Yeah, and just look at this deck. Just look at it. So I was first browsing through the deck list when they first got released in the morning after submission is closed. I was, clicking through, scrolling through, got to Psycho, looked at Rogue. Your eyes sort of scan down. Okay, Backstab, Shadow Step, Ferrocat, Praise Galakron, Spy Mistress. One sap. Oh, that's interesting. Edwin Van Cleef. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Next deck. And then when I had a conversation with Raven, like a few hours later, when we got to testing later in the afternoon, it's like, wait, have you seen Psycho's Rogue? It's like, yeah, it's just Rogue. He's like, no, look at it again.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness, what has happened here?
It was even one of the comments I put in our Discord. I was like, whoa, like Psycho's used the whole Spice Rack in this lineup. And and I think Lorinda might have said, yeah, his Druid's a bit weird, isn't it? Because he's playing the Dragons. I was like, that's not what I meant, Lorinda.
Yeah.
There are other things, but Ball Control is going to be using this Demon Hunter to kick off the first game, and we do see again those Volpera scoundrels in this list. So, rightly or wrongly, the majority of the community, or at least pro community, seems to have just adopted Volpera scoundrel in Demon Hunter very, very quickly, at least for this week.
Right. Here we go. Normal Rogue. He mulligans. Extremely weird Rogue. Okay, there it is. Scrapyard Colossus, Raven. Not one copy, 2 copies of Scrapyard Colossus in this deck.
And although this might seem extremely stuck in hand, and to a certain extent that is very true, there is a card that unlocks this to a certain extent, which is the Legendary Anchor, right? Which actually would make this a 1-mana 1/1, but it would still kick out the 7/7 after the Death Rattle. So, although stuck in hand for now, there is a chance that in the near future, we do get to see this played out pretty cheap.
Slow start for Boar. Nothing doing for now. Just going to drop his sidekick.
Job's done.
But it's a couple of pretty hero power pass looking turns overall, really.
Oh, that helps. I was wondering whether it was ever worth a Shadow Weaver, and the problem is I was considering it because you get a bigger minion on the board. This is the Demon Hunter, that seems good, but because it was exactly Shadow Weaver, it feels a little bit bad because you really want to save that to lock out those 5-mana turns.
Job's done.
So Psycho drawing that miscreant was actually huge. Allowed him to use some of this coin, get some lackeys on the go, really just open up the rest of the turns.
Yeah, I do think Evil Miscreant is one of the best cards in the matchup against Demon Hunter, just because in that one card, the 1/4 body can contest some small stuff like Umberwing tokens if they've come down in the early game, and then the 2 lackeys that you find can quite often pick apart a couple of other minions. So it's just one card board control a lot of the time.
So many options.
Just pop on like here, he's looks small. Oh, 1-mana 1/1 that kills just a 1-drop, but it's actually pretty huge. If there wasn't an answer to that Battle Fiend, Michael starts to take a ton of damage again because he's playing this slightly quite dramatically different style of rogue list. I don't think he has the capability to just take tons of damage because he doesn't have as flexible the removal tools and some of the options that rogue normally has access.
And Boar went mystery choice there, being offered a pretty garbage collection of Demon Hunter spells. Which can happen to you. There are a lot of spells that are intended for more late game control style Demon Hunter, which hasn't really been fully realized yet up to this point.
See the usual. Shadow Weaver coming down at the perfect time, freezing out what was going to be a good play from Boar Control, but honestly, I think he can just equip the weapon anyway.
He could also just
Immolation Aura, but
right.
is that just too slow?
Maybe. I'll give you a solid maybe on that one, Raven.
Yeah, I think just equipping the weapon, killing off the 1/1 seems absolutely fine. Yeah. Damages the Volpera, which means it can't be seal fated. So it's probably going to get work done going forward, even if it just the Spy Mistress kills it. That's still a bit of a victory. And he has a super powerful turn.
Yeah, I also like it because it means that you're going into the Shield of Galakron turn. That's the curve play for your opponent on the next turn. So then your Warglaives plus the Immolation Aura can actually clean that up very efficiently without you having to smack into it multiple times. And even if that doesn't happen, or even if it's not the best play, you are still setting up for your Glaive Bound on the following turn, even if you don't end up Immolation Aura-ing. That's a tongue twister.
Boar Control's running out of time to make a decision. He's just going to go for the Warglaives. I think this just works. I mean, we outlined it, but it's just using the mana. It feels a bit bad, but he's going to be able to recover. And that's the thing with Warglaives, isn't it? Because of the multi-swing ability, you can recover afterwards. It's not like you are just locked at one swing every turn. Oh, indeed. We're in the second Shadow Weaver.
Is it
Boar Control's reaction cam. Yep, there we go.
That frozen Shadow Weaver was so good, it actually melted Boar's face.
Yeah.
I like the setup, though. I also like the Boar went face, because if your plan was to, like, Immolation Aura away a Shield of Galakron next turn, there's no reason to kill that 1/1, right? Like, the most likely thing that happens is that Psycho value trades his 4/3 into your 2/3 and then plays another minion, and you just get to blow it all up with Immolation Aura anyway.
Yep. I was considering for a short while the Tog, but then realized we were a turn behind. And
yeah,
I think it was because of the coin getting used a little bit earlier on. But yeah, the Tog being there with the, like, it does mean that Psycho does end up getting it out on curve.
Yeah, he didn't play around. Second freeze into the 1/1 still being alive into Tog on curve. What a bad player, am I right?
So many options.
Also, let's remember, it's I guess, arguable that Wand is even more impactful in this list. Because it can be drawing... Obviously, he has the two Colossus in hand. But he has Cursed Vagrant still. He has Necrim Apothecary. He has Anchor, which are going to really unlock those as well. So there are a lot of big payoffs for Wand in this deck for Psycho.
I do just want to say for the record that Psycho has taken Goblet in GM before. That has happened.
Like achievement unlocked Psycho.
But yeah, I think Crown was a brief consideration that turn, just because of how close he is to pushing lethal, that maybe just, you know, two big things next turn is more impactful than drawing cards, because he's just pressuring on the board. But Wand is just so much better than all the other ones in a vacuum that you have to be really, really certain not to take Wand.
And without an Altrius, this board is just not the shape that Board Control wants it to be, is it?
Nope.
He could kick out 5 damage if he wants, but then he can't deal with the Shadow Weavers. Start healing away some of these with the help of a Glaive Bound as well, but it's going to hurt him either way. Go to 4.
Yeah, that's just upsetting, isn't it? Just the one invoke on that Galakron so far, so no claw lethal.
Wonder if he's ever flicked.
I wonder.
Too crazy.
You got a wand, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I have the slightest clue how to play this deck that Psycho's built himself and no one else has any other repetitions in.
I would oversimplify it, maybe. And I'm not even looking at the Gladebound in Ball Control's hand. I just mean, from Psycho's point of view, he just saw Ball Control had to tank minions.
Sure.
He can't tank this flick, right? So,
sure.
So it's just a huge problem. He has to have another way to deal with the flick here.
Sure.
And it also conveniently kills one of the ways that deals with flick, which is the other Gladebound.
This Ultra's just got exciting, though. But yeah, back to the previous turn. I mean, again, I don't know what the average draw is like off the top of my head in Psycho's deck, but, you know, when you Wondrous Wand for 3 cards, like, don't you just set up lethal more consistently than a 4/4 and a 1/1 based on, you know, how minion heavy his deck is, I guess?
Yeah, I guess, is there a chance at whiffing, right? Because of Cursed Vagrant and then the 2 Necrim Apothecaries. They're all drawn, that's all his death rattles.
Sure, but then they still all cost 0 and you just play them. That seems fine.
That is true.
That seems fine to me, Raven. Alright, push number 1 didn't work out. See if Psycho pushes for board again, or whether he's going to go 1 this turn. No, he's going to go 1 this time. Let's have Miscreant Spy Mistress. Okay.
That's it? Bubble?
Yep, and there it is. And Psycho picks up a win with his weird rogue having used none of the weird cards whatsoever. He just rogued him. He had 2 Frozen Shadow Weavers in his deck. That was the only important thing about the way he built his rogue deck in that matchup. That was it.
I will say props to Psycho, though, just overall. I think he's one of the more, I'll say, adventurous players we have in the European region. And it's one of the first times I've actually seen a player, this season at least, bring a deck built to be played specifically in this meta, because you can't queue this up on ladder because Priest is too popular, right? You're going to just get farmed by Priest, I imagine, especially from what Psycho has told me. So it's just one of the few times we've seen a deck that just isn't a ladder deck in any way. It's just purpose-built to take on what Psycho expected. Funnily enough, Psycho didn't run into any Priests, of course, this weekend, but that's just the way it happens. But it's just interesting, and Psycho is definitely just a player I am enjoying watching, and I'm always excited to see what he submits. He's I don't know which way round you'd say, but he definitely feels like the Rivius of the European region, of just doing his own thing with his lineup, and it's very exciting, actually. I like it a lot. But yeah, getting a win with that rogue, although may not be in the fashion we would have expected to see a win with the Death Rattle rogue, but still got the win done. Now he's just got the Priest and the Druid left.
I really want to just play against that deck with Priest. That just sounds hilarious. They just play like a 1/1 Death Rattle that summons a 7/7 taunt. Yeah, thanks. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I just want that to happen.
You Kaj it, and then you steal it and trade it in, and you just like, I win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going over to this Druid versus Ball Control on the Demon Hunter once again. And the Druid, even the Druid list is a little bit strange because it is more of the dragon-based version that we saw a little bit earlier today. Teko's still adding some spires because he's playing Onyxia as well, along with just that 1 tree enforcements, I guess, for the taunt capabilities too.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. It does feel like the deck sometimes would like to play 3 or 4 copies of Ironbark, the way that things happen for it, with all the dragons that come out of the deck from the portals as well. Almost always a good Ironbark target. When your Ironbarks are gone, you just don't have that option anymore. So yeah, tree enforcements. That sounds pretty smart. But if anyone is going to know how to pick this deck apart, Raven, it's Ball Control.
That is true, but is he ready for the Onyxia? Still like a pretty good mulligan as far as I'm concerned, looking at Psycho's opening hand.
He is missing ramp, though.
He is. He does get to run Breath of Dreams, though, as this is the dragon. It's another bonus you get.
I got you, friend.
Breath of Dreams is a card that comes back into it.
Yeah, he's 2 cards away from that right now. Okay, draws the dragon, so now he can...
I would actually love to know the volume of discards that this Fungal Fortunes is responsible for. I feel like almost every time we see it played, even with decks with just a couple of minions in, it just feels like it always gets one of them.
Yeah, particularly in this deck, right? Like, Psycho's version of the deck is playing 6 minions overall, which is a large number to be playing the card for Fungal Fortunes in your deck. There definitely has to be a tipping point where Fungal Fortunes just isn't particularly playable anymore, but 6 minions seems fine. Boar gives the nod. He knows. He's cast Fungal Fortunes enough times to know that you have to be very happy when you get 3 spells off it. And now he does find that Breath of Dreams as well. He does have early Glowfly available to him on top of that.
And there is really, especially this early in the game, just the Altruist that could never really punish him for it. And even that has to be what exactly Altruist Twin Slice.
Mm-hmm.
So many Stand the time run low.
Working out whether he wants to play this Crystal Power.
Yeah, I think so. I don't personally see the merit because it looks like an Innovate Glowfly to me, and in that case, doesn't really matter whether you Crystal Power the 2/4, and I don't think Crystal Powering to kill the 1/2 is ever really something you're interested in. That thing has to hit you 5 times before it's worth removing it with a card that could be healing for 5.
Well, that's it, right? And there's one thing I was going to bring up is maybe because Psycho would gain a full 5 health, and he floated 1 mana, there was the small thought of, do I have 1 mana spare, in the future to do this? I think the answer to that is I think the answer to that is yes. But I think it's just a moment to go, oh, this actually just heals me for the full 5. What if I just take it this turn?
That's fair. Or doing just about the best he can right now, just to make sure he's representing as much pressure as possible. So he pushes another 4 here, Druid's down to 20. He's showing 7, 8, 9, 10 next turn, just with the hero power, 11 with the second slice. Psycho knows is there, that's nowhere near enough to put him off making this play. Was a minion drawn, though, off the top, which does reduce the Glowfly by 1.
Or Control did not want another Umbo-Wing this turn, though. Oh, for a quick second there, I wondered whether he was going to Umbo-Wing again. Just to make as many tokens as possible.
Again, Board Control knows if you're playing this deck on ladder against random opponent who doesn't really know what you're playing, they might trade into your minions there, because normally when Druid does this, they also have Power of the Wild and Soul of the Forest and Savage Roar and all that kind of stuff to be able to take things apart. None of that in this deck. Glowfly Swarm is just what you see is what you get.
Yeah, and this is interesting here. It's one of the points where you could say, oh, well, they could have just Crystal Powered and saved the 2/2. It's like, yeah, health is more important right now against Demon Hunter than an extra 2/2 would be on the board. So I do like this Crystal Power being used to heal 5.
Whoa.
And I like that even though Psycho's skipping it earlier, did find the time to actually play it out. And he does now have Overflow next turn.
That's another pretty ugly looking draw for Board Control, though. Just hitting the wrong half of his deck. Not finding the super aggressive curve that he would have been looking for. I wonder if if Psycho's board gets cleared here, like let's say Board Control goes Warglaves and just deals with the 2/1s, if that's ever a thing he'd be interested in doing. If you skip Overflow and just play like an Emerald Explorer off curve instead,
Maybe. I think, are you ever worried about Kane at that point? Ever cause enough of a problem?
Yeah.
But now with Ironbark Overflow, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, so he has 7 cards right now, so he needs to play 2 and then Overflow and just Moonfire Face. Alright, sure. Sign me up.
And honestly, just with the amount of damage that Demon Hunter just puts out, I like just overflowing when it's very comfortable and having a 3/5 taunt and a 2/2 on board. It's very comfortable. Oh, even has Tree Enforcement. He really wants now.
He does, but he's a way off making that play happen on a huge dragon taunt. It's a big difference it costing 1 and costing 0.
It's true. It's more to the point where he was going to burn a card next turn, but his hand's probably just good enough now anyway.
Yeah. Mount Sarah are the bad ones for the burn here.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like.
And the next, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that's also a Hearthstone card. Yep.
Time grows short.
We're getting pretty deep on the implications of this last swing to face. Has multiple options: pass, hit for 3, or hit for 4. I think the last one is the least likely.
It's tough, right? Because on one hand you go, oh, well, swing, right? 2 mana wall. It's still 2 mana though. Told you. It's still 2 mana, right? So it means that if he wants to Warglaves again, he does have to pay for it. That's a good portion.
Just play a 4/12, right?
Yeah.
It's a 4/12.
And it makes everything. It makes any board or control mate and not killing Malygos just completely pointless because he has swipe.
Yep. Again, it's not taunted, but this is what I was talking about earlier when Pavel was playing the deck. It's like the Malygos has taunt anyway. You can often just drop this thing and it has taunt.
Right.
So Board just has to throw everything he's got at it, and then he can put taunt on the next big dragon he draws if he needs it.
Yep. The main point with Malygos and taunting it up specifically is in the situations where you're literally facing down the board, right? And
yep.
You're looking at potential lethal issues if you don't. But yeah, in general, it's a problem that board control has to either, as normally the case with problems like this, deal with, or pretend just doesn't exist. There's normally one or the other.
Yeah, just put your hand up in front of your monitor in a very specific position so you can't see the Malygos, and then you'll be fine. Take 12. Seems good.
It's just dead. Oh, you can heal, right?
He takes 8 and eye beams. Yeah, that's probably the better way of doing
the
it.
big thing, because otherwise he's dead to swipe, isn't he? He's dead to swipe anyway. Yeah, that makes him a little bit safer there. And this is what continues to impress me. You know, Demon Hunter's received a lot of nerfs. It still just keeps going, doesn't it? Like, no matter what. It just keeps getting there. Like, on paper, how is ball control even still in this game right now?
Warglaves of Asinov.
Yeah,
2 of them, in fact.
It's insane, isn't it? It's insane.
So many contradictions.
Heck of a card. Remember Assassin's Blade, Raven? This is Assassin's Blade now. Feel old yet? Uh-oh. That's a 4/16 taunt next turn, or 4/14 taunt, I should say.
It's still Kane, though.
Anixia's back!
It's good enough to put in your deck. It's good enough to pick.
Wait, that was actually just funny. All 3 of those cards have been played in this deck by various people over the last week. Emerald Explorer, Anixia, Twin Tyrant. Yep.
Oh, another eye beam. Another Twin Slice, nice card. Not as good now, with no Altruis at the moment, and also the Warglaves being effectively used up.
Is Illidari ever better? It's technically the most clearing power there. If you need to deal with another big minion after this one.
Ooh.
Okay.
That lines up well.
It does.
Even has the Beaming Sidekick to go along with Adept to make it a 6/6, which is a very awkward shape in the game right now.
Right.
And that's one of the most powerful Beaming Sidekicks. I see reasonable amount of time, right? So it's like that on a 1-drop or on Gravebound Adept.
I got you, friend. The fires of vengeance burn bright.
So Boar all the way down to 8 now, but there is only single swipe in Psycho's version of the deck. So there is that. Ooh, the crystal power draw. I was gonna say, like, Psycho might be approaching the position where he just has to shut his eyes and say no Kane. Maybe the crystal power allows him to do something different.
I was looking at Glowfly.
How curious.
This is halfway between, right? You can still taunt this up and still a ton of health. You can still crystal power.
Boar nodding. Boar nodding. He says, yep, killed the small ones. Alright, I like that. Reinforcements, though, does make it the big taunt, and he fits in the crystal power. Yeah, I really like this. Skips the Ysera Unleashed, which is very low tempo in terms of what he could have got, you know, with portals coming out of his deck the next turn, but that does involve, like, literally just pretending Kane doesn't exist, making that play of just dropping Ysera Unleashed and Reinforcements it.
And also, although I was talking about Glowfly Swarm, it is weak to Altrius, and obviously as ball control gets further in the deck, it's more and more likely we see Kane, we see Altrius come out soon. So I think that ticked all the boxes for Psycho that turn. And this is a tech he's choosing to put in. This Reinforcements is not just a card that's in this deck, right? That commonly.
So Boar cannot hit this 4/10 with his face currently, or else he gets swiped to death. But there is this card Blur.
Mystery choice. Maybe.
Is Mana Burn ever good out of this actual pick? I'm also semi-serious about the Blur thing. Yeah. I like this.
I guess it's 0, yeah. And obviously let's attack. Job done. But it's just like, well, it was a turn, and I'm not quite dead.
Yes. Yeah.
Wasn't a bad turn, honestly.
And this is the downside of not taking the risk with the Ysera on the previous turn, is you're not then like just in an immediately game-winning position where your board is just filling up with infinity power every turn.
He can swipe the Gladebound and just face tank the Altrius.
So many
Then what though? Glowfly swarming with that? You can't, right? Can't even fit in the hero path then.
No, you can't, no. I think it's more important to deal with this board than it is to Glowfly right now.
Okay. Well, okay, now he's got the Iron Bar. Now he's in business, because he now has a safe Ysera turn as well.
Yeah, if you lose either the Gladebound or the Altrius up, I think that is way more of a problem than having minions.
Sure.
Also, with Psycho being only on 3 cards left, these Ysera portals are more than likely going to do some work.
But again, like, it's not like Psycho's found a turn where he can beat Kane, right? Like, it's felt like Kane has just been a beating to him the entire game, so maybe he should have just gone in on it earlier. Hard to say. But yeah, I think you saw the resignation on his face there. It's just like, yeah, I guess I'm just not beating Kane this game.
I was just praying to Kane.
In the words of the great JR Raven,
it's gotta be Kane!
It's not.
Nope.
It's not.
In the words of Sottle, it's not.
It's not. Narrator voice. It wasn't.
And way. It's going to be lethal in not the big dragon fashion I was half expecting with the portals, but with just one little Moonfire and a Dream. Psycho takes game number 2. An extremely close game there, but you see Psycho's tech choices and the way he's built his deck really come into play. mainly just with that reinforcements, giving himself just that extra tool. It's almost like, you know, as you quite rightly mentioned, just it's like a third Ironbark, right? With all the big threats you run in the deck, we saw it just do insane levels of work there. And it's still flexible in the early game, so it's one card I really do like from Psycho there, but he does have his Priest left over.
He does indeed. It is going to be the Priest, and there's Demon Hunter and Warrior left to deal with, but just Highlander Hunter on the other side. So I think from the Priest perspective, you feel pretty comfortable here. Of course, you've got the fabled good matchup against Warrior, whether or not that's true. And then, of course, Demon Hunter, which I personally think has maybe swung slightly in favor of the Priest now as well, with the Demon Hunter list being toned down again by the recent wave of nerfs.
I'm going to stop you though, Soto, because this isn't any old priest. This is Psycho's anti-aggro priest. So there is a Holy Smite in there. There is 2 Moag Artificers in there. There's only 1 Death, 1 Thoughtsteal, and 1 Apotheosis, and 1 Shadow Madness. But there is a lot more early game stop style cards of just not letting your opponent curve quite as hard. So in, say, for example, the Demon Hunter matchup, in the Warrior matchup, it does have some of those just better tools in the early game.
Right.
One of which net? Terrifying to play a 0/3 minion against Priest. As it's most of the cards from Warrior, actually.
Everything and everyone.
So, Moag's going to come down now. Not any great combos overall. Doesn't have penance available or anything like that, but now Psycho doesn't really need it and just decides that he wants the 2/4. It's just a minion to start contesting this. But now with Bomb Wrangler, options start coming. There is the Breath of the Infinite, which will do 4. Or even as well, yeah, I did actually forget to mention, as I didn't get that far down the list, that Psycho is running the double Holy Nova as well, which was phased out pretty early on. This is almost like a Priest list from maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago. One of the first builds of Galakron Priest that got phased out, but Psycho isn't just not with the times. He purposely is bringing this anti-aggro list to help him be able to just ban out his opponent's Priest instead.
Yeah, it's very much like the Priest list we were testing on like week 1 of GM, right? That had like the dormant 2/5 taunt in it and all this like ludicrous anti-aggro stuff. The deck wasn't even playing Apotheosis at that point, which seems like absolute nonsense now this far down the road. Yeah.
I do actually like this.
Just giving Ball the egg. Okay. I respect it.
Yeah, for me, it's Psycho just saying, I'm just going to get rid of the tricky minions, right? Like this, no matter what happens to it, is just a 3/4. Yes, it can be damaged and buffed and so on, but so can everything. The egg, bit more of a problem. The Bomb Wrangler, way more of a problem if it gets copied, buffed, and so on. But Psycho just saying that, you know what? No, it's gone, and I'll deal with the rest.
Right. Ooh, upgrade. Very nice.
Even now, if this trade happens, he knows he can Breath of the Infinite if he was ever pushed to.
Right. It's a lot of AoE to be committing, but of course, Psycho does have AoE to spare. Like, these Holy Novas just weren't in the deck for most players, so it's not like he's running short against what Warrior's going to be generating.
Yeah, and so far done a clean job of not only clearing the board, but not really allowing ball control to start doing crazy things, right? You know, he's not given, at least now, any battle rages. Not left any too much of scary moves.
On the wings of evil.
Job done.
Might just see a time rip on curve here for Psycho, just because of how efficient it is on a Bomb Wrangler. 0 bombs summoned means 0 face damage taken, which means less outs for the opponent's aggressive game plan of bursting you down in the late game.
Yeah, and just a breakdown of this list from ball control. He is running the Grom, but again, it's the current egg list, not Deathwing. There's no Captain Greenskin in here either, and only that one Armor Smith as well. Not that it's going to come into too much play in this matchup, I think. But just a reminder for us more than anyone else, Soto.
Soul Mirror is now pretty exciting for Psycho. I think this was a smart pick from Boar. The Evasive Worm gives Priest nightmares. We've talked about how the evasive cards in like Highlander Hunter, for example, are very effective against Priest for this exact reason. So Boar kind of picking up a bootleg version here just to represent power on the board. But that Soul Mirror means that Psycho might be able to come up with 2-turn plans to be able to deal with it, but I like starting with the Renew here. Wow, more AoE.
And funnily enough, this Psycho Pump could actually res the Moag, right? Which then doubles the damage.
That's true.
Damage from the AoE, sorry. Oh!
The end begins. Fire everything.
Boar making notes. Okay, my opponent has one nonsense card in his hand.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, so most of the time, Priest, all of Priest's hand just nonsense cards, even their own.
Corsair Cash, absolute air at this point. All weapons drawn already from Boar. He still has a second copy of Corsair Cash in his deck at this point as well.
Yeah, this is something that maybe doesn't really draw too much attention a lot of the time, but with weapons drawn and also one risky skipper drawn, like, Boar's going to draw his deck in a slightly slower fashion than normal. Of course, big battle rages can change that, but it does make an impact when you don't get the big battle rages off. Suddenly, you know, your deck's, 3, maybe 4 cards thicker than it normally is at this point.
I'm curious about this Psycho Pump from Psycho here as well. Obviously, it was just good. It was just good stats on the board, just fighting very honestly. But I think the Moarg is the only minion that died, right? So I think this was a guaranteed outcome when he has like a breath Holy Smite hand. Seemed pretty powerful.
I guess the only problem is he can't Holy Smite 5/3 anyway. So I think Psycho did this to try and rip the shield off the worm, and then just say, well, I'll deal with it somehow afterwards.
That is very fair.
Now, funnily enough, he does have Trade and Breath to deal with the egg and the dragon. Or he just can Holy Smite this egg so hard, it just doesn't even summon the serpent.
I wonder.
Also, those weird circumstances where Soul Mirror on a 0 attack minion just like generate an egg for Psycho.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's just okay. I know it's not good, but with the Breath of the Infinite and the weapon, maybe Soul Mirror now means he gets a 5/3, he peels the shield from Boar control, and he gets an egg to mess around with.
Wait, what's happening? You're just gonna Holy Smite the Serpent? Okay, no, he's still gonna smite.
Yeah.
Breath. Okay, fine.
Armor Smith, not what Boar control's looking for here.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
He wants pressure right now. That's pretty good. He would want Lance over the Ankar here. Maybe it's not that cut and dry, because the Ankar does at least draw one more card, which is one card thinner to get him to Battle Rage and Kor'kron Elite and Grom and all of the cards that he actually wants, even though he doesn't get full value out of it.
And that's the issue, right? Because Boar control is basically missing all the bite from his deck. And although Psycho's been brought down to 16, which is a little bit scary, honestly, he is in no real threat of dying that we can see.
What do you think Boar's listening to right now? Are you familiar with Boar's playlist?
I am. He shares a similar music taste, actually. At least in what he plays on stream.
What is a loon's will?
But it could be anything.
The answer, of course, is Our House by Madness. That is the only acceptable answer, Raven. I'm disappointed in you.
I was going to say that, but I was trying to give a more serious, like, music-based answer as opposed to just the meme answer. Sport Control's music taste does span the ages as well. He's for a younger fellow, does have a deep music taste, at least in terms of time. Soul Mirror, though.
Wow, Soul Mirror just to take out a 4-2, pretty much. That's how scared of the health total Psycho is right now. Actually gives Sport Control a bit more freedom with this Armor Smith now as well. Talked about the Armor Smith Soul Mirror interaction at length previously. So there goes the last pirate.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
So how unplayable is Terran against Priest Soul?
I mean, it's not strictly unplayable. You just have to not do it into situations where you can get super hard scammed for it.
You're against Priest Soul, that's every situation.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Is the situation Priest has no cards in hand?
Yeah, you got it. There you go.
And no cards in deck either, so they're not even going to draw something. Draw fatigue. Play my Terran now.
I mean, it's not that bad, right? There's nothing for it to Shadow Madness into right now. The Soul Mirror has just been used that turn as well.
Right.
This is a big turn finally, though, for Psycho. This whole game 3 of this series has just been a bit of a wet noodle fight up until this point. It doesn't really seem like either player has got the powerful things out of their deck that they've needed. Well, they've just been kind of fighting each other with their suboptimal cards.
Yeah, I will say, though, Psycho's built an anti-aggro Priest and used a lot of those anti-aggro cards he put in the deck to do the job. Double Nova in there, the Moargs come into play as well, so although it doesn't look powerful, Psycho's not dead yet. And he used his heal cards and his AoE, so there's something to be said at least for that.
Yeah, fair enough.
What now?
Risky Skipper, Blood Bowl Brute, best friends. Especially on a whiteboard like this.
There's no payoff card, though. There's no Battle Rage. There's no, like, enormous swing that goes with it. This last Ankar swing does nothing apart from 2 damage, but 2 damage is extremely valuable right now. Or Control can now load up Livewire Lance on top of that, or just keep it as surprise damage in hand. Or is that a renew draw? It is. Potentially huge for Psycho here.
He also has Convincing Infiltrate, and he can play Kronks to draw into his Galakrond as well. Has access to death instead if he wants to go a different way. Basically, Psycho's got a lot of options here, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, the rabbit hole goes deeper as well, because if you play your Renew and you find a Penance, you have Moarg in your hand to go along with the Penance. If you find Apotheosis, that's the nuts when you have a 3/6 on board that can take a good trade. Yeah. So I guess what I'm getting at is I want to see some decisions made quickly, because there's probably a lot of branching decision points this turn.
This is like a minion-based turn, right? He's not going to go for the Renew.
I like it. Okay, yeah, I like it.
Instead.
Seems good.
The second he started trading, he wasn't really going to go for the Renew as far as I'm concerned, because that might not need to trade, right? If you had spell.
He's been training his whole life for this moment, Raven.
Days. Not the lackey was
Well, I mean, you know, ultimate silver lining. He does have the minions in hand to get full value out of a Risky Skipper Titanic Lackey pretty soon.
I wonder.
I think he just has to pass, right?
Whoa. 9, 10, 12, 14. 2 invokes on Galakrond that you know your opponent has. You have no other information on their hand, really.
Well, your next turn includes an Armor Smith. an AoE.
True.
That's the plan, right? So
That's true.
he's never dying next turn. Okay, I'm not going to say never because it's priest. But he's unlikely to die next turn. So I think just pass here is fine, and the next turn you go off with a big risky skipper armor smiths. Try and clear the board down, and then honestly trust the top of your deck.
Snap power word shield. Okay. I like it.
Could even hit heal is really one. Heal the convincing, play Galakron.
What if you just time rip your 1/1 this turn?
What was its Galakron dat? It's full, right?
It's on 2.
Oh, sorry, it's on 2. Okay, that changed.
He's just going to take the immediate heals.
The copying of minions, right? Once time rip is an emergency if something sticks over with like a rampage on it or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think he is still just scared of straight-up damage as well, so the 5 immediate healing is relevant here. Finally! The Battle Rage comes out for board control. His hand is alive! He gets to play Hearthstone cards now, Raven. Are you excited? I'm excited.
Never seen a quicker risky skipper turn.
Yep.
But for 4 mana, there aren't too many options he could get here.
Mm-hmm.
The Corkron into Enrage does kill the convincing.
Sure.
Guess it, the swing kills it as well. Saves the Enrage. Or the inner rage. Sorry.
Yeah, he can just choose to straight up Warmaul Challenger it instead and preserve his Corkrons.
I must choose.
Seems reasonable. Gains all the armor as well.
Yep.
Just die though, which I guess is the problem, isn't
Okay.
it?
Takes 1 more proc,
Yep.
and then his guy lives. Yep.
Well, maybe. Convince Infiltrator kills something, right?
Oh!
That's what he was waiting for.
Oh my goodness, Moarg Penance. 3 cards in hand, 1 of them is Moarg, 1 of them is Penance. You should do it this turn, right? Even though it's like such low value, you just need the immediate healing.
Yes.
You're dead to
Corkron combos, right? Not
yeah, you're dead to Rampage combo. You're not dead to just straight up Inner Rage combo. That's only 12. You would be dead to Rampage combo.
And honestly, definitely not calling this game too soon, as Psycho is only on the 1 card. But this might be one of the first times, based on this total sample size of this one game of Hearthstone, where I can get on board more with the warrior not being banned. Because, like I said, Psycho built this priest a certain way. He's played a lot of the cards that he's put in as tech cards, so to speak, and he seems to be winning the game. Like I said, this is just one game, but if there's ever something to convince me, it's this game.
Do you think this build is better against Warrior than the regular version, though? He's playing 1 Shadow Madness, 1 Apotheosis. Aren't those just, like, some of the best cards against Warrior?
I think the Moargs are so big, though, because of that plus Holy Nova as well. I think just having the sweeping AoEs. I think Priest has answers to single targets. He's running the extra Holy Smite as well. But the Moarg penances are so powerful. Moarg Novas just feel powerful too. I don't know. I feel like it might consistently more beat Warrior what Warrior beats you with, which is bigger chunky mobs. Because also there's a point where a good Warrior player won't just leave an Armor Smith chilling most of the time to be completely ruined by a Shadow Madness or, you know, those kind of circumstances. Sure.
Psycho's starting with the Sethic this turn, as opposed to the trade on the Lackey, which I think is arguable. I do mean literally arguable, I'm not disagreeing with it, it's just this turn had so many different like RNG routes that it's pretty arbitrary which one you choose to open first.
Yeah, I think there's a higher...
Okay, Blood Swan off the top this turn. No, it's not there. Sorry, cut you off. Carry on.
It's okay. I think for me, the Psycho in a perfect world would have wanted to chain spells there above chaining lackey things. I think that's the only thing that really pips it.
Can he still get it? He can still get it.
Wait, he can't?
Blood Swan now. Double Blood Swan. Oh!
But he can't do it, right? Because then he can't in a rage.
No. He can get 12. But he can't fit both inner rages because he takes 1 damage off the Risky Skipper proc.
Yep. So he can only actually fit 8, right? This turn.
I wonder.
Right. Oh, okay, sorry. I guess 9 if you're just in a rages, then rampages. This 1 goes face.
Your flaws are your strength.
Push some damage though. It's gonna actually enrage off the Sethic. Reduce down Psycho's options here to deal with this wide board. And Psycho, I spoke of all the AoE he had access to. Well, he could do with 1 more. Deal with this. And there's still a Grom in the deck, right?
There is still a Grom in the deck. His deck is Corsair Cash, Rampage, Grom.
What if?
I love the Battle Rage turn from Boar, though. It gives him just so many different routes to be able to get through this. Is this Temple Enforcer good enough? You know, because he can't take enough damage off the board.
I think he might need to rush and use the Kultiran Chaplain to add more health to the taunt. Maybe rush the Kultiran Chaplain?
Submit, heretic!
Or rush the Subjugator. Yeah, you can kill a core.
Boar's just baffled right now. Or it gets worse, mate. It gets worse. It's getting worse. Yeah, sorry, now you see it. Now you see it.
And, the worst draw in
And then Boar doesn't draw a card! He drew not a card this turn.
That card you see is officially not a card.
Yeah.
It is 2 mana, feel bad.
What now?
This is great. I'm having a good time.
I want to see the Rampage and the Bloodsworn Mercenary just because it's fun. This 0-1 is going to take.
Can Rampage the Skipper?
What now?
Bloodsworn it, Warmal Challenger. What is it at that point? 4/6? So you're only going to hit it 3 times and you're getting... Yeah, that's not good enough.
I must shoot.
So close, but so far here. Yes. Rampage in a rage. Nah, he's not going to use the in rage because he has Grom left.
Your flaws are your strength.
Right. If he passes here, then their attack's going to go up, right? Or at least the one he's copied is going to go up.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Bo found the line.
Taunt's gone. That's Penance! Oh my goodness, he's at 13. He's at 13, and Grom's Boar's max damage.
And he has Natalie Celine for the Grom afterwards.
His max damage, unless Grom sticks for the entire game, is 12, and then he rips the Natalie Celine. He draws the Grom because of course he does. Wait. He still has a Rampage. His last card's Rampage. His last card is Rampage. So he should wait, right?
What now?
The problem is the Grom isn't actually dead even within a rage, right?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, not dead on board?
Yeah, not dead on board. And
sure.
He just used his second penance. He's used
right.
all of his AoE?
No.
Right.
I don't know. I think if I was in ball control spot, I would have just played it and gone, oh, well, he's got it. But ball control, going to wait for the rampage, going to go for the more consistent time. This does stop the... Oh, I stopped Natalie Celine being able to be the hard answer.
Yeah, I think this is right. I think this is right from Boar. It's certainly going to win in the game.
Yeah.
Whether or not it was right, considered all the random nonsense you had to throw in, you can have that debate, but it's certainly going to win in the game in this instance. Oh, what a game, Raven.
Oh, down
what a game.
to the wire, turn after turn. Ball control needing to use every single card in his deck. But he does get the win with his warrior, and this series is going to continue. An extremely close game. That's like, I think, what, 4 or 5 turns could have gone either way very easily here. But ball control takes the win. Congratulations to him, that was pretty intense.
And that was the perfect game. He killed him as he drew his last cards with 0 cards left in his hand as well, because we established that that remaining card was not a card.
Yeah, that was just pretty crazy overall. And I was even going back to what I was saying about the build of Psycho looking really good if you're going to leave Warrior up. I will say I don't really think ball control gave Psycho any turns in which any of the other cards he'd be running if he was running Standard Priest would have really overly paid off too much. So we'll see how it pans out now going forward, though. That game is done with. We're going to move on. Priest once again for Psycho. Ball control on his Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and this is potentially where, you know, more Holy Smites and Holy Novas and things might just come into play. But again, he is down to 1 Apotheosis, which I do just kind of have a philosophical problem with, because I feel like it was 2 copies of Apotheosis coming into this deck in the first place that kind of moved it from, like, a meme deck to an actual real top-tier, Tier 1 deck, was the 2 copies of Apotheosis. So cutting that down, I don't know, it feels like you don't get as much payoff for being ahead in the game, right?
Yeah,
I think there was several occasions, in that last game where Psycho did stick a minion. He did, like, exhaust resources to the point where he had a minion set in play. In some cases, 4 or 5 minions. But then because he didn't have an Apotheosis, he can't end the game. Like, Apotheosis is just a game ender when you land it on a minion.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, as officially the first person in the world to say that Apotheosis should be played in Priest.
You actually were. I will 100% give you
was.
credit for that. You actually were.
Yeah, I do think it's very good. I do wonder if in Demon Hunter lets you stick minions that often.
Right.
So maybe in this matchup, it's not as big a deal versus the I'm going to kill every minion you play plan that Psycho seems to have with this build. I'm excited to find out, because Apotheosis, you know, as you outlined quite rightly, is just the maybe the glue that just makes the overall archetype actually work for the system.
Yeah, and actually, I still disagree with that, because the problem is, again, you're exhausting resources from the hand, right? And then you'll get like a Fate Weaver down or something that can't get answered. But that Fate Weaver isn't killing your opponents. You give them 3, 4, 5 turns to just hit Skull of Gul'dan off the top, because you're not ending the game.
Set of options there, actually, and I could go for the Holy Nova. There you go. Answer. Solved. Just create an Apotheosis. Done.
Yeah, never mind. Why bother making decisions when you can just generate cards, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
We are all bound to fate.
This is what you want with Priest, in my experience in this matchup at least. If you can safely land a Fate Weaver, even though it's very unlikely to actually do its battle cry properly this early in the game, if you land one, it's so good because Demon Hunter either gets all its minions get farmed by it, or Demon Hunter has to kill it. And we see that now, Ball Control just having to take down that Fate Weaver with the help of a coin and his way down.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we've seen a lot of those today, which might be a bad omen for the Priest mirror we might have in our future shortly.
I'm gonna make a prediction.
Okay.
We won't see the Priest
mirror. Okay.
Whether
the eternal optimist.
Yeah, whether you want to call that prediction or just a hope.
Yeah.
You can choose, but I've got a funny feeling we might skip it.
Cold in the shadows.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Shadow Weaver as a 4/5 is actually a pain. Psycho. AoE doesn't quite kill it off. Penance Draw now doesn't kill it off either, as ever Sidekick being quite infuriated.
Okay,
Holding
even
over
before...
Penance, though. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Even before that Penance Draw, though, I would have been stunned if this wasn't a Holy Nova turn. Just with 3 of them in hand, like, what else were you going to do that turn, right? It probably just would have been Holy Nova heal face anyway.
And also not quite the same, but we saw last game against Warrior, Psycho was being quite liberal with his AoE because he just runs so much of it. Never mind AoE is going to generate as well. Okay. Skull for 3-0 man is always pretty nice.
It is.
It's all going to get Holy Nova down into, you know, turn after turn, but still, nice.
Yep. Yep.
I grow impatient.
I'm gonna win big.
Consume magic, I guess? Otherwise, mystery choice? Went mystery choice? Feast of Souls.
Not the best card.
No.
I'm surprised it wasn't Consume Magic, honestly. Even if you
I'm
end
okay
up
with mystery choice then.
I just wonder, even if you end up casting it on your own, or whatever, it's just draw a card. You know, if you cast it on. Or starting to assemble lethal in hand. Slowly but surely, with this Altrius. Looks as good a turn as any to get down this Glavebound.
I grow impatient.
Actually, just get Glavebound down, kill off the Fate Weaver with that and the Volpera, and then just I-beam away the 1-3. It is just leaving ball control with 1 minion, and that is a little bit upsetting as last time he just didn't time it.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, generally you want to like diversify your threats in this matchup as much as possible. Like, you don't just want one big guy on board, but at the same time, you don't just want a whole board full of 2 health minions. You kind of want a combination of those things so that you don't get blown out by 1 card. But it's pretty hard to manipulate with the hand that Bull has right now.
Okay, yeah. Actually, Volpera, this makes way more sense.
Yep.
Oh, really good pickup there for Psycho, because he was just about running a little bit dry there. Oh, the old double Holy Nova would have dug him out at least for that. Because why not?
What?
Yeah, I mean, he could still just like Moarg Nova, just try and clear the way, land a minion on an empty board instead. There's a minion ahead of the play this way, so he can land Apotheosis. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You just want something to stick to the board. Just preemptively doing it is be a little bit dicey. Because he could have actually just played Shield Galaxy and Apotheosis there, but he wouldn't have actually gained the lifesteal, and the shield dies to the board anyway.
Right.
I'm just waiting for control to make this safe. Okay. And then just Holy Nova number 100. Step forward.
Were you always playing that this turn?
Yeah, I thought he was going to Disciple first there. And the most flexibility with the minion choice.
Oh my goodness. There's going to be 2 of those in his deck, Raven.
Oh, there's the counter, though.
The counter? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, fair enough.
The ultimate base card.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might just have to go with this Altrius. The Spectral Sight now.
Do you see what must be done?
Yeah, I'm into it. It's a huge swing turn. Huge swing turn.
I see.
Warglaves number 2 is kind of a whiff for now. Does Ball want to go all in though? Like you can understand them. You can understand the mentality if he just like, well, I've just seen 2 Holy Novas. My opponent's super low on cards. 2 of his cards are randomly generated garbage. Like, what are the chances that he actually has another AOE for this board? Or very disciplined though, holding back against it.
I think my point would more be this Altruist pumps out so much damage on its own. Do you even need extra minions on the board at this point? Like, this is a huge board, even though it doesn't quite look like it. That's why. Here we go. Pulling over.
Mm-hmm. Now Psycho does have this Apotheosis on a Death Rattle minion. But he does also know that the Warglaives are directly challenging him. Actually, the second Warglaives might actually end up being pretty clutch, considering the way that they chain into each other.
Right, because here, for Psycho, he's going, oh, there's only 1 charge left. Sweet. It's unlike that this whole thing gets cleaned up. But we can see, as you said, that second Warglaives. The option is there. Now Ball Control's also got Skull of Gold. Is that We're with
Yeah, he sees Psycho's reaction to the second Warglaives. He knows this is a beating.
Must be done. We're with you.
Is it Thought Steal into Demon Hunter cards to end the game now? Is that the out? Like Thought Steal into Metamorphosis?
I will still find you.
I mean, I guess that works too.
Yep. I was going to say, there is still the Shadow Madness, right? But at least go for Kane to trade off into the Satyr. Not perfect, but it, yeah, that Breath of the Infinite. Pretty good. More control, though, with the 1-drop draw means that he can Skull of Gul'dan. So just as much as Psycho is drawing a lot of his AoE here, More Control's still got gas.
Sorry. Have you ever seen a more tilted ball control? This is good fun.
What about you? Twin Slice, that's a lot of damage, Sol.
It is. It certainly is.
We're with you.
So now 4, 6, 8, 11. 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 currently, I believe.
So Meta would finish it.
I remember there's 2 Reliquary Primes in Psycho's deck right now as well. And the Kane is currently on board and threatened to be dying.
Hide behind your servants. I will.
Is it the Feast of Souls turn finally? It is! Metamorphosis Chaos Strike? Metamorphosis Hero Power Chaos Strike? 5, 9, 12. No. Wait, 5, 9, 12. 13, 14,
17,
15, 16,
18, 19,
17,
20.
18?
Yeah, lethal, right?
Is it?
Okay, so he's got 7 on board.
No. Mm-hmm.
Chaos Strike.
Short.
9.
Mm-hmm.
Metamorphosis Hero Power, which you can do.
Mm-hmm.
14.
Mm-hmm.
16, 17. Wait, how did I count that wrong?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm okay. Yeah. I thought I counted the weapon already. Okay. But anyway, close. Quite. Probably close enough, honestly. Especially with this just being 5 from hand. Oh, from the hero power, should I say.
What? Still not enough.
No. That's 12 as far as I can count. I probably can't count, but I know it's lethal one way or the other. Or control
No, you
evens
got
up
there
this
this
series. 2 and 2 now. Maybe the priest is going to be the drawback to Psycho. Losing to the warrior in close fashion was only a prime away from maybe securing that game against Ball Control's Demon Hunter. But however close you get, as you pointed out, Sol, and as the life coach pointed out, it doesn't matter. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss here. And now it's going to be the Hunter from Ball Control going up against Psycho's Priest. Ball Control's Hunter looks fairly standard, nothing too crazy sticking out there. And that's normally bad news for Priest right now.
Yeah. Even then, Boar, we're talking about the primes, but Boar was doing a great job of just protecting his own Kayn at all costs, so that he was always going to have that Kayn still in play, right up until that last turn, where he got to the point where, like, okay, if your top deck is just a 7-mana 6/8 taunt that doesn't do anything, I can probably just win the game from there anyway, even if you are able to deal with my Kayn coming back the other way. So I really like the way he played that, but I think in general, this is just my experience with the Priest deck in general. This older, like, anti-aggro version of the deck. It just seems like every deck in Hearthstone is able to outvalue it as long as they don't hit Galakrond exactly, right? So that can just, even if you're the most, like, balls-to-the-wall, reckless, aggressive deck, it seems like that can just be an alternate game plan if your opponent doesn't hit their Galakrond.
Well, let's see how it plays out here versus the Hunter. As suddenly, I feel like the extra AoE isn't going to help Psycho as much in this matchup, because Hunter generally doesn't go super wide. It is just sort of awkwardly shaped, funky minions sort of hitting you in the face every time. At least is the plan. And Psycho, although anti-aggro, and not running the Ooze in his list, so the Stormhammer, even itself, proves some trouble.
Nice. Ingenuity on 2. Filling out the curve. Psycho looking like he's going to be in trouble in this one.
Honestly, though, Psycho having access to Fate Weaver and even this Dragonbane isn't too shabby, because having some like beefy mid-range minions that can start contesting the Hunter minions, it's something that Priest often doesn't really able to do outside the Shield of Galakrond. Right. I think I like this. Psycho just prioritizing getting on board. Gonna be farmed by the 6-orb.
What does Boar's list look like? Didn't it always get farmed on board? Or does Boar have the secret list? He doesn't, right?
He doesn't, but he could have drawn the thingy, right?
Another soul.
Oh, I guess the Griffin. Right, just not by 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think with that answer, he's okay there. Psycho had the follow-up right with his own Griffin. So he had the answer to whatever came out anyway. Celine not too terrible either, honestly, as an answer to Bran. If Psycho doesn't have the Shadowwood deck available.
Right.
At least it's something. We've seen a lot of Hunters just drop Bran and say, well, if you don't have it, I probably just win. Right? So even though Priest runs multiple answers, it's important that they actually have them in hand ready.
Yeah, but still, Boar on the coin can get ahead of that, the Natalie Celine in hand, which is a bit of a problem.
That's true.
On wings
that's
of
Fate Weaver, though, which is like 100 points.
Whoa. Once again, Fate Weaver proving to be incredibly important.
Yep.
We are all bound to fate.
This is the situation you don't really want to be in as Hunter a lot of the time, is when you are losing board and haven't pressured the Priest that much.
Yeah, I think particularly because you just saw your opponent discover a spell from their deck.
I wonder.
I don't know how much confidence you have in your Dinotamer brand living.
It's not like it's a surprise play, is it? Coining out Dinotamer brand. Oh, just got the cat for good luck.
On the other hand, Raven, though, Big Dino does go raw.
Yep.
do feel like it's an important point, though. I feel like you're not really hearing what I have to say.
I am. It's just this isn't news to me.
Quickly.
Yes. A new level of plan. I was Dino Taylor running before you were even born, Sol.
You'll find me wherever
Aren't I like 6 years older than you? How does this work?
6? Hey, how old are you?
How old are you?
Like 31 in a couple of months.
Okay.
That's good.
I'm 3 years older than you.
Sol's just secretly 50 or something. I'm just like.
Also, why are you still giving people your age like you're a 5-year-old? Like, only small children say, well, I'll be 6 in September. Like, just tell me how old you are.
No, I want to say. I'm going to catch up to your age, right? So I've got to make it sound older.
Meanwhile,
yeah,
I
so
believe that Natalie
down.
Celine has just given Boar an aneurysm. Or if you need to know how to react right now, you can go to Derek Brown's Twitter. He's put a pretty handy guide out on how to handle these sorts of situations.
It's a little flow chart. You can't just freeze this, Celine, honestly, and then carry on with his day.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable.
The Murazon does seem pretty popping here.
Yeah.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Big old 7-6, penance, swing turn, threatening just lethal back the other way, based on whatever your thought stolen cards are sometimes. Zephyrus for Shadow Word Ruin is full clear here, though.
This Dragonbane is going to be a problem, though. Dragonbane in classes that don't deal damage.
It is pretty funny, yeah. Boar appears to be in my Kingdom for a Dragon mode right now.
Just time rip this Zephyrus as well. Make sure that Dragonbane goes face. Or really wind him up and Shadow Madness to Zephyrus, pop him for 3, and then Dragonbane hero.
What? Alright, Raven, okay. Alright, pep talk. Focus, okay? We've got a whole other series after this one. We've got to hold it together. We've got to hold it together.
Lorinda, I'm tagging you in.
You can't be reaching the point where you just suggest the stupidest thing that you can think of every turn already. We've got a whole other series.
Kind of awkward here, though, honestly, because you would glance at this hand and say kill command looks very clean. It's also face damage he could use instead of using it to trade with a minion instead.
I wonder.
Okay. Animal companion for Leok? Question mark? No. Leok never comes out to play when you want it to.
Nope. Secret.
It's always Leok?
Except when it isn't. There you go.
It was. I wasn't sure whether that was an Avengers reference or not, so I just kind of went with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the phrase is, but my meaning was. Wait a minute.
Oh!
Wait a minute!
Hey!
Oh,
Yes way! Yes way, Boar! Yes way!
Boar's fault for thinking he's allowed to have good cards in his hand and not share.
If you ever wondered why Boar Control really, really, really hates Priest, it should be becoming clear to you.
mean, he still just plays his own Zigsaw, right?
Seems that way.
Even drop the Prison Armor or go Hero Power. I don't think. Wait, he's gonna play the Hero Power though, isn't he?
Getting rushes or charges inside a Mind Flayer card is always very appealing. Yep. story checks out. Yeah, I think he does want to reduce some damage though, that makes sense. Alright. Curves him out this turn. I think he's got enough to play with, right? 19, showing 7, Dino Tamer Brown already gone. You can afford to play an extra 2/2 here.
Oh,
Zephyr's already gone as well.
Showing 9, right? The Hero Power.
Your head
Sure,
isn't
yeah,
as
fair
empty
enough.
as it looks.
You right.
None of these have been played, right?
No.
So funny
And
enough,
sometimes
Mr.
go
Bully
like
is insane right now. If he could have played it this turn against Ball Control.
Yeah, that's true. So you can sometimes go like super deep through like every hand read you've made the entire game if you're like playing at a super high level and really focused like most of these players are, and that can sometimes get you more information as to which one's going to be the correct answer, but more often than not it's kind of a guess. Unless you get shown a randomly generated card, in which case it's always the randomly generated card.
Nobody move, and no one gets hurt.
Wait a minute.
Shadow of Death is huge here.
Yeah, I guess he just
Really
plays the other cards as well.
Yeah, that's the question. He could also play his Fate Weaver with it as well.
I just don't know if it's worthwhile, right? Fate Weaver's 3/6, whereas it's not really getting any true benefit. Like making the Shadow Metas that much cheaper when Psycho's Hand is outside of this turn, obviously very cheap anyway.
What is Elun's will?
I agree. I think the question is Mind Flayer or Heal this turn. Because you are still, again, showing 9. You'd only be at 13 if you skip the Heal this turn. Sorry, that face attack happened before the turn even passed, on my view.
Game gets simple for Hunter. Can I go face? Yes, go face. Even the Dragon Pickup actually huge. It allowed Ball Control to get an extra swing out of this weapon again. Cycle just put under even more pressure.
Prison Felmore would resist Galacrond, which is one of the few outs at this point for Psycho to get effective ball clears on the go. Problem is there's just that 3/3 which has a 4/4 rush inside it, which is challenging the existing board state already.
I wonder.
So I think Ball might just have to clear here.
I moves quickly.
Alright, he says no.
So I guess you could just trade Weaver and heal. The problem is it doesn't progress enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Needs to play the Kaj as well. The issue we can see, of course, is the more Psycho plays on board to try and sort of win the game and not rely on just this heal, especially with his weapon equipped for ball control, the more he's playing into Unleash the Hounds, which might be the damage board needs to actually win this game.
Yeah. So this is what I was looking at, right? You Fate Weaver first, you play Breath of the Infinite, you take the damage on your minions, great, who cares? And then you get to play everything and tempo swing on the board. This looks smart to me. It's not going to be good enough. because there is Unleash the Hounds for 3 coming back the other way, and trust me, no one believes they have won this series less than Ball Control right now, because he feels like just about everything has gone against him, and honestly, that might even be the case, but it really seems like this deck from Psycho is not packing the power it needs to, although that might be unfair because we've just been seeing a bunch of no Galakron games up until this point, which, you know, a Galakron will go a long way in that scenario where you're running super low on value. So maybe he's just getting the rough end of it in terms of that.
Yeah, and also, you know, outside of maybe just that last game, because the Hunter, you know, I don't think it matters which version of Psycho is going to play. The Hunter matchup is rough, whichever way you slice it. But I will say the Warrior and Demon Hunter matchups looked very, very, very close in the small amount of games we got to see from Psycho's specific list. And we saw some of the cards pay off a lot. You know, the Moags doing a huge job with the help of Penance. That first game against Warrior where he just AoE down wave after wave of minions against that. So I definitely see where he's going there, but yep, did not pay off for Psycho. And maybe this is also just a side issue of him not being able to deal with that Warlock, which meant that he had to leave up Warrior and Demon Hunter. Maybe that wasn't always the plan. Although if there was a Priest in there as well, he was planning on banning Priest. So yeah, but maybe he just didn't quite get there for Psycho. Things definitely went in his favor. Ball Control managed to just about take the win. Next up, Sottle. Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I do want to give a shout out to Ball Control's side of that as well, because, you know, we were laughing and joking about him, like, you know, raging donkey tilting on camera, but, you know, I've made this point before, like, tilt is only tilt if you let it affect the way you play. Like, otherwise you're just being emotional, and that's fine. You're allowed to be emotional. And I think most importantly there, Ball's play seemed incredibly on point throughout. I'm sure he will identify a couple of spots where maybe something could have been done differently, but I think all the major decisions he got spot on, and there was, you know, a couple of just particularly game-winning decisions that he got right as well.
Yeah, and also especially not only just in a general series, but the fact that he was playing against Priest so many times. Like, crazy things happen every single game versus Priest, and it's very difficult to, you know, tick all of those boxes. It's difficult to even tick a lot of the boxes you have to when considering what Priest can do to you and how you should build your board, when you should push damage, and so on. So very, very difficult series and a well won there for Ball Control. But we have our last match of the day coming up. It is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Hunter Ace. We're going to go to a quick break while we mentally prepare for this. So I suggest you guys do too. We won't be too long. We'll be right back with the last series of the day.
My Hearthstone play is a product I need to sell.
Oh, it's gotta be catchy, right?
Huh. I actually have no clue what to say.
When people sub, I snap and say, "Welcome to the farm."
Welcome to the farm.
Yeah, they're part of the, because they're on the farm. Ball Control's Animal Farm. Welcome to the farm when they sub.
I will just say TTTT.
Everyone can be as good as me.
The play from somebody who has never misplayed.
It's good. Be French, be good. Getting rank 1 with Yarla. You can't outvalue me.
Unity, precision, perfection. Like that very familiar Hearthstone card. Also broken. Just like my play.
Come for the stay for the rope.
You didn't wait for me to get back and just started anyway. Thanks a lot, A-Bar. I appreciate that, friend. I had to rush. All I heard coming out of my headphones was 4, 3, 2. I was like, I had to run on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad I just about got back in time. You were lucky you had to maybe just deal with Sottle if I was any slower. So apologies for that. Exactly. We have our next matchup coming up. It is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Hunter Ace in a clash of the ages. And most importantly, or maybe unfortunately, depending on which word you want to go with, a bit of a slow one, as it is going to be Priest Mirror potential, and I think almost a given, because I do believe the first matchup was locked in, and it is going to be a Priest Mirror, so get comfortable overall. But let's talk about lineups in general. The Priest for Hunter Ace and Bunny Hopper are there, the Warriors are there, but there is this Warlock from Hunter Ace, which we saw a little bit earlier on from Yarla as well.
Yeah, I believe it went 1-1 in Yarla's series. I will confess that Yarla was the only player I got Lorinda to look into for me, and he is, I still believe, running at a negative win rate with the deck, having brought it over 3 weeks, I think he's had it so far. But Hunter Ace has shown a bit of a liking for this deck as well, bringing it on multiple occasions. As I mentioned, Just Saying in the Americas has been repping a bit of Galakron Warlock as well. That's post-nerf. Obviously, pre-nerf, it was much more common. It's just an extremely powerful deck across the board. Arguably the best deck in the game at that point, with the prevalence of Demon Hunter being around and how powerful Sacrificial Pact was. But remains to be seen whether it's still at the power level to compete with the powerhouses that we see here from Bunny Hopper. The Pain Warrior, that Galakron Secret Rogue, which has really turned the corner, I think, and started to show what it's able to do in a lot of matchups since its early woes in week 1 of Round Robin. And then, yes, the Galakron Priest, which so far has not been doing the business for Bunny Hopper. He has played a Priest Mirror on every available occasion so far, and he is going to do so yet again now. And so far, over 2 hours work in 2 Priest Mirrors, he has nothing to show for it.
That's where you want to be in life, isn't it? Most importantly, just looking at both these players' Priest lists. They do look, unless you can point out something I'm missing, card for card mirror. All 30 seem the same to me. It seems to be just the common build at least right now.
Yeah, this seems to be the list. Now, Pyro has predominantly been cut. That then becomes a second Sethic Veil Weaver. For most people's list, the Xanananan list, I guess, which was 2 Shadow Word Death and 1 Pyromancer originally, and then is now transitioned to, this list that you see here. It's pretty identical to me as well. 2 Shadow Word Death, 2 Sethic Veil Weaver, and 0 Wild Pyromancers.
Yeah, and just the difference in the lineups overall, we do actually see the Hunter actually being banned out for Hunter Ace, so Bunny Hopper giving great respect to that deck right now, as Highlander Hunter is just, slowly and surely progressing to just a super high tier deck right now. But my big question really is just on this Galakron Warlock and where it fits in the current meta and what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to lose to on paper. But I do believe the players are getting ready. And yes, it is going to be, in case you missed it, a Priest Mirror to kick off the series. The good thing, at least, Sodom, we can say, if we can kind of agree that Priest Mirrors are a little bit meh, is that we get it over and done with. And it's going to be the first game and not maybe the last game of the series.
I'm a little bit paranoid that I didn't get into this game in advance in my spectator, which sometimes messes with the deck tracking, which I will be relying on extremely heavily during this game, so hopefully it sorts itself out.
Yeah, I'm more worried as to whether I should have just changed into some comfier clothes. Just,
yeah.
Maybe got into my comfy chair.
Fate Weaver in the opener for Bunny Hopper, I think, is a big decision point. I've talked at length about how I feel like this card is pretty important in the Priest Mirror just because it makes your hand so cheap that you can actually play cards, make space in your hand to be able to generate more cards, which is pretty much what the matchup is about. Hunter Ace just going to take his Galakrons and be happy.
Yeah, and although I agree on the power of Fate Weaver, if it's a keep, is it actually going to be played out, or would it have been played out on curve? It's a reason to throw it, in my opinion, if you think you need it later on, because you don't often proc Galakron that early in this matchup, or just as Priest in general, so I actually do like the throw there if Bunny Hopper's playing on not using it as not a throwaway card, but more of a tempo-focused play.
Yeah, I think keeping it alongside like Disciple of Galakron, for example, is more promising.
Right.
If you're going to make that 2 keep. You just need to find one more, and then you get a nice cheap hand, or you're able to tempo out some cards in the early game. Can be pretty strong for you. But yeah, 0 invokes, keep Fate Weaver, probably a little bit sketchy.
And now already just some weird points, because for me, Mind Flayer Karj is almost as good for your opponent as it is for you a lot of the times, as is many cards in this matchup. And I wonder if just playing it out as a 3/3 is ever worthwhile here. Just drop it down. Best case, or worst case, I suppose, it gets like Penance. I guess worst case, it gets Mind Flayer Karjed back. So then their Mind Flayer has another 3/3 in it and yours doesn't. But in general, I feel like the worst case scenarios aren't that bad. And I'm not really sure what you want to keep it for. I feel like I mentioned, it gets more dangerous to yourself in this matchup. So I do actually quite like this from Bunny Hopper. From Huntress, sorry.
So I like it specifically because he has Galakron in hand. I think, everything that I've said throughout the last hour of the Priest Mirror that we cast, and now already in the beginning of this, in terms of you want to be able to dump some cards to make hand space, that gets amplified twofold when you already have the Galakron in hand, because you're going to be generating a ton of value. So in that case, I do think you should just kind of windmill slam a few cards in the early game just to make sure your hand size is small, so you can generate as much value as you can from Galakron when it comes down. Yeah, you see already, Thought Steal, his hand just got bigger. Thought Steal, his hand just got bigger. Like, you need to play cards in this matchup.
I definitely wanted that to be Thought Steal. His hand just got too big.
Yeah.
Bunnyhopper does have something to consider here, because unlike many other decks, and maybe the matchups might be more specific, Coin, although is a good card, again, is hand space. So maybe it's just worth using the Coin at its potential earliest point just to get it out of the way. It's not like I don't think in Priest you're saving Coin for like the big plays. It's not like in Quest Warlock, right? Where you can, Malygos Coin into 2 spells instead of 1 on turn 10 or 10 mana. So I think there is a fair point to just coin out this Shield of the Look on here.
Job's done.
Act as your skin.
Amit can definitely mess with things, and although a great pickup in general, yet again, this just already is just mind bend.
Yes!
I'm already done.
Is it an Armet Soul Mirror kind of Priest Mirror? Because those are the best kind of Priest Mirrors. When each player just Soul Mirrors over and over again every turn with generated Soul Mirrors and generated Murazons while there's Armets on both sides of the board. Those are the best games, Raven.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sound convinced.
You're just gonna Lazul into another Armet. Which is actually bad a lot of the time, right? Having more than one Armet on the board is actually often messes you up, because they end up just hitting one anyway, and it has the effect on the minions that are played regardless.
Yeah.
Move quickly.
Bunny could just choose to tempo the Armet here. Try and make a push on the board over the next couple of turns, but he doesn't really have that many minions to play alongside it, just the Lazul as a follow-up. Hello?
Didn't quite get to see the Discover there, but the Galakron pick is pretty huge there. We've seen a lot, and this, I don't know if this happens a lot through just coincidence, or whether it's just a high priority pick, but multiple Galakron Priest Mirrors is something that's becoming quite common.
I see a dark future.
Yeah, again, I like it. There's not much more to it than Huntrace just playing his cards here, just trying to get some space in his hand for more value later on. But does take a good deal of recognition of the matchup to be able to do it when you are, quote, wasting the value of some of these cards by just throwing them out on the board. The reality is you're not, because if you try and squeeze every piece of value out of every card in this matchup, you are just going to burn about 15 cards worth of value.
I wonder if this is ever a Shadow Madness turn. Steal the Sethic, trade it in, use Penance, and renew potentially. Just generate new cards.
And then, what, you're giving the Sethic back at the end of the turn still? You could steal it, yeah, do this, steal it, and then penance it yourself.
True.
Quickly.
You don't end up giving it back. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, either way, I like kind of just taking advantage of your opponent's Sethic turn instead of them getting advantage from you, right?
Mm-hmm. He's going to toss a breath instead. Okay. Yeah, actually, I guess same deal, right? He just doesn't really want a handful of randomly generated spells right now. Now that he's discovered the Galakron from his opponent.
Yeah, also as well, keeping the penance over the breath seems better.
Mm-hmm. I think now, with this Armet surviving, Huntrace feels pretty happy just developing tempo with the minions that he has.
Inner Fire, let's go. Humbo Priest is back.
Yeah. Does make his Armet weirdly vulnerable to a bunch of cards that he wasn't vulnerable to before. But it does also get a card out of his hand.
Yeah, one of the reasons I've brought up Inner Fire before in Priest Mirrors is, one, you get to push damage and make weirdly shaped minions sometimes, but also just the fact that it's one of the few cards I feel like in Priest that is, once you cast it, it's gone. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. It's used.
Right.
I wonder.
Well, we have officially reached the turn where Armet Soul Mirror is now possible from now until the end of the game.
It's just Galakron. He does have it proc to 2, right?
No, he's on 1.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because he generated it after, didn't he? After he...
No, he's only invoked once, regardless.
Oh, I thought he generated it after he coined Shield of Galakron.
Right, but this is a copy of Hunter Aces.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
at the time was invoked to 1.
Yeah, you're right. Right.
Yeah. We've been through this, Raven.
No, I know, I just forget. Not that I don't know the interaction, I just forget where it's come from. That's my biggest hurdle with Priest. I know all the interactions, it's remembering how they generated that card, because it changes each time.
You know all the interactions, do you, Raven?
Yep.
Every single one.
Yeah, the interaction between the priest and the opponent. Annoyance. Frustration. Anger. Hate. They're all there.
Huntrace is going to Murazond here for Galakron transformation while still having a Galakron in his hand already. This is really interesting. So I guess he just wants to preserve that other Galakron for mass removal later in the game when it comes down to brass tacks, but he still wants to be in Galakron form. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like the more we watch Priest Mirrors, the more we see like multi-Galakron happen, and I'm starting to think it might actually just be a strategy instead of just something that happens to occur.
Right.
Because also his Krunks is live now without him having to use Galakron.
Yep. Very true.
And although it doesn't happen often, there are matchups when these boards stick around a little bit and the help of just a Krunks buff, suddenly the game will just end.
What if?
No, Bunny Hopper doesn't have a great answer outside of just death and maybe just invoke the rest of the turn. Can make some very low attack, high health disciples of Galakron. You can just apotheosis it as well. That's silly, but you should.
blood be born again.
Alright, it's a whiff. That's also a pretty big whiff. Still, decent board state. I do feel like we're watching the players progressively get better at this matchup as we sort of go through the various iterations of it. It does seem like Bunny Hopper has some slightly evolved ideas than he did, 2 weeks ago and than he did yesterday.
It's one of the benefits. I say benefits. This word here, but with this kind of matchup where it's so heavily influenced by cards that do not start in your deck. I think it makes it in a roundabout way easier to theory craft it instead of actually practice it out in terms of playing games of it. Because
sure, yeah.
Well, okay, I practiced 10 games. In 10 games, 10 completely different sets of cards were generated. What does that matter? Whereas you can definitely talk about it more and just overall styles as opposed to just dealing with this mess every single time.
How many times has Hunter Ace ripped Thoughtsteel into Thoughtsteel already this game? We're not even at 10 mana crystals.
Why does he have 100 Shadow Madness as well?
I believe they're called Shadow Madnai.
Oh, we're starting the mess early, aren't we, in this mirror? It's not even turned 10 yet.
I'm pretty sure that's the correct plural. Okay.
It's just the army. Disciples.
Be born again.
Yep. Okay. Ahmet Soul Mirror, we're back on the plan. Let's go. Somehow Bunny Hopper is managing to play this game, like only having like 6 or 7 cards in his hand each turn, which is genuinely quite impressive to me. Like that's just not an easy thing to do in this matchup. So he's just super chill, just pressing the button every turn, making sure he's maximizing value. He just has playable cards.
Yeah, Huntress could really put on some pressure now with the triple Shadow Madness to steal all of Bunny Hopper's minions for a turn.
Mm-hmm. That sure is a Hearthstone play.
Hey, look. If he reduces this hand down anymore, we could end up seeing Shadow Madness, Shadow Madness, Shadow Madness, Kronk's buff lethal.
Kronk's AoE buff for lethal?
There you
okay,
go. See?
Right.
See?
No. All right, screw Ahmet Soul Mirror. That's what we're doing this game, okay? If Hunter Ace doesn't get the memo, I'm going to be annoyed.
Never question my silly ideas ever again, Soul, because sometimes...
No, that one was genius. Like, if you dig far enough, eventually you will hit gold, and you just did it, my friend.
Imagine what a way to... Does Huntress just win the series if he wins in that fashion in game 1? It's okay, there's plenty of time to generate more Shadow Madness, Soul. Sorry, Shadow
What a throw. He didn't see the 10-turn lethal setup.
Hey, well, that's 100 more cards. Wonder how much Bunny Hopper wants to keep this Disciple of Galakron alive on board. Because it is a good shape right now to just pluck away at all these minions, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And that's one of those things that you definitely cannot guarantee on in this matchup, is to stick a minion for a reasonable sum of time, and it's just going to hoover up all of Huntrace's threats.
Damn, I'm not seeing the options either on my spectator. This is very irritating.
One of them was pain.
Yeah.
Time is running out.
Okay, embalming.
You just said balmy. That's a word I've not heard for a while. time to clean this up. Just more and more cards. We're going to see Circle. Oh, okay.
So here's a Thought Steal and a Shadow Madness.
There we go.
Close.
He did get Shadow Madness, right? So he's back onto 3.
Yeah, he's back on the Kronk's plan.
What if? Is this real or an illusion?
More like a wisp than a warning.
Hunter Ace just throwing away his Shadow Madnesses, deciding he has way too many of them.
Right.
And honestly, Kronk's memes aside, he's probably right.
Whispers everywhere.
And funnily enough, Bunny Hopper not playing out any big threats in regards to their attack. It's just locking these Shadow Word Deaths just in hand for Hunter Ace so far. Maybe that's the way
circle
you
here.
can do.
Yeah.
Go wide with a load of low attack minions.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't be ruined, can't be death. Shadow Madness, because the low attack, high health doesn't actually kill any of them anyway. Dragon Ball Sentinel adds to that. Because really now, there's nothing really good, is there? Outside of Galacrond for removal here.
Right.
Kind of weird. Oh, well, there's one.
If you're going to get value out of Hench Clan Shakewill in this matchup, you want to do it early. Like, plenty of time before fatigue starts setting in.
Right.
So getting that down here seems smart.
Yeah, if it gets to swing once, it's done its job of what? Peeling off the armor. Great. Done.
Yeah. Yep. Barney also picked up the natural Murazond from Hunter Ace's deck. The Murazond that he played to become Galacrond, copying the Galacrond that Bunny stole from Hunter Ace's Galacrond that's in his hand, was a generated Murazond from a Galacrond invoke effect that he used to invoke his Galacrond, even though his Galacrond that he invoked is still in hand, and the one that he is right now is also the one that he had in hand, but it's the one that he had in hand that Bunny Hopper stole. Clear?
I want to say no.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm at the point now where I have actually kept up a large portion of this game. I will say, the combination of me being slightly late back to my desk in time for the break, it probably wasn't helped by our producer telling us what the first matchup was going to be, in which it was Priest Mirror. I don't think that's a good idea in future to tell us that before we go to a break, because I think there was a percentage chance that we just didn't come back.
Wow, Raven actually confessing that he was halfway out the door. That was why he was late coming back, is that he found out it was a priest mirror. He actually considered running away.
Thy blood be born again.
Now I might be thinking, oh, well, why is he keeping this minion alive? Kills his opponent, but even if... Well, it probably doesn't my second one. But even if it's just used to just trade off minion after minion, well, he's not exactly rushing Hunter Ace down yet anyway, so it's not really a big deal, and if he can just stick around and kill all of Hunter Ace's minions that he plays, then that's value in itself.
Yeah, he's just building a board right now. Like, his pressure's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger every turn right now. Like, pretty close to the point where it might be forcing the Galacrond out from Hunter Ace. So like I said, Time Rip aside that was drawn a couple of turns ago, there's really not much high quality removal in hand. Trina pool is fairly average. Huntrace right now. Fate Weaver, High Priest Armet, Shield of Galakrond are the good ones, and he's had a Murazond as well as the massive high roll. There's also a lot of Culturan Chaplains. Sethic Bell Weaver, I guess, is still a good outcome. Shadowy Figure.
I'm wondering when he's going to use this Krunks, honestly, because he could use it now to clear off most of the board and then just death the Temple Assault. Because the problem is, although that sounds low value, the more you leave the minions alive, the more they're just trading down whatever you play anyway. So then you actually just lose in value by not committing removal yourself. Yeah, but Huntrace is going to go for the Trina Muerta and get a good pull actually there with that res effect with the Shield of Beyond. One of the, I imagine, from what you can see, Sol, at least one of the higher quality minions you could have got.
Yep. Only things that were, well, I mean, similar size, Fate Weaver, Armet probably better, arguable, depending on how much your opponent can punish you for it. Then Murazond was the only one that was strictly bigger than that he could have got.
But even just the difference between that Fate Weaver is it's Shadow Madnessable or Shadow Painable, right? For attack on the shield, very nice.
I was wondering if Bunny Hopper was ever down for just the big tempo push this turn.
How so?
I mean, he has fully invoked Galakrond, so he can just go pow, 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 and just smash everything face. The problem is that, again, you didn't follow my ridiculous explanation of what happened. The only reason Bunny Hopper is Galakrond right now is because he copied it from his opponent's hand. So that means he knows that Huntrace also has a Galakrond in his hand. So making a big tempo push like that doesn't often pay off because you know that they do have Galakrond for removal coming back the other way. Although Hunterace's Galakrond is currently still only at 2 invokes, so it's not a full board clear.
No weapon to make up with it as well. This is kind of funny though, these hench clans just sticking around, and honestly, as long as Bunny Hopper keeps board, maybe this is one of the keys to the matchup of don't try and push them down, don't try and make the craziest board in the world, but just make a board that never dies. Although I say never. Glad to get clean. So look at resources from Hunterace, and he did only lose really 2 Shade Quells.
And it's gone. Oh, Lightwell, nutty.
I want to see the Amulet
Game
first.
over.
They set this Lightwell up.
Alright, there's the natural Murazond now. For Huntrace.
The end begins.
Wing blast!
Pretty low impact resurrect there. Huntrace and just the 100th hammer of the game, why not?
Oh, Lord Walker Cho,
Cho.
sign me up! Sign
go.
me up! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Easiest show of my life.
You mean, let's show, right?
Here we cho, baby. Here we cho.
What about? Time is running out.
Just do it. Like, what's the worst? Okay, fine.
Lame. Ooh, Krunks there for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, actually, pretty crucial that he got to the Galakrond first as well, because otherwise he would have had a dead Kronks in his hand for the entire game up until this point. Because again, even as we covered last time, but if you didn't follow us for the thrilling conclusion of our final priest game, of our previous priest game even, if you are Galakrond, but it's not your original Galakrond, and your original Galakrond is still in your deck, you still can't play Kronks in this matchup, because that means you will draw a card. You will unleash a devastation and draw your natural Galakrond from your deck. You will do both.
Yep.
Drawing a card is death in this matchup.
More like a wisp than a warden.
That is invoke number 4 for Huntrace. Still really interested with this game plan where he did just burn a Murozond. It becomes a bit more clear when I realized that was a generated Murozond and he still had his natural one. But he played Murozond just essentially for the transformation, like 5 armor and the good hero power off his Murozond from Galakron. And then still just held on to this other Galakron, his original Galakron, the entire game up until this point. Just looking to get max value out of it. It's a pretty cool line. Not one that I've really seen or explored too much in the Priest Mirror.
I don't think anyone has, honestly, so no time.
Yeah, I mean, there is limited hours in the day. Like, obviously, I've Murozonded for Galakron, but it's been in situations where I don't have Galakron in my hand, right? So I need that Murozond to get Galakron, so I have parity with my opponent. I've never considered it in a spot, or even, I don't even know if it's even come up. Like, I really haven't played that many Priest Mirrors. Again, only so many hours in the day. But, like, I've never, like, considered that spot where I already have my Galakron, but I just steal my opponents anyway. It's pretty interesting. Huntrace here with the biggest of High Priest Armet pushes. This is kind of the thing that Raven was talking about earlier, just wide board of low attack minions. How do they get dealt with?
Yep, no Shadow Word horror anymore, at least in standard.
Mm-hmm. What about Mossy horror? Boom! Get dunked.
Is this in a roundabout way a potentially good turn to drop Kronk's AoE buff?
Right, because I think
none
that's
of the minions will die through trading, right?
Right, and I think that's what, Huntrace is potentially threatening on the other side as well, is the threat of the Kronk's AoE buff coming down. Again, like, I really wish I had more information on, like, what cards players knew each other had, but because we're missing the Discover choice, I don't get to see, like, every time Bunny's got to peek at Huntrace's hand, you can log which cards he knows are there, and that influences decisions.
Always good trading down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You wanted to just go phase?
I thought he was utilizing the fact that the minions were so high health. If he went phase, well, it can't be trade Soul Mirror, because there's no room on the board.
Okay.
And then what does Huntrace do, right? He needs to exactly Kronk's his own, but then those initial trades, even with his Kronk's buff, don't kill Bunny Hopper's Kronk's minions. So then Bunny Hopper always stays a turn ahead, right?
I mean, like, trade down the Convincing Infiltrator and just play his second Galakron that Bunny does know he has?
I guess, yeah.
Again, I made that point several turns ago. It's just like, it's really hard for Bunny to justify a big aggressive push right now, because he knows that Galakron is there, especially now that he knows it's fully invoked as well.
Right. This priest needs to start running Alex Strauss.
These priests need to start running Elysiana. It's my decision here.
I will just not cast that match. You can cast it on your own if you choose to do that, so that's fine by me. I'll take a break. Hey though, Huntrace did pull the trigger on his Galakron, so the weapon equipped. Damage has been done, minions have been removed. Now he does not have a Galakron in his hand, and Bunny Hopper knows that.
Right. Okay, Cabal's pretty tasty. Often is in the matchup. Usually find a good target for it. There's so much randomly generated garbage that can just get stolen. Yeah, exactly. It's generally like something of that size. Like, unless the like absolute dream happens and your opponent is like a actual idiot and just gets a Convincing Infiltrator and puts Grave Rune on it or something ridiculous. Like, for the most part, if you're playing against another like competent priest player, they're not going to give you massive payoffs for a sub 3 attack minion. So you just play it for tempo.
What about?
He's just out. The headset's come off. He's had enough of this already. I'd be lonely, Raven.
This return is nigh.
I don't know. BlizzCon went pretty good.
We are all.
I'm sorry, that was such a low blow. Never in the history of casting with you have I actually felt bad about anything I've said to you before. That was the first time. I'm sorry. That was really harsh.
What about?
Oh my god, I was muted for a bit then. It's all had a conversation with himself.
What? Oh my goodness, Raven.
Oh, it's because I sneezed. So I muted, I didn't realise.
Damn, that means everyone missed the context behind the one time I've actually felt bad about burning you.
I didn't.
Unlucky.
And that's all that matters.
No.
Time is running out. What about? You are a prisoner in your own body. I am beyond.
I wondered what the plan was there. I didn't know if he was going to go Wretched Reclaimer on the Mind Player then. That's Bunny Hopper choosing to go with his Galakron again, which means he does have this 3/3 left on the board with a Krunks in it. And can that be stolen? He has seen a lot of Shadow Madness, so he's probably feeling as safe as you ever can feel in the Priest Mirror.
Yeah. He has seen 2 natural Shadow Madness and 2 generated Shadow Madness from his opponent, so...
What about?
Probably feeling pretty chill about the situation. He is also, like, you talked about the Wretched Reclaimer. He's kind of setting that up for 2 turns anyway, right? Like, because there's no other minion on the board, Shadow Madness is limited danger. It would have to be Shadow Madness and then kill it yourself.
Right.
And then if it doesn't, he can just do the Wretched Reclaimer stuff
The
afterwards.
future is
The new cards that get revived, though, by the way, do not have the same death route. Just so
Yes, yeah, of course.
It's just a 3/3.
It's more of a cheap way to go wider, right? Because you get the Wretched Reclaimer, you get the cards as just a 3/3, and you get the Krunk. And Reaver, though, gonna get up this Krunk.
There's Shadow Madness number 2 for Bunny now. We have yet to see a Reliquary of Souls get generated after, I believe, seeing it in every other priest game that we saw all day.
What if?
Again, if you are very new to this matchup, Reliquary of Souls, and manipulating that card so that it goes into your deck and not your opponent's is huge in the matchup, because as you may have figured out by now, we are going all the way down to fatigue, so extending your deck size by 1 is about the most powerful thing that you can do in the matchup.
Yeah, and another Imprisoned Homunculus.
It's never the worst thing. Obviously, like, you'd rather just hit the massively impactful high-value things over and over again, but if you whiff, you'd rather whiff on something cheap that you can just dump on the board.
It's just a playable card that does not generate another.
Yep.
Is this real or an illusion?
Bunny still has 2 Fate Weavers in his deck, which again, in my experience, is still a pretty important card in the matchup, just for, you know, the fluidity of your plays. And he has just continued to hold on to this High Priest Armor and Soul Mirror, which will both get discounted by any given Fate Weaver at this point, down to being playable in the same turn. I know I was memeing about it half an hour ago, but it genuinely looks like it might be something Bunny has on his mind.
Also, as well, one thing to point out is Fate Weaver, I feel like, is just good at any point in the game, right? Whether you reduce earlier cards down to be a bit more flexible then, or if you reduce your sort of wacky hand at the end of the game down to just make it come together a little bit more smoothly. So I don't think Bunny's missed the boat on getting value from the Fate Weaver in any way.
Okay. Drake's just going to push again. I like this. He's done this multiple times where he's just kind of chilled and built up a hand of the cheaper cards. Whereas if you look at like Bunny style, he's been playing the cheaper cards immediately just to get them out of his hand and make space. Untrace has been kind of hoarding them and then getting these big payoffs with Armet over and over again. It's kind of cool.
What happens if Murzund is played right?
What happens?
Just match the board.
Yeah, but it can happen in any order, so he doesn't know when the Armet will come down, so he might get a bunch of small minions and then an Armet at the end.
Also, funnily enough, the Armet being 4 attack is a thing. I'm not going to go down the 4 attack route, but most importantly, it just can't be stolen and then messed with in that respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yes. Definitive statements are dangerous in this matchup. It's much harder to be stolen and messed with because you can generate the reduce attack by 2.
Yeah.
Time is running out.
Gonna commit to the simple answer.
The end begins.
Mummy needs 5 more.
Don't worry, you've got way more than 5 more minutes left. But now with the Kronks down, there's no real payoff for these huge minions, right? They're just like very slow turn-by-turn incremental board control tools and little bits of chip damage here and there.
Yeah.
210 lifesteal is a very useful long-term tool in the matchup, though, if it can hang around.
And also, I will say that as we are stepping towards fatigue, 6 cards for each player, the chip damage becomes death damage at that point, right? Because the fatigue does start to stack up, and Priest, especially in the late game, doesn't normally have access to a lot of spells, which means that you, outside of lifesteal minions, you aren't really healing or have the consistent ability to heal. Oh, he could even Psyche Split.
He now has Grave Rune Psyche Split. If you just make 1,000,000 of them, he can't steal them all, surely. Spoilers, he can. It's called Soul Mirror.
And also with the Grave Rune, it wouldn't give it lifesteal. If you look at it.
Wait, what? I just mean Grave Runing a minion and making a huge copy of it so that you have 2 giant things. I don't really care what it's on. I'm just saying that's still dangerous, though, even though if you're making a board that good, because Soul Mirror is still a card. Okay. Plague of Death was a big talking point in Bunny's last Priest Mirror. He held on to them for a very, very long time.
I don't think they really ended up paying off that well, though, did they?
I agree, yeah.
Mainly because if you Plague and then they just play more stuff, well, you're in the same spot again most of the time, right? Unless you're literally plaguing their last wave of threats. And even then, they have the potential to go hero power into something big.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to get too deep into like breaking this matchup down in terms of like, you know, did you throw the game here? Could you have done this and would you have won? Because the matchup's just nonsense, right? Like it's just way too random to be making that kind of call. But if there's one turn that like maybe I would look at in Bunny Hopper's previous series, it was the turn where he just played out his Reliquary of Souls instead of just using a Plague of Death on a relatively small board.
We've seen a couple of silences come down there for Bunny Hopper as well, so reducing down all the health on board. Which makes this much more manageable and much less pesky.
Yep. And nice use of the Wretched Reclaimer interaction. Shadow Madness, when it comes back to life, does not have the Shadow Madness effect on the new minion anymore, so it doesn't go back to your opponent. Okay. Huntrace definitely getting to work with these Sethic Veil Weavers here.
Yep. This is a bit of a rarity, honestly, seeing these Sethic Veil Weavers so late in the game. Normally this level of spells just doesn't really exist around the, this late indeed. Right.
2 Murazons on either side. Double Grave Rune for Huntrace. I personally believe this to be an enormous bait in the matchup, the Grave Rune, unless it's like hyper late game and it's the last thing you do with like one final minion that you just use to make the last board.
I was going to say, like, Fatigue Wars, it seems fine, especially because you can get a read on when your opponent is out of spells, right? And as long as you don't cast it on something that's Cabal Shadow Priestable, then you know they won't be an answer to steal it. Because, like I said, they're very clear cards that generate spells, and there are cards that generate.
Yep. There's also just ways where you can get immediate value out of it yourself, which is, Wretched Reclaimer, for example, very similar thing to what Bunny Hopper did before, where you can just immediately blow up the Death Rattle as soon as you put it on there. Alright. He's done it, Raven. He has achieved discounted Armet, discounted Soul Mirror. He's not going to do it.
Great storyline, Subtle. I'm glad I stayed for this.
Oh, I'm so happy.
There are now 3 Murazons on the opposite.
Yes. Yeah, so Bunny Hopper going Armet Soul Mirror at one point would have been the clowniest way that this game could end. Because essentially what that would mean is that everyone would Soul Mirror each other until the game ended. So like, Huntrace would Soul Mirror all Murazond back. And then if it was Soul Mirror that Huntrace used, Bunny Hopper would then Murazond back for the Soul Mirror again. So essentially everyone would just be generating a giant Armet board over and over again the rest of the game. Perhaps fortunately, that's not what's happened.
I'm staring at this Ysera and this Inner Fire.
Okay.
And that's a good portion of damage, and Ysera isn't really the most answerable card at this point in the game, right?
Alright, I'm listening. Order, lol, no. Perfect order.
I think here might be a reasonable Plague Stone for Bunny Hopper.
It does look like an above-average Plague of Death, yes.
Because it also just stops Huntrace potentially Murazonding again. Because even though one's played, I don't think at this point in the game you can ignore that both players might have multiple Murazons. I don't think that's too far-fetched.
Agreed.
So I think just Plague and say, okay, well, you just did a big Murazon turn with the Ammit. It's gone, and you can't Murazon me back, because then you'll just Plague, and then yeah, right.
In fact, you'll be seeing randomly generated markers in your opponent's hand, right? And if you're really, really, really on it, you'll be keeping track of which of those are minions and which of those are spells throughout the entire game. And in which case, anything flagged as a randomly generated minion in your opponent's hand, I'll finish this point in a second, because it's happening.
Wait.
It happened! He's getting his Napoleon over, I guess? Yeah, yep, makes sense. So yeah, anything that's marked as a random minion in your opponent's hand, if it's not been played for multiple turns, Murazond is one of the most likely things it is, because that's one of the few cards that you're going to hold on to for like the perfect point. So it's like Murazond, it's Reliquary of Souls, and it's Sethic Veil Weaver, right? Like those are the cards that you'll be holding on to for like the perfect scenario.
Again, Subtle?
Yes! It's happening! I mean, that's just the wrong order.
Incorrect, Murazond.
Yep.
Go away.
This is super awkward as well because the Armet's like in the middle, so all the spawns don't quite go off, but it's slowly, turn by turn, inching its way towards the extreme left where it is now.
One left over though.
Time is running out.
There is.
There's the there's a few options here actually on trades. But he does have to consider the response Murazond as well.
Yeah, so right now the response Murazond is just a Murazond. Yeah. Which is the benefit of going Murazond here for your Soul Mirror instead of just playing Soul Mirror yourself. Because then the effect can't be copied going back the other way from the opponent, which is a really big deal.
Yeah, Katrina Muerta is a nice pickup there this late in the game.
Yeah, coming down to it now, 3 cards left versus 2 cards left. You really want to be hitting maximum value off these hero powers. Making sure that your end game hand is just better than your opponent's.
The awkward thing here, though, is with Bunny Hopper being the half a card behind in terms of fatigue.
Yep.
Him having the Murazond is actually kind of a bad thing, right? Because if he's always responding, well, if it's not removal Huntrace is playing, well, he's always going to be one attack behind.
Sure.
Maybe these Murazonds are going to end up plugging Bunny Hopper's hand up, actually. Like now, right? He can't just play Murazond because he'll get hit.
Yep. You make an excellent point. Oh, come on!
Legendary just doesn't mean what it used to, does it, Sol? We used to see 1 of... Now it's like 10 of.
I'm sure this game has a sense of dramatic irony sometimes.
Because even now, right, in the simple fashion, if Huntrace goes, okay, clear my board, Katrina Muerta, then Bunny Hopper plays Murazond, well, that's a good Murazond. But Huntrace then gets to just hit him. and that's a big deal, right?
Care to dance with death?
See what the res is, about 8,000 minions in the pool.
Yeah, it's one of the worst outcomes for sure.
So he could actually Breath of the Infinite Murazond.
He could still 1 damage off the clear with the claw, though.
What if?
We are all bound to fate.
I mean, on the other hand, he just doesn't have a better option.
He could also use the Inner Fire to make it a 1/1.
You think this is your time? It is mine.
Sure.
Bit of a
that's
stretch,
the thing.
but... Okay, we'll make it a 1/1 now, obviously, but that's a better res.
It is. Okay, the fact that there is now an 8/8 on the board immediately, though, gives Hunter Ace some options with these Grave Runes now. The fact that he can get value out of it immediately without ever getting punished could be a big deal.
Also, it's not the best Murazond response turn as well for Bunny Hopper, if it's just double Grave Rune.
Right. Grave Rune is give a minion, right? So it can go anywhere? Yep. Yep. Okay. He's going to rip the mirror, though, which means we're back into Murazond Soul Mirror territory.
Well, he can make some of his dudes much higher health, right?
He can. Looks like he's just dropping a Grave Rune. He does have Shadow Word Death in his hand, so he might be popping it immediately himself.
But isn't this better for Soul Mirror for him? He stays ahead on board.
Sure.
In a roundabout way, if you know what I mean, right? If the trades happen, well, there's still 2 big minions for Huntrace out of that Grave Rune.
Yeah.
Not now with the trade.
But you know Bunny has mana to spend after the random Soul Mirror or random Murazond or whatever it is that comes down. He's still going to have mana to spend after, which he can then use to clean up, which is absolutely the case here, yeah.
Did he ever...
It does mean that this Grave Rune is a big sticking point, though. Where it goes and where it has an impact. Okay, Soul Mirror goes first, which is huge.
Oh, this could still not. It could still benefit Huntrace here.
It could,
Grave
but...
Room goes on one of his Katrinas.
Right, but Bunny has more minions with the fact that the Soul Mirror went first.
Oh!
Yep.
Oh, wow.
No mirrors on, no Soul Mirror left for Huntrace.
Does he ever apotheosis the Horizon?
To make it asymmetrical and so it doesn't
yeah. Because obviously he doesn't know Huntrace doesn't have these cards, right? So I think at this point it's fair to say that anything could happen. Look at this. Is this just game? Is Bunny Hopper finally going to win a Priest Mirror on stream?
It's looking very much like it. It's Sethic or bust. Sethic, Shadower, Death, one outer, Plague of Death. Close.
Would Breath of the Infinite get close to doing it as well if you could double breath?
No, there's like 2 whole fresh 6/8s that are coming out of this left-hand side Katrina. It's just not good enough.
Time is running out.
Hunter Ace
Infinite is gonna
doing
come
his
down.
best.
Yep.
Trying to smash his way through. He found the silence. He's got through a lot of it. But he's still just ending this turn so far behind on board. And now there's
15
Apotheosis to come through for the punish as well.
He can actually push significantly more if he apotheosises the Hench clan, and then uses
And then
the
Inner Fires.
Fire.
Yeah.
What
Is it finally happening? Bunny's getting so close, Raven.
After 100 hours of
Yeah.
Priest Mirrors, might finally get a win.
Looks like the Inner Fire play is going to happen. Bunny's just going to pump it up, push the maximum, heal the maximum. Cycle his Inner Fire off the Sethic Veilweaver as well. Mind Games is nothing.
I will act as your skin.
Bunny's going all in. Bunny's saying
now
no Plague of Death.
Yeah, Huntrace doesn't have the tools capable of dealing with this. I don't even think there's a draw off his hero power either, is there?
Natalie Celine. Yeah,
I guess
I don't
to
know.
a certain extent Murazon, because he could get the taunt and Apotheosis on the taunt, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Like, as a obvious extreme stretch. Now does he have to go to Lazul into hopefully something got reduced down enough to play?
It's Ysera. It's always Ysera. If Envoy shows you a card that didn't start in your opponent's deck, it's always that card.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Your future is yours.
4, 8, 10, 12, 17. Next draw fatigues 4, 2. Shadow Madness, lethal,
Yay.
nice. Bunny
And
Hopper,
there
finally,
we go.
after 3 hours of work, Raven has finally got a Priest Mirror victory under his belt. And I think that was the quickest one, believe it or not.
It was. I believe that clock's in at approximately 49 minutes. Off the top of my head, there's a rough count. So yeah, congratulations there to Bunny Hopper. And I do have to wonder again, Soto, we won't talk about all the intricacies of every single turn and so on. But just that turn, Bunny Hopper played the Grave Ruin and left himself at least open to a response.
Huntrace,
there.
did you mean? Huntrace.
Huntrace, apologies. I'm going loopy. I'm sorry, guys.
Mhm.
But yeah, the Huntrace played the Grave Ruin and left himself open to exactly what Bunny Hopper could have done, and he did do it. Was that just the one turn that could have been handled a bit differently? and instead of really bunny hot on Trace doing something to win the game, was that the turn that made him lose the game as opposed to anything else?
Yeah, personally, I mean, this isn't even like hindsight speaking. You all hopefully heard me say it before the fact. Like, I think Grave Rune is like gigabait in that matchup. Unless you are just blowing it up yourself and like end turn, you don't have Grave Rune in play anymore because it's just so easily punished all the time by so many cards. And honestly, in the Priest Mirror, like, even if they've used their Soul Mirror, they've used their Mirrors on, they've used both their Shadow Madnesses, they've used every natural card in their deck that could possibly punish you, they're going to have randomly generated something that punishes you. Because those are the cards that you hold on to. Because anything that can punish big, swingy boards from the opponent, that's the kind of card you hold on to in the matchup. So you're always going to have one at the end of the matchup to be able to punish a board state like that.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? There's always something. That's the lesson to be learned from that matchup. That was just game number 1 between Huntrace and Bunny Hopper. It was the Priest Mirrors, so Priest Mirrors are done for the day, at least in Europe. But we're going to go to a break while we just freshen up and get ready for the rest of the series. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Meet Clark Cluckerberg. 998. 999. 1,000. Why did she leave me? We were so good together. I don't think that translates well in Mandarin. I want to be a real chicken. Why does everyone get to be a real chicken but me? Now you. Tell me the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Why so aggressive?
Okay, you guys are pretty good. I guess we can just turn this into a regular interview since everyone clearly here is not going to laugh. So I had this idea for a deck. In week 1 of Grandmasters,
We are back, and there's plenty more Hearthstone to be played yet as we continue Bunny Hopper versus Hunter Race. Priest Mirror is over, Bunny Hopper ending up the victor. And now there's going to be Warrior and Rogue for Bunny Hopper, and then Warlock, Warrior, and Priest for Hunter Race, as Hunter Race is having his Hunter banned out. So I'm excited to see how this series continues and how much more Priest we can cast. There is the Warrior and Rogue for Bunny Hopper, which I do think puts him in a reasonable spot in this overall matchup, Subtle.
Just muted, first and foremost. But genuinely, I am just happy for Bunny to have got a win in the Priest Mirror, because you don't want to be the guy that plays a Priest Mirror every day and loses, right? Like, that's just a miserable existence. So at least he's got that monkey off his shoulder now at this point, and he can just march forward from this point. And yeah, still has his Warrior left up, as does Hunter Race. So he's looking pretty good in the series. But I still think the big question mark for me, the deck that I'm certainly most interested in seeing now, is this Galakron Warlock, because I think it went 1-1 in Yala's series earlier for Yala, which is fine. So again, very curious to see how it performs for Hunter Race.
Well, we're not going to see it quite yet, because Hunter Race has not had enough of Priest for today. He's going to lock it in once again and go up against Bunny Hopper's Rogue, which... Guess we're getting comfortable again, mate.
Yep.
Your...
Again, not necessarily, right? Like, as I keep
True, not
saying,
necessarily, yeah,
and
it's not the same, yeah.
as we've seen in the previous matchup, like, I think Rogue should go fast in this matchup, because Bunny Hopper is not going to be able to do what he did to Hunter Race in the Priest Mirror.
Right.
It was daylight in Hunter Race's camera
Yeah.
when he started the Priest Mirror. Now we're here.
Yeah. It's tough, though, as well, though, because, of course, the Rogue generally, from what we've seen at least, wants to go a little bit more aggressive. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes they have to play a little bit slower, and I think that's when things get a little bit dicey
For sure.
overall for the Rogue. Hunter Race does have a double Fate Weaver in his opening hand, though, which on one hand is pretty nice just as a body, but also it means he's less likely to get off the invokes to get that to have an effect.
Yeah. Certainly, you know, the big early Edwin, the Turbo Galakron, you know, that's not a luxury that's available to you as the Rogue all of the time. So sometimes you do have to just set out and play a bit grindier, and I think that is, you know, when Rogue is most up against it, because they, as much as they do have great tools for going hyper late, they don't have the best tools for going hyper late. That belongs to Priest exclusively.
Bunny Hopper, they're already prepping for the long game with the Colossus of the Moon. Just ready for that turn 10 play, but for now, Secret's going to come down. Bunny Hopper is playing 2 Ambush, 1 Bamboozle, and 2 Dirty Tricks. The 2-1-2, as seems to be the general outcome of you playing this build.
Yeah. And straight away, good signal, right? Basically the first thing Bunny Hopper does in the matchup, draw cards.
Right. Could have actually gone for the Seal Fate to face, but there are a lot of minions from Hunter Race, some of the earlier minions, that are very killable with Seal Fate. Sethic being the number 1 option or target, I guess, for Seal Fate. So because he can actually still invoke Galakron, but now get a dagger up, he had other options, and I do like him going for those other options because Seal of Fate can be so good.
Agreed. I think you said "of" twice, by the way, during that sentence. You can count.
Just casting out a long face mirror, I don't really get it. I'm going to say some dumb things at this point in the day, I'm sorry. Prepare yourselves now.
So now the Seal Fate can be put to good use, as Raven was almost saying.
Probably not going to go for the backstab, just going to hold on to it. Be a little bit more useful going forward. Knife Juggler, though, that might be a way to accelerate the game. Juggle's going.
What if Knife Juggler just gets there this game?
We just see everyone tech Knife Jugglers next week in the Retro.
Yeah, just a pretty straightforward 4-6 turn from Hunter Race.
We found something that killed Priest. Just Knife Juggler. This is Corruptor, though, pretty nice here to help make up the difference in the health of this Fate Weaver. The only problem is, depending on how he goes about it, he does just get blown out by a Breath of the Infinite. So maybe we see Bunny Hopper either go for a backstab or just trade in this Knife Juggler and a cat.
He does, but would your opponent have breathed last turn if they had it? It's a question you got to ask yourself. There's also the option here to use the Faceless Corruptor on the inefficient minion, on the Pharaoh Cat instead, to preserve your Faceless Lackey on board for the Togwaggle next turn.
It's true.
Because then if your opponent doesn't have Breath of the Infinite, they have to do something really inefficient to shut down your Togwaggle turn. I actually really like that play. I'm a little surprised to see Bunny giving up his Lackey here.
Yeah, me too, actually. Especially because with the backstab, he could choose to just put one Faceless in, right, which keeps the other Faceless safe as well. But yeah, I really like that overall.
Also, huge factor in the matchup. If you Togwaggle on curve, you can wand before your opponent has Murazond mana.
With coin, though?
I
guess it'll still be...
Yeah, you'd play Tog on 6. It would then pass back to your opponent on 6. So you'd then have wand. You'd play your wand on 7, and your opponent would be able to coin Murazond. Yeah, if they still have the coin. So yeah, the fact that Hunter still has the coin does change that.
Awkward board though, right here. This is, I would say, yes, he's been, Knife Juggler and Cat's been on the board for a while, but for me, this is really hurdle number 1. It turns that he has to do something about this board or he will just die.
Yep.
And there's no great options here. Time Rip just kills the board. Or
yeah,
one of the minions.
8 more minimum.
And gives his opponent 2 card draws. I know that he might not have that 100%, but...
That's only his first invoke as well, so it's not like he'd even be able to set up for like Coin Galakron the next turn by time ripping. There goes the card draw as well.
I wonder if it was... I guess if it's worth saving it just for the Galakron, maybe. I was wondering whether it was worth using the Renew first, just to see what you got offered. Maybe you had some AoE, maybe you got Breath of the Infinite, maybe you got Holy Nova, and that could have been a little bit better of a setup.
I will act as your steel.
Because then you can go Galakron the turn after.
Right.
Knife Juggler is just getting there, funnily enough.
Yep. I think I want Bunny to just go all in here. I think Goblin Lackey, extra knife, extra damage on one of his minions. Even if it does get full cleared, he can then reset with Kobold Lackey Heist Baron the next turn. Again, probably still taking Crown in this situation, as opposed to Wondrous Wand. Since he already has Dirty Tricks number 2 in hand for some more card draw.
Choose soon.
Yep, loving it.
Just jamming Galakron?
Soul Mirror, maybe? Yeah.
Okay, wow. That was Galakron. I was like, Huntress.
Soul Mirror Knife Juggler! Didn't even think about it! Oh my god, this is the nuts! Oh, it wasn't the nuts. Unlucky.
Yeah, if you got a juggle on that Shield of Galakron, that would have been insane.
He's dead. That's game.
GG.
4 face, Kobold Lackey face, Eviscerate face.
With the help of the old dagger there. That is just going to be it. Huntrace just could not really get that job done. And that board, especially with just the Faceless Corruptors, was just enough. Got enough damage through. And Bunny Hopper now speeds up momentum a little bit there. Takes game number 2, and he's only 1 game away from victory, getting that win with the Rogue. And again, the more how much I'm jokingly and kind of seriously moaning about Priest Mirrors, I am enjoying, as I mentioned, what feels like much earlier on now, just watching Priest in other matchups and seeing how it performs, because it is strong, but there are clear weaknesses that we've seen in multiple different matchups now that are in the mirror. So it's pretty exciting just to see that one there where, yeah, it wasn't the answer on curve. The Fate Weaver got dealt with just a backstab and a trade-in for the Faceless Corruptor. And then that was pretty much that, honestly.
Yeah, so actual real genuine point about the last couple of turns of that game, Bunny Hopper should have been positioning his board so the Knife Juggler was on the extreme right-hand side of his board. He should have played every minion after the Knife Juggler got generated to the left-hand side of the Knife Juggler, because then the Knife Juggler is the last thing that gets summoned off the Soul Mirror when it eventually happens, and that's an effect that's relevant. Again, I had totally not processed that was going to happen until it did, but looking at it after the fact, if you want to play absolutely perfectly, that's probably something that you should have been doing.
Yeah, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier about Priest. Yes, you can't play around all the generated cards. Well, Soul Mirror is a card you know is in the deck 100% of the time. The card's too good to skip. It can be there. So if you can play around it without too much of a detriment to yourself, why not? And I think that's just going to be more learning points as the game goes on and as players get used to the decks. Because one thing that is a point I raised, I think, yesterday was with the rate in which the meta's changing, these players, although obviously some of the best in the world at this game, they don't have much time to practice, right? They play their weekend. A couple of days later, they need to submit their lists, and that's not long to work out intricacies of decks, especially when some of the archetypes are very slow. There literally just are not the hours in the day. So that's something we'll see probably get polished up if these archetypes stick around for the future.
Yeah. But also, just again, I really love the way that Bunny Hopper played that matchup. I think the only thing that was questionable is where maybe creating that awkward position where he had the extra lackey on board going into the turn 6 for the tempo tog. But if you actually really want to break it down, he had exact lethal on that last turn, and he kept a 2-1 in play over a 1-1 for an additional turn. So his line actually arguably got him out of that game with exact lethal there at the end. So.
Yeah, just really small things, but I think just does go to show there are multiple ways to go about this. Even if it was set up for Tog into X, like that could have well won him the game anyway, but it's cool to just see different routes. But let's get into game number 3. Bunny Hopper only having his warrior left over now, and Huntrace has a mountain to climb, and something we haven't really touched on too much in this series because we've been distracted by sheer craziness, is that Bunny Hopper is 2-2 in Division 8, and Huntrace is at that 1-3 score. If Huntrace were to lose, he sits in that relegation playoff area of Division A, which is something I don't think really anyone would have expected Huntrace to be.
No, absolutely not. It would be incredible scenes if Huntrace were to end up getting relegated from GM, and it's still an outside possibility. Like anyone in Division A getting relegated is an outside possibility. But with each game that goes past, with each match that goes past, with each week that goes past, where Huntrace is still towards the bottom of that table, becomes something that we have to talk about more and more.
Yeah, and there aren't that many weeks left. In case you tune in for the first time this weekend, you've missed most of it. There's only a couple of weeks left over now.
Luckily, you can catch all of the VODs on our YouTube channel, which you should absolutely subscribe to. Hearthstone Esports. Give us a subscribe. Smash that bell.
Good job, Sal.
Thanks.
Here, though, in this matchup, we've seen it go a couple of different ways for the Warriors, but in general, it is just about pushing that early mid-range kind of damage. And then we do see Grom just being almost MVP in this matchup for me, Subtle, and just having that extra burst at the end of the game.
Yeah, I don't know how much Twitter.com you've been taking in while you've been on breaks, but there is a bit of a challenge gone down between Meaty and Zanananan. Meaty believes that actually Warrior might be favored in this matchup and kind of laid out a post as to how he thinks you're supposed to play the matchup. And then Zanananan replied and said, nope, nonsense, Priest is the nuts. So it looks like they might be playing a show match, best of 11, I believe. I think they said to settle the score, which I'm here for, because that's how all scores should be settled.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That'll be pretty cool to see the results, because again, there is an aspect of certain archetypes and certain players and certain classes get specialists that just refuse to believe they're unfavored in almost any matchup. The rogues of old, where it's I'll just be everything. And that's not necessarily true, and it does take a fair few games to work that one out. But back in this game, and this tough game here for Huntrace, as it's pretty much needs to win this to keep himself afloat in Division A.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking okay. He's got the early board, but Bunny Hopper does have access to some weapons to start generating not only the value, but also just the card drop.
Right. Job's done. I think it was really just choice of weapon that turn, whether he wanted to work towards more pirates here for a bigger risky skipper turn, and with potential battle rage payoffs, or just find those lackeys to occupy himself for a turn or two before he has to do anything else. I think I agree with the pirate decision. Big turns. Big old turns.
And Trace does have some really powerful follow-up. Shadow Madness is always something to consider for Bunny Hopper. But really just Fate Weaver and Shield of Galakrond with those emergency removal tools of Shadow Word Death and Penance. Pretty much, it's got a pretty solid toolkit in his hand right now.
Certainly does. You do still need ways to end the game, though, as Priest. We saw that in Psycho series, and I think it's very apparent in this matchup more than most. You can't just sit around and play removal all day. You do have to end it eventually, or they're just going to draw game-ending combo damage.
And that's the issue, isn't it? It's not only that you need to end the game, but you need to just not let the warrior sit and hoard those inner rages, those rampages, those Bloodsworn mercenaries, right? You have to make them at least use some of them, because otherwise, even regardless of Grom, they'll be able to just Korkron combo you. Although I will say in Bunny Hopper's list, he is only running one Korkron in there, because he is running the double egg Terran package.
Right. Which does probably make him a little bit worse against Priest overall. I think you want max charge damage to be winning this matchup the most often. Max charge damage, max weapon damage. I would put Greenskin into that category as well. Being effective against Priest.
Yeah, you get extra charges of your weapon.
Exactly, yeah. You get me, Raven.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Huntrace dropping the Renew here, giving up some potential healing later on in the game just to maintain board control for now, which does probably translate into some amount of healing.
Right.
But the danger comes when the board control doesn't matter anymore, when your opponent is just queuing up weapons, smacking you in the face, and just trying to draw for that last piece of the combo that they have in their hand.
Yeah, it's one thing we saw a little bit from Board Control's game as well earlier on, who's running a similar, if not exactly the same actual list that Bunny Hopper's running, is he didn't really have any threats to get going with that much, right?
Mm-hmm.
At one point, you just had like an egg on board, and it's very similar here with when you are running eggs, when you are running just less of the, say, like the one-off Pokemon. You get these kind of awkward boards, and without pushing damage, Bunny Hopper's still got a long way to go to make this up.
Right.
I will act as your scapegoat.
Alright. Huntrace has kind of settled back now. He's just kind of playing minions out on curve, which means Bunny can take this opportunity, start to push initiative, get some chip damage through.
I'll say Hench Clan is a horrifying card, though, to deal with. As you found out earlier today, before the broadcast, I was just jamming some Warrior, and I said, oh, well, that's annoying. Well, what? Lost to a yacht box. All right, well, you know, it happens. It's a Warrior mirror. And I was just, oh, I got angry. I got really angry. Yeah, this Hench Clan is going to be, or could be just very spicy and open up some weird windows here for Bunny Hopper.
On wings of evil.
All pretty okay choices, really. Brightwing
Yeah.
for its playability now, but I think I like Deathwing.
Yeah, so Deathwing is like a fringe card in this deck. Some people do run it. Bunny Hopper doesn't. But if that's the case, there's probably a reason why he doesn't run it, right? In which case, maybe he doesn't value its effect. I will say that, you know, when I'm looking at my deck list that I currently run, I generally still run with the meaty version. If you had asked me to cut a card between Deathwing and Greenskin, I would cut Deathwing. Because I think, like, I encounter so many situations like this, where I just have a small board and I'm ahead of the game, and I just have a Deathwing in my hand. And it's just unplayable, because I'm the one that has minions. And I do find that very frustrating. So I can get on board with not picking it up when it is exactly this situation where Bunny's ahead on board.
Yeah, it does make sense. I think I live in the world where the board does just get cleaned up by the time I get to turn 8 anyway.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just a big dude you make them have to have death for or a time rate. Right. For me, I ended up actually cutting green skin and going for Kargath, which I actually really like. The amount of times that Primus saved me is pretty unreal. Ain't going to be used to kill off that challenger. An egg race as well, so maybe by the time this series is over, it is time for breakfast, so both players just preparing.
It's getting there.
Here it is, though.
The Yogg box. Unlucky.
That's res. So crazy.
It's pretty garbage.
Moonfire for the burst.
Bunny has played a lot of 1/1s this game.
I guess so. It's just one card make a board. Kind of.
Yeah. Feel like it's going to be much of a board though.
Probably better than a Moonfire.
Yeah.
What now?
Yeah, the egg is pretty obnoxious here, and Bunny can't even responsibly deal with the 3/6, so Apotheosis is going to be game on now for Hunter Ace if he ever finds it.
Right.
That's why this egg in particular is just so obnoxious, because, you know, even when you're not Pain Warrior and you don't have the risky skippers and the rampages and everything else to be able to activate it, you do at least have that Apotheosis, and that's one of the things that Warrior does really have to work on in this matchup, is keeping the board under control so Apotheosis doesn't blow you out, and Bunny Hopper is currently losing that battle quite definitively.
Yeah, and for the last few turns, I've been staring at Terran in hand and just wondering if you ever just have to just go.
Right.
With the Terran, because otherwise, are you just playing with just a blank card in your hand for most of this game?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't play too much of the Terran list myself, and obviously there are pitfalls of it against Priest, but I don't think that means you just never really drop it down. And I think with the kind of pitiful 1/1 board you mentioned earlier, it might have just been okay to drop a Terran.
Sure.
If it gets stolen, at worst, well, there's a board of 2/2s, which guess what? Warrior clears pretty often.
Yep. It is a dangerous game when you have the egg board, though, in particular, because pretty much no matter what you do, you're going to Terran and end the board with an additional 3/4 on the board, which is then like a juicy Shadow Madness target for the opponent, if they can just manipulate that last point of health sometimes, which is, you know, Thought Stolen Risky Skipper, Thought Stolen in Savage Roar, a Penance that they shoot at their own guy. They have infinity ways of being able to do that.
Yeah, probably just like rapid fire for some random reason. It's just in there.
Yeah, sure.
It just turns up. You're like, what are you doing here? It's like, well, I'm here now. Oh.
Yep. Grave Rune looking much more promising for Hunter Ace in this matchup than it was in the Priest Mirror.
I wonder where he wants to put it, actually. If he puts it anywhere this turn. Go for the Bomb Wrangler.
Yeah, I like the Bomb Wrangler. It's so obnoxious against Warrior, right? Like, you know from the Warrior mirrors, the timing of Bomb Wranglers to disrupt each other's turns end up being pretty huge.
Yeah, I was purely just looking because there's a Fate Weaver on board. It's just 2 3/6s extra, which is kind of crazy as well, but in a slightly different way. So I think there were just a lot of good targets here. Bunny Hopper just getting out damaged now and out pressured in every way. It's almost just has to be the risky skipper turn, right?
Yeah. There is Battle Rage in hand, and Bunny can manipulate the attacks here, so things work out for him in a reasonably good way by sending the damage into the Bomb Wrangler first.
Show you who's boss.
No bomb spawn because the board is full. Now the board is not full anymore.
Bomb Wranglers will spawn, right?
They will, yeah. Not really much way I can see that you could prevent that, though.
Would one more Challenger have prevented that?
Oh, if you Warmauled first?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting, actually. It's definitely something to look at.
Just because, as you mentioned, to go in against 2 Bomb Wranglers when you're doing the 1 damage wave AoE is unfun, is the phrase I'll use here. When you're though going for the duplicate on the eggs, which again helps negate the bombs, you can already see this is just a nightmare, right? He's getting a lot of armor and a ton of card draw though, so maybe he starts to stack to the point where he can just try and kill Grace.
Yeah, curious as well, because this draws 7, which is far too many. He did swing the board pretty effectively. He did also end the turn with an Armor Smith in play, though, which is a bit alarming sometimes because of the Soul Mirror interaction in the matchup. Allowing the Priest to stack armor can be a pretty big problem.
I was starting to wonder for a second then how Circle of Healing Soul Mirror works with this current board state. See if it's actually a benefit for Hunter Ace or not.
Okay, sure. Wow. Is Holy Ripple just better?
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Just, you can steal the 3/4 as well and just put it on quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I must consider it.